Chapter 763. What the hell is this place? Isn't it too scary? Brother Pure's scalp tingled, and his whole body trembled with fear. Yao Shuilian's hair was also very numb, and he frowned deeply. There are more than 1,000,000 complete skeletons, all of which should have been left behind by a great being. After a mighty figure died, their corporeal body should not decay and become immortal. But all the great beings here have turned into skeletons, gloomy skeletons. This place must be very strange. What kind of power could devour the bodies of great beings and leave only skeletons behind? After passing through the millions of skeletons, Qin Zhao's eyes fell on the center of the mountain peak. There was a scene of hundreds of skeletons worshipping, and the statue of Apocalypse of the foreign domain was flickering and flowing, releasing the power of various images. Qin Zhao's consciousness penetrated the statue of Apocalypse of the foreign domain, and as soon as it entered, he was attacked by an extremely powerful power, which shocked Qin Zhao and made him withdraw his consciousness. What a terrifying power! To think that the remnant might is so powerful. What a terrifying power! It's not a great being, but a dominator. Qin Zhao's heart also turned pale with fright. There was a dominator's body here? How could a dominator die here? What was going on with the millions of skeletons of great beings? What? A dominator? No way. Aren't dominators invincible? Aren't they eternal and indestructible? How could a dominator die? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Brother Pure was also surprised and puzzled. Yao Shuilian and the others were also the same. They had never heard of a dominator dying. In fact, Qin Zhao didn't know, nor had he heard of it before. He didn't dare to believe that a dominator could die. But in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, Qin Zhao was sure that dominators could indeed die. In addition, now that he knew that there were universe masters above dominators, he was even more convinced of this situation. However, Qin Zhao naturally couldn't tell Brother Pure and the others about this kind of top secret of the universe. So he shook his head and said, I don't know about this, but I'm sure that there's a ruler's corpse inside the Apocalypse statue. Although I don't know how many years he's been dead, the aura emanating from his body is still extremely terrifying. I'm guessing that these millions of skeletons were killed by the hegemon's corpse. Anyone who dares to approach the hegemon's corpse will probably be attacked. The hegemon didn't leave behind some sort of legacy here, did he? Otherwise, why would so many powerful beings be so crazy and disregard their own lives? Brother Pure guessed. Qin Zhao nodded and said, yes, that's indeed a possibility. However, it's hard to say for sure. We'll have to get close to the sovereign's corpse to be sure. You guys stay here first. I'll go take a look. Yao Shuilian said anxiously, then you must be careful. Qin Zhao smiled indifferently and said, it's okay. If there's any danger, I'll retreat in time. I won't fight head-on. Qin Zhao moved closer. The closer he got, the more he felt the terrifying murderous aura. An extremely mysterious power surged and attacked again and again, trying to kill Qin Zhao. The closer he got, the more dangerous it was. Even if a ruler had been dead for an unknown number of years, the aura he left behind was still terrifying and powerful enough to easily obliterate an almighty who had lived through the vicissitudes of life. Moreover, this sovereign had obviously made arrangements long ago, which made this place extremely terrifying. There were many strange arrays protecting him, preventing anyone from disturbing his rest. After getting close to the center of the place, Qin Zhao couldn't resist anymore and had to retreat. He shook his head and said, it's too scary. There's no way to force our way to the center of the place. Forget it. This place is not fated with us. We can only go around it. Huh? Qin Zhao was about to lead everyone away, but he saw Brother Pure approaching the center of the place as if he was possessed. Seeing Brother Pure's action, everyone was really shocked. Qin Zhao wanted to stop Brother Pure, but Brother Pure said, don't stop me. I feel a summoning force coming from the center. I feel that something is calling me. I want to go and have a look. What? Brother Pure's words made Qin Zhao and Yao Shuilian look at each other. Summoning force? Could it be that Brother Pure was going to hit the jackpot? Could it be that this dead sovereign was waiting for a fated person to come, and Brother Pure was this fated person? Looking at Brother Pure's serious face, it was obvious that he wasn't lying. Besides, with Brother Pure's strength, if he dared to approach the center of the place rashly, he would be courting death. It should be known that even Qin Xiao couldn't get close to the center of the place, let alone Brother Pure. However, Brother Pure was duty-bound and fearless at this time. Step by step, he moved forward with incomparable firmness, approaching the center of the place. Seeing this, Qin Xiao was even more surprised. It seems that Brother Pure is right. If there is really a summoning force, then there should be a chance for him to obtain the inheritance of that sovereign. If that's the case, then Brother Pure is really lucky. Such luck was simply too heaven-defying. Although Qin Xiao was said to be the disciple of a universe master, it was the result of Qin Xiao's hard work. It was not easy to obtain. The people who had fought with him had all died. Only Qin Xiao had survived and managed to obtain a fortuitous encounter. However, Brother Pure's situation was different. If there was a summoning force directly calling for him, it meant that he was directly selected and there was no need for him to pass any test. Being able to obtain the inheritance of a sovereign was enough to make countless peerless geniuses go crazy. It was even enough to make the existences on the heaven list jealous. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao and Yao Shuilian were secretly happy for Brother Pure. Of course, it was still too early to be happy. After all, Brother Pure was not completely sure whether the situation was like this. Therefore, for the time being, Qin Xiao and the others could only wait silently. Brother Pure approached the center of the place step by step without any hindrance. Soon, he arrived in front of the statue of Apocalypse. In this situation, Qin Xiao felt that there was a chance. Brother Pure moved his body and directly entered the statue of Apocalypse. His body disappeared in front of Qin Xiao and the others. As soon as Brother Pure entered the statue of Apocalypse, the statue of Apocalypse surged, the brilliant sword and the wind and clouds surged. Obviously, something had happened. Qin Xiao used karma sensing to confirm that Brother Pure was safe inside. While waiting, Qin Xiao and the others simply sat down and took out some drinks and snacks to eat. By now, Qin Xiao could basically be sure that Brother Pure had indeed obtained the inheritance of that sovereign. This great opportunity was enough to change Brother Pure's fate. Obviously, Brother Pure would soar quickly after obtaining the inheritance of a sovereign. Soon, he would be among the peerless geniuses, and soon, he would be on the Earth list. In the future, he would definitely be among the powerful figures. If he couldn't even achieve this after obtaining the inheritance of a sovereign, then he would be a disgrace to that sovereign. Since Brother Pure had been chosen by that sovereign, it was enough to prove that Brother Pure was indeed extraordinary. Brother Pure's inheritance went on for 1,000 years before he finally came out of the statue of Apocalypse. After 1,000 years, Brother Pure's aura had changed greatly. He was like a completely different person when he came out. Fourth step, Divine Realm. Qin Xiao narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. Before entering, Brother Pure was only a first-step Divine Realm expert. Now he had come out as a fourth-step Divine Realm expert. In just 1,000 years, he had risen from a first-step Divine Realm expert to a fourth-step Divine Realm expert. This was simply unheard of. Moreover, Brother Pure was obviously not just a fourth-step Divine Realm expert. From the powerful aura emanating from his body, one could feel that Brother Pure's strength had increased many times over. As expected of the inheritance of a sovereign, it was indeed incomparably powerful. Brother, congratulations, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Brother Pure, congratulations, Yao Shuilian also said. She even had a feeling that she might not necessarily be Brother Pure's opponent now. Brother Pure's face was full of smiles. He was rather proud of his success. Ha ha, it's said that salted fish will turn over a new leaf. I didn't expect that my Brother Pure would have such a day. It's really a blessing in disguise. In that case, I really have to thank the Underworld Ancestor. I didn't expect that my Brother Pure would encounter such a heaven-defying fortune in the gate of all realms. In just 1,000 years, I've been reborn. Give me more time, and I'll definitely shine in the divine realm. For me, the Earth ranking is already in the bag. To me, Almighties are something I must obtain. I have Master's complete inheritance and lifetime accumulation. I'll definitely not disgrace Master's prestige. Ha ha. Taiyu Xuanzi, I'll teach you to look down on me. The next time I see you, I'll definitely trample on you. Exquisite fairy, I'll definitely make you look at me in a different light. I'll definitely make you fall in love with me. For me, I'll work 100 times harder. I'll definitely become a genius that others will look up to. Now, it's time for Brother Pure to rise. Ha ha ha. Brother Pure was indeed very excited. His face was full of excitement, vehemence, and even a little impatience. Entering the Earth ranking was now his primary goal. It could also be considered as his first small goal. As long as he was given the right opportunity, he would definitely be able to enter the Earth ranking. What he needed now was time to digest the things he had inherited from his master. Brother Pure suddenly felt heroic. He was very grateful to Qin Xiao. If it weren't for Qin Xiao, he would have died long ago. Sometimes, things in the world were just so wonderful. Missing a step would lead to a different outcome. Seeing Brother Pure's gains, Qin Xiao was naturally overjoyed. His mood became even better. Suddenly, Qin Xiao's mind stirred. Waves of intense thoughts surged forth, allowing Qin Xiao to capture some useful information. Qin Xiao suddenly closed his eyes. Many rays of light poured out of his mind. Chapter 764. Epiphany was something that often happened inadvertently in an instant. The appearance of a flashpoint could make people have an epiphany and understand many things at once. However, this flashpoint was also something that could be encountered but not sought. It was not something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. Some people had worked hard for a lifetime and endless years, but there was no way to take a step forward. Qin Xiao had also practiced the intermediate application of the ultimate sword principle for a long time and had accumulated a lot of experience. When he was in a great mood just now, a flash of light flashed and Qin Xiao suddenly caught something. What was the application? To give a simple example, take a sword. If you don't know any moves and only know how to chop, and so on, then your power will be very weak. What was the application? To use this simple example, the application was a sword art martial technique. Using the sword art martial technique to infinitely amplify the power of the sword. An ordinary sword would become extremely terrifying under the use of a superb sword art martial technique. It could be used to kill gods and demons. This was the principle of the application. It was just that the application of the Great Path was not as simple as ordinary application. The application of the Great Path was the ultimate application of all applications. It was a kind of application of the Great Path itself. It targeted the Great Path, not the sword. In fact, the unique skill was also a kind of application of the Great Path. It was just that the level of application was relatively shallow and could not directly point to the original heart of the Great Path. Such an application seemed to be a little low level. The real application was a kind of application of the original heart of the Great Path. This was the most brilliant application. At this time, in Qin Zhao's mind, it was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Countless thoughts gathered. Under the guidance of these thoughts, the application of the Great Path was at the intermediate level. Again and again, the application of the Great Path was perfected and improved again and again. Quantitative change led to qualitative change. In the end, it exploded like a blowout. 100 Yuan opened Tai, went against the universe, turned back time, and pointed to the original heart of the Great Path. At this moment, Qin Xiao completely understood. A ray of light shone in Qin Zhao's mind. A beam of sword light suddenly shot out from Qin Zhao's body. This sword strike destroyed the heavens and the earth, shook the four seas, and broke the ages and destroyed the mortal world. Brother Pure and the other three were completely dumbfounded when the sword came out. Their bodies stiffened on the spot as if they had been petrified. Everything in the world seemed to have been severed by the sword light. Everything in the world seemed to cease to exist. Even the ancient void was sinking into oblivion. The might of this sword was sufficient to shock the ancient times. The sword pierced through the heavens, and, as the sword descended, hundreds and thousands of white bones were reduced to nothingness. Such a scene caused Brother Pure and the others to be shocked again and again, and incomparable admiration surged in their hearts. "Oh my God!" Qin Shao sheathed her sword and opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear and bright, and a smile finally appeared on her face. "I've finally reached the intermediate level of the ultimate level sword principle. I thought it would take a long time, but I didn't expect to be able to make a breakthrough in one fell swoop here. I've grasped the shining point, and it's like a hot knife cutting through butter. It's so satisfying, haha." Yi Junha had worked hard for 1,000,000 years to reach the intermediate level of the ultimate level sword principle, but he had not been able to take this step. Qin Shao, on the other hand, had reached this step in less than 20,000 years. There were many key factors for a breakthrough. If all of them were correct, success would naturally follow naturally. If one of them was blocked, it would probably take a long time to grind. Such a breakthrough was also a pleasant surprise for Qin Shao. She sighed with emotion in her heart. She did not expect to make a breakthrough inexplicably here. She had worked so hard before, but she could not find the direction. She did not deliberately cultivate here, but she suddenly had an epiphany. Thinking about it, she could not help but sigh. "Haha, Brother Qin Shao, it's really a double blessing for us. You congratulated me just now, and now you want me to congratulate you. Hey, aren't you stingy? Why can't you let me take advantage of you?" Brother Pure joked with a bright smile. Qin Shao was in a good mood and said with a smile, "Yes, you have a great harvest. If I don't make a breakthrough, wouldn't it seem that I'm inferior to you? That would be too embarrassing. After all, I've been suppressing you for so long. It doesn't make sense for you to suddenly make a comeback. Tisk, brother, don't be smug too early. Brother, I've just started. I'll definitely continue to explode in the future. Hee hee, brother, if you don't work harder, you might be overtaken by me soon. Brother, I've obtained the complete inheritance of the sovereign existence. Once I've completely digested it, won't Brother Pure be able to do whatever he wants in this universe? Just thinking about it makes me happy. That's the level Brother Pure should be pursuing," Brother Pure said. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll wait for you to surpass me. But now, there's still a big gap between you and me. If you want to catch up with me, it'll depend on your efforts. But I won't wait for you, and I won't let you. Now, what we're competing in is whether your speed of improvement can catch up with mine." Although the two of them were joking, they were also secretly urging each other. Qin Shao was also using this to stimulate Brother Pure, hoping that he could continue to explode. There was no one in this world who wanted Brother Pure to truly grow up more than Qin Shao, right? In terms of brotherly love, Brother Pure obviously played a pivotal role in Qin Shao's heart. They were brothers who had gone through life and death together, brothers who had grown up together in the Source world. The relationship between the two of them was naturally needless to say. Yao Shiwilian also came over to congratulate. Although her face was full of smiles, she felt a little disappointed in her heart. The more monstrous and heaven-defying Qin Shao was, and the more brilliant he was, the greater the distance between her and Qin Shao. This made her feel that she was less worthy of Qin Shao. It was precisely because of this feeling that Yao Shiwilian had worked so hard to cultivate. She had put in 100 times more effort than she had in the past. Step by step, she had walked step by step in the desolate land. Although her progress was very great, it could be said that Villa Head Yao was very proud of her. In fact, at the beginning, Villa Head Yao didn't have much expectations for Yao Shiwilian. She only thought that it would be enough if she could cultivate to the 4th step of the divine realm. It was indeed a little too difficult for Yao Shiwilian to become a powerful existence. However, Yao Shiwilian surprised Villa Head Yao again and again. She made breakthroughs again and again, created miracles again and again, and transformed again and again. But for Yao Shiwilian, it was still not enough. It was far from enough. She wanted to be worthy of Qin Shao. At the very least, the distance between her and Qin Shao shouldn't be too big, right? This would make her feel inferior and make her feel that she wasn't worthy of Qin Shao. Therefore, her mood was actually a little complicated. Brother Pure had been with Yao Shiwilian for a long time. Naturally, He was very sensitive to Yao Shuoyan's thoughts. He laughed heartily and changed the topic, saying, "Qin Xiao, Shuoyan, I think we should go out. It's really uncomfortable to stay here for so long." Qin Xiao nodded. He also felt the subtle change in Yao Shuoyan's mood. The five of them quickly left. What happened next was incomparably smooth. Not only was it smooth, but Brother Pure also showed off his skills. He attacked again and again. He checked his subordinates and the limits of his strength. It was also a way to train himself. Brother Pure's strength had indeed become a lot stronger all of a sudden. Moreover, he had mastered a supreme grade Great Path. The most surprising thing was that the supreme grade Great Path Brother Pure had mastered was a very rare supreme grade Great Path. It was the Great Path of Reincarnation. Among the 6 supreme grade Great Paths, the Great Path of Reincarnation was the rarest. There were very few people who had mastered it. The Great Path of all things and the Ultimate Path of Sword were more common. More than 90% of the cultivators had mastered these 2 supreme grade Great Paths. The Great Path of Reincarnation was very powerful. It had many strange means. With a palm strike, it could directly create a reincarnation and send everything into the reincarnation. It was indeed terrifying. Now, Brother Pure's palm strike could send a powerful insect life directly into the reincarnation. It was instantly annihilated and couldn't be more dead. In other words, Brother Pure now had the strength to kill ordinary powerful figures. This was definitely the standard of the Earth Roll. Brother Pure, who had received the complete inheritance of the Sovereign, had indeed undergone a tremendous change in his strength. He had become countless times stronger. If it wasn't for the fact that he was Brother Pure, no one would believe it. In just 1,000 years, he could have such a huge improvement. It was too incredible. Such a fortuitous encounter was probably as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns in the long history of the universe. There were only a few examples of it. The journey was very smooth. The 5 of them didn't spend too much time and found the exit. They finally walked out of the world of the gate of all realms. After breathing the air outside again and feeling the aura outside, Brother Pure looked as if he had been reborn. He had a satisfied look on his face. It could even be said that he was flushed with success. Brother Pure was indeed like this. The ultimate path of sword had broken through to the intermediate level. Qin Zhao's clone was also ready to come out and fight Shiri the Great. As for Qin Xiao, he returned to the 9 provinces continent with everyone. As for Brother Pure, he didn't return to the 9 provinces continent. Instead, he continued to gain experience in the territory of the Divine Palace in the Desolate Land. What he needed now was to digest the inheritance he had received during the experience. He needed to quickly improve himself and increase his strength to a more powerful level. Although he now had the strength to enter the Earth Roll, Brother Pure felt that it wasn't enough. It was meaningless to just enter the Earth Roll and be ranked at the bottom. What he needed was a position on the Earth Roll. Once he made a sound, it would be amazing. Only by doing this could he shock Exquisite Fairy. Only by doing this could he give Taiyu Xuanzi a resounding slap in the face. He could prove himself with his strength and tell him that he was not qualified to compete with him for Exquisite Fairy. In order to achieve this goal, Brother Pure had to be ruthless. He had to endure it for now. He had to accumulate enough strength and make a sound that belonged to him. This was Brother Pure's little ambition. He wanted to capture the heart of a woman. P.S. It's the end of the month. I'm begging for a wave of flowers. It will be a waste if I don't send them. Chapter 765. In the ancient divine palace of Mount Skybridge in the wild little universe. Qin Xiao, Yi Juanhe, Lord Danshun, Empyrean God Violet's Word, Tao Lord Fujio, and Empyrean God Dragon. The 6 of them were trapped within the primordial divine palace. More than 30,000 years had passed since Qin Xiao and the others had entered. Tao Lord Fujio and Heavenly God Longxiu were already in despair. They didn't focus on cultivation, as it was meaningless to them. Therefore, they spent most of their time having fun. Of course, it wasn't easy to have fun in such a narrow space. Although Lord Danshan and Heavenly God Purple Sword were also cultivating, they couldn't put all their energy into it. They also felt that their chances of getting out were too slim. On the other hand, Qin Shao and Yi Junhe were cultivating with all their might. From time to time, they would spar with each other or find Dao Lord Fu Jio to spar with. On this day, Qin Shao gathered everyone and announced that they could get out. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone was stunned. It took them a long time to react. Yi Junhe hadn't received the news before. He was suddenly summoned by Qin Shao and learned that Qin Shao was confident that they could get out. Ahem, Qin Shao, are you sure? Lord Danshan couldn't help but ask worriedly. Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled. You've known me for so long. When have you ever seen me unreliable? If I wasn't certain, why would I say that? It wasn't that Lord Danshan didn't trust Qin Shao. It was just that this matter was too unbelievable. It had only been 30,000 years, but Qin Zhao's strength had already grown to the point where he could fight Emperor Shi Rui. Shi Rui was an existence whose strength was very close to the Heaven Roll. It could even be said that he was half a step into the Heaven Roll. Dao Lord Fu Jio and Heavenly God Long Qiu looked at each other. In their opinion, this was something that was impossible. Inside the Sacred Sky Mountain, one's cultivation base was completely suppressed, making it impossible for one to reach the Dao integration stage and become a mighty figure. If he couldn't raise his cultivation level, then it was simply unimaginable for a fourth-step heavenly god to defeat an existence close to the heaven ranking. It was completely impossible. At least in the small universe of the Manu, there was absolutely no such possibility. In the records of ancient history, there had never been such a precedent. Therefore, they had long despaired, and their hearts had died. But now, Qin Shao seemed to be giving them some hope. Naturally, they found it hard to believe. Qin Shao could tell that Dao Lord Fu Jio and Empyrean God Long Qiu were hesitant. Dao Lord Fu Jio, Empyrean God Long Qiu, we might be strangers, but it's fate that brought us together. After 30,000 years of interaction, everyone was still quite amiable. If you trust me, then enter my inner world first. I will go out and deal with great Emperor Shi Rui. If I win, we'll all be able to get out of here alive and unharmed. If I lose, then we'll both die. Of course, I don't dare say that with absolute certainty. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. If you believe me, then I will take you with me. If you are worried that I will lose, then we will take our leave. Qin Shao didn't need to ask Yi Junhe and the other two. If even they didn't believe him, then it could only mean that he was not a good friend. Empyrean God Long Qiu hesitated for a moment, then said, Forget it. Qin Shao, I will go with you. My time is near anyway. I won't be able to drag out my last breath here for long. Since you are so confident, then you must have some confidence. If I go with you, my chances of survival will be higher. Actually, I don't care anymore. I don't have many years left to live. It doesn't matter whether I get out or not. But if I can return to my hometown before I die, then I will have fulfilled one of my long-cherished wishes. Empyrean God Long Qiu agreed. Dao Lord Fu Jio hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Qin Shao, I will go with you as well. I don't have any chance of getting out of here anyway. Rather than be trapped here for eternity, I might as well fight it out with you. If I can make it out of here, I'll have an extra source of power to rely on. Dao Lord Fu Jio was only a clone trapped here, so he didn't care too much. He'd been trapped here for so long that he was already numb to it. If there was a chance to get out, then he would give it a try. Things like this were hard to come by. Since everyone had come to an agreement, Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He pulled everyone into his internal world. His eyes grew cold, and his steps were resolute. He took a step forward and left the minor world. Whoosh! After passing through the barrier, Qin Shao walked out of the minor world. As soon as Qin Shao walked out, a group of figures quickly appeared and surrounded him. A towering figure walked out of the void. It was none other than Emperor Shiri. Roar! The chaos beast sensed Qin Zhao's presence and let out a roar. The roar came from deep underground, not far from where Qin Shao was. It seemed the chaos beast had been imprisoned by Emperor Shiri, who knew how much torture it had suffered over the years. When he thought of this, Qin Zhao's fury surged. The ancient beast of chaos had recognized him as its master, and he could feel that they were connected by blood and flesh. How could he allow others to bully his spirit beast? Great Emperor Shi Rui looked at Qin Zhao with a playful expression. His face was cold and gloomy. God realm brat, it's only been 30,000 years, and you dare to come out? And you're the only one? Qin Zhao clasped his hands behind his back and stared coldly at Emperor Shiri. I alone am enough to deal with you. Emperor Shiri sneered at his words. Kid, you're really arrogant. You don't know what you're talking about. Last time, if it weren't for the Chaos Beast covering your retreat, you would have died by my hands. How do you talk so big now? Aren't you afraid of biting off your tongue? I haven't seen you for 30,000 years. I'm no longer an ignorant person. Emperor Shiri, take this. Qin Zhao didn't waste any more time and charged at Emperor Shiri. He moved and entered the ethereal world. After entering the ethereal world, he attacked from the inside. Emperor Shiri's eyes lit up. Oh, you've entered the ethereal realm completely. It seems you've improved a lot in 30,000 years. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, do you really think that you can fight me with just this? Naive. You're really too naive. Shirwei Great Emperor made his move unhurriedly as he joked. As soon as he made his move, heaven and earth were sealed. The firmament of the universe suddenly dimmed, the four seas sank, and everything in the heavens was imprisoned. At this moment, everything was completely still. The space was as hard as a rock. Even Qin Zhao, who was walking in the ethereal realm, was greatly affected. His movements were no longer as free as before. He felt like he had fallen into a swamp. Fortunately, he was walking in the ethereal realm. If he was in the real world, it would be even more terrifying. A dark spear appeared in Shiri Emperor's hand. It was glowing with an eerie light that could frighten one's soul. The black spear stabbed into the void, and endless terrifying power burst out from the tip of the spear. It spewed out like a volcanic eruption and quickly spread in all directions. It directly shattered the void and formed a vacuum zone. This feeling was as if a hole had been pierced through the universe. It was really scary just looking at it. The black spear was extremely fast, and it could even enter the ethereal realm. Although its power was suppressed, it was still endlessly terrifying. Emperor Shiri's strength was indeed not much weaker than Nether Ancestor Yushan. Qin Zhao naturally knew that there was no way to deal with Emperor Shiri by relying on his ethereal realm true body, but this was not his means. Qin Zhao's eyes turned cold. The divine sword in his hand slashed out, and the mountain river sword scripture was pushed to the limit. Although it was still the improved first move of the mountain river sword scripture, Qin Zhao's ultimate sword Dao had already broken through to the intermediate level. Therefore, when he used the first move again, the power was naturally incomparable. It had increased by more than 10 times. Endless brilliance and endless sword qi formed an ocean. Inch by inch, it was unstoppable. Everything in the world was in the brilliance of the sword qi. Under the attack of the sword qi, Emperor Shiri's spear was defeated. All the power was crushed by the sea of sword qi. What? How could this be? Shiri the Great's expression finally changed, and the way he looked at Qin Zhao had completely changed. How is this possible? Was this the intermediate level of ultimate sword principle? Emperor Shiri's eyes widened when he thought of this possibility. His face was full of disbelief. It turned out to be the intermediate level of ultimate sword principle. Emperor Shiri had lived for so long and worked so hard for so long, but he was still unable to reach the intermediate level of Dao. However, this kid in front of him who was less than 60,000 years old had reached this level. This kid was still very weak 30,000 years ago, but in just 30,000 years, this kid's strength had increased to such a level. Terrifying, it was indeed too terrifying. Thinking about it, he felt that it was a very incredible thing. Under Qin Zhao's sword momentum, Emperor Shiri was also forced to retreat. His expression became a little interesting. Looking at Emperor Shiri's ugly expression, Qin Zhao felt a burst of joy and couldn't help but sneer. What's wrong, Emperor Shiri? Didn't you just say that I was talking nonsense? Didn't you say that I was going to sprain my tongue? Now it seems that I won't be able to sprain my tongue, but I'm afraid that your tongue will sprain, right? Didn't you want to bully me? I'm just afraid that you don't have the strength to do so. Shiri Emperor almost spat out a mouthful of blood, but he couldn't refute it. Because it was true, he really couldn't do anything to Qin Shao now. If they really fought, he might be the one who suffered in the end. Chapter 766. Qin Shao. Shiri Great Emperor finally spoke again. I admit that I underestimated you. With your current strength, I really can't do anything to you. I really didn't expect that there would be such a heaven-defying genius in the divine realm. At such a young age, you can actually reach the intermediate level of the Great Tao. It's simply incredible and unimaginable. The speed of your growth has indeed greatly exceeded my expectations. I thought that no one could get out of my hands alive, but you are an exception. Let's stop here, you can go. Hearing that Shiri Great Emperor was finally willing to admit defeat, Qin Shao was slightly happy in his heart, but this was also completely within his expectations. The intermediate level of the ultimate sword principle in hand gave Qin Shao full confidence. Qin Shao was very clear about his strength and was definitely not inferior to Shiri Great Emperor. Therefore, from the beginning of this battle, Qin Shao was full of confidence and knew that it was a battle that he would definitely win. The most important thing was that the two of them were not fighting to the death, and it was not a situation where one of them had to die. As long as Shiri Great Emperor took a step back, it would be fine. He believed that Shiri Great Emperor would definitely not really fight Qin Shao to the death over such a small matter. That would not be good for either of them. Knowing that was one thing, but hearing Shiri Great Emperor's concession, Qin Shao secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had also imagined a series of possible situations, including that Shiri Great Emperor was determined to fight to the death with him. In that case, he was afraid that it would end with both sides suffering losses. Fortunately, Shiri Great Emperor was not so crazy that he took the initiative to admit defeat so quickly. Shiri Great Emperor took the initiative to admit defeat, and Qin Shao also said, "What about my spiritual beast?" Shiri Great Emperor said, "Since it's your spiritual beast, it's naturally yours. You can take it away. It's just that I've tortured it a lot. Take it away, I'll definitely take it away, but not so easily," Qin Shao said coldly. Hearing this, Great Emperor Shi Rui's expression suddenly turned cold. His eyes flashed with anger as he said, "What? Do you mean that you won't stop here?" "Humph, Qin Shao, don't think that I'm afraid of you. Although your strength is indeed not bad, and you can wrestle with this great emperor, it does not mean that you can eat this great emperor. If you really want to fight, you won't be able to gain any advantage. Now that I'm letting you go, what other thoughts do you have?" Qin Shao laughed and said, "Great Emperor Shi Rui, you make it sound so easy. But if it were you, would you say it's so easily? Since that bastard ancient beast has recognized me as its master, it is naturally one of my people. Naturally, I have to take care of and protect my people. You've tortured it for 30,000 years and made it suffer all kinds of pain. Now you want to wash your hands clean of all this? How can there be such a convenient thing? I see the chaos ancient beast as my own limbs. You hurt my limbs, and you want to let it go so easily? Humph, Great Emperor Shi Rui, do you really think that I, Qin Shao, am a pushover? That I can be trampled on by you without daring to say anything? If I didn't have the strength in the past, I wouldn't have said anything. But now that I have the strength, I can tell you that it's impossible for you to control me like this." Great Emperor Shi Rui's face suddenly turned gloomy. He stared fiercely at Qin Shao and said, "Then what do you want? Since ancient times, the winner is king while the loser is in the wrong. Naturally, this great emperor will torture the prisoners who have fallen into this great emperor's hands. If you're not happy, then I'll change my mind today. I won't let go of your chaos ancient beast. What can you do to me? Don't be so shameless. Do you really think that you can be so arrogant just because you have some strength? Humph, if I really want to fight you, you may not be able to do anything to me. Besides, I've been running this place for countless years, and I have many subordinates. How can I let you take advantage of me? Qin Shao, I'll give you one last chance. If you know what's good for you, take your Chaos Ancient Beast and get out of my sight right now. If you don't know what's good for you, then you can try. Let's see if you have the ability to do anything to me. Great Emperor Shi Rui was completely enraged. The atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Great Emperor Shi Rui was an arrogant man. At his level, no one dared to provoke him. But today, Qin Shao dared to point at his nose and embarrass him. Qin Zhao's eyes were incomparably cold. He had expected the situation to turn out this way. Great Emperor Shi Rui, since you want to fight, then let's fight. Great Emperor Shi Rui, use whatever means you have. I'd like to see how capable your subordinates are and whether they can withstand my attacks. Qin Shao pointed his finger in front of Great Emperor Shi Rui and shouted coldly. His battle intent was soaring, and there was no room for doubt. If he wanted to fight, then let's fight. Qin Shao would not back down at all. However, when Qin Shao said that he wanted to fight, Great Emperor Shi Rui's expression turned ugly once again. His brows were deeply furrowed. Clearly, Great Emperor Shi Rui did not want to fight and did not want to fight. Great Emperor Shi Rui was not a fool. He naturally knew the situation in front of him. It was already difficult for him to deal with Qin Shao one-on-one. There was no way he could take care of the others. Clearly, Qin Shao also had Yi Juanhe and Daolord Fuju by his side. The two of them were definitely terrifyingly powerful, and they were definitely comparable to major powers in terms of combat prowess. As for Lord Dan Shun, Heavenly God Long Xiao, and Heavenly God Purple Sword, they were also extremely powerful. Heavenly God Long Xiao, in particular, was at the same level as Lord Dan Shun. If Yi Juanhe and the other four came out together, they would be a great help. The five of them did not need to help Qin Shao deal with Great Emperor Shi Rui. They could totally deal with Great Emperor Shi Rui's subordinates. Great Emperor Shi Rui's subordinates would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks of Yi Juanhe and the others. Moreover, Yi Juanhe and the others could also rescue the chaotic ancient beast directly. There was no need for Great Emperor Shi Rui to let it go. Great Emperor Shi Rui had thought of this. It was also because of this that he took the initiative to show weakness to Qin Shao. He hoped that Qin Shao would stop and let this matter go. However, he did not expect Qin Shao to be so domineering as to seek justice for his chaotic ancient beast. This made Great Emperor Shi Rui want to vomit blood. However, no matter how angry he was, he still showed weakness after weighing the pros and cons. He gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want?" Qin Shao had expected Great Emperor Shi Rui to show weakness. It could only be said that Great Emperor Shi Rui was a smart person who knew how to make a wise choice. If they really wanted to fight to the death, Qin Shao was confident that he could kill all of Great Emperor Shi Rui's subordinates. Great Emperor Shi Rui could not afford to pay such a price. He did not want to see that happen. Therefore, Great Emperor Shi Rui could only choose to show weakness and make some concessions. Qin Shao did not hold back and said directly, "What I want is very simple. Great Emperor Shi Rui, you just need to agree to two of my conditions. First, you have to apologize to me. Second, you have to compensate me. The specific compensation is up to you, Great Emperor Shi Rui. At the very least, it has to be acceptable to me. Two conditions, that's simple enough. I, Qin Shao, have always been polite before resorting to force. If you agree, then we can talk about it. If you don't, then there's nothing to talk about." Great Emperor Shi Rui was furious when he heard that. "Humph, it's impossible for me to apologize to you. If it's just compensation, then I can reluctantly agree. Everything else is off the table. Then there's nothing to talk about," Qin Shao said coldly. He waved his hand and released Yi Juanhe and the other four. Qin Shao did not hesitate and directly attacked Great Emperor Shi Rui. Great Emperor Shi Rui did not expect Qin Shao to be so decisive. He actually dared to attack. Damn it, what a lunatic. "You're courting death. You're courting death." Great Emperor Shi Rui was furious. He roared and attacked madly. Qin Shao used the 7-star sword and the Mountain River sword scripture in turns. He also had the Mirage avatar and used his heart force to disturb Great Emperor Shi Rui from time to time. He could completely suppress Great Emperor Shi Rui. Although Qin Shao could not gain any advantage in a short period of time, Great Emperor Shi Rui still felt very uncomfortable. He felt like he could not turn the situation around and was constantly suppressed. No matter what methods Shirwei Great Emperor used, no matter how crazy he was, it was to no avail. On the other side, Yi Juanhe and the other 4 also attacked. They were dealing with Great Emperor Shi Rui's subordinates. Those subordinates were no match for Yi Juanhe and the others. They were naturally killed one by one. When Yi Juanhe and Daolord Fu Jiu joined forces, they were unstoppable and unstoppable. Seeing his subordinates die one by one, Great Emperor Shi Rui was really anxious. The situation was really going to be this bad. He desperately wanted to beat Qin Shao back, but he failed again and again. He was suppressed by Qin Shao again and again. This made Great Emperor Shi Rui extremely uncomfortable. He shouted anxiously, "Stop! All of you stop!" However, Yi Juanhe and the others obviously ignored Great Emperor Shi Rui and continued to kill. Qin Shao sneered, "You want me to stop now? Isn't it a little too late?" Great Emperor Shi Rui was furious. He lowered his body and trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Shao, tell them to stop. I agree to your previous conditions. Stop now." "Haha, now you agree? What were you doing before? However, I'm very sorry. I can't accept such a condition now." Qin Shao retorted with a mocking laugh. Great Emperor Shi Rui's expression was extremely ugly. "Then what do you want?" "Nothing. I just want to tell you that if you make a mistake, you will definitely be punished. Now, I want to use my own way to get back at you. So, all of your subordinates must die. After killing them, I will naturally leave." Qin Shao said coldly. Sherry the Great's expression was extremely ferocious and crazy. He had completely entered a state of madness. "How dare you? How dare you? You're courting death. Courting death. I'm going to kill you. Kill you." However, Great Emperor Shi Rui didn't have the strength to kill Qin Shao, so he could only watch all of this happen, as Qin Shao said. Chapter 767. Emperor Shirwei went berserk again and again, but like a trapped beast, he had no power to fight back. All he could do was watch his subordinates and his countless years of work slowly being destroyed. In the end, all of his subordinates were killed, and his countless years of accumulation were destroyed in a single day. After rescuing the Chaos Beast, Qin Shao and the others waved their hands and left. Only Shiri Great Emperor was left behind. Everyone was in a good mood after leaving the ancient divine palace, especially Daolord Fu Jiu and Empyrean god Long Xiu, who had been trapped for hundreds of millions of years. They felt as if they could finally see the light of day again. Haha, I never thought I'd be able to walk out alive one day. My time is almost up, but how can I be willing to die just like that? Becoming an almighty is what I should be pursuing. Empyrean god Long Xiu laughed heartily. His heart was brimming with a sense of heroism and ambition. As long as he could leave the ancient divine mountain, he would have a chance of reaching the Tao unification stage. His true body had been confident of reaching the Tao unification stage all those years ago, but he had been ambushed at the last moment and died a violent death. His clone had been trapped for so many years, which made him even more ambitious. Daolord Fu Jiu said, "Long Xiu, you've been honing your temperament for so many years. Given your potential, your chances of reaching the Tao unification stage are very high. We'll wait for your good news." Long Xiu cupped his hands. "Thank you for your kind words, Brother Fu Jiu. If I can reach the Tao unification stage and become an almighty, I'll pay you a visit immediately. However, we need to thank Brother Qin Shao the most. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been able to walk out of the ancient divine palace. Our lives are Qin Shao's now." Daolord Fu Jiu nodded. "Yes, we owe Qin Shao our lives." Celestial God Long Xiu said, "Brother Qin Shao, my life is yours from now on. If there's anything you need me for, just say the word. Whether it's climbing a mountain of swords or plunging into a sea of flames, I won't even frown. As long as I can walk out of the Shanyu deity palace, my wish will be fulfilled. Qin Shao laughed heartily and said, Long Qiu, Tao Lord Fujio, don't be so courteous. It's nothing much. If we need your help in the wild little universe, I won't hesitate to ask for your help. However, to us, the savage little universe is just a place we pass by. After we are done, we will leave the manly universe. I'm afraid we won't have a chance to meet again. This parting would be an eternal farewell. In the small universe, unless the master of the small universe personally let someone out, no one could leave the small universe. Of course, Qin Shao and the others were a little special. They were not from Man-Yu's small universe, so they would not be restricted by this small universe. Moreover, when the time came, there would be a sovereign who would lead them away. Otherwise, with their own strength, it was naturally impossible for them to leave Man-Yu's small universe. Tao Lord Fujio said, I've been trapped on Mountain Soaring God for countless years. The 8th district is my limit. I have no interest in going to the 9th district, so I'll take my leave. When Brother Qin Shao and the others leave Mountain Soaring God, I'll treat you well. See you again. With that, Tao Lord Fujio crushed his Mountain Soaring God token. The laws of Mountain Soaring God could sense it and directly teleported Tao Lord Fujio out of Mountain Soaring God. If he wanted to leave Mountain Soaring God, he only needed to crush his Mountain Soaring God token. Heavenly God, Long Qiu laughed heartily and said, Haha, I wanted to stay a little longer. Since Brother Fujio has left, I won't stay any longer. Wait for me, Brother Fujio. With that, Heavenly God Long Qiu crushed his Mountain Soaring God token and left Mountain Soaring God. Heavenly God, Purple Sword, now knew the identity of Qin Shao and the others. He did not expect the 3 of them to be guests from the divine world. No wonder they were so heaven-defying. It was simply unbelievable. If he had not followed Qin Shao and the others, he would have been forced to leave Mountain Soaring God a long time ago. Heavenly God Purple Sword had no intention of leaving. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, Let's go. Qin Shao and the others came here to seek the great opportunities in Mountain Soaring God. The 9th district of Mountain Soaring God. The real fortuitous encounters would begin in Division 7. There were not many fortuitous encounters in Division 7. However, if one was lucky, one might be able to obtain a legacy of a lost skill, a powerful Tao item, or even a universe wonder. In the 8th district, if one was lucky enough, one might be able to obtain a top-tier absolute art inheritance. It might even be the complete inheritance of an almighty. Of course, there were opportunities, but whether or not one could obtain them depended on one's fortune, luck, and strength. When the opportunity came, if you didn't have the strength to grab it, it would be useless. The 9th district was a legend. No one from the savage world had ever entered the 9th district. No one knew what the 9th district was like. Qin Shao and the others passed through the 8th district. Qin Shao and the others were not interested in the opportunities in the 8th district. They did not care about top-tier absolute arts. Their ultimate goal was the 9th district. Look, it's the purple-eyed Beast King and the others. Lord Danshan raised his eyebrows and pointed ahead. Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe also saw the purple-eyed Beast King and the others in front of the abyss. Qin Shao and the others had not seen the purple-eyed Beast King and the others since the last time they were tricked by them. Now, they finally saw them again. Clearly, they were not able to enter the 9th district. They were blocked in front of the final test. Seeing the purple-eyed Beast King and the others, Qin Shao and the others were naturally enraged. Previously in the nascent origin world, Qin Shao and the others had a huge fight with the purple-eyed Beast King and the others. If Qin Zhao's strength had not increased greatly and turned the tide, the 3 of them would have suffered a great loss at the hands of the purple-eyed Beast King and the others. Later, in order to enter the small universe, the 2 groups began to work together. However, once they entered the small universe, they were tricked by the purple-eyed Beast King and the others. This made Qin Shao and the others very angry. Now that they saw each other again, it was naturally like meeting an enemy. Their eyes were exceptionally red. The purple-eyed Beast King and the others also saw Qin Shao and the others. A strong smell of gunpowder also surged in the air. Yi Junhe, looks like your speed is not slow. Even you have made it here. It seems that I have underestimated you. The purple-eyed Beast King's words were provocative and sarcastic. Qin Shao and the others had been trapped in the ancient divine palace for 20 to 30,000 years. In fact, their speed was already very slow. Fortunately, the purple-eyed Beast King and the others were also trapped here and could not enter the 9th region. Yi Junhe said coldly, I don't see how fast you can be. Haven't you also stopped here? Do you have the nerve to mock us? The purple-eyed Beast King sneered. All right, I don't want to quarrel with you today. Now that we are on the same side, the ultimate test of the 9th region is very difficult. How about we cooperate again? Let's enter the 9th region first. Once we enter the 9th region, it will depend on our own abilities. Lord Danshan was so angry that he said angrily, Purple-eyed Beast King, do you think we will fall for your trick again? Do you think we will cooperate with a despicable and insidious person like you? Humph, stop dreaming. You can't pass the ultimate test, but that doesn't mean we can't. You want to use us to enter District 9? That's impossible. Lord Danshan, you're not very strong, but you have quite the temper. The purple-eyed Beast King's eerie eyes swept over and sneered. You have no right to say whether we cooperate or not. Those who don't have strength should shut up. Don't make a fool of yourself. Yi Junhe, what do you say? The purple-eyed Beast King and the others saw Yi Junhe as the leader of Qin Zhao's group. Yi Junhe said coldly, We 3 brothers are as close as brothers. Lord Danshan's words are my words. Cooperate? Dream on. The purple-eyed Beast King frowned deeply and shook his head. Yi Junhe, I didn't expect you to be so impulsive. Don't be too impulsive. There are no eternal friends in this world, nor are there eternal enemies. There is no need for us to fight to the death. It's just that we have different masters and paths to follow. We've worked so hard for so many years and still can't get through. Don't tell me the 3 of you can. With our strength alone, none of us will be able to pass through. So, the best way is for us to cooperate. That's the only way we can get into the 9th region. We're here for the 9th region. If we can't get in, we won't be able to report back to our superiors. What's the point of fighting for a moment? Qin Shao, who had been silent all this while, finally opened his mouth. The corners of his mouth were lifted into a cold smile. A rich, murderous aura flickered in his eyes. It's time to settle the score from before. The purple-eyed Beast King frowned again at Qin Zhao's words. His eerie eyes stared at Qin Shao. What, you want to fight us? You couldn't take advantage of us last time. Do you think you could do it this time? Go ahead and try, Qin Shao said coldly. With a swoosh, he disappeared from the spot and entered the ethereal extent, charging towards the purple-eyed Beast King and the others. How dare you? The purple-eyed Beast King was also furious. He roared, Qin Shao, do you want to die? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The purple-eyed Beast King's eerie eyes flashed with a terrifying, eerie light. This eerie light seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens and earth, intimidate the ancient times, and suppress the heavens. The purple-eyed Beast King was ranked 5th on the Earth ranking. His strength was needless to say. His purple eyes, in particular, were terrifying to the extreme. They could intimidate the heavens and suppress the earth. They could seal the 9 underworld from afar and suppress gods and demons from close range. As soon as the purple-eyed Beast King appeared, the heavens and earth submitted to it. Purple Sword was so scared that he almost knelt down. What a terrifying purple-eyed Beast King. What a terrifying demonic art. What a powerful ultimate technique. However, Qin Shao walked in ethereal extent. He pushed the 7-star sword to the extreme and displayed the intermediate level of the ultimate sword principle. The power of the sword principle was beyond a level. Rays of sword light shot out, illuminating the 9 heavens and shocking the ancient times. They cut through everything in the void with supreme power. Nothing could stop them, and they turned into dust. Chapter 768. What? The purple-eyed monster king and the other four were shocked when they sensed the power of Qin Zhao's sword. Intermediate application of the ultimate sword principle. Such a situation truly stunned the five people. They looked at Qin Zhao incredulously, unable to believe what they were seeing. However, they had no choice but to believe the facts in front of them. How many years had it been? It had only been 30,000 years since their last meeting. In such a short time, Qin Zhao's strength had increased to such a terrifying level. He had even cultivated the intermediate application of the ultimate sword principle. Wasn't this too terrifying? Those who could reach their level of strength were all peerless geniuses. Which one of them wasn't arrogant? However, when compared to Qin Zhao, they were really greatly stimulated. They instantly felt that their talent was really a little shameful. The intermediate application of the great Tao was something that only a fourth-step divine god could master. It was absolutely rare in the entire universe. It could even be said that in the long history of the universe, those who could do it were extremely rare. Take the current situation, for example. On the Earth list, only Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayong had reached this level. Qin Zhao was the third fourth-step divine god to reach the intermediate application of the great Tao. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayong were completely different. No one would compare the two of them. That would be looking for trouble. Under Qin Zhao's sword momentum, the purple-eyed Monster King was completely unstoppable. The purple-eyed Monster King couldn't resist the power of Qin Zhao's sword momentum. He was beaten back again and again by Qin Zhao. He looked a little battered and exhausted. He almost lost the power to fight back. The intermediate application of the ultimate sword principle was really too powerful. No matter what the purple-eyed Monster King used, he collapsed under the absolute sword momentum. He couldn't withstand a single blow. This was the crushing effect brought about by absolute power. It was an absolute crushing effect. The advantage of the realm level was also vividly displayed at this time. After being beaten back again and again, the purple-eyed Demon King had lost his former vigor. He no longer had the supreme prestige of being ranked 5th on the Earth rankings. At this time, the purple-eyed Demon King's expression was gloomy and ugly. He was in a sorry state, and his arrogance had been shattered. He looked at Qin Zhao with eyes full of resentment. I didn't expect that in a short 30,000 years, your strength would rise to such a level. No wonder the Temple of the Desolate Land said that you have the potential to become the second Master Qingye. It seems like they were right. Qin Zhao chuckled. Should I be happy to receive such praise from the purple-eyed demon monarch? Purple-eyed Demon King, you toyed with us and wanted to kill us. Today it's time to settle the score. The purple-eyed Demon King's face turned ugly once more. He said, do you really want to fall out with us? I admit that I have underestimated you. We can mind our own business. If you have the ability to pass this ultimate test, then you have the ability. If you can't pass, then it won't be too late to talk about cooperation, right? If we can't enter the 9th region, then none of US will get any benefits. Now, if you want to fight with us and fight to the death, you may not be able to gain much of an advantage. The purple-eyed Demon King's words were not without a hint of weakness. However, although he was not as strong as Qin Zhao, he was not that afraid. At least in front of Qin Zhao, he still had the ability to protect himself. Qin Zhao sneered. What you can't do doesn't mean that we can't do it. Even if we can't do it, we won't seek cooperation with you. We can't pretend to cater to those who have deceived us. The only thing we can do is to hit back with our fists. So, today we can only solve the problem with our fists, no words, and no cooperation. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the purple-eyed Demon King's frown deepened. Are you crazy? Is it necessary to do this? What good will it do you to fight us to the death? Do you really think you can defeat us? Humph! Qin Zhao, don't overestimate yourself. Don't ruin your journey to the small universe with your pride. Juanhe, do it! Qin Zhao did not hesitate and sent a voice transmission to Yi Juanhe. As for Lord Danshan and God Purple Sword, they were still slightly weaker and could not be of much help. Therefore, Qin Zhao did not ask Lord Danshan to join forces with them. If Lord Danshan and God Purple Sword joined forces, it would not be a problem to stop one of them. Yi Juanhe charged towards the purple-eyed Demon King. Sensing Yi Juanhe's intention, Silver-Haired Lamia, Lord Crimson Demon, Corrupted Demon King, and Thousand Illusions Demon Lord rushed over at the same time. They wanted to stop Yi Juanhe and prevent Yi Juanhe and Qin Shao from joining forces to deal with the purple-eyed Demon King. With the purple-eyed Demon King's strength, it was still possible for him to stop either Qin Shao or Yi Juanhe. However, if the two of them joined forces, he would not be able to stop them. There was a real possibility that he would be killed by the two of them. Therefore, the purple-eyed Demon King did not dare to be careless. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Silver-Haired Lamia and the others, asking them to rush forward and stop Yi Juanhe. Yi Juanhe's strength had improved a lot over the years. Although he had not reached the intermediate level of the Great Tao, he had improved a lot in terms of absolute art. Silver-Haired Lamia, you guys tried to deal with me one by one in the past. Today, it's time to pay you back. Qin Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. He turned around and attacked the four of them. Qin Shao walked in the mirage. Although Silver-Haired Lamia and the others could vaguely capture Qin Zhao's aura, it was very difficult to deal with Qin Shao through the mirage. Qin Shao silently came out from behind the corrupted demon monarch. A peerless nether edge shot out, peerless and unparalleled. Not good. The corrupted Demon King's expression changed drastically. He desperately retreated, but how could he escape from Qin Zhao's sword? His heart force surged out in a formless manner, directly suppressing the corrupted Demon King. Puff! Rays of cold sword light pierced through the corrupted Demon King's body. Immediately, the corrupted Demon King was riddled with holes. His recovery power was completely devoured and annihilated. Boom! In a head-on confrontation, the corrupted Demon King died under Qin Zhao's sword. The peerless genius who was ranked 57th on the Earth list was killed just like that. It was really frightening to watch. Amazing, my brother. Lord Danshan knew that Qin Shao was very strong. However, seeing Qin Shao kill the corrupted Demon King in a single move, the shock was indescribable. It made Lord Danshan excited. Experience, this is really too much. Qin Zhao's strength should be ranked 3rd on the Earth list now. What? The corrupted Demon King is dead? He was killed in an instant? The silver-haired Lamia and the others felt very uncomfortable. It was very difficult for them to accept this fact. The purple-eyed Demon King was entangled with Yi Juanhe. Although Yi Juanhe's strength was not enough to gain an advantage, the purple-eyed Demon King could not do anything to Yi Juanhe. The two of them were almost at the same level now. In just 30,000 years, Yi Juanhe's strength had improved a lot. This situation made the purple-eyed Demon King feel very uncomfortable. It was too uncomfortable. After killing the corrupted Demon King, Qin Shao fixed his eyes on the Thousand Illusions Demon Lord. He was the weakest of the 5, but his illusory techniques were very impressive. Qin Shao walked in a mirage and suddenly killed the Thousand Illusions Demon Lord. The Thousand Illusions Demon Lord was also shocked and reacted. He waved his hands and cast illusory techniques, causing the scene in front of Qin Shao to change rapidly. The world overlapped again and again, blocking in front of Qin Shao. Mountains and rivers, the sun and moon, the vast expanse, the earth, the city, the starry sky, and even the gods that filled the sky. However, these illusory techniques did not affect Qin Shao at all. Qin Shao saw through them with a glance and shattered everything. The sword in his hand came slashing over. With an unparalleled brilliance and the power of the heavens, everything in the world fell into oblivion. Time stopped and the void shattered. No, no, no. Block it. Block it. The Thousand Illusions Demon Lord was terrified. He threw out treasures one after another in an attempt to block Qin Shao. However, he soon realized in despair that he could not block it at all. His treasures could not do anything to Qin Shao, who was walking in the mirage. They could not block the shocking sword at all. This sword strike was too powerful. The intermediate level of the ultimate sword principle was one level higher than them. One was in the sky, while the other was on the ground. Puffed. The Thousand Illusions Demon Lord could not block Qin Zhao's sword. He was forced to retreat. He held on for half a breath's time, but he still died under Qin Zhao's sword. The Demon Lord, who was ranked 87th on the Earth list, also died under Qin Zhao's sword. In less than 2 breaths' time, the Purple-Eyed Demon King's side had already lost 2 people. The Purple-Eyed Demon King was extremely angry. He let out an earth-shattering roar. Qin Zhao, you're so ruthless, so ruthless. Have you considered that by doing this, you're openly going against the 3 realms? Do you really think that you have the ability to go against the 3 realms? Qin Zhao sneered indifferently. So what if I go against the 3 realms? I am from the realm of gods. Why should I curry favor with the 3 realms? I, Qin Zhao, never regret what I do. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. When you were arrogant and bullied us, did you ever think that this day would come? Slap! An invisible slap landed heavily on the Purple-Eyed Demon King's face. Yes, they were also arrogant back then. Now that Qin Zhao had slapped them in the face, they were indeed speechless. In this world, fists speak louder. We were not as strong as you, so we were bullied. That was why you could look down on us and toy with us. Now that I have the strength to get back at you, how can I let you go? If you are not strong enough, then you have to accept it. I will kill you and humiliate you. What do you do to me? Slap! Another invisible slap landed heavily on the Purple-Eyed Demon King's and the other 2's faces. Such arrogant words. Such arrogant words. But that was the truth. What could they do to Qin Zhao? Qin Zhao's strength was there for all to see. What could they do? Fists were supreme. This was the unchanging truth, no matter where they went. All right, you are ruthless. We admit defeat today. We won't play with you anymore. Let's go. The Purple-Eyed Demon King gritted his teeth and crushed the mountain-penetrating token. The silver-haired Lamia and His Highness Qi Yao also crushed the mountain-penetrating token. The 3 of them instantly disappeared from MT Soaring. Chapter 769. Ha ha! How delightful! How delightful! Seeing Purple-Eyed Demon King and the other 2 running away, Lord Danshan laughed heartily. He was incomparably delighted. Yi Juanhe and Qin Zhao were equally delighted. Previously, they had suffered great losses at the hands of Purple-Eyed Demon King and the others. Today, they were finally able to get back at them and vent their frustrations. After killing Corrupted Demon King and Thousand Illusions Demon Lord, Qin Zhao's domineering aura was on full display. However, it was normal. After all, Qin Zhao's current strength was enough to contend with Great Emperor Shi Rui. He was almost at the level of the Heaven Roll. What was certain was that Qin Zhao was now ranked 3rd on the Earth Roll. Other than Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang, Qin Zhao was an outstanding 4th-step heavenly god. No one could compare to him. On the other hand, Qin Zhao had only used slightly more than 50,000 years to reach this step. Master Qingye had also used more than 200,000 years to reach this stage when he was young. Qin Zhao's time was only a quarter of Master Qingye's. This monstrous radiance really made people prostrate themselves in admiration, shocking them to the point of prostrating themselves before him. His strength had increased, and so had his state of mind. After killing Purple-Eyed Demon King and the other 4, Qin Zhao quickly calmed down. In fact, there was nothing to be happy about. This matter was originally under Qin Zhao's control. He was fully confident that he could achieve this. He could even resist Great Emperor Shi Rui, let alone Purple-Eyed Demon King and the others. Thinking back to the previous hatred, Qin Zhao felt much more at ease. Seeing Qin Zhao's invincible strength, killing Corrupted Demon King and Thousand Illusions Demon Lord, and forcing Purple-Eyed Demon King to retreat, Yi Juanhe's heart was slightly moved. Speaking of which, Yi Juanhe was definitely a proud person. Among the heavenly gods, Lord Huayang was the only one in the desolate land Divine Palace who could surpass him. The others all followed his lead. It could be said that Yi Juanhe was the leader of the heavenly gods in the desolate land Divine Palace. Yi Juanhe's peerless beauty stood on top of the clouds in a white robe. He was admired by countless disciples of the desolate land, Divine Palace. In the past, Yi Juanhe was a man of few words and rarely interacted with others. Therefore, his high and mighty image was even more vivid. But now, everything was about to change. He, Yi Juanhe, was no longer the high and mighty leader of the godly temple of desolation. Now, this position was going to be given to Qin Shao, and he was sincerely convinced. He had watched Qin Shao grow up step by step and surpass him step by step. It was impossible to say that he had not suffered a blow. However, this was also the motivation for Yi Juanhe to move forward. It made him more persistent. He now wanted to catch up with Qin Shao and make Qin Shao his goal. "Let's go and take a look," said Qin Shao. Everyone nodded and walked to the front of the endless abyss. The abyss was filled with a dark and gloomy fog. It was eerie and frightening. One could smell the aura of death from afar. Obviously, the endless abyss was very scary. It was not easy to break through. If they wanted to enter the 9th district, they had to pass the test here. The final test was to stop the Purple-Eyed Demon King and the other 4. Heavenly God Zijian's heart trembled as he followed Qin Zhao's group. He had witnessed their power and was completely convinced. In front of Qin Zhao's group, he felt as weak as an ant. This kind of power was something he didn't even dare to imagine. Heavenly God Purple Sword had always been extremely arrogant. However, this arrogance had now been completely destroyed. Purple Sword's goal had been to compete with Man Ao Tian, but now he realized that Man Ao Tian was nothing compared to the 3 in front of him. There was always a sky beyond a sky, and a person beyond a person. It was true. After getting to know Qin Shao and the other 2, he felt that his field of vision had expanded by who knew how many times. His vision was no longer limited to this small universe. He knew about the existence of the God Realm, but he had no way of leaving this small universe. He had no way of going to the God Realm. Standing before the endless abyss, a heart-palpitating power surged up. No one dared to approach. Even from afar, they could feel the terror. Once they got close, they would be swallowed up by the endless darkness. What a terrifying feeling. No wonder the Purple-Eyed Monster King and the others couldn't pass through. They had been trapped here for 20 to 30,000 years. Lord Danshan felt it before they even got close. A deep frown appeared on Yi Juanhe's forehead as well. "You're right. The final trial of Godspan Mountain is bound to be extraordinary. If it weren't for that, District 9 wouldn't have become a legend. In the history of this small universe, no one has ever reached District 9. Even the Purple-Eyed Monster King and the others were stopped. It seems like it won't be easy for us to enter District 9. Lord Danshan laughed. "Anyway, I'm just a bystander. I'll leave the troublesome task of passing to you and Qin Shao. I'll just applaud you." "Ha!" Empyrean God Purple Sword opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Lord Red Dust could tell what Empyrean God Purple Sword was thinking. He walked over and patted Empyrean God Purple Sword on the shoulder. "Why are you so hesitant?" Heavenly God Zijian's face turned slightly red. Can I continue to follow you?" Heavenly God Zijian's intention was obvious. He wanted to follow Qin Shao and the others. If Qin Shao and the others could enter District 9, then he could enter District 9 as well. Heavenly God Purple Sword knew his own limits. He knew that it was impossible for him to enter the legendary District 9. However, if he followed Qin Shao and the others, there would be some hope. He was also filled with endless desire to break into the legendary District 9 and see what it was like. Since there was such an opportunity, he naturally wanted to give it a try. Red Dust Lord had already expected Purple Sword to have such thoughts. He curled his lips and said, "I can't make the decision on this matter. However, District 9 is filled with endless dangers. We all came here with the idea that we would definitely die. No one has entered District 9 before, so no one knows what it's like. Besides, this trial is very scary. It's still unknown whether we can pass it." Heavenly God Zijian nodded and said, "I know. I'm not afraid of the danger. I just want to try my luck. The legendary District 9 is a place no one can reach. It's said that there are endless opportunities hidden there. Yi Juanhe glanced at Heavenly God Zijian, but didn't say anything. He didn't want to express his opinion on this matter. Therefore, Heavenly God Zijian also looked at Qin Shao eagerly. He could also see that Qin Shao was the leader of the three. After all, Qin Shao was the strongest. Naturally, the strongest person in a team would be the leader. Qin Shao kept staring at the endless abyss. There was a hint of coldness on his face. He also smelled fear and danger. However, no matter how dangerous or frightening it was, he didn't hesitate. Nothing could stop him from moving forward. Qin Shao's gaze fell on Heavenly God Zijian. Qin Shao didn't have any bad feelings towards Heavenly God Zijian, but he wasn't so good that he would treat Heavenly God Zijian as a friend. Empyrean God Violet's word could be considered a dispensable person. Whatever. Follow us if you want. However, you'll have to bear all the risks. If you die, don't blame us, Qin Shao said casually. He didn't seem to care too much. Heavenly God Zijian looked at Qin Shao gratefully and said, "Thank you. I understand. There's no need to say more about the dangers of District 9. If I die there, I can only blame myself for being inferior. I can't blame anyone. It's a glorious death to be able to enter District 9. Anyway, this is just a clone of mine. It doesn't matter. Who knows? I might even be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter. Even if I can't, I'll just take it as a trip to District 9 to broaden my horizons." Qin Shao shook his head slightly and said, "Don't speak too soon. We may not be able to enter District 9 smoothly. This is the ultimate test. It definitely won't be easy to deal with." "Yes, I understand. If I die in this test, I'll have no regrets." Heavenly God Zijian's face was resolute. He didn't waver in the slightest. Even so, Qin Shao didn't say anything else. To him, bringing one more person wouldn't make much of a difference. Heavenly God Zijian's strength wasn't too weak. If things didn't work out, he could just store him in his internal world. Speaking of which, Heavenly God Zijian was a decent person. "Qin Shao, what do you see?" Yi Juanhe asked. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I can't see anything for now. We haven't triggered the test yet, so it's very calm right now. How about this? Let's send an energy clone in and try." Yi Juanhe nodded and said, "I was thinking the same thing. An energy clone was formed from energy. Even if it was lost, it would only lose some energy. It wouldn't hurt the main body. It was just that the strength of the energy clone would be slightly weaker." However, Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe were just testing the waters, so it didn't matter. Two figures flew out from their bodies and directly charged into the endless dark abyss. As soon as the energy clones of the two descended into the dark abyss, a strange light shot out from the abyss. It was like a storm had arrived, instantly becoming extremely turbulent. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The streaks of eerie light were extremely sharp. They cut through everything and directly shredded Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe's energy clones into pieces. They were killed instantly. After the two energy clones dissipated, the eerie light waterfall receded like the ebbing tide. Yi Juanhe raised his eyebrows and said, "What a powerful force. It won't be easy to stop such a terrifying waterfall attack. And this is just the power that just appeared. The test inside definitely won't be so simple. There must be several tests. I'm afraid we won't be able to find anything just by using our energy clones. We still have to rush in and take a look. Only then will we know how terrifying this test is." However, the purple-eyed Demon King and the other four didn't die in the test. This means that we'll be safe as long as we retreat. Chapter 770. Soon, everyone came to a decision. They had to charge in first. Qin Shao and the other three sorted out their emotions, then charged into the endless abyss. As soon as they entered, they could clearly feel an extremely cold aura surging toward them like a flood, instantly enveloping them. This aura seemed to come from the underworld. It was too frightening. Just this aura alone was enough to cause an ordinary fourth-step heavenly god to collapse. Once the aura surged, it was enough to kill them. Heavenly God Purple Sword was the weakest of the four. In fact, his strength couldn't even enter the Earth ranking. He was only close to the Earth ranking. More or less, he was the average strength of the first island of the desolate land. In the desolate little universe, this kind of strength was monstrous and heaven-defying. But in the realm of the gods, it was nothing. Therefore, as soon as he entered, his entire body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He vigilantly scanned his surroundings, making him feel like retreating. However, his firm belief forced him to endure. He couldn't just retreat like this. Lord Danshan waved his hand and said, "Purple Sword, come between us." Heavenly God, Purple Sword looked at Lord Danshan gratefully. The frightening aura hadn't arrived yet, but he could already smell the danger. He knew his strength well, so he didn't dare hesitate. He immediately retreated to the center of Qin, Xiao, and the other two. With the three of them guarding the outside, he should feel much better. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, a gale rose from the abyss. It was like a mountain flood. The wind and clouds surged, and a waterfall came. The entire abyss shook violently. It was as if an ancient demon god was about to awaken. An even more frightening aura surged out from the bottom of the abyss. It made people feel as if something terrifying was about to be born. Streaks of eerie light transformed into deadly sharp swords, whistling through the air as they tore through the air. They had seen just how terrifying these eerie lights were. Qin Xiao and Yi Juna's energy clones were instantly shattered. Qin Xiao's sword struck out and heavily chopped on the eerie light. A powerful force was transmitted from the eerie light, which made Qin Xiao's hand slightly numb. Fortunately, Qin Xiao managed to repel the strange light. Qin Xiao was also secretly surprised. The power of this eerie light is really strong. It is comparable to the full power attack of an ordinary powerhouse. If it was just a single ray of eerie light, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the current situation was that the entire bottom of the endless abyss was filled with eerie light. It was gushing out endlessly towards the top. It was simply innumerable, and the further down they went, the thicker it became. It was so densely packed that it was scary to look at. Qin Xiao, on the other hand, was having an easy time. With his physical defense, if he didn't defend himself, these eerie lights wouldn't be able to hurt him. Even if he relied on the power of the true meaning of power, Qin Xiao could still easily destroy these eerie lights. Yi Junha was having an easy time. However, Lord Danshan and Heavenly God Purple Sword were having a harder time. Although Heavenly God Purple Sword was in the middle of Qin Xiao's group, there were bound to be some of the countless eerie lights that couldn't be blocked in time. They whizzed towards Heavenly God Purple Sword. The attacks that Heavenly God Purple Sword received were probably less than 1/10 of the attacks that Qin Xiao's group received. However, compared to Qin Xiao's group, his strength was indeed a little too weak. Therefore, the situation was very bad. Heavenly God Purple Sword's expression was cold and bitter. He knew that it was very dangerous, but he didn't expect himself to be so weak. He couldn't even hold on for long under such circumstances. He was really ashamed. Qin Xiao led the group forward slowly. However, as time passed, more and more eerie lights appeared. They became more and more frenzied and terrifying. Before long, Heavenly God Purple Sword couldn't hold on any longer. He was on the verge of collapse. Qin Xiao waved his hand and drew Heavenly God Purple Sword into his internal world. He pulled Heavenly God Purple Sword back from the brink of death. After being drawn into Qin Xiao's internal world, Heavenly God Purple Sword felt a lingering fear. He felt a wave of gratitude towards Qin Xiao, but more than that, he felt somewhat ashamed. He originally thought that he would be able to hold on for a while longer. He didn't expect that he'd overestimated himself. Lord Danshan's situation was also getting worse and worse. When Qin Xiao saw this, he said, "Lord Danshan, come to my side." Lord Danshan understood the situation very well. Naturally, he didn't refuse. He quickly flew to Qin Xiao's side. With Qin Xiao blocking the majority of the attacks for him, he would have a much easier time. However, this naturally made the attacks on Qin Xiao even more terrifying. The boundless eerie radiance was like a plague of locusts, blotting out the sky and the sun. The peerless turbulence and destructive power filled the entire space, completely enveloping the area within a radius of 10,000 miles, forming a zone of destruction. In the eyes of this destructive waterfall, even the most powerful Almighty would be overwhelmed and exhausted. They would quickly be killed by the eerie light. Qin Shao was forced to use his strength again and again. He had to use his techniques time and time again. In the end, he was forced to use the intermediate level of the ultimate sword principle. Only then was he able to sweep away everything and see clearly again. Qin Shao discovered a strange situation. He actually couldn't enter the mirage. In other words, the mirage true body technique was useless here. It had no effect at all. The mirage true body was completely suppressed here. If he could enter the mirage true body, Qin Shao would be able to relax. He wouldn't be forced to use the intermediate level of the ultimate sword principle. This was his greatest trump card, and he was forced to use it so quickly. As for the following tests, it was even harder to say. Qin Shao had a bad premonition in his heart. It was no wonder that the purple-eyed Demon King and the others were blocked outside for 20 to 30,000 years. However, Qin Shao had already expected this. He was already mentally prepared. No matter how difficult the test was, Qin Shao still faced it head-on without flinching. The more dangerous it was, the greater the opportunity. Yi Juanhe was also forced to use all his strength. Even so, he was barely able to block the frenzied attacks of the eerie light. The two of them advanced forward for a full 3 days before they finally saw the opposite shore. Their faces lit up with joy. Were they finally going to cross the endless abyss? That meant that they would soon succeed in taking the first step. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the two didn't encounter too many obstacles and finally reached the other side. As soon as they reached the other side, the endless abyss quickly returned to its calm state. Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe had just reached the opposite shore when they sensed two exceptionally frightening and awe-inspiring auras descending and blocking their path. They were two strange creatures. Their bodies were covered with strange hair, and they had 3 heads and 6 arms. They looked extremely ferocious. They were about 50 feet tall, which wasn't too tall. However, compared to Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe, they were giants. Abyssal creatures? Qin Shao's brows furrowed slightly. Previously, he had obtained some information about the abyssal creatures from Mount Ethereal. Chapter 771. Looking at the two abyssal creatures in front of him, Qin Shao smelled a peerless, ferocious aura. The two abyssal creatures in front of him were definitely more terrifying than Shiri the Great, and even more terrifying than the underworld ancestor. What a powerful aura. These two abyssal creatures were definitely on the heaven list, and they were definitely not at the bottom of the heaven list. One of them was enough to choke the two of them. Unexpectedly, 2 of them appeared at the same time. Obviously, each of them had one. No wonder the purple-eyed demon monarch and the others couldn't pass through. It turns out that these 2 abyssal creatures are blocking the way. And I feel that the more people pass through, the more abyssal creatures there will be. One-on-one. Only by defeating these abyssal creatures can we continue to move forward. We don't know if there are other terrifying tests ahead. Yi Juanhe said. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, I feel it too. These 2 abyssal creatures just stood there and didn't take the initiative to attack us. It means that they are telling us to retreat if we know what's good for us. Look, there's a line there. As long as we cross that line, the abyssal creatures will attack us. If we retreat to that line, the abyssal creatures won't attack us anymore. The strength of these 2 abyssal creatures should be in the top 300 of the heaven list, and I feel that they have many tricks up their sleeves. The sense of danger is very strong. It won't be easy for us to deal with this abyssal creature. Qin Shao was in a better situation. After all, his current strength was also on the heaven list. After all, he could also suppress Shiri the Great. Even if he were to fight the underworld ancestor now, Qin Shao was confident that he could wrestle with him. Although the abyssal creatures gave Qin Shao a great sense of danger, it was not to the extent that Qin Shao felt that he couldn't fight them. He should still be able to fight, but he was no match for them. Yi Junhe frowned deeply. With my strength, I'm definitely far from being a match for these abyssal creatures. But now we have no way out. We can only fight. Qin Shao gritted his teeth, his eyes surging with a strong fighting spirit. A dark light swept across. Let's fight. Only by fighting can we stop fighting. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them no longer hesitated and immediately attacked, turning into two afterimages as they charged towards the abyssal creature. Qin Shao tried again, but he was still unable to enter the mirage. The mirage true body absolute art was completely useless. Qin Shao felt a little uncomfortable when his trump card was suppressed. If Qin Shao had the mirage true body, he would have a greater chance of success. A mere fourth-step heavenly god, human dares to disturb our peace? Die. The two abyssal creatures spoke in unison. Then, they attacked simultaneously, one targeting Qin Shao and the other Yi Junhe. Just the presence of the two abyssal creatures was enough to strike fear into the hearts of the onlookers. The moment they made their move, a boundless aura of destruction surged forth. It was vast and mighty, covering the sky and earth. Nothing in the world could stop this power. This power surged into the depths of one's heart, causing one's soul to involuntarily tremble. Shua. Qin Shao only saw a blur in front of his eyes. He was secretly shocked. So fast. The abyssal creatures were simply too fast. They were so fast that Qin Shao found it difficult to capture them with his naked eye. Before Qin Shao could think too much about it, he sensed a terrifying force surging toward him. The extremely eerie power instantly exploded on Qin Shao's body. This power was extremely eerie. Some targeted the body, some targeted the soul, and some targeted the will. When these powers mixed together, it was extremely terrifying. If there was a weak spot, it would be very dangerous. Fortunately, Qin Shao didn't have any weak spots. Needless to say, his physical defense was extremely strong. Needless to say, his willpower was also very firm and unbreakable. His soul was also very strong. After all, Qin Shao cultivated the power of the heart. The path of cultivation of the heart was very demanding on the soul. Qin Shao's soul power was definitely an advantage. Boom! After a confrontation, Qin Shao suddenly felt the power of his sword being defeated. This feeling was like an egg meeting a boulder. Under the heavy smash, Qin Shao's blood and qi churned. He almost vomited blood. In a confrontation, nearly half of his divine body was shattered. And this was just a simple confrontation. It's really strong, but why is the power of this abyssal creature so strange? Qin Shao was secretly surprised, but his brows soon furrowed. It was indeed very strange because the power of this abyssal creature didn't have a trace of Dao power. There was no Dao power at all. This was strange. Qin Shao currently knew of a total of 3 cultivation systems. One was the popular cultivation system of the Great Dao. One was the relatively rare cultivation system of the heart, and the last was the cultivation system of the true meaning of strength. The true meaning of strength cultivation system was unique. Only Qin Shao's master, Red Dust Guest, cultivated it. Now, there was another Qin Shao. In the vast universe, there were only 2 people who cultivated the true meaning of strength cultivation system. But the power of the abyssal creature was particularly strange. There was an indescribable power of devouring, the power of darkness in its power. And the means of the abyssal creature were also very strange. At least Qin Shao couldn't see any tricks. It didn't look like a lost art or a secret art. It was a very strange means. Coupled with the power of darkness, it became incomparably terrifying. It also made Qin Shao clearly feel that it was incompatible with his cultivation system of the Great Dao. It was a completely different power. Different forces clashed together, as if they were clashing with each other from another world. When the 2 different forces collided, strange sparks flew out. It felt like fire and water colliding. The power of the abyssal creature was particularly powerful and terrifying. And Qin Shao felt that this power seemed to be able to restrain his Dao might and devour his Dao might. Qin Shao's side was still fine. He barely blocked the attack, but Yi Junhe's side was obviously in a very bad situation. After a confrontation, he was directly sent flying, and a mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Yi Juanhe's strength was indeed far from being a match for the abyssal creature. Weak, really too weak. With this little strength, it's better for you to go back and stay. The two abyssal creatures said to Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe with a look of contempt. But how could Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe retreat so easily? Qin Zhao's eyes were cold. His face darkened, and he attacked again. This time, Qin Shao didn't hold back anymore. He directly burst out the intermediate application of the ultimate sword Dao. The peerless power and the everlasting glory were completely revealed at this moment. The endless sword Qi's sharpness was like the stars in the sky descending together. A ray of light shocked the sky, and a wisp of sword Qi shook the 9 underworlds. At this time, Qin Shao was like an invincible sword god. His sword could cut through the mortal world and shock the gods and demons in the heavens. The abyssal creatures also attacked. The monstrous power burst out completely. Their strength had obviously been raised to the extreme. Terrifying, it was really a terrifying feeling. It attacked Qin Zhao's mind. It was really uncomfortable to be hit again and again. Qin Zhao's supreme sword power was able to withstand the attacks. However, under the fierce attack of the abyssal creatures, Qin Shao still quickly fell into a disadvantage and was soon suppressed. This was also within Qin Zhao's expectations. He originally felt that his strength was definitely not a match for the abyssal creatures, and the facts proved that this was indeed the case. Although Qin Shao was no match for it, he was still able to withstand it. He was not in a sorry state. However, Yi Juanhe was in a sorry state. He was beaten back again and again. Soon he vomited blood. Yi Juanhe's divine body was rapidly being shattered. If the battle continued like this, Yi Juanhe might also die. Yi Juanhe was not a mighty figure. His life-saving means were still a little weak. Once his divine body was completely shattered, the situation would be precarious. It was almost a sure death situation. Even now, Yi Juanhe wanted to retreat, but it was not so easy to do so. Yi Juanhe's situation is not good. If this continues, he might die here. It seems that it is really too difficult to pass this ultimate test. Qin Shao shook his head secretly. There was no other way. The abyssal creatures were really too powerful and terrifying. Yi Juanhe, how are you? Qin Shao asked through voice transmission. Yi Juanhe said with a hint of bitterness in his voice, not very good. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. If it really doesn't work, I'm afraid I can only retreat first. In here, I don't even have the chance to crush the mountain pass token. This place is completely suppressed. I can only retreat. I can't pass this test. Qin Shao, I'm afraid your situation isn't too good either, right? Qin Shao nodded and said, yes, my situation isn't good either. This abyssal creature is really too terrifying. Such strength is not something that the two of us can fight against at the moment. However, I'm still fine. I can barely withstand it and won't be in danger of being killed. However, if the battle continues, then I'm not sure about my situation. Yi Juanhe said, then forget it. I'd better retreat first. Otherwise, I'll only have a dead end. There's really no other way to pass this test. Qin Shao hesitated for a moment, then said, all right, then you can go back first. I'll try again. If it doesn't work, then we can only give up temporarily and go back to think of a way. We don't necessarily have to pass this level today. We have plenty of time. We can slowly think of countermeasures and improve our strength before we try again. That's the only way now. Yi Juanhe sighed silently. He no longer cared about his face and dignity, and immediately flew back to where he came from. Yi Juanhe retreated. The abyssal creature did not chase after Yi Juanhe. However, the abyssal creature turned its spearhead and attacked Qin Shao. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. As soon as Yi Juanhe left, they actually came to besiege him. Facing one abyssal creature was already difficult enough for Qin Shao. If two abyssal creatures joined forces, then Qin Shao could only nurse a grievance. Chapter 772. Seeing that Yi Juanhe had returned, Qin Shao could not help but frown slightly. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Yi Juanhe, don't do anything stupid. You will get yourself killed. However, Yi Juanhe said fearlessly, even if I die, I won't harm you. Once I retreat, you will definitely be defeated by the two abyssal demons. If I can't defeat them, I can retreat and think of another way. If anything happens to you, it will be irreversible. Hurry up and retreat, Qin Shao said anxiously. However, Yi Juanhe still had no intention of retreating. He continued to attack. The abyssal demon that was about to deal with Qin Shao saw that Yi Juanhe had turned back and smiled playfully. Interesting. You are not afraid of death. However, loyalty is not the only thing in this world. Sometimes, loyalty can't solve problems. Since you don't want to leave, then die. I gave you a chance to retreat. Since you don't know how to cherish it, I will fulfill your wish. The abyssal demon charged towards Yi Juanhe with endless killing intent. Its monstrous anger shocked the world. Yi Juanhe was drawn into a whirlpool of death under the austere killing intent. Even in the face of death, Yi Juanhe was still not anxious. He charged forward without hesitation because he did not want to cause trouble for Qin Shao. Qin Shao was truly touched by this show of affection. In fact, Qin Shao could retreat if he was no match for the demon. However, Yi Juanhe still wanted to do this. This was a true brother of life and death. Qin Shao was also a little anxious. Yi Juanhe, none of U.S. brothers will die here today. Since you want to fight, then I will fight with you to the end. How long is life? Treat wine as music. Repay kindness and revenge quickly. Be hot-blooded. A man should be hot-blooded and frivolous. Qin Shao also charged over fearlessly and approached Yi Juanhe. The abyssal creature that was dealing with Qin Shao had long seen through Qin Zhao's intentions. It tried to stop him again and again, but Qin Shao used up his divine power as the price. He spat out a mouthful of blood and finally got close to Yi Juanhe. At this time, Yi Juanhe's situation was worrying. He was covered in blood, and his divine body was in tatters. He was using his last breath to hold on. However, it was obvious that he could not hold on for long. There was a possibility that he would be killed soon. At this time, even if Qin Shao and the others wanted to leave, it would not be so easy. The two abyssal creatures' killing intent soared to the heavens as they pressed down on Qin Zhao's group, not intending to give them any chance to retreat. Yi Juanhe was on the verge of collapsing. His god body was about to shatter. Once the divine body was destroyed, Yi Juanhe's clone would die as well. Yi Juanhe, if you still think of me as a brother, then enter my inner world first. With my strength, I can still hold on for a while. If I can't, I will retreat. Qin Zhao's tone was unprecedentedly solemn as he transmitted his voice to Yi Juanhe. Yi Juanhe's personality was still relatively stubborn. Therefore, Qin Zhao's tone was also very firm. Since they were brothers of life and death, how could Qin Shao watch as Yi Juanhe's avatar was destroyed? Yi Juanhe was a proud person. However, this was not the time for loyalty. If he died like this, it would be meaningless. Qin Shao waved his hand and took Yi Juanhe into his inner world. After taking Yi Juanhe, Qin Shao would have to deal with two abyssal creatures alone. Interesting. Human boy, you are quite confident. Then let's see how capable you are. Let's see if you can stop us. The two abyssal creatures roared and charged toward Qin Shao. The destructive power of heaven and earth surged in all directions like a level 12 tsunami. In an instant, Qin Shao was wrapped in it, forming an extremely terrifying destructive waterfall. The eerie vortex was filled with the aura of death. When the two abyssal creatures joined forces, even an existence like the great Emperor Shirue would be killed. Qin Shao naturally found it very difficult to fight two abyssal creatures by himself. If it weren't for his strong physical defense, Qin Shao would have been defeated long ago. But now, he had to hold on even if he couldn't. Qin Shao had always been the kind of person who refused to admit defeat, even in death. When faced with a strong opponent, he would fight even harder. A trace of arrogance in his heart prevented him from easily surrendering and retreating. However, his current strength was indeed no match for the two abyssal creatures. Moreover, his mirage avatar was completely suppressed and didn't have the slightest effect. If he had the mirage true body absolute art, it would be of great help to him. Now, Qin Shao could only rely on the intermediate level of the ultimate sword principle to fight against the two abyssal creatures. However, this alone was obviously far from enough. After all, Qin Shao was still far behind in terms of realm. These two abyssal creatures were at the almighty level, and Qin Shao was only a fourth-step heavenly deity. The difference in realm had a huge impact. Qin Shao was completely suppressed by the two abyssal creatures. He almost didn't have much strength to resist. There was no other way. When the two abyssal creatures joined forces, Qin Shao didn't have much strength to resist. He could only resist with all his strength. He relied on his body to withstand the fierce attacks of the two abyssal creatures again and again. He vomited blood again and again, and his divine body was being shattered at a visible speed. Once the divine body was completely shattered, it was equivalent to losing his strength. He would become a piece of flesh on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. Qin Shao frowned even more. The situation in front of him really made him feel uneasy. What should I do? Is there no other way? Do I have to retreat? Qin Shao thought to himself. His strongest move was the intermediate level of the ultimate sword principle. He had already taken out his strongest trump card. Now, Qin Shao really didn't have any other means to deal with the two abyssal creatures. However, it wouldn't be so easy to retreat now. The two abyssal creatures didn't give Qin Shao a chance to retreat at all. The two besieged Qin Shao. Qin Shao couldn't even leave a small range, let alone retreat. Moreover, the two abyssal creatures' faces were full of playfulness. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of Qin Shao. Naturally, they wouldn't let Qin Shao escape. Therefore, the situation in front of Qin Shao could only be a desperate one. He could only fight his way out. There was no other way. However, with Qin Zhao's current strength, it was obviously not enough. Therefore, if he wanted to fight, he could only improve his strength, and he needed to make a big breakthrough. For Qin Shao now, if he wanted to make a big breakthrough, he could try to make a breakthrough in several aspects. The first was a breakthrough in the realm. Once Qin Shao succeeded in the Tao integration and stepped into the level of a mighty figure, needless to say, he would be able to easily turn the situation around and turn the tide. However, it was obviously impossible to make a breakthrough in the realm. Not to mention that Qin Shao hadn't reached the critical point of the Tao integration at all. He was completely suppressed in the Divine Mountain, and the rules were completely changed. It was impossible for him to reach the Tao integration. The second was the application of the Great Tao. However, this was obviously impossible. Qin Shao had just broken through to the intermediate level of the ultimate sword principle. It was impossible for him to reach the advanced level in a short time. The third was the improved version of the Mountain River Sword scripture. He could create the second move. In that case, he might be able to reverse the current situation. Of course, it was only a possibility. He was definitely not 100% sure. However, this was the only way Qin Shao could take. It was also the only way that could possibly succeed. The Mountain River Sword Scripture. Qin Shao made up his mind. Chapter 773. There was no other choice. The only path was a dead end. He would either succeed or die trying. The two abyssal creatures clearly didn't want to give Qin Shao any chance to escape. They attacked Qin Shao frantically. Qin Shao was no match for the two abyssal creatures, so he could only be suppressed. His divine body was broken again and again. Qin Shao could only grit his teeth and hang on, but the situation wasn't looking good either. At this rate, I can only hold on for another hour at most. I need to break through. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll really die here today. Qin Shao frowned as he thought to himself. Even though the mountain connection token could teleport a cultivator out of God's soaring mountain instantly, there were still some conditions that had to be met in order to do so. It was ineffective in battle and in a special space. In other words, even if Qin Shao used the Mountain Pass token now, it wouldn't be effective. Just like when he was trapped in the space before, the Mountain Pass token was ineffective. If it was effective, Tao Lord Fujiu and Heavenly God Long Qiu wouldn't have been trapped for so long. In this place, there was no way to use the Mountain Pass token in battle. Therefore, if he couldn't turn the situation around, Qin Shao and the others would have to die here today. Moreover, the lives of Yi Juanhe and Tao Lord Danshan were tied to Qin Shao. Therefore, Qin Shao was under a lot of pressure. Therefore, he had to succeed. He had to succeed. Absolute conviction filled the depths of his heart, making Qin Shao extremely resolute. He had to take this step. What kind of difficulties and hardships had he not experienced along the way? There were a few times when he was in a hopeless situation, but he was able to walk out of it safely. The mountain and river sword relied on mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers of the earth, the river of time, the story of the stars, and the feelings of home. There were mountains and rivers in the army. Armor and defense returned home. Mountains and rivers were actually home. He placed his emotions into the mountains and rivers, fusing everything into the mountains and rivers. The great Taos of the heavens also fused into it. Only then could there be this invincible might in the mountains and rivers sword scripture. In Qin Zhao's mind, scenes appeared out of thin air. Things changed, stars moved, heaven and earth turned, and heaven and earth suddenly changed. The world began to change. It was as if the Creator was creating a new world out of thin air. This world was very beautiful. There were mountains and rivers. It was a beautiful scene. Everything was very beautiful. However, the more beautiful something was, the more poisonous it was, and the more it could kill without leaving a trace. The might of the great ways of the heavens had all fused into this beautiful scenery. When you were bewitched, the might of the great ways of the heavens would completely seep into your soul and will, killing you invisibly. The two abyssal creatures were enveloped by the mountains and rivers. They attacked crazily, but the mountains and rivers were born endlessly, as if they were inexhaustible. The two abyssal creatures were actually trapped in the mountains and rivers. They were unable to break free for a while, and they were unable to break free from the strange scenery of the mountains and rivers. Qin Shao stood in the void like the master of creation. The mountains and rivers sword scripture was becoming more and more complete in his mind. The model had been established. He only needed a little more time to make the final improvements. Then, everything would be completed. Now, Qin Shao had reached this step. It wouldn't take long for it to be completed and truly perfect. The second form of the mountains and rivers sword scripture completed. Qin Zhao's face finally showed a trace of a smile. A strange light flashed in his eyes. When he looked at the two abyssal creatures again, he had a more disdainful look. The improvement of one's strength would naturally make one more confident and heroic. The creation of the second form of the mountains and rivers sword scripture allowed Qin Shao to have a new understanding of the mountains and rivers sword scripture. This would definitely be of great help to Qin Zhao's cultivation. Creating a unique skill was far more difficult than cultivating a unique skill. If one could create a unique skill, it meant that one's comprehension was extremely strong. In the process of creating a unique skill, one would encounter many situations that would allow one to draw inferences and comprehend many things. These things would have a great guiding effect on one's cultivation in the future. It would make one's cultivation path easier and smoother. It would make it much easier for one to cultivate other unique skills. Needless to say, it would bring many benefits. In the historical records of the universe era, there were only a handful of geniuses who could create the 10 great unique skills of the divine realm. They were absolutely pitifully few. However, Qin Shao had not reached the end of this path. He had only reached 2/3 of the way. He had created 2 forms, and there was still the last one. To create something like this, the further one went, the harder it would be to create the 3rd form. Needless to say, it would be difficult to create. However, the power of Qin Zhao's second form was actually equivalent to the power of someone else's complete 10 great unique skills. After all, Qin Shao was the creator. He could unleash the full potential of the ultimate technique and unleash it to its fullest potential. The power of the 10 great unique skills was naturally needless to say. It was enough to shock and awe the universe. The light of the ancient times would also be annihilated. The unparalleled divine power could seal everything and shine through the ages. The 10 great unique skills stood at the peak of the unique skills and stood at the top level of the universe. Naturally, it was terrifying. Any one of the top 10 law skills would have the strength of a top-notch almighty if they were able to cultivate it completely. The stronger one's strength, the more terrifying it would be. Qin Shao was now performing the Mountain River Sword scripture. In terms of power, he could easily defeat someone like Shiri Great Emperor. Even the secluded mountain underworld ancestor was no match for Qin Shao. It could be said that Qin Shao's current strength was completely at the level of the heaven list, and he was not at the bottom of the list. With such strength, he could naturally suppress these 2 abyssal creatures. In terms of strength, these 2 abyssal creatures were only slightly stronger than Shiri Great Emperor. The main reason was that their means were relatively strange, so it was more troublesome to deal with them. You too, do you still want to stop me? Qin Shao's gaze fell on the 2 abyssal creatures. The 2 were now completely suppressed by Qin Shao. There was no way they could do anything to Qin Shao. In fact, there was not much point in continuing to fight. Of course, in fact, Qin Shao could not do anything to these 2 abyssal creatures. It was obviously impossible to kill them. It was still possible to suppress them, but such suppression would not do much damage. However, for Qin Shao, it was enough. It was enough to suppress these 2 abyssal creatures. The 2 abyssal creatures also knew that they could not do anything to Qin Shao. There was no point in continuing to fight, so the 2 abyssal creatures still made a compromise. One of the abyssal creatures said, "Human boy, you're lucky. The top genius of the divine realm is really not comparable to a small universe. To be able to create a top 10 secret techniques at the 4th step of the divine realm, I'm afraid there are only a few in the universe era. Since you have such strength and means, you should be able to pass this test. However, you just passed our test here. Whether you can get the real opportunity or not depends on whether you can pass the test later. I wish you the best." After saying that, the 2 abyssal creatures flashed away and soon disappeared. Seeing the 2 abyssal creatures leave, Qin Shao heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally survived this ordeal. However, what made Qin Shao the happiest was the breakthrough of the Mountain River Sword technique. After working hard for so long, he finally created this second move. As for the third move, he was not in a hurry for the time being. Even if he was anxious, he could not rush it. Qin Shao continued to walk forward. After passing through this area, his vision finally opened up. A new world appeared in front of Qin Shao. After passing through the barrier, Qin Shao knew that he had entered the 9th district. The legendary 9th district, the 9th district that no one in the wild universe had ever set foot in. Just by feeling it, Qin Shao felt that the 9th district was indeed different from the other 8 districts. It was a desolate and ancient place. No one had set foot in it for countless years. It was so lonely in vicissitudes of life. Stepping into the 9th district, Qin Shao felt as if he had traveled through the river of time and returned to the ancient times. In the 9th district, he could clearly feel the vicissitudes of time. It was as if an ancient place had been moved from the ancient times to the present. This kind of feeling made one's nerves tense involuntarily. This is the 9th district, the legendary 9th district, the core secret of Mount God's Sky. It is a mysterious place that no one has entered before. It is also my mission this time. However, Jim and Greenleaf didn't tell me in detail what sort of great opportunities lay within the 9th region. He only told us to do our best to enter the 9th region and seek out the great opportunities within. He said it was a chance for us to soar into the heavens. Qin Shao pursed her lips, sizing up the 9th region as she thought about this. If even Master Qingye said that it was a chance for them to soar to the heavens, it was obvious that the opportunities in the 9th district were not small. Furthermore, No one had ever set foot into District 9 of Mount God's Sky. It was a legendary place. From this, it could be seen that District 9 was indeed extraordinary and extraordinary. Qin Shao was slightly looking forward to it. Just by looking at the test, it was indeed very scary. Only those who had the strength of the heavenly list could have a slight chance of passing it. However, how many fourth-step heavenly gods could reach the level of the heavenly list? Therefore, the 9th district had become a legend in the Manu universe. That was why no one had ever entered the 9th district. Qin Shao was about to release Yi Juanhe and the others, but he immediately realized that something was wrong. Huh? What's going on? Why can't I release Yi Juanhe and the others from my inner world? This situation made Qin Shao frown deeply. After thinking about it carefully, he immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that there was a restriction in the 9th district. Those who did not pass the test were not allowed to enter the 9th district. In fact, this was normal. If those who did not pass the test were allowed to enter the 9th district, there would be a loophole that allowed them to cheat. If people could be brought in through the inner world, it would be a little unfair. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to restrict one's inner world. However, the rules of Mount God's Sky were different from the outside world. It was not surprising that it could be done. Chapter 774. Qin Shao explained the situation to Yi Juanhe and the other two in his inner world. The three of them could feel that there was nothing they could do about it. This was the rule, and no one could change it. Everyone knew how mysterious Soaring Mountain was. The strength of Soaring Mountain had indeed increased Qin Shao's expectations. The stronger the Divine Sky Mountain was, the more fortuitous opportunities one could find on the mountain. Wasn't it all about opportunities and cultivation? As long as one could obtain a truly great opportunity, it would definitely be a huge gain. There was definitely a chance for one to soar into the sky. After calming himself down, Qin Shao continued to move forward. This desolate and ancient world was covered in dust. However, Qin Shao found it strange that he did not encounter any danger along the way. It was extremely quiet, so quiet that it felt a little strange. He continued forward, heading toward the peak of Soaring Mountain. The higher he went, the more boundless it became. It was as though he was walking towards a boundless world. The boundless world was like snow, the sun and moon were like songs, and the years were like the withering of time. Stepping on it, he felt as though he was passing through the river of time. It was as though he was walking in the cycle of time. Jagged rocks of strange shapes and steep peaks formed a natural barrier. It was as though it was announcing a peerless divine might. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Qin Shao. He was clearly standing there, but he looked so ethereal that he could not sense his existence at all. All he could see was a back view. He was dressed in green robes, and his long black hair reached his waist. However, looking at the body, he should be a man. He was very tall, more than 2 meters tall. He was even taller than the average human. Standing there, he looked like a ghost. He could not sense any aura or life force from him. He could not be sure if he was dead or alive. Looking at the figure, Qin Shao was stunned. There was someone else here? And why did he look so strange? However, Qin Shao did not dare to be careless. He cupped his hands and greeted, "Greetings, Senior." However, the figure didn't respond at all. He just stood there without moving. It was very strange. Qin Shao furrowed his brows. He could not figure out what was going on. After waiting for a while, there was still no response. Qin Shao continued to move forward and approach the figure. However, Qin Shao soon discovered a new problem. No matter how close he got, he was always some distance away from the figure. There was no way he could get close to it. This feeling was very strange and peculiar. The problem was that Qin Shao didn't sense any problems. However, without him noticing, it was as if the stars had changed and these situations had occurred. What's going on? Why can't I get close to that figure? Qin Shao frowned deeply and felt very confused. Strange. It was indeed a very strange thing. How could there be no way to approach it? He didn't feel any obstruction from time and space, but he just couldn't get any closer. Qin Shao fell into deep thought. He thought carefully about what was going on and what was hidden in it that he had overlooked. Qin Shao analyzed all kinds of possibilities one by one, but none of them could explain it. Looking at the moon in the fog, looking at the flowers in the water, looking at the shadow in the mirror, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Soon he thought of the key. He held his breath and focused his mind. He threw away all the distracting thoughts in his heart. His heart was as clear as a mirror. His thoughts turned into emptiness. All the fog suddenly turned into smoke and clouds. Clarity reappeared in front of him. Qin Zhao's eyes became clearer. A clear light shot out from his eyes and swept through everything. Qin Zhao took a step forward and came to the back of the figure. When he was close to the figure, Qin Zhao could feel that the figure was ethereal. It seemed to exist, but it also seemed to not exist. It was indeed a very incredible thing to be able to do this. Qin Zhao didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately shouted respectfully, "Junior Qin Zhao greets Senior." At this time, the figure slowly turned around. It was a young and handsome face. However, there wasn't much expression on his face. Obviously, it was a little stiff and not smooth enough. That pair of eyes looked over like stars. With just a glance from that pair of eyes, Qin Zhao immediately felt his mind go blank, as if the whole world had turned upside down. What a terrifying pair of eyes. What a powerful force. Although the other party didn't emit any aura, Qin Zhao was sure that the person in front of him was an extremely powerful existence. Judging from the terrifying look in his eyes, Qin Zhao thought of a sovereign. Could it be a sovereign? A sovereign. Could there really be a sovereign at the peak of Mount Godspan? Wasn't that a little too inconceivable? But the look in his eyes couldn't lie. It was indeed extremely terrifying. Qin Zhao had only felt such an oppressive feeling from a sovereign. Not bad. It's rare for you to be able to come in front of me so quickly. The figure finally spoke. There was a trace of praise in his voice, but he was still very calm. Clearly, in the figure's eyes, such a situation was extremely monstrous. Qin Zhao didn't reply. Instead, he looked at the person in front of him quietly, waiting for him to continue. The figure continued, "A top genius in the divine world. It's not bad. Moreover, you are the second person in this universe to be able to reach this place." The second person? This universe? Hearing the other party's words, Qin Zhao couldn't help but frown slightly. He was the second person. Then who was the first person? Was it the 9th district of Mount Godspan a legend in the small universe? It was a legend. No one had been able to reach this place until now. But the other party actually said that he was the second person. Obviously, there was someone who had entered the 9th district before him. Who was it? However, Qin Zhao couldn't figure it out. So, he didn't think too much about it. When the other party said, "this universe," Qin Zhao didn't think much of it. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was a problem with this sentence. Why did he say this universe? Strange, it was really strange. The figure continued, "However, if you want to obtain this final opportunity, you'll have to pass another test. This test will be incomparably terrifying. Now, I could give you 3 choices. First, if you withdraw now, I won't stop you. If you withdraw now, I will give you an additional 10 great absolute arts level absolute art to cultivate." Qin Zhao sneered inwardly. This was indeed a good move. The first thing he said was a 10 great absolute arts level absolute art. Thinking about it, if he withdrew now, he would be able to obtain a 10 great absolute arts level absolute art inheritance. Naturally, the benefits were needless to say. However, Qin Zhao wasn't willing to give up just like that. So, Qin Zhao obviously wouldn't choose the first option. Second, I will control my strength to the level of an ordinary sovereign. You only need to defeat me to pass the final test, the figure continued. Hearing this, Qin Zhao was really shocked. He thought to himself for a while, is it really a sovereign? Defeat a sovereign? How is that possible? Even if I suppress my strength again and again, I will still be at the sovereign level. Defeat a sovereign? Isn't that courting death? It shouldn't be difficult for a sovereign to toy with him. Chapter 775. However, Qin Shao remained calm and patiently listened to the words of this supreme being. Third, I'll control my power to the level of a top-tier supreme being. If you can defeat me, you can get everything you want. You can have the entire mountain of gods. What? Controlling his power to the level of a top-tier supreme being? The word control was obviously very thought-provoking. Since he said control, it meant that the person in front of him was far stronger than a top-tier supreme being. Stronger than a top-tier supreme being? What did that mean? Didn't that mean the being in front of him was a universe master? Could it be Manu Master? But it didn't seem possible. Qin Shao had seen the portrait of Manu Master, and it didn't look like the person in front of him at all. Besides, the person in front of him had been guarding Mountain of Gods, and as the last guardian of the 9th district of Mountain of Gods, he shouldn't be Manu Master. What was going on? There was actually a universe master hiding in Skybridge Mountain? If that was the case, Qin Shao understood why Mountain of Gods could have its own laws, why Mountain of Gods had such a high status in Manu universe, and why Mountain of Gods was so special. In fact, Qin Shao had felt that Mountain of Gods was very special before. He had heard some rumors saying that Mountain of Gods had existed for much longer than Manu Master. In other words, Mountain of Gods had existed before Manu Master was born. With this explanation, everything became clear. Qin Shao couldn't help but feel even more astonished. Just what was the origin of this Mountain of Gods? It had been hiding a universe master all this time. Strange. It was really too strange. Didn't Master Qingye tell me that there are only 10 universe masters in our universe? Why is there something wrong? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. It was indeed very strange. As far as Qin Shao knew, there were 12 universe masters. The 9 universe masters from the 8 holy lands were there for all to see. Then there was the clan leader of Eros whom Qin Shao had met, his own teacher Red Dust Guest, and now there was this universe master in front of him. Even Manu Master was known as a universe master. If Manu Master was included, wouldn't there be 13? What's going on? However, Qin Shao did not think that Master Qingye was wrong. Qin Shao felt that there must be more to the story that she did not know. The universe was not as simple as he had imagined. Young man, which path do you choose? The man in front of him asked, pulling Qin Shao back from his thoughts. Qin Shao was even more respectful. He thought for a moment and said, Senior, may I ask what's the difference between the second path and the third path? There was no need to talk about the first option. If he backed out now, he would be able to obtain one of the 10 great absolute techniques. Such a reward was tempting enough to make most people's eyes go red with envy. The second and third paths were also to defeat the person in front of him, but the level of power control was different. The man in front of him said, If you defeat me on the second path, you can become a registered disciple of my master. There will be many rewards for you. What? Master? The shock in Qin Zhao's heart intensified once again. The master of a universe master? This situation completely overturned Qin Zhao's imagination and his understanding of universe masters. How could a universe master, who stood at the pinnacle of the universe, be a servant of someone else? Even if a universe master had taken in a servant when he was weak, it was impossible. This universe master was willing to guard here and choose a disciple for his master, which meant that his master was much more powerful than him. Otherwise, what was the point of such a test? If he chose the second path, he would need to have the power to kill a dominator. He would need to be at least as powerful as Master Qingye. Even if he passed, he would only be a registered disciple. Although he would still be a disciple in name, being a registered disciple meant something different. It was a dispensable existence. In the entire universe, Qin Shao could not think of a third person who could achieve Master Qingye's level of power other than Tian Lingzi and Lord Huaiyao. This test was as difficult as climbing the sky. It was almost impossible. Difficult indeed, it was difficult. If you defeat me on the third path, you can become a direct disciple of my master. I will serve you in the future, and everything on Sky God Mountain will belong to you. The benefits you will receive will be endless. If you really want to compare, the benefits of the third path are hundreds or thousands of times better than the second path. As for the difficulty, it is naturally hundreds of times higher. What kind of power corresponds to what kind of reward you will receive. As for which path you choose, it is up to you. The man in front of him continued. If he chose the second path, he would need to have the power of a universe master. Qin Shao had never heard of a fourth-step heavenly god reaching the power of a universe master. Even Tianling Zi and Hua Yongjun, although their powers were extremely powerful, they couldn't reach the level of universe masters, could they? At most, they were close to the level of a universe master, comparable to the top dominator. If a fourth-step heavenly god wanted to reach the power of a universe master, it would be a huge leap. At least, there had never been a precedent in this universe. It was simply impossible. The three paths were placed in front of Qin Shao, and Qin Shao had to make a choice. The first path was the simplest and least dangerous path. He would be able to leave Sky God Mountain easily after obtaining the inheritance of one of the top 10 techniques. However, the first path was not very useful to Qin Shao. The inheritance of one of the top 10 techniques was indeed very precious. It was enough to make a being on the heaven list green with envy. However, this did not matter to Qin Shao. After all, he had already created the second move of the mountain and river sword technique. In terms of might, it was already equivalent to an absolute art at the level of one of the 10 great absolute arts. Although having another one would be beneficial, the effect would not be too great. Moreover, if it was only one of the top 10 techniques, Qin Shao believed that he could obtain it in the godly palace of the desolate land. If he chose this path here, wouldn't it be a waste of opportunity? Master Qingye did not ask him to come here for one of the top 10 techniques. If he chose the first path, Qin Shao would not be able to explain it to Master Qingye. Explaining it to Master Qingye was secondary. The most important thing was that Qin Shao could not convince himself. Why did he go through so much trouble to come to this barbaric little universe? Wasn't it to fight for a great opportunity? Wasn't it to make himself stronger? Only a great opportunity could lead to a great harvest. This kind of opportunity was rare. Every one of them had to be fought for with one's life. For Qin Shao, this opportunity was also fought for with his life. It was not easy to come this far. If he chose the first path now, it would be equivalent to giving up the opportunity that was already at his fingertips. Qin Shao would definitely not do that. Therefore, Qin Shao ruled out the first path without even thinking about it. Then, he could only choose the second and third paths. The second path was relatively easier. Of course, it was only relatively speaking. In fact, it was extremely difficult and almost impossible. However, it was not completely hopeless. At least, Qin Shao saw a little bit of hope. After all, Qin Shao felt that if Tianlingzi and Lord Huayang chose the second path, they might be able to pass it. Of course, this was only Qin Zhao's thought. It was hard to say whether this was the case. As for the third path, this was simply a dead end. There was no way to succeed. Since the beginning of the universe era, there had never been an existence at the level of a fourth-step divine god who could reach the battle power of Time Master. Even Tianlingzi did not have such strength. Such a feat that defied the natural order had never happened before. No matter if it was the second or the third path, it was too difficult. The reward for the third path was too great. It was enough to make Qin Zhao's heart palpitate with eagerness. He even felt that he could not extricate himself from it. Qin Shao even felt that as long as he could pass the third path, the benefits he would get would be enough to make him stand at the top of the universe in an instant. He might even be qualified to be on an equal footing with a universe master. Just the fact that the person in front of him would follow him was enough to give Qin Shao such confidence. And Qin Shao clearly felt that if he could get all the inheritance of the person in front of him, the benefits he would get would be unimaginable. It would be enough for him to improve himself rapidly and even reach the level of a universe master. How could Qin Shao give up such an opportunity? Such an opportunity was probably enough to make everyone go crazy. It was even enough for those on the heaven list to risk their lives for it. With such an opportunity in front of him, how could Qin Shao not be tempted by Qin Zhao's opportunity? Therefore, Qin Shao directly ignored the second path and directly thought about the third path. Qin Shao forcibly suppressed the impulse in his heart and asked, "Elder, I'll ask you one more question. You said that I'm the second person in this universe to break into this place. Which path did the first person choose?" The person in front of him glanced at Qin Shao indifferently and said, "There's no harm in telling you. The first person chose the second path and became a nominal disciple of my master. You should know this person. He is the current master of Manyu." "What? The master of Manyu?" Qin Shao was shocked. In fact, he had already guessed it, so he asked, and it was indeed the case. The history of the master of Manyu's growth was considered a legend. He had always been a mythical existence in the Manyu universe, and there were many rumors about his growth. Unexpectedly, the master of Manyu was the first person to break into the 9th district of God Crossing Mountain and pass the test of the second path. He became a nominal disciple of the master of God Crossing Mountain and received many benefits, which allowed him to become the master of a small universe. However, Qin Shao really wanted to know, was the master of Manyu really a universe master? If a nominal disciple could become a universe master, then the master of God Crossing Mountain was too powerful, wasn't it? Could it be that there was an even more powerful realm above the universe master? Qin Shao didn't dare to completely deny this possibility. After all, he didn't even know about the universe master before. Chapter 776. In the depths of the godly palace of Manyu's little universe, there was an underground palace. A bare-chested man was burly and muscular, and his long hair was braided. His skin was bronze, and the corners of his face were sharp as if they had been carved by a knife. He sat there cross-legged, and every breath he took was like the breathing of heaven and earth. The entire underground palace trembled slightly. Just a trace of his presence was enough to make this void bow down to him. His body exuded a somewhat rough aura. As his eyebrows flickered, he exuded an unparalleled might. It was as if the entire world was his subject and people. The man before him was none other than Manyu Master, the supreme being of Manyu's little universe. He was the one who controlled all life and death in Manyu's little universe. Manyu Master had always kept a low profile in the universe. He rarely walked around the godly world and didn't provoke others, so his presence in the universe was very low. Not many people even knew that such a being existed in the universe. However, it was normal. There weren't many universe masters in the universe, and some of them kept a low profile. They almost never showed up in public, so very few people knew about them. Manyu Master's eyes were deep, as if he could see through the ages and the sky. He could see everything that was happening in the little universe. He looked down on the world, as if he was the only true God between heaven and earth. A strange light suddenly flashed through the Lord of Manyu's eyes. After a while, he muttered to himself, "How many years have I waited? Finally, someone can enter the 9th region. Unfortunately, it's not someone from my little universe. It's a peerless genius from the godly world. Qin Shao from the desolate land Godly Palace is only 50,000 years old. It's incredible that he can reach this step. Back then, my talent wasn't that great. When I entered the 9th region of Godly Mountain, I had already lived for more than 1,000,000 years. I was the first to enter the 9th region, so I might have been given preferential treatment. I'm looking forward to seeing how far you can go and which path you'll choose. Maybe I'll have a junior brother." Manyu Master's face showed a rare look of expectation, and he smiled. Master Qingye shuttled through the sacred palace in the depths of the desolate land's sacred palace and quickly arrived at the desolate space. Master Qingye stood before a white-haired elder and bowed respectfully. "Hall Master." The desolate land Hall Master waved his hand, and an image appeared in front of him. If Qin Shao were here, he would definitely be shocked. This was the image of him in District 9 of Mount Ethereal. Who would have thought that the palace master of the desolate land would have such means? He was actually able to spy on the situation of Mount Transcendence. It was truly unimaginable. Master Qingye was secretly impressed. In terms of the ability to understand the universe, Perhaps only the existence of the heavenly court island could surpass the desolate land temple lord. At the same time, Master Qingyao also received news that Qin Shao had barged into District 9. He was about to look for Qin Shao to ask about the situation when he was summoned by the Hall Master. Seeing that the Hall Master was concerned about Qin Zhao's situation, Master Qingyao was happy for Qin Shao. The fact that the Hall Master paid so much attention to Qin Shao was enough to prove that even the Hall Master admired Qin Zhao's excellence. "Qingyao, which path do you think Qin Shao will choose?" asked the Hall Master of the Desolate Land Temple Lord. Master Qingyao looked at the image and frowned. "The trials of MT Ethereal are too terrifying, especially the third path. It's simply impossible to complete. Even Tian Lingzi and the Lord Huayang could easily pass the second path, but the third path, they can't pass it either. If Qin Shao chooses the third path, the chances of him passing it are extremely low. It's almost impossible. However, based on my understanding of Qin Shao, if such an opportunity was placed in front of him, he would definitely grab it. Qin Shao knows he can't do it, but he'll still do it. That's his character. Therefore, I think he'll definitely choose the third path. If I have to give him a chance, I don't know how to do it either. Personally, I hope he chooses the second path. With his talent and potential, there's still a chance he can pass the second path. It'll be a great challenge for him. Besides, passing the second path will also give him a great opportunity. Manu Master obtained a great opportunity that allowed his strength to be infinitely close to that of a universe master. Although he's not on the heaven list, the number one on the heaven list is definitely not his match. Besides, he's the master of a small universe now. In his small universe, he's invincible. Even the Hall Master can't do anything to him. However, in terms of opportunities, I hope he chooses the third path. After all, there won't be another opportunity like that if he misses it. Even if such an opportunity is given to me, I'll definitely give it my all. At most, I'll just lose one of my bodies. The Hall Master of Desolate Land nodded slightly. Yes, that's true. I also hope he chooses the third path. However, if it's the third path, he might not be able to pass it. The chances are too slim. Forget it. Let's see what he chooses. The three paths placed in front of Qin Shao didn't make Qin Shao feel too conflicted. Needless to say, the first path was ruled out without even thinking about it. As for the second path, Qin Shao thought about it for a while, but in the end he ruled it out. The second path shouldn't be his choice. There was no reason to give up such a great opportunity. Even though he knew that the chances were extremely slim, Qin Shao was fearless. He kept moving forward with unswerving determination. Along the way, he had experienced several opportunities. Hadn't they all been the same? Every time, there wasn't a glimmer of hope, but every time, there wasn't a chance for him to win. Only by daring to fight would he have a chance to win. If he didn't even have the courage to fight, then he would lose the chance to win. He was destined to fail. Therefore, Qin Zhao's heart was as firm as ever. He didn't hesitate too much and made his final decision. Qin Shao looked up at the person in front of him and said, "Senior, I choose the third path." The third path? The person in front of him was slightly surprised when he heard Qin Zhao's choice. He gave Qin Shao a strange look and said, "I thought you would choose the second path. I didn't expect you to choose the third path. In fact, I think the second path is more realistic for you. Only then will you have a chance of success. As for the third path, it's almost a dead end for you. I can't even see a glimmer of hope in you." It should be said that in this universe era, there won't be anyone who can pass the third path. Although you're outstanding, it's still not enough. It's far from enough. My master's lifetime inheritance won't be easily given to others. In fact, it's still unknown whether or not you can pass the test of the second path. But in comparison, you're not much worse than Manu. Your chances of passing the test of the second path are still quite high. It's just up to you whether you can grasp it. I'll give you one more chance to choose. Are you sure you want to choose the third path? Although the person in front of him said so, Qin Zhao's state of mind still didn't waver at all. He still nodded firmly and said, "Yes, senior. I'll choose the third path. I won't regret it. At worst, I'll just sacrifice this avatar. If I don't even have the courage to try, then even if I can pass the test of the second path, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I don't want to see such a day, so in order to not regret it in the future, I'll choose the third path without hesitation. The person in front of him didn't say anything else. Okay, since it's your own choice, I won't say anything more. You chose the path yourself. Whether you can walk it or not is your own business. I won't give you any guidance. I'll only stop you. You can walk around the 9th district as you wish. The peak of this mountain is where I live. If you want to challenge me, you can come over at any time. However, there are some rules that I have to tell you in advance. Since you've chosen this path, you can't change it. If you can pass, then congratulations. If you can't, then only death awaits you. However, I'll give you plenty of time. As long as this avatar of yours is still alive, you can come and challenge me. There's no limit to the number of times. I won't kill you during the challenge period. Although this is only one of your avatars, there are rules here. Your avatars can't make breakthroughs here. Even if your true body reaches the Tao integration stage outside, your avatars have limited lifespans. Your avatars can only live for 1,084,000,000 years here. Once the time limit is up, you'll die. You're still young. You have plenty of time to challenge me. In other words, Qin Zhao's path was completely fixed now. Even if he wanted to leave here, there was no way for him to do so. Once he made a choice, he couldn't change it. Of course, Qin Zhao didn't want to leave here. Since he had made a choice, he would never regret it. He had to fight to the end. There was still 183 billion years left. This was an extremely long period of time for Qin Zhao, but it was more than enough. If he still couldn't pass the test after such a long time, it would be impossible. It would mean that he had failed. Qin Zhao had already prepared himself for the consequences of failure. He had no fear in his heart. So what was there to be afraid of? Qin Zhao nodded. He cupped his hands and said to the person in front of him, "Okay, senior, I understand." Qin Zhao's mind was extremely resolute. The figure in front of him disappeared. When Qin Zhao looked again, he found that he had already left the peak of the mountain. If he went to the peak of the mountain again, it would be tantamount to challenging that senior. Therefore, Qin Zhao could only walk around in other areas for the time being. He didn't know what was so magical about the legendary and mysterious District 9. Qin Zhao looked around. His eyes were beautiful. Let's take a look first. If I want to pass this test, I have to improve so much that I don't dare to imagine how I can reach that level. In fact, he couldn't imagine it. Even if he completed the mountain river soar technique, it wouldn't be of much use. Chapter 777. Qin Zhao's original body had returned to the desolate land's sacred palace and was summoned by Master Qingye. Qin Zhao knew that he couldn't hide what had happened in the desolate cosmos from Master Qingye. Therefore, it was normal for him to be summoned by Master Qingye. Qin Zhao truthfully explained what had happened on Sacred Mountain. Master Qingye, who already knew about this, said, "The Sacred Palace Master and I were certain that you would choose the third path. Facts have proven that to be the case. Based on my understanding of you, you definitely won't give in easily. Since you have made your choice, I won't say anything else. This is your own path, so the decision lies with you. How you choose to walk it is also up to you. It's good that you have such ambition and confidence. However, this path is extremely difficult. At least for now, no one in our universe era has been able to reach that stage. Not even Tian Lingzi or Lord Huayang. No one can do it. If you choose to walk this path, it will be a path that creates miracles and legends. If you succeed, you will be the most talented person in our universe era. Plus, you don't have much time left." Qin Zhao nodded. He naturally knew how difficult it would be, but he would never regret his decision. What he had to do now was to do his best. Qin Zhao had already prepared himself for the worst, which was to lose a clone. Even if his clone was damaged, Qin Zhao had absolute confidence that his original body could successfully reach the Tao integration stage and become a ruler. "Master Qingye, there are still some things that I don't quite understand. Can I ask Master Qingye for some advice?" Qin Zhao asked. Master Qingye smiled faintly. He could read Qin Zhao's mind at a glance. "I know what you are puzzled about. All right, I wasn't in a hurry to tell you these secrets. However, since you asked, there's no harm in telling you now. After all, your current strength has already entered the heaven list. There are some things that you can know. Upon hearing Master Qingye's words, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the universe was not as simple as he thought. His understanding of the universe was still very shallow. He definitely hadn't come into contact with the true secrets of the universe, so he had many doubts. Master Qingye knew what Qin Zhao was thinking, so he continued. Do you want to know why I told you last time that there are only 10 universe masters in our universe? But based on the number of universe masters you know, there are as many as 12, maybe even 13 of them. Qin Zhao nodded and did not comment. That was indeed the case. Master Qingye chuckled and said, if you think about what I said, you should be able to figure it out. Qin Zhao was slightly taken aback. She raised her eyebrows and began to ponder over Master Qingye's words. After being reminded by Master Qingye, Qin Zhao naturally grasped the key point. Our universe. Could it be that there are other universes? Yes, you're right. There are indeed other universes. Master Qingye smiled and nodded. Qin Zhao was also shocked. There were other universes? The universe they were in right now was already incomparably vast. Even rulers couldn't fly out of this universe in their entire lives. It was really inconceivable that there were other universes in this universe. It was very difficult to understand. Master Qingye said, for the time being, you only need to know about the situation of other universes. Don't ask about the details for now. Due to some special reasons, some powerful beings from other universes entered our universe and were trapped there. Every universe has the ability to protect itself. With the willpower of the universe origin there, if you want to escape this restriction, you have to have the ability to surpass the universe. At least, universe masters can't do that. Therefore, even if universe masters from other universes enter our universe, they can't get out. They can only be trapped in our universe. The endless ocean of darkness contains many secrets left behind from ancient times. Even we can't tell you everything. How many people from other universes are hiding in our universe? We can't tell you everything. Fortunately, our universe is powerful, so visitors from other universes can't stir up trouble in our universe. Master Qingye did not say much about other universes, and Qin Zhao did not ask any more questions. He was afraid that there were deeper secrets involved, so he could not let him know for now. Qin Zhao thought for a while and said, Master Qingye, does this mean that Eros is a visitor from another universe? Green Leaf nodded. That's right. The Arrow race came to our universe a long, long time ago. They've been hiding in the endless dark ocean. Because they have a universe master, they're extremely powerful, and many of his clansmen have survived, so he is one of the most powerful hidden forces in our universe. In terms of power, Eros is not weaker than the desolate land, Godly Palace. He might even be stronger. However, the 5 holy lands of the godly world are very united. With the 5 holy lands protecting the godly world, Eros doesn't dare to act rashly. The demon world, the underworld, the abyss, and the demon world do not dare to spy on the godly world. With the protection of power, the godly world has always been prosperous. Based on Master Qingye's words, Qin Zhao further speculated that if he could not capture someone with the path of fate, could that person be a visitor from another universe? Qin Zhao also could not capture his master, Red Dust Guest, with the path of fate. Could it be that his master was also a visitor from another universe? If that was the case, it would explain why his master could have the unique cultivation system of true meaning of power in the universe. Actually, there was no need to ask Master Qingye. Qin Zhao was basically certain that this was the case, so he did not ask any more questions. Then what about Manu Master? Is he also a master of the universe? Qin Zhao asked again. Master Qingye shook his head. Strictly speaking, he is not. Strictly speaking? Qin Zhao was somewhat puzzled. Why did he have to say it strictly? Was he a master of the universe or not? Jim and Greenleaf explained, you should know what it means to be a minor universe master. It's like you You have complete control over an origin world and become the master of an origin world. The will of the origin world recognizes you as its master. It is the same for a master of a small universe. The will of the origin of the small universe recognizes him as its master. So, if he is in the small universe of Manu, then Manu Master is invincible. Even the temple leader cannot do anything to him. With the might of the origin will in his body, all power would be suppressed. But if he is out of the small universe of Manu, then his power is actually only at the level of a top-tier dominator. Of course, he is much stronger than me. So, strictly speaking, he is not a master of the universe. But if he is in the small universe of Manu, then he is indeed a master of the universe. And this is the basic power range of a master of the small universe. The weakest master of the small universe is only comparable to an ordinary dominator. Among all the small universe masters, Manu Master is unquestionably the most powerful one. Manu Master is quite capable, but he is very low-key, so he is not very famous in the universe. It is precisely because he is low-key and easy to talk to that we dared to send you into the small universe of Manu. Otherwise, if it were another master of the small universe, he would have killed you easily. Even the temple leader would not have been able to do anything about it. Qin Shao nodded. So that was the case. No wonder he found it strange. If that was the case, then it was easy to understand. So that was what a master of the small universe was like. But if that was the case, then Manu Master was indeed a capable man. By the way, Master Qingye, how many small universe masters are there in our universe? There shouldn't be a lot of them, right? Qin Shao asked curiously. Master Qingye shook his head with a smile. How could there be a lot? There are only a few masters of the dominator level, and there are even fewer masters of the small universe. There are not many of them in the origin world, let alone in the small universe. As far as we know, there are only 8 small universes in total. The 8 masters of the small universe each dominate a small universe, but they rarely walk around in the universe. However, there are 1 or 2 masters of the universe who like to walk around in the universe with their bodies. Their original bodies are invincible, so they don't take anyone seriously. They are extremely crazy. Even if you meet such people, it is best to avoid them. Otherwise, once you provoke them, there will be endless trouble. Qin Shao nodded. Of course, he understood the pros and cons of this. He was the master of the small universe. As long as his original body did not leave the small universe, he was invincible. He was immortal. No one could kill him. At most, he would lose one of his bodies. If a master of the small universe had a strange temperament, then it was possible for him to do many crazy things. Moreover, he didn't care about the consequences and didn't fear anyone. That was the scariest thing. Once someone provoked such a person, he would be like a sticky candy or a nightmare. It was impossible to get rid of him. Qin Shao wouldn't easily offend such a person. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Of course, with Qin Zhao's current strength, he wasn't qualified to offend such a being. He could easily kill Qin Shao with one finger. After figuring out the situation, Qin Shao asked again, Master Qingye, what is the origin of God Crossing Mountain? There is a master of the universe on it. He must be a guest from the other universe. If that's the case, God Crossing Mountain should be from the other universe. But why did it land in the Manu little universe? Master Qingye's expression became slightly serious. I don't know much about this, so don't ask too much. If you can pass the test of the third path one day, you will naturally know everything. In fact, we don't know much about it now, so we can't be sure about its accuracy. We also want to know the specific situation of God Crossing Mountain. This is also our hope for you. If you can succeed, we'll be able to gain a deeper understanding of MT transcendence. Qin Shao fell silent. So this was the reason why Master Qingye asked them to go to the Manu little universe. However, since Master Qingye said so, Qin Shao was even more curious. What was the big secret of God Crossing Mountain? What kind of shocking secret was hidden in God Crossing Mountain? Chapter 778. Qin Zhao's doppelganger was temporarily trapped in Sacred Mountain. It was extremely difficult for him to pass the test of the third path. Even Master Qing Ye was not optimistic about his chances. Qin Zhao was also aware that the possibility of passing the test of the third path was infinitely close to zero. However, Qin Zhao was duty-bound to give a try. If he did not succeed, he would die trying. The path of cultivation was like this. If one did not dare to give it a try, he would always be standing still. Opportunities were always given to those who were prepared. No matter how great the opportunity was, one needed to have the ability to obtain it. After all, it was extremely rare for a pie to fall from the sky. Qin Zhao's original body was cultivating in the divine palace of the desolate land. Qin Zhao also went to the several cultivation holy lands of the divine palace of the desolate land. Now, Qin Zhao's direction of improvement was to work hard to cultivate the other supreme great Tao to the 6th level of perfection. Then, he would focus on the application of other great Tao, the application of the ultimate sword Tao, and the creation of the Mountain River Sword Scripture. These were all the directions that Qin Zhao could cultivate. In fact, he could even try to cultivate the secret book, Jiuqian Atlas, that he obtained in the divine demon world. The requirements for cultivation of Jiuqian Atlas were indeed very high. Generally speaking, only the almighty level could cultivate it. If one did not reach this threshold, they would not even have the opportunity to cultivate it. However, Qin Zhao could only try it out for the time being. Secret books were of a higher level than absolute arts. Once one could cultivate a secret book to the great success level, the improvement of one's strength would definitely be incomparably huge. Qin Zhao had to improve in these aspects. Moreover, he had to improve greatly in all aspects in order to have a slight chance of passing the test of the third path. It was too difficult to improve in every aspect, not to mention many aspects that needed to be improved. That was even more difficult. This could only be done slowly, using time to grind it out. At least for the time being, Qin Zhao still had plenty of time to work hard. Suddenly, a piece of news spread in the divine world. A peerless genius had risen to the top in a domineering manner. To Qin Zhao's surprise and joy, the person who created such a huge commotion turned out to be Brother Pure. It was said that after Brother Pure came out from the gate of the myriad worlds, he focused on cultivating and digesting the inheritance from his master. In just a short period of 5,000 years, he had unexpectedly shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. One sword. With merely one sword, he had killed the Swan Almighty. The Swan Almighty was also an Almighty who had been through a lot. He had quite a reputation in the divine realm. However, he had actually been killed by a nameless brat with a single sword. Such a matter naturally set off a huge tsunami in the divine realm, causing an uproar. Qian Shan Bai's name quickly spread throughout the god realm. Receiving this news, Qin Zhao laughed. Brother Pure is really amazing. Once he does, he shocks the world. I have also heard of Swan's name. He was indeed a powerful existence. He lived for a long time and had many tricks up his sleeves. But I didn't expect that he would be killed by Brother Pure with a single sword move. Interesting. This is really interesting. Actually, the story was quite interesting. After Brother Pure's strength increased greatly, he walked around the divine world. But he met a blind young master who wanted to find trouble with Brother Pure. In the end, he was killed by Brother Pure. This young master also had a great background. He was the direct descendant of Swan. His talent was extraordinary, and he was doted on by Swan. Swan was also a very protective Almighty. So when this young master's original body was killed by Brother Pure, Swan was naturally furious. He wanted to kill Brother Pure. But he didn't expect that his clone would be killed by Brother Pure with a single sword move. Swan was so scared that he hurriedly came out to apologize. He handed over the young master to Brother Pure. Only then did the matter settle. This battle made Brother Pure famous in the divine world. Brother Pure's shocking rise once again attracted the attention of the people in the divine world to the 9 provinces continent and the Qin manor. Brother Pure was also a person from the 9 provinces continent. Like Qin Zhao, he came from the source world. Two such heaven-defying monsters had actually appeared in the same source world. This was truly an inconceivable matter. This kind of thing had never happened since the beginning of the universe era. Qin Shao also returned to the Qin Manor. Brother Pure returned to the Qin Manor complacently. This time, he came with limitless halo. Naturally, he shone brightly and was in high spirits. This made Brother Pure feel like he jumped up and stood at a high position. Brother Pure's status was suddenly raised. His presence was also immediately felt. Brother Pure, you really stepped on dog shit this time. You actually came back from the jaws of death and even obtained the inheritance of a ruler. I'm so envious that I'm drooling. Eternal Wind joked. Brother Pure's mouth curled up. With a smug look on his face, he said, "That's not so good. Brother Pure's luck has always been good, okay? The most important thing is that Brother Pure's talent is very good. Otherwise, how could he be chosen by a ruler? This shows that I have talent and potential. This is something that you can't envy. It turns out that my master really has a very good eye. Crossing the river of time, among countless people, he chose Brother Pure at a glance. Look how awesome I am now, how strong I am. How can I win glory for my master? It won't be long before I spread the name of my master. I will let my master's name shake the whole universe again. I will let my master be proud of me in the underworld." Ha ha! Seeing Brother Pure's smug look, everyone couldn't help but make fun of him. Brother Pure was thick-skinned anyway. He could endure everyone's ridicule and teasing. With Brother Chunjia as a clown, the atmosphere became very relaxed. Everyone could talk and laugh without any arrogance. They got along as if they were a family. "Brother Pure, what are your plans now?" Yao Shiwilian asked. Brother Pure's lips curled into a sinister smile. Of course I'm going to do something big. Last time, I was humiliated at the profound sect. The exquisite fairy looked down on me, and Taiyu Xuanzi even humiliated me. How can I not avenge such a great enmity? I'm going to show the people of the profound sect if they still have the right to look down on me. I'm going to show them if my Brother Pure is worthy of the exquisite fairy. This was something that had always hung in the depths of Brother Pure's heart. This was the direction he had always been working towards. It was just that his luck was good enough to obtain the ruler's inheritance. He could rise rapidly and transform himself in a short time. Brother Pure couldn't wait to do this. After saying a few words to everyone, he set off for the profound sect alone. The last time he went to the profound sect, he was accompanied by Qin Shao. This time, however, he had the confidence to barge into the profound sect alone. Everyone was happy for Brother Pure. It didn't take long for news to spread. Brother Pure displayed his invincible might at the profound sect, trampling on Taiyu Xuanzi. Nangong Ling also looked at Brother Pure in a new light and treated him with respect. The exquisite fairy also changed her attitude towards Brother Pure. She expressed that she could accept Brother Pure's pursuit. Brother Pure accepted the love of the beauty with the posture of a hero, reversing his fate in one fell swoop. The reversal of the universe was sometimes so strange that it made people sigh. Everyone in the 9 provinces continent was jubilant when they heard the news. Brother Pure had completely risen in the divine world. For the 9 provinces continent, another capable person had been born. The prestige of the 9 provinces continent was even greater. It was starting to gain some fame in the divine world. It was said that good things came in pairs. After Brother Pure returned in defeat, another piece of exciting news came. The Earth ranking was updated. This time, in addition to Brother Pure, a new face appeared on the Earth ranking. Moreover, this new face was also from the 9 provinces continent. It was none other than Shi Jian. The divine world was in an uproar when the Earth ranking was updated. All the limelight was stolen by the 9 provinces continent because there were 3 people from the 9 provinces continent on the Earth ranking. Earth ranking 3rd, Qin Shao. Earth ranking 100, Qian Shanbai. Earth ranking 2679, Shi Jian. Qin Shao was ranked 3rd on the Earth ranking. He had once again continued his legend, and once again proved to the god realm just how terrifying his exceptional talent was. Once again, he created a historical record and became the youngest person to become the Earth ranking third. He was not even 60,000 years old, but he was already Earth ranking third. This was enough to shock the world and make the divine world tremble. How heaven-defying was Master Ching in the past? However, Master Ching took more than 200,000 years to reach Earth ranking third. Qin Zhao's speed was only a quarter of Master Ching's. This kind of monstrous talent was indeed astonishing and unbelievable. Qin Zhao's name could be said to have shaken the entire universe. Brother Pure's first time on the Earth ranking third, he actually made it to the top 100. Although this was not the first time in history, it was still extremely rare. Brother Pure's name naturally spread quickly in the divine world. Other than the Heavenly Court Island, the other 4 holy lands all sent out invitations to Brother Pure, hoping to recruit Brother Pure. However, Brother Pure did not accept them for the time being. Qin Zhao was most pleased with Shi Jian. Although Shi Jian's strength was not bad previously, it was still far from the level of the Earth ranking third. He did not expect him to make it to the Earth ranking third this time. Moreover, his ranking was not bad. Thinking about it, Shi Jian must have obtained a lot of opportunities while training outside. His hard work finally paid off. Qin Zhao was most pleased with Shi Jian's growth. Qin Zhao and the other 2 made it to the Earth ranking third, which made the 9 provinces world famous. They also gained some status in the divine world. Such a matter was indeed astonishing. How could a single source world give birth to 3 peerless geniuses at once? It should be known that it was difficult for a territory to give birth to a peerless genius on the Earth ranking. However, the 9 provinces continent, a small land, actually had 3 peerless geniuses on the Earth ranking third. Moreover, 2 of them were in the top 100. The 9 provinces world became incomparably lively. Happy events happened one after another. Naturally, the 9 provinces world was filled with cheers and laughter. Many people also came to join the Qin Mansion and become a member of the 9 provinces continent. Chapter 779. Brother Pure returned in defeat, and Shi Jian also returned with glory. The 2 of them became heroes of the 9 provinces continent, singing the Song of Heroes. After all these years of development, the 9 provinces continent had absorbed a lot of people. Changfeng and the others also had their own descendants and gradually formed their own families. They spread their branches and leaves and slowly strengthened the 9 provinces continent. The only regret was that they couldn't return to the origin world for the time being, and there was no way to bring the people from the origin world out. Since Qin Zhao's original body left the origin world's vitality had obviously weakened a lot. Although there was a very good mechanism for cultivating the next generation, the probability of a god appearing had obviously decreased a lot. In the beginning, a god would be born every 1,000 years, but now, it was difficult for a god to be born every 10,000 years. The speed had indeed slowed down a lot. Villa head Yao came to congratulate him, and Qin Zhao welcomed him with wine, and they chatted merrily. Scholar Shi Jian, after 3 days, I really have to look at you with new eyes. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you would suddenly rise up and kill your way into the Earth list. Your potential is really good. If nothing unexpected happens, it's only a matter of time before you become a powerful being, Villa head Yao said to Shi Jian with a face full of praise. Shi Jian respectfully bowed and said with a humble expression, Senior Villa head Yao praises me too much. Compared to Master, I am nothing. The difference between us is more than 100,000 miles. I have to thank Senior Villa head Yao for being able to reach where I am today. If it wasn't for Senior Villa head Yao's careful guidance in the early years, I wouldn't be where I am today. I, Shi Jian, will engrave this great kindness in my heart. Master can show you the way, but cultivation depends on the individual. This is the result of your own efforts. Villa head Yao laughed and waved his hand, but he didn't accept this credit. Speaking of which, Villa head Yao's credit was indeed not small. Previously, Shi Jian had been cultivating in the Yao family manor and received a lot of care from villa head Yao. If it wasn't for this, Shi Jian's growth wouldn't have been so smooth. After all, Qin Shao also couldn't take care of Shi Jian in the past. Villa head Yao looked at Qin Shao and said, "When do you plan to open the manor? It should be about time to open the manor." Qin Shao nodded. "Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. My clone can't come back for the time being, so it's about time to open the manor." "Yes, that's enough. You're now ranked 3rd on the Earth roll. You already have a supreme halo around you. Your disciple, Shi Jian, has made it onto the Earth rankings, and your brother Pure, has made it onto the Earth rankings. Now, your 9 provinces continent's name has shaken the entire God realm. I'm afraid there's no one who doesn't know of you. Now that we're opening the manor while it's still hot, it'll definitely be a supreme glory." Villa head Yao said. In fact, Qin Shao had thought about opening a mansion before. Since he was going to open a residence, he naturally had to plan it well. This was a big matter. Qin Shao would officially have a foothold in the God realm. He would have his own territory, and his name would spread far and wide. Opening a mansion sounded simple, but in reality, it was very complicated. The main point of opening a mansion was to invite guests. Speaking of which, Qin Shao didn't know many people in the God realm. He only knew that he was the ambassador of the Hidden Dragon Territory. The Hidden Dragon Territory's 3,600 prefectures and more than 10,000 almighty experts were under his command. Otherwise, Qin Shao wouldn't have invited many people. Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless. Therefore, he specifically asked Villa head Yao for advice. Villa head Yao smiled and said, "I really can't say anything about this. After all, you're the host. How to invite guests is entirely up to you. However, if you really want to talk about it, then it's best to invite all of the sealed members of the Desolate Land's Divine Palace. Naturally, you also have to invite all of the almighty experts under your command. As for the others, you can invite them if you think they can. That's pretty much it." Qin Shao said, "Invite all of them? Even the sovereigns are invited? Even the palace lord?" After all, the sovereigns were aloof existences. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't dare to rashly disturb them. As for the palace lord, he was an even more supreme existence. Qin Shao didn't dare to rashly invite him. Villa head Yao nodded and said, "Yes, invite all of them. Whether they come or not is up to them. But whether you invite them or not is up to you. Generally speaking, the sovereigns wouldn't casually come. However, they would send a gift. As for the palace lord, it's hard to say. The invitation is just a gesture." Qin Shao thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll invite all of them." He wanted to invite all of the sealed members of the Desolate Land's Divine Palace, as well as the almighty experts of the Hidden Dragon Territory. As for the rest, Qin Shao didn't want to invite many people. Apart from them, Qin Shao could only think of 2 people. One was Palace Lord Mo Long, and the other was the sect master of the Hexagram sect. Apart from them, Qin Shao didn't know any other almighty experts. The list of names was quickly confirmed. Qin Shao sent out the invitations and decided to hold a banquet 100 years later. Although the banquet would be held 100 years later, the 9 provinces continent started to get busy. All kinds of preparation work had to be done. The servants who would receive the guests had to be selected and trained. They couldn't let people gossip about the small details. This was the first time Qin Shao did something so sensational. Therefore, Qin Shao attached great importance to it. Everyone started to get busy. Villa Master Yao decided to stay in the 9 continents world and take it as a chance to have some fun. Qin Zhao's banquet naturally caused a huge uproar in the divine world. This was definitely a big event. The invited guests also started to prepare appropriate gifts. All parties started to get busy. The matters were handled by his subordinates. Qin Shao only needed to arrange everything properly. There weren't many things that he needed to do personally. Therefore, he had a lot of free time. With nothing to do, Qin Shao came to a place with a sea of flowers and sat quietly in the sea of flowers. Thinking back, this journey was indeed very difficult. Qin Shao was thinking about the current crisis of the origin world. Although this crisis would break out in 100 million years, Qin Shao still wanted to resolve it as soon as possible. He didn't want to be caught unprepared if there were any unforeseen events. However, Qin Shao couldn't do anything about this matter. He couldn't rush it for the time being. If he really couldn't do it, he could only thicken his face and beg the palace lord or his master. As long as they took action, there wouldn't be any problems. With such a guarantee, resolving this crisis was just a matter of time. Yao Shiwilian, who was dressed in a light purple robe, walked over. She was like a colorful cloud, bringing with her peerless beauty. A faint orchid fragrance emanated from her body. One could smell her unique scent from afar. She had a charming smile on her face. Her face was as bright as a flower. She walked to Qin Zhao's side and sat down close to Qin Shao. Her beauty was enough to mesmerize all living things. Sitting here alone in a daze, Yao Shiwilian looked at Qin Shao. She was as bright as a summer flower and had the most enchanting fragrance. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Yes, in a daze. Sometimes it's actually a kind of enjoyment to be alone and look at the beautiful scenery." Yao Shiwilian smiled as well. She smiled even more happily and said, "Then you really know how to enjoy life. Everyone else is so busy, but you're sitting here leisurely and admiring the flowers. Why? Are you thinking about your soulmate again?" The soulmate Yao Shiwilian was talking about was naturally Gu Lingwei. Gu Lingwei had always been hidden deep in Qin Zhao's heart. He thought about her all the time. As he said, some things would only become more precious after they were lost. Gu Lingwei was indeed a wound in Qin Zhao's heart that could not be erased. The reason why Gu Lingwei ended up like this was all because of Qin Shao. The sorrow in his heart was also the motivation for Qin Shao to move forward. For Gu Lingwei, he had to walk to the peak of the universe. Qin Shao did not answer. However, not answering was also a kind of tacit agreement. Yao Shiwilian smiled and said, "Why? Are you afraid of hurting me? I'm not that petty. In fact, I'm very tolerant. I just want to be like this quietly. I don't have to get it to be happy. In fact, I feel that I'm quite happy now. As long as I can see you from time to time, that's enough. I'm not that ambitious." Hearing Yao Shiwilian's words, Qin Shao did not know what to say. He felt somewhat guilty in his heart. Qin Shao really did not know what to say about Yao Shiwilian. In fact, it was not that he did not like Yao Shiwilian, but there was a hurdle in his heart that he could not cross. Gu Lingwei was still in a coma, so Qin Shao did not want to think about anything. For the time being, his heart was closed and locked by him. No one could enter his heart. Yao Shiwilian was a very smart woman. She knew this, so she never deliberately pursued Qin Shao, expressed her feelings to Qin Shao, and did not bring pressure to Qin Shao. As before, she got along with Qin Shao like an ordinary friend. This was a good thing for both of them. It allowed Qin Shao to get along with Yao Shiwilian calmly as a friend without any burden. "Can you tell me about your childhood? I'm really interested in what happened when you were young. I really want to know how you went from being so lowly to where you are now. I have a feeling that it will be a very legendary story." Yao Shiwilian looked at Qin Shao curiously. She was born into a good family. She was the daughter of a powerful figure and could be regarded as a proud child born with a silver spoon in her mouth. From childhood to adulthood, she was doted on by everyone and had abundant resources for cultivation. It could be said that she grew up without any worries. Therefore, she did not pay much attention to cultivation in the past. She always wanted to sneak out to have fun, see the big universe, and see the wonderful world outside. Qin Shao looked at Yao Shiwilian and nodded. Then he told Yao Shiwilian about his childhood. Originally, he was not willing to tell these things to others, but Yao Shiwilian was an exception. In fact, no matter how strong a person was, there would always be a soft place in his heart, and this place also needed someone to protect it. The two of them chatted, some talking, some laughing. Amidst the sea of flowers, 7 colors lingered in the air, creating a dense mist. It was so beautiful that it made people envious. Chapter 780. The 9 Provinces Continent, a continent that had just been established for less than 30,000 years, had become famous in the divine realm at an astonishing speed. The Qin mansion had also become a major power in the divine realm. With Qin Shao, Brother Pure, and Shi Jian, 3 existences on the Earth ranking, it was enough to support the Qin mansion's supreme prestige. Qin Shao, in particular, was strong enough to fight against the ancient times by himself and become famous in the world. The strength of the 3rd on the Earth ranking was definitely on the level of the Heaven ranking. With such strength, even in the desolate land, the Divine Palace's territory, he was definitely one of the strongest. Qin Zhao's current status in the divine realm was definitely somewhat extraordinary. He was a giant existence in a region. His prestige naturally made countless people revere him. Under everyone's anticipation, the day of the Qin mansion's grand opening finally arrived. The invited guests came one after another. Basically, they came in groups of 3 to 5. The Qin manor also appeared to be more festive and solemn than before. The soldiers standing guard were all in high spirits. Their waists were perfectly straight, and their faces were full of pride. The arrival of the almighty existences made them unable to contain their joy. It was as if they were bathed in divine light. The almighty existences that were rarely seen in ordinary days came in groups as if they were worthless today. The almighty existences that were usually high and mighty also lowered their posture today. They came in groups like ordinary people, talking and laughing. Some of the almighty existences even threw a smile at the soldiers standing guard, which made the soldiers feel honored. The servants who were in charge of receiving the guests had undergone 100 years of training. They all performed outstandingly and wanted to take this opportunity to perform well. Welcoming the almighty existences was also a supreme honor. Being able to bask in the divine light of the almighty existences was something to be proud of. Qin Shao led Brother Pure and Shi Jian to welcome the guests in front of the Qin mansion's main hall. Brother Pure was in charge of receiving the gifts, and Shi Jian was in charge of leading the guests to their seats. Then, the servants came to serve them according to the order. "Haha, Your Highness Qin Shao, congratulations. We were in a hurry this time, so we only prepared a small gift. I hope you don't mind." A powerful being said respectfully and handed the prepared gift to Brother Pure. Brother Pure casually glanced at the gift and said jokingly, "Almighty Pang Shi, you didn't prepare the gift well." Hearing this, mighty expert Chong-Shi was frightened and quickly said, "It's my fault. I'll definitely prepare another great gift later this time." Qin Shao smiled and waved his hand. "All right, Almighty Pang Shi, Brother Pure is just joking with you. Don't take it seriously." As long as the sincerity was there, the gift was secondary. I didn't care about these formalities. "Almighty Pang Shi, please come in. You can greet them first. I'll come and greet you later." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Almighty Pang Shi felt relieved. He quickly nodded to Qin Shao and entered the hall. Qin Shao smiled helplessly at Brother Pure and said, "You're ruining my reputation." Brother Chuanjia curled his lips and said carelessly, "You're too easy to talk to. After all, you're the border ambassador of the Hidden Dragon territory. If you want to survive in the Hidden Dragon territory, you should know the rules. Look at other people's opening ceremonies. If you don't give a good gift, you'll be blacklisted. If you're too nice, you'll make those people return. It doesn't matter. As long as you don't cause any trouble, I'm too lazy to care." Qin Shao didn't care. The powerful beings in the territory of the Hidden Dragon territory had all rushed over early. This time, none of them dared to not come. Last time, when Dao Lord Wild Dragon looked down on Qin Shao, he was directly suppressed and imprisoned in the purgatory of the desolate land. With Qin Zhao's previous show of strength, no one dared to act rashly. They all respectfully rushed over to attend the opening ceremony. This was the least they could do to show respect to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was now in charge of the Hidden Dragon territory. Therefore, all the forces in the Hidden Dragon territory should follow Qin Zhao's lead. The strength of the powerful beings in the Hidden Dragon territory was ordinary. Qin Shao just casually gave some instructions and let the servants go and greet them. Boom! The distant sky was suddenly blasted open by a peerless power. The entire sky shook violently. Everyone couldn't help but look at the distant sky. Boom! Another violent tremor resounded. It was as if a great bell had rung together, shaking the ancient times. An unparalleled aura came from afar. The mighty aura even made some of the weaker ones kneel down and kowed out to it. Those almighties were also in awe, and their spirits were lifted. After 2 vibrations, a group of black figures walked out. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Their brilliance was peerless, and their power shook the heavens. Qin Shao looked over from afar, and a smile appeared on his face. It was the senior brothers of the godly Palace of Desolation who had arrived. Villa Lord Yao rushed out when he heard the news. He stood beside Qin Shao and looked at the people who came. Qin Shao had only met half of the sealed members of the Desolate Land's Divine Palace. There were many that he hadn't seen before. However, all of them were invited this time. As those figures approached, their powerful auras caused everyone to hold their breaths. It was as if the entire 9 provinces world had been frozen in place. The eyes of the guests who came earlier lit up when they saw these powerful beings. They had never seen these powerful beings before. This time, they could take a good look at their beautiful faces. Qin Shao hurriedly came forward to greet them. Jin Xiu, Changshan, Fallen Li's Palace Lord, 5 great emperors, a Mei Fairy, Dowie Ant. Qin Shao greeted them one by one. What surprised Qin Shao was that there were nearly 2,000 of them. It seemed that the powerful beings of the Desolate Land's Divine Palace had agreed to come together. With so many powerful experts descending, their brilliance was unparalleled. Immediately, everyone's brilliance was completely overshadowed, causing everyone's gaze to fall on them. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on a couple. It was Almighty Dao Qi and his wife. At that moment, Almighty Dao Qi's wife had also successfully reached Dao integration and become an almighty. An almighty couple was relatively rare in the universe. Senior brother Dao Qi, brother and sister-in-law, thank you for coming. Qin Shao cupped his fists and said with a smile. The last time Almighty Dao Qi brought his wife to Qin Manor to apologize, Qin Shao had seen it once. This was the second time. Speaking of which, they were a couple that countless people envied. They also started from humble beginnings and never left each other. Even after Dao Qi became a powerful being and became a sealed member of the Desolate Land's Divine Palace, he never abandoned his wife. Instead, he had been trying to find a way to make his wife become a powerful being. Now, he had finally done it. His wife had also become a powerful being as she wished. Dao Qi smiled and said, "We had to come when you opened your mansion. My wife also wanted to come because she wanted to thank you again. My wife and I will never forget your great kindness." Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Dao Qi, you're too polite. Since I've made you a friend, let's not talk about what happened before. I can completely understand what you've done. If it were me, I would have done the same. So, there's no right or wrong. If you say this again, you'll be treating me like an outsider." Dao Qi didn't say much, but he was very grateful to Qin Shao in his heart. His wife was also very grateful to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was her great benefactor. Qin Shao asked Shijian to invite the 2 of them in. He also invited the senior brothers of the Desolate Land's Divine Palace in. These people naturally became VIPs, becoming existences that everyone respected. Boom! Another powerful figure descended, attracting a lot of attention. Why are the 3 demon brothers here too? Wasn't there a rumor that the 3 demon brothers were at odds with Qin Shao? Yeah, I heard that too. The Demon Eye King is at odds with Qin Shao. Why are they here too? Could it be that they're here to apologize and show their goodwill? Some of the mighty figures were puzzled. Seeing the 3 demon brothers, Qin Shao welcomed them with a smile. "Palace Lord Mo Long, welcome." Palace Lord Mo Long laughed heartily. "Qin Shao, you're too polite. We thought we wouldn't be invited, so we wanted to shamelessly come and ask for a drink. I didn't expect you to invite us, Qin Shao. Of course, we can't not come, ha ha." The Demon Eye King looked ashamed at this moment. He cupped his fist at Qin Shao and said, "I'm really sorry about what happened before. It's all my fault. I hope your Highness Qin Shao can be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones. Qin Shao glanced at the demon I King indifferently and didn't pay much attention to him. He quite admired Palace Lord Mo Long's character. As for the demon I King, he didn't have a good impression of him. As for Dao Lord Demon Tiger, he didn't have a good or bad impression of him. However, this time, it was for Palace Lord Mo Long's sake. Naturally, Palace Lord Mo Long brought the demon I King here to apologize personally. Palace Lord Mo Long, please come in. I'll find you for a drink later. Qin Shao nodded with a smile. Palace Lord Mo Long nodded, and the three of them went in together. After sending off the three demon brothers, another mighty figure invited by Qin Shao, the Six-Mang Sect Master, was quickly welcomed. Previously, the Six-Mang Sect Master had formed a good relationship with Qin Shao. He didn't expect Qin Shao to take the initiative to invite him to participate in the opening ceremony. He was really flattered. Haha, Your Highness Qin Shao, you're too polite. I'm really in awe. The Six-Mang Sect Master laughed happily. With Qin Zhao's current status and strength, he was indeed very proud that he could take the initiative to invite him. Some mighty figures' gazes fell on the Six-Mang Sect Master, and there were many discussions. Even the Six-Mang Sect Master was invited? Yeah, the Six-Mang Sect Master is just an ordinary mighty figure. He's not even a member of our Hidden Dragon territory. Why would he be invited? It seems that our Highness Qin Shao is quite easygoing. He would even invite ordinary mighty figures. Yes, I think so too. So, we must be on good terms with Highness Qin Shao. Chapter 781. At this time, the Qin Manor was also full of distinguished guests, and the sound of laughter was unceasing. Everyone took this rare opportunity to gather together, drink wine, and talk freely. Even some of the powerful figures in the divine palace in the desolate land rarely came here. They were all cultivating in seclusion. Today was a rare opportunity for everyone to gather together in Qin Zhao's mansion opening ceremony. Many of the powerful figures who had been in seclusion for a long time also came out. They gave Qin Zhao enough face. Even some famous powerful figures in the divine world who had been famous for a long time appeared. Naturally, many people were pleasantly surprised to see their faces. There were definitely not many opportunities for him to meet these powerful beings. A fiery light suddenly flickered, and a tall figure bathed in blazing flames swept through the air, descending with a fiery might. From afar, Qin Shao could smell a hint of threat from that fiery heat. The flames were not reddish-yellow like ordinary flames. Instead, they were as white as jade. This was the most terrifying type of fire. It was called the Supreme Karmic Fire. Once the Karmic Fire was released, it could burn the heavens. Foam Bat's figure in the flames looked particularly tall and mighty, handsome and handsome. This was definitely a handsome face that would make any man jealous. An invisible supreme aura spread out. It could make the heavens submit to him. It could make the heavens tremble. All the powerful figures involuntarily looked over and fell on the figure. Seeing the figure, many of the powerful figures exclaimed, "Fire God? Why is he here?" Yeah, someone from the immemorial Jiang clan actually came to attend Prince Qin Zhao's mansion opening ceremony. Could it be that Prince Qin Shao is on good terms with Fire God? It's hard to say. Prince Qin Shao is indeed qualified to be on good terms with Fire God. After seeing the figure clearly, Qin Shao was quite surprised. Fire God, ranked 127th on the heaven list, was a peerless, powerful figure of the immemorial Jiang clan. Most importantly, Fire God was growing too fast. Fire God was still very young. He was only a little over 10 million years old. On the heaven leaderboard, Vulcan was the youngest, but his ranking was above average. Moreover, the Fire God's potential was limitless. As long as he was given time, he could grow stronger rapidly. Qin Shao didn't know Vulcan. He had only heard of Vulcan's name. Moreover, the ancient Jiang clan did not have much contact with the desolate land divine palace. So Qin Shao was very surprised and did not understand why the Fire God was here. However, since he was a guest, Qin Shao still greeted him with a smile. Fire God, we are honored by your presence. Qin Shao is really surprised. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you. Fire God Mo's smile was very charming as he bathed in the fire. A gentleman's smile could cause 3,000 beauties to prostrate before him. Vulcan waved his hand and said, "You're too polite. I came uninvited, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get a sip of wine." How could that be? It's an honor for the fire god to come. I'm really surprised, Qin Shao said with a smile. The fire god said, I just happened to pass by here. I heard that you were going to hold an opening ceremony, so I thought I would be thick-skinned and ask for a sip of wine. Qin Shao, I've long heard of your fame. Seeing is believing. You are indeed a young hero. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Qin Shao was a little surprised that the fire god was so polite. It was a great kindness for such a person to take the initiative to show his goodwill. Qin Shao hurriedly made an inviting gesture. Fire god, please come in. I hope you can forgive us for our lack of hospitality. Sure, Jian, please have the fire god take a seat. Qin Shao was more casual with ordinary almighties, and he would let his subordinates take care of them. But for an existence like fire god, Qin Shao naturally had to treat him with respect. He could not afford to be negligent. Sure, Jian also knew that the fire god was a noble, so he respectfully invited the fire god to the seat of honor. The fire god was also very polite. He even gave a gift to Brother Pure before entering the hall with Shi Jian. As soon as the fire god entered the hall, a series of greetings were heard. Even some of the eccentric almighties of the Desolation Divine Palace greeted the fire god. It seems like the fire god's popularity was quite good. However, with the fire god's strength, he was indeed respected by others. After sending the fire god away, Brother Pure asked with a puzzled look, Qin Shao, do you know the fire god? Qin Shao shook his head and said, How could I know the fire god? I rarely walk around in the divine realm. It's not easy to get to know an existence like the fire god. Brother Pure shook his head and said, That's strange. You don't know the fire god, and you didn't invite him, but he came uninvited. It's understandable if he's an ordinary powerful person. He's here to curry favor with you. But for someone like the fire god, there's no need for that. Moreover, the fire god belongs to the immemorial Jiang clan. He has a high status in the immemorial Jiang clan, so there's no need for him to do that. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, I think so too. With the fire god's status, there's no need for him to curry favor with me. However, I heard that the fire god is forthright and likes to make friends. He's straightforward and doesn't stick to one pattern. Therefore, the fire god has a wide circle of friends in the divine realm. Or, as the fire god said, he just happened to pass by and came to have a look. Brother Pure thought for a while and nodded. This was the most likely possibility. The arrival of Vulcan also made everyone more excited, and the atmosphere at the scene became more enthusiastic. Such a scene, when Yi Juanhe opened his residence, was far from it. Yi Juanhe, Lord Danshan, and a few disciples of the desolate land divine palace sat at a table. Now that Qin Shao opened his residence, only Lord Danshan hasn't opened his residence. Wu Hoyuan also joked, Lord Danshan, when do you plan to open your residence? Lord Danshan immediately shook his head and said, Wu Hoyuan, don't mention it. Seeing Qin Zhao's situation, how can I open my residence? If I open my residence, there won't be many people going. That's too ugly. So I thought about it and decided not to open my residence. It's just a formality anyway. It doesn't matter if I leave or not. It could be seen that Lord Danshan still cared about his face. Now that most of the guests have arrived, it's time to start the feast. Wu Hoyuan looked around. Everyone who should be here should be here. However, Lord Danshan said, What's the rush? It's still early. Why do I feel like there are more important people coming? I wonder if Jim and Greenleaf will come as well. Master Qingye? Wu Hoyuan jumped. That's not very likely, is it? No matter how close junior brother Qin Shao is to Master Qingye, Master Qingye would at most send a servant to deliver a gift. It's unlikely that he'll come in person. Lord Danshan didn't think so. Why do I feel like it's quite big? Boom! As soon as Lord Danshan finished speaking, two extremely powerful auras descended. The appearance of these two auras shook the hearts of everyone present, causing them to tremble involuntarily. The entire space trembled slightly, as if welcoming the arrival of the masters of heaven and earth. Such a situation caused all the experts to feel deep veneration. They looked over, wanting to see which two existences had arrived. However, one could well imagine how powerful they were. Two figures arrived hand in hand. The one on the left was slender and wore a fiery red robe embroidered with balls of flame. The one on the right was dressed in alternating blue and white robes, dressed like a Taoist. His hair was tied up in a bun, and he carried a sword on his back. He sported a short beard and appeared particularly charming. The gazes of the two of them shook the heavens. Their gazes seemed to have traversed through the endless river of time, looking over from the endless void. Everyone felt as if they'd been frozen in place when their gazes landed on them. The firmament, time, and space all seemed to have been frozen in place. It was as if the two of them were the only masters of the firmament in this moment. Heaven and earth dimmed. These two people's bodies emitted endless divine light, illuminating this part of the sky. When the crowd saw the two figures descending, they were all shocked and dumbfounded. The Flame Emperor, the Lord Huayang. They're here. It's the Flame Emperor and the Lord Huayang. They actually invited these two great bodhisattvas. How long has it been since they last showed their faces? The Flame Emperor has been here for at least 10 billion years, right? Lord Huayang, how long do any of you remember? I don't remember exactly how long, but it's definitely more than 1 trillion years. Seeing the arrival of the Flame Emperor and the Lord Huayang, the Qin mansion was silent at first. Then it exploded into an uproar. The atmosphere suddenly exploded. Who was the Flame Emperor? He was ranked 10th on the Heaven leaderboard, a supreme existence who could rank in the top 10 of the divine temples in the desolate land. He had a transcendent status in the divine temples in the desolate land. There was no need to mention the Lord Huayang. He was a legendary figure who was known as a fourth-step heavenly god. However, he lived on forever and broke the rules of the universe, becoming a miracle. The Lord Huayang and Tian Lingzi were the only two legends and miracles in the universe. Since the beginning of time, no one had been able to shake the position of these two people. Although the Lord Huayang was a fourth-step heavenly god, his status was incomparably transcendent. He was not inferior to the Flame Emperor, who was ranked 10th on the Heaven leaderboard. In terms of fame, the Lord Huayang was even above the Flame Emperor. Both of them were truly big shots. They were existences that stood at the pinnacle of the universe. They were the true leaders of the divine temples in the desolate land. Seeing the Flame Emperor and the Lord Huayang, Qin Shao was shocked. After being stunned for a moment, he greeted them with surprise and joy and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Flame Emperor and Lord Huayang. I didn't expect the two of you to grace us with your presence. Qin Shao did not expect that the Flame Emperor and the Lord Huayang would come. Originally, Qin Shao had not planned to invite these two people. It was probably because their strength was too strong and their status was too high. Qin Shao had not reached the level of being on equal footing with them, so it was not easy to invite them. However, after hearing Villa Master Yao's words, he still invited everyone. Qin Shao did not have any hope that the Flame Emperor and the Lord Huayang would come. This was a huge surprise. Chapter 782. The Lord Huayang, on the other hand, was serious in speech and manner. He gave off a cold and majestic vibe. The Flame Emperor smiled and waved at the crowd. Then he said to Qin Shao, Junior Qin Shao, Lord Huayang and I are here to join in the fun. We wanted to ask the Haotian Emperor to come as well, but he can't make it. He asked us to bring a congratulatory gift. The Haotian Emperor. Hearing this name, everyone's hearts trembled again, as if they had been ruthlessly slapped. Qin Shao didn't recover from the shock either. The Haotian Emperor was a name that shocked the world. He was ranked second on the heaven list and the most powerful person in the desolate land. He was even more powerful than the Flame Emperor. He was even older than the Flame Emperor and was from the same era as the Lord Huayang. It was said that he was an ancient person who was born at the beginning of the universe. The Haotian Emperor was a name that could shock the world and suppress the heavens. The second on the heaven list was the closest to the Dominator. It could even be said that the Haotian Emperor could easily face a Dominator. Even if he couldn't defeat the Dominator, he could still survive. Qin Shao was overjoyed at this pleasant surprise. He smiled and said, "Many thanks to senior brothers for honoring me with your presence. I will personally thank the Supreme Sky Emperor later. Senior Martial brothers, please come in. Let's go." The Flame Emperor nodded and gestured to the Lord Huayang to enter. This time, Qin Shao didn't let Shi Jian lead the way. He personally led the Flame Emperor and Lord Huayang into the main hall. He invited them to the highest seats where the fire god sat. Everyone stood up and nodded respectfully to the Flame Emperor and Lord Huayang. "Greetings, Flame Emperor. Greetings, Lord Huayang." The fire god bowed slightly and said with a smile. The Flame Emperor replied with a smile, "Fire god, long time no see. I didn't expect to see you here. We must have a few drinks later." Of course, Vulcan agreed. Lord Huayang didn't seem to be familiar with the fire deity. He just nodded casually and didn't say anything. Qin Shao looked around and did a rough calculation in his heart. He felt that most of the people should be here. Even an honored guest like the Flame Emperor Lord Huayang had come, so there shouldn't be anyone else. Qin Shao said to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, today is the grand opening of my Qin residence. It represents the foundation that I, Qin Shao, will establish myself in the divine world." Qin Shao was really touched by everyone's presence. "I prepared some wine. If there's any inconvenience, I hope you'll forgive me. Everyone, let the banquet begin. He looks like we're late." A voice that seemed to travel through the endless void came from a faraway place. No one could be seen, and no aura could be sensed. However, the voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. The voice wasn't loud, but everyone couldn't help but feel deep respect for it. Hearing this voice gave Qin Shao another pleasant surprise. "It's Master Qingye." Many people recognized Master Qingye's voice. Knowing that a sovereign was about to descend, everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks and stood up again. Even the Flame Emperor and Lord Huayang stood up to welcome him. Lord Danshan looked at Wu Hoyuan with a smug expression and said, "Ha! Senior brother Wu, I told you Master Qingye would descend. See, I was right." Wu Hoyuan gave a dry laugh. He indeed did not expect this. "They're here." Under everyone's expectant gazes, 3 tall and imposing figures walked out of the void at the same time. To be able to walk side by side with Master Qingye, it was obvious that they were sovereigns. 3 sovereigns descended at the same time. The ones who came with Master Qingye were the Glorious Sovereign and the Barren Sword Sovereign. Everyone had only seen 3 sovereigns descend at the same time at the coronation ceremony. They didn't expect to see it today at Qin Zhao's palace opening ceremony. Many Almighties thought it was crazy. It couldn't be, right? Wasn't it just a palace opening ceremony? The sovereigns had all descended, and not just 1, but 3 at the same time. It was understandable if Master Qingye had descended. After all, Master Qingye had always interacted with Qin Shao. Moreover, Master Qingye was more easygoing and didn't put on airs. In addition, people in the realm of the gods had always compared Qin Shao to Master Qingye when he was young. Therefore, the relationship between the two had become closer. However, no one expected the Glorious Sovereign and the Barren Sword Sovereign to descend at the same time. It was crazy just thinking about it. The Glorious Sovereign was slightly better. He would show his face in the realm of the gods from time to time. Many Almighties in the Desolate Land's palaces could see him from time to time. The Barren Sword Sovereign, on the other hand, was elusive. Many Almighties in the Desolate Land's palaces hadn't seen him in a long time. If he hadn't appeared at the coronation ceremony, no one would know when he would appear. The Barren Sword Sovereign hadn't appeared in the realm of the gods for a long time. The Barren Sword Sovereign was extremely powerful and famous in the universe. He was even more powerful than the Glorious Sovereign and Master Chingya. He was the #1 person in the Desolate Land, and could be considered the #2 person in the Desolate Land's palaces. No one expected such an existence to descend. When they saw the 3 sovereigns, the shock in everyone's hearts surged once more. Qin Shao hurriedly rose to his feet in greeting. "Greetings, He Jim and Greenleaf. Greetings, He Jim and Dazzlebright. Greetings, He Jim and Wilder Sword." Qin Shao was just a disciple in front of the 3 sovereigns. Everyone bowed in unison. Some almighties even knelt down. "Greetings, Master Chingya, Glorious Sovereign, and Barren Sword Sovereign." Master Chingya waved his hand and said to everyone, "You may dispense with the formalities." Everyone continued to sit. Qin Shao was a little reserved in front of the 3 sovereigns. Master Chingya seemed to know what Qin Shao was thinking. He said, "It's okay. Just be casual. We're mainly here to congratulate you." Although he said that, it was impossible to say that he didn't feel pressured in front of the 3 sovereigns. He felt that he would be neglecting the 3 sovereigns. Qin Shao wasn't the only one. Everyone else was nervous and stood there respectfully. Master Chingya smiled and said, "Qin Shao, we're not here just to congratulate you. We've also brought a gift from the Temple Master." "What? A gift from the Temple Master?" Once again, it struck everyone's nerves. The Temple Master had asked Master Chingya to bring a gift. This treatment was really a little too good, right? When had the Temple Master of the Desolate Land ever sent a gift to anyone? Even when Master Chingya was established, he hadn't received such treatment. Qin Shao was definitely the only one in the history of the Temple of the Desolate Land. Qin Shao was so excited that he couldn't speak for a while. The 3 sovereigns had come to congratulate him at the same time. This was already a great honor for him. Qin Shao did not expect that the Hall Master would actually give him a congratulatory gift. This honor made Qin Shao want to laugh out loud. Countless envious gazes were cast at Qin Shao. The Temple Master's gift must be extraordinary. Moreover, the 3 sovereigns' gift couldn't be casual either. TSK. Just the gift alone was enough to make people jealous. The gift was only a small part of it. The greater part was the supreme honor. Such a big show was enough to show Qin Zhao's status in the Temple of the Desolate Land, in the hearts of the important figures in the Desolate Land Temple, and in the eyes of the Temple Master of the Desolate Land. In an instant, Qin Zhao's status had been raised to an extremely high level. What happened today would obviously spread very quickly in the realm of the gods. It would also let the people of other factions see Qin Zhao's current status clearly. They wouldn't dare to rashly provoke Qin Shao. This was also an invisible deterrent, an invisible protective umbrella. It was truly a blessing in life to receive this special honor. To be honest, Qin Shao didn't expect that his opening ceremony would have so many surprises. First, the arrival of the Flame Emperor and Lord Huayong was a blessing. Then, the arrival of the 3 sovereigns was a blessing. Now, the Temple Master had sent him a gift. This was a blessing. These 3 surprises in a row made Qin Shao overjoyed. His face was full of smiles. Master Chingya handed a space ring to Qin Shao and said, "This is a small gift from the 3 of us, as well as a gift from the Temple Master. You can take a look at it later." Qin Shao naturally wouldn't look at it now. Although he was a little curious as to what the gift was, he suppressed his curiosity and put it away. Then, he respectfully invited Master Chingya and the other 2 sovereigns to their seats of honor. Since Master Chingya and the other 2 sovereigns had arrived, Huashen naturally didn't dare to sit on the seat of honor. Instead, he sat to the side. The Flame Emperor and Lord Huayong stayed behind to accompany the 3 sovereigns. Qin Shao naturally sat on the seat of honor to accompany the 3 sovereigns. Villa Yao stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Sovereign Yao Huang. "Your disciple greets Master." Sovereign Yao Huang nodded to Villa Lord Yao. "You can sit here too." There aren't many people. It was obvious that Sovereign Yao Huang doted on Villa Lord Yao. Villa Lord Yao was a little fearful when he heard this. Given his strength, he didn't have the right to sit here. However, he had a good master. His master's light shone on him, so Villa Lord Yao naturally shone brightly too. Qin Shao once again announced the start of the banquet. Only then did everyone take their seats and pick up their chopsticks. The table was filled with all kinds of delicacies. All the dishes had been meticulously prepared by Qin Shao over the past 100 years. He had prepared a lot for this banquet. The servants began to serve wine and dishes. A banquet like this obviously wouldn't end in a short period of time. Naturally, there was a lot of wine and dishes that had to be served continuously. Qin Zhao's main task was to entertain Master Qingye and the other sovereigns. Then, he would greet the others. The banquet lasted for 10 days and 10 nights before people began to leave. Chapter 783. The guests left the banquet one after another, and the lively atmosphere slowly dissipated with the departure of these powerful figures. Some of the senior brothers who were close to Qin Shao did not hurry to leave. Instead, they continued to sit there and drink. Master Qingye and the other two did not hurry to leave either. They had given Qin Shao enough face. They had not only come to congratulate him, but they had also come to eat and drink well. They had acted like proper guests. Qin Shao asked Shi Jian and the others to send the ordinary almighties off. When the senior brothers from the desolate land, Sacred Hall, left, Qin Shao came over to greet them. After another 3 days, most of the guests had left. The 3 sovereigns also took their leave. The fire god also left. The almighty Dao Qi and his wife stayed behind. The other senior brothers also left. Yi Junhe and Lord Danshun did not go back for the time being. They mainly wanted to find Qin Shao to renew their friendship. They also wanted to congratulate Qin Shao. After all, they had a special relationship with Qin Shao. Lord Huayong and the Flame Emperor did not leave. Qin Shao was surprised that the two of them had no intention of leaving. He did not know why the 2 senior brothers wanted to talk to him. However, Qin Shao respected the 2 of them very much. Qin Shao was happy that the 2 of them did not leave. He accompanied them. Qin Shao, I heard that you have encountered some problems recently? The Flame Emperor asked. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the Flame Emperor already knew about his situation in the desolate little cosmos. However, it was not surprising. After all, the Flame Emperor and Huayong had a high status in the desolate land Sacred Hall. They were almost at the sovereign's level. They were the core members of the Sacred Hall in the desolate land. Therefore, it was not surprising that the Flame Emperor knew about his situation in the desolate little cosmos. Qin Shao had nothing to hide in front of the Flame Emperor. He nodded and said, "Yes, Flame Emperor. My clone is trapped in the sacred mountain of the Manu Cosmos. He is currently in District 9. Flame Emperor said, I heard that you chose the most terrifying path in District 9. To be honest, even Lord Huayong wouldn't be able to pass it, let alone you. This path was too difficult, too difficult. If you choose the second path, there shouldn't be any problems. As long as you can reach the level of the Lord Huayong, you can pass. However, you chose the third path, which is almost a dead end. In this regard, the Lord Huayong and I cannot help but admire you. However, this was also within our expectations. With your personality, you will definitely choose the third path. If the Lord Huayong were to choose, he would definitely choose the third path. Qin Shao curled her lips into a smile and said, Yes, even if I know it's difficult, I still have to choose. Even if I fail, I won't hesitate. Since I've decided, there's nothing to regret. Just treat it as a young and frivolous impulsiveness. Flame Emperor smiled and said, It's good to be young. You're hot-blooded and passionate enough. Actually, it doesn't matter. Only with pressure will you have the motivation to move forward. Besides, Qin Shao might be able to do something that others can't. At least, you've already created several historical records. Therefore, you should work hard. We look forward to the day when you can achieve that. Yes, I definitely will. Qin Shao nodded solemnly. Lord Huayang, who had been silent all this time, finally opened his mouth and said, "Actually, you might still have a chance. You can still reach this step, which is also the step that Tian Lingzi and I are working hard on. We haven't reached that step, but that step is real. If you can reach this step, you'll pass the test." Upon hearing Lord Huayang's words, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He was now very confused and felt that he couldn't see any path to take. Lord Huayang's words immediately gave Qin Shao a ray of light to guide him. "Lord Huayang, tell me more," Qin Shao immediately asked. Lord Huayang continued, "If you want to defeat a top-level dominator as a fourth-step celestial god, it's equivalent to having power close to that of a universe master. It's infinitely close to that of a universe master, or even directly at the level of a universe master. Most people think that it's absolutely impossible for a fourth-step celestial god to cross such a huge distance and reach such a height. However, there's still a slight possibility. If you want to do something that defies the heavens, you have to do something that defies the heavens." Qin Shao frowned slightly and asked again, "Lord Huayang, what exactly do I have to do to reach such a level? To be honest, I'm a little confused now. I don't have a clear path to take, and I don't know how far I have to go. Without a goal, I'm like a headless fly. If I have a direction to work toward, I'll be more confident and assured." Lord Huayang was still serious in speech and manner. His face was somewhat dignified as he said, "If you can cultivate more than 3 types of supreme great paths to perfection and raise them to the pinnacle level, you'll have a chance to pass the test of the third path. Apart from that, there's no other way. Of course, there's a possibility that it's not absolute. Perhaps you'll be able to obtain many dangerous manuals and secret techniques that can greatly increase your power." Although that was what he said, Qin Shao could tell that the Lord Huayang said that the chances were much greater. He had to cultivate at least 3 types of supreme great paths, which meant that he had to cultivate at least 4 types of supreme great paths to perfection. In addition, he also had to reach the pinnacle level in the application of the great paths, which was the most perfect state. It could be said that almost no one could reach the first direction. First of all, it was already very difficult to cultivate all 4 supreme great Taos to the realm of perfection. Secondly, it was even more difficult to cultivate the application of the great paths to the pinnacle level. It should be known that Qin Shao had spent a long time and a lot of time to raise the ultimate sword principle to the intermediate level. Moreover, he had only broken through by chance. There were 4 levels of application of the great paths: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. Pinnacle was also the final form of application of the great paths. Qin Shao had only just reached the intermediate level of application of the great paths, which was already very, very difficult. The higher the level, the more difficult it was. It was too difficult to reach the pinnacle level of application of the great paths. He didn't even dare to think about it. Moreover, it wasn't just the pinnacle level of application of one great path, but also the pinnacle level of application of 4 great paths. Just thinking about it made one realize how terrifying it was. The pinnacle level of application of one great path was enough to make people feel terrified, let alone 4 great paths. Not to mention the application of the great paths, just the cultivation of 4 types of supreme great paths was extremely difficult. It was crazy to want to achieve both at the same time. It was almost enough to make people learn the lost arts. It was difficult. It was really, really difficult. Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head when he heard that. However, he had already expected the situation to be like this. It was almost impossible to pass the test of the third path. Now, it was even more proof of this. Chapter 784. Life needed some guiding lights, and this was especially true on the path of cultivation. Qin Shao now had a lot of understanding in his heart. He could see his own path, which was very important to him. It would allow him to take fewer detours. The path that Lord Huayang walked was an unprecedented path. It was a pioneering path. His experience was naturally valuable. In Qin Zhao's heart, the Lord Huayang had always been a legendary existence, famous throughout the universe. He had always admired the Lord Huayang. Qin Zhao did not expect that he would be able to get along with the Lord Huayang so quickly. It was a great blessing in life. Such an opportunity was something that others could only be envious of. Yan Di suddenly said, "By the way, junior brother Qin Zhao, I heard that you have some conflicts with the Wind Snow Temple." Upon hearing the Flame Emperor's words, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the Flame Emperor, he nodded non-committally and said, "Yes, Flame Emperor. I had some conflicts with the Wind Snow Divine Hall tens of thousands of years ago." Since Yan Di suddenly mentioned this matter, he must have something to say. In fact, Qin Zhao did not care too much about the conflicts with the Wind Snow Temple. Generally speaking, the Wind Snow Temple was well behaved. Except for the trouble they caused Qin Zhao at the beginning, they did not offend him again. Therefore, Qin Zhao had almost forgotten about this matter. With the improvement of Qin Zhao's strength and fame, the Wind Snow Temple naturally did not dare to provoke Qin Zhao easily. There seemed to be a tacit understanding between the two of them not to invade each other. Yan Di said, "It's like this, junior brother Qin Zhao. Can you give me some face? I'm an old friend of the Nine Dragons Master. The Nine Dragons Master has been brooding about this matter. He wants to find an opportunity to talk to you and resolve this matter. However, Nine Dragons Almighty has never interacted with you before. He originally wanted to attend the banquet today, but he didn't receive an invitation. He was afraid that it would be too abrupt, so he asked me to pass a message to you." Hearing the Flame Emperor's words, Qin Zhao guessed that the Flame Emperor was here to act as a lobbyist. This made Qin Zhao quite surprised that an existence like the Flame Emperor would act as a lobbyist for others. This was probably due to old debts of gratitude. Sometimes, one really had to pay attention to things like favors. If the Nine Dragons have such intentions, you don't have to come personally. You could just talk to me directly through karma. Actually, I don't have any irreconcilable enmity with the Wind Snow Divine Temple. It's just a small conflict. Plus, so many years have passed, so I've forgotten a lot." Qin Zhao curled her lips and said. In fact, he really didn't like people who used other people's mouths to intercede. Since the Flame Emperor had spoken, he had to give him face. In fact, this wasn't a big deal. As long as Nine Dragons Master spoke, there was no irreconcilable enmity. The Flame Emperor shook his head slightly and said, "Yes, I wanted him to come and talk to you himself, but Nine Dragons Master is too prideful. He probably felt that he couldn't bring himself to do it, so he needed me to give him a way out." In fact, Qin Zhao could understand the situation. After all, the Nine Dragons Mighty Being was not an ordinary figure. Although the Nine Dragons Mighty Being was not listed on the Heaven List, his strength was definitely close to the Heaven List. He was definitely a mighty being on the same level as the Seven Stars Great Emperor and the Shirwei Great Emperor. Moreover, he was also an extremely ancient figure. No one knew how long he had lived. Seeing that he had a good relationship with the Flame Emperor, Qin Zhao knew that he was a figure from the same era as the Flame Emperor. The Wind Snow Temple, which was founded by the Nine Dragons Almighty, was considered one of the top forces in the territory of the Desolation Temple. It was extremely famous. In terms of seniority, Qin Zhao also had to call Nine Dragons Master Senior Brother. Come to think of it, they were all family. Qin Zhao was already very indifferent about this matter. Now that the Flame Emperor had spoken, Qin Zhao naturally took it seriously and said, "All right, let Senior Brother Nine Dragons Master come over." The Flame Emperor nodded with a smile and sent a voice transmission to Nine Dragons Master. Not long after, a powerful aura descended, and a figure with the aura of 9 dragons around his body descended. His aura was extremely powerful, and every true dragon chi was enough to scare anyone. The 9 dragons chi made 9 dragons Master look like a peerless emperor. He looked down on everything and looked down on the firmament. Everything in the world seemed to be under his feet. The 9 dragons' heaven champ bloomed with supreme divine light. 9 dragons Master exuded an extremely powerful and domineering aura that looked down on everything. The aura of a king suppressed the firmament. This aura was much stronger than that of the 7 stars Great Emperor and Great Emperor Ming Rue. Nine Dragons Master's gaze fell on Qin Shao, and a friendly smile appeared on his face. He said, "Junior brother Qin Shao, seeing you is better than hearing about you 100 times. I've heard of your great name a long time ago, but it's only today that I've met you. Please forgive me. I should have come to congratulate you, but I was too embarrassed to do so." Since Nine Dragons Master was showing his goodwill, Qin Shao naturally didn't put on airs. Instead, he smiled and cupped his fists at Nine Dragons Master. "Senior brother Nine Dragons Master is too polite. I was too embarrassed to invite senior brother Nine Dragons Master." "Senior brother Nine Dragons Master, your presence brings light to my humble Qin manor. Senior brother Nine Dragons Master, please take a seat." Qin Zhao's politeness made Nine Dragons Master feel slightly relieved. It seemed that Qin Shao wasn't a difficult person to talk to. Of course, it was fortunate that his Wind Snow Divine Hall didn't provoke Qin Shao after that. Nine Dragons Master was secretly glad about this. If that wasn't the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he really offended Qin Shao, it would definitely be a hidden disaster for his Wind Snow Divine Hall. It might erupt one day. It was indeed fortunate. After Nine Dragons Master greeted the Flame Emperor and Lord Huayang, he sat down. Lord Huayang obviously didn't have much of a friendship with Nine Dragons Master, so he didn't pay much attention to Nine Dragons Master. Nine Dragons Master was very respectful towards a transcendent existence like Lord Huayang. After all, Lord Huayang's reputation was even above the Flame Emperor's. However, he wasn't too sure about Lord Huayang's strength. After all, no one knew the true strength of Lord Huayang. Lord Huayang hadn't fought for many years. No one knew how strong he was. However, since the creation of the Earth Leaderboard, Lord Huayang had always been ranked second on the Earth Leaderboard and had never been shaken. Based on the current situation, Lord Huayang's most famous battle happened a long time ago. He killed a Heaven Leaderboard existence with a single move. Since he killed a Heaven Leaderboard existence with a single move, his strength should be around the top 10 of the Heaven Leaderboard. Nine Dragons Master raised his wine cup and looked at Qin Shao apologetically. He said, "Junior Qin Shao, I apologize to you for what happened before. I've also investigated that matter. It was indeed my descendants who were in the wrong first. My Wind Snow Divine Hall's great gods wanted to take revenge on you. Fortunately, the situation wasn't too bad. It's also rare for Junior Qin Shao to be so magnanimous and not bicker with those juniors. For what happened the day before, I'll drink today as a toast. I hope Junior Qin Shao can forgive me." After saying that, Nine Dragons Master raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. Nine Dragons Master sincerely came to apologize and wanted to resolve the matter of the past. Qin Shao didn't have any plans. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. The Wind Snow Divine Hall didn't provoke Qin Shao to that extent. Therefore, this matter could naturally be erased. Qin Shao also raised his wine cup and said with a smile, "Since Senior Nine Dragons Master has said so, it would be unreasonable of me to pursue it further. No matter what, we're all fellow disciples and are all members of the Desolate Lands Divine Hall. Since we've spoken, it's actually nothing. There's no such thing as an unresolvable grudge. This matter is just like this cup of wine. After drinking it, it will flow to the intestines." Qin Shao also raised his head and drank the wine in his cup as a gesture. The smile on Nine Dragons Master's face deepened. He didn't expect that today's matter would be resolved so smoothly. It seemed that Qin Shao wasn't as difficult to talk to as the rumors said. He was quite easy to talk to. After this matter was resolved, the Flame Emperor and Lord Huayang didn't stay for long. After drinking and chatting for a while, the three of them also got up and left. After sending off the three of them, only Villa Lord Yao and Almighty Dao Qi were left. Villa Lord Yao had stayed in Qin Manor for 100 years, so Almighty Dao Qi and his wife wanted to stay here for a short period of time. Brother Pure came over and said with a grin, Nine Dragons Master is really interesting. He actually asked the Flame Emperor to intercede for this kind of matter. It's fine if he didn't come to congratulate, but now that he's here, he didn't even give a congratulatory gift. He just left after drinking a few cups of wine. It's really not right. Qin Shao shook his head and said with a smile, "It's already very rare for such a person to swallow his pride and come to apologize. Even if the Nine Dragons Master didn't come to apologize, do you really want me to find trouble with the Wind Snow Temple because of such a small matter? Unless the Wind Snow Temple is courting death by provoking me, I don't intend to make a fuss about this matter. Since the Flame Emperor has spoken today, I naturally can't refuse him. As for the Nine Dragons Master, it doesn't matter. His purpose is just to solve the matter in the past, and he doesn't sincerely want to befriend me. Besides, I don't want to befriend the Nine Dragons Master either. So, this matter doesn't matter. If the Nine Dragons Master really prepared a generous gift, then I'll be in a difficult position. If I accept his gift, I'll owe him a favor, but I can't accept it casually." Brother Pure shook his head, thought for a while, and said, "You're right. It doesn't matter. He's just a Nine Dragons Master who can't even be ranked on the heaven list. With his current strength, he's definitely not a match for Qin Shao. But thinking about it, it's quite satisfying." Qin Shao smiled. Yes, it's indeed quite satisfying. Thinking back to the past, the Wind Snow Temple was like an insurmountable mountain in front of Qin Shao. Qin Shao couldn't breathe under the pressure. Even Villa Master Yao was helpless and couldn't really help Qin Shao. But now, Qin Shao stood at such a high position that the Nine Dragons Master had to personally come to apologize for the matter in the past. This kind of role change only took less than 50,000 years. Thinking about it, Qin Shao really sighed with emotion. Time is really a good thing. It could really change a lot of things. However, Qin Shao was very indifferent to this kind of thing now. Chapter 785. The guests all left, leaving only Villa Lord Yao, Dao Qi, and his wife. Dao Qi and his wife planned to stay and play for a while before going to Villa Lord Yao's place to play. Dao Qi had almost reached the end of his cultivation path. His Dao companion had broken through with the help of the Dao Convergence Pill. Their cultivation path had been cut off. Therefore, for them, what they needed now was to live the life of an immortal couple. What he wanted now was to be happy. Therefore, the two of them planned to travel around the divine realm and have fun everywhere. What else could they ask for in such a life? These two people were indeed very enviable. In fact, there was nothing to see in the Jiuzhou continent. After all, it was a continent that had just been built. It was still in its initial stage in all aspects. There was no good scenery. Dao Qi and his wife stayed, mainly to express their gratitude to Qin Shao. Qin Shao accompanied the three of them for a few days before the three of them left. Yao Shiwelian still chose to stay and did not go back with Villa Master Yao. Such a situation made Villa Master Yao shake his head helplessly. An adopted daughter was really not as good as a son. She ran away with another man when she was just a little older. After sending off Villa Lord Yao and the other two, Qin Shao finally had some peace and quiet. Although the opening banquet had only been held for a month, which could be considered relatively short, during this period of time, Qin Shao was unbearably busy. Fortunately, it was finally done. After the peace was restored, Qin Shao also gathered the main members of the Qin Mansion. It was rare for them to gather together. There were only a dozen people from the origin continent here. Heavenly Star, Qi Zhu, Palace Master Xia, Chongfeng, Shi Jian, Brother Pure, Yao Shiwelian, the three captains of the Desolate Land Army, and the two people who followed Qin Shao, Grand Sage Ba Qi and Jiumei. There were only a few core members. It was worth mentioning that Chongfeng, Heavenly Star, Qi Zhu, and even Palace Master Xia had all married and had children one after another. After tens of thousands of years, they gradually formed their own families. It could be said that they had multiplied. These people could also be considered as people from the source world. However, once they appeared in the divine world, they would slowly be assimilated. Eventually, they would no longer be natives. Haha, Qin Shao, you've really stolen the limelight this time. The entire God realm is talking about you right now. TSK, TSK. You're the only sealed member of the Desolate Land Temple to have such limelight. Even Master Qingye didn't get 1/10 of the treatment you got back then. Qin Shao. Brother Pure laughed heartily. This time, Sect Master Nangong Ling had also come to congratulate him. Now, Nangong Ling was very polite to Brother Pure. Clearly, the matter between him and exquisite fairy had already been settled. This kind of change in role really made Brother Chunjie feel relieved. That's right. The Flame Emperor, ranked 10th on the Heaven Leaderboard, has personally come to congratulate us. The Lord Huayang has also personally come to congratulate us. The three sovereigns have also personally come. Even the Lord of the Desolate Land Palace has sent gifts. TSK, TSK, this treatment is really unprecedented. Now, everywhere in the divine world, this matter is being discussed. Changfeng also said with a smile. He was naturally very proud and happy that Qin Shao could have today's achievements. Speaking of which, he had watched Qin Shao grow up step by step. Step by step, Qin Shao had reached a level of strength that no one dared to imagine. The current Qin Shao was definitely considered to be standing at the peak of the divine world. I have a feeling that Qin Shao will definitely become a sovereign. When the day comes that our source world has a sovereign, then our heavenly dragon continent will be truly famous in the universe. I'm really looking forward to that day. I'm also looking forward to it. I feel that this day won't be too far away. Qin Shao is the greatest pride of our source world. Because of him, we are where we are today. Because of him, our fate has changed. Qi Zhu and Tianxing were also quite emotional. This feeling was deeper than anyone else's. After all, they had ascended to the divine world from the heavenly dragon continent very early. Speaking of which, they were also the pride of the heavenly dragon continent back then. They ascended to the divine world with a supreme halo. They brought with them endless heroism and wanted to do big things. They wanted to turn over a huge wave in the divine world. However, the cruel reality quickly gave the two of them a resounding slap in the face. The slap made the two of them quickly take reality seriously and seriously the law of survival in this universe. If it weren't for Qin Shao, they would still be living a very miserable life now, still working hard to survive. But because of Qin Shao, they could now live a stable life. They could get all the cultivation resources they wanted. They could put all their energy into cultivation, making their strength advance by leaps and bounds. It made them have the mind to marry and have children and reproduce their own descendants. And all of this was the benefit brought by Qin Shao. It was no exaggeration to say that Qin Shao was the greatest contributor to the source world. Everyone should be grateful to him. Everyone chimed in one after another. All of them were full of heroic spirit. Their faces were brimming with smiles and pride. When they walked outside, as long as they said that they were people of the Qin clan, no matter which force it was, they would have to be polite and not dare to offend them. And all of this also proved to everyone a principle that had never changed since ancient times. That was, strength was respect, fists were supreme, and the weak were prey to the strong. Everything depended on strength, and this also encouraged everyone to work hard and arouse their hearts to strive for better. Shi Jian and Brother Pure had already walked in the front, becoming the role models for everyone. This made everyone's fighting spirit even higher. Qi Zhu and the others' own cultivation path was almost broken, so they put more effort into cultivating their descendants. What was gratifying was that, judging from the current situation, there were already a few outstanding seedlings among their descendants. If they were properly cultivated, it was not impossible for them to become great talents. On the other hand, Qin Shao was even more selfless. He gave everyone a lot of resources, enough to ensure that everyone could squander them to cultivate. It was also very important to have a guarantee of cultivation resources. After the banquet, Qin Shao went into his cultivation room. Once he entered the room, No one was allowed to disturb him unless it was a matter of great importance. After entering the cultivation room, Qin Shao moved his hand and poured out all the congratulatory gifts he received during the mansion opening ceremony. The gifts piled up into a small mountain. Almost 20,000 gifts piled up. Naturally, they glittered and shone brilliantly. The gifts given by the Almighty must be extraordinary. However, Qin Shao did not pay much attention to the ordinary gifts. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the gifts given by the Flame Emperor, Lord Huayong, Master Qingye, and the Temple Master. These were the most important gifts. The Flame Emperor's gift was a piece of Hellfire Stone. Although it was only the size of a fist, its preciousness was not inferior to that of a top-level lost art. Karmic Sinfire crystals contained terrifying amounts of karmic Sinfire energy within them. Once they exploded, the resulting explosion would be more than enough to kill a major power on the level of Downlord Frenzied. Even an almighty like the Raging Dragon would be severely injured, if not killed. Of course, it was useless to Qin Shao, but he could give it to others. In addition to being a trump card, the Hellfire Stone could also be used to comprehend the way of fire and its application. Being able to cultivate the way of fire to an extreme level would definitely be terrifying. The Lord Huayong had given Qin Shao an ancient scroll painting. The scroll painting formed a heart world of its own, the source of heart force. It would be of great help to Qin Zhao's heart force cultivation. It seemed like the Lord Huayong knew that Qin Shao was a heart force cultivator, so he had specially given him this treasure. It was very suitable for Qin Shao and was as precious as the Flame Emperor's Hellfire Stone. The gifts given by Master Qingye and the other two sovereigns were about as precious as the Lord Huayong's. The sovereign's gifts were not revealed. However, there was nothing much to say. It was already a great honor to receive gifts from the sovereigns. Naturally, he could not ask for anything else. Besides, the sovereigns were not necessarily very wealthy. Most sovereigns did not appear since ancient times, so it was possible that they did not have anything decent on them that they could casually give away. Every gift had a great use. If they were given to an ordinary almighty, they would definitely be a life-saving trump card. I'll leave these gifts for the descendants of my source world and the geniuses that the Qin Manor has recruited. If there are any worthy talents, I can give them to them. These treasures are of no use to me. However, if I want to expand the Qin Manor's power, I can't have too many of them. No matter how many resources there are, they will still be useful. Qin Shao pursed his lips. There were very few people in the Qin Manor now, so he did not feel any pressure for the time being. However, once the number of people in the Qin Manor increased to a huge number, the resources that would be used up would be too terrifying. Therefore, Qin Shao needed to accumulate more treasures for future use. Resources were very important on the path of cultivation. Qin Shao did not check the other gifts one by one. He put them all away, leaving only the congratulatory gift from the Palace Master. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on this gift. It was a sword-shaped, three-dimensional Rubik's Cube. It was only the size of a fist and was crystal clear, like a beautiful gem. This Rubik's Cube was surrounded by sword chi. One could clearly see that there was surging sword chi in the cube. In fact, as soon as one's hand came into contact with it, an extremely terrifying and sharp sword chi would surge out, wanting to cut off one's hand. If one's physical defense was weaker, one touch would definitely cut off one's hand. Qin Shao held the Rubik's Cube in his hand. His soul consciousness seeped into it, and it immediately recognized him as its master. The terrifying sword chi surged and attacked Qin Zhao's soul consciousness. If one's soul was weaker in this aspect, they would definitely be defeated by the sword chi before it recognized him as its master. A treasure with an offensive ability was enough to show how powerful this treasure was. Qin Shao also thought to himself in his heart. The Palace Master's attack was indeed extraordinary. Soon, Qin Shao succeeded in recognizing him as its master. A stream of information poured into Qin Zhao's mind. Only then did Qin Shao know what kind of treasure it was. After learning this information, Qin Shao was overjoyed. He smiled and was very grateful to the Palace Master. Chapter 786. The Temple Master would definitely not be stingy. Qin Shao had also thought that the Palace Master was going to give him a big gift. He also had a lot of guesses about the Palace Master's gift. However, after seeing the gift, Qin Shao finally understood how big the Palace Master's gift was. Sword of 5 Directions. The name is a bit ordinary. It feels weird. Looking at the treasure in his hand, Qin Shao felt a little reluctant to part with it. The treasure was powerful because there was a 5-sided world inside, and each side of the world represented a level of sword principle. There were a total of 5 levels. The first level was the comprehension of sword principle, which could be cultivated to the perfection realm of the ultimate sword principle. Just this world alone was enough for a cultivator to reach perfection in the ultimate way of the sword even faster. There was no need to mention how great the benefits were. The second level was the elementary application of the ultimate sword principle. The third level was the intermediate application of the ultimate sword principle. The fourth level was the advanced application of the ultimate sword principle. The fifth level was the peak application of the ultimate sword principle. Sort of 5 directions, 5 worlds, 1 world, 1 world. If one cultivated and comprehended in these 5 worlds, it would definitely be 100 times faster with half the effort. The effect could be said to be more than 100 times or 1,000 times better than normal cultivation. Sort of 5 directions was definitely a cultivation treasure. At least for Qin Shao, it was a treasure that could allow Qin Shao to cultivate all the way to the peak application of the ultimate sword principle. To be able to cultivate a great path to the peak application, one's strength was unparalleled, reaching the peak and a level of the top 20 on the heaven list. As for the application of the ultimate sword principle, although Qin Shao smoothly cultivated to the intermediate application level, the further he cultivated, the more terrifying and difficult it was. If he were to completely rely on himself to cultivate, then it would be far too difficult to cultivate to the peak level of utilization. In the vast universe, the number of people who could cultivate a great path to the peak application level was absolutely limited. It was very rare. Among the almighty level, there were definitely no more than 30. As for the 4th step, heavenly gods, only Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang were known. There was no one else. It was clear how difficult it was. The Sword of 5 Directions was a supreme cultivation treasure for the use of the ultimate Sword Dao. It was extremely tempting even to an almighty. In terms of value, Qin Shao felt that it was comparable to a secret manual. Its value was even higher than that of the 10 ultimate arts. Putting aside its value, this Sword of 5 Directions was too practical for Qin Shao, especially for the current Qin Shao. The Palace Master's gift could be considered as timely help. Let's see how useful this Sword of 5 Directions is for cultivation. Qin Shao could not wait to try it himself. Based on the information he had obtained, Sword Wufang was an absolute treasure for cultivation. However, he still needed to try it out for himself to know its specific effects. Shua. Qin Zhao's mind entered the Sword of 5 Directions. It was a wisp of consciousness that entered the Sword of 5 Directions, not his body. Qin Shao entered the first world. This was a world completely composed of Sword Dao. Every structure of the world was presented by Sword Dao. It was like a skyscraper. Every brick, every window, every glass, every door, every tile, every wall, and so on were all made of swordsmanship. It slowly evolved from being weak to being strong. It was like witnessing a small seed being sown in the soil, then slowly sprouting, breaking out of the soil to become a small sapling, slowly growing, and finally growing into a towering tree. Sword Dao was completely dissected and turned into tiny units presented in front of you, allowing you to understand Sword Dao more intuitively. If any path was presented in this way, it would be hundreds or thousands of times simpler for cultivators. It would naturally become extremely easy for them to comprehend and cultivate it. If people with less talent came in to cultivate, it would be very easy. Qin Shao had also encountered places that could assist in the cultivation of Sword Dao. Compared to the sword space in the Divine Demon world, it was still far from being comparable to this world of Sword of Five Directions. This was a truly perfect analysis. All aspects were meticulous. It's worthy of being a treasure for cultivation. It's really powerful. This is a true treasure to any cultivator of the way of the sword. Qin Shao could not help but sigh. However, it was of no use to him. After all, he had already cultivated Sword Dao to the point of perfection. After passing through the first world, Qin Shao continued to enter the second world. The second world was the primary application world of the ultimate Sword Dao. As soon as he entered the second world, Qin Shao could not help but exclaim, "Incredible! It's really incredible. I didn't expect that the primary application of the ultimate Sword Dao could be analyzed in such an intuitive way. It's really too vivid and easy to understand. It's estimated that even people with poor talent and comprehension can understand some of it at a glance." Sword Wufang is indeed a cultivation treasure. This kind of analysis feels like a ruler who has been through a lot and is teaching by example. In fact, the effect is even better. Qin Shao had spent a lot of effort to cultivate the primary application of the ultimate Sword Dao before. But in this world of Sword of Five Directions, everything had become simple. Everyone may have different ways of understanding the Great Way, the feelings of the Great Way, and the application of the Great Way. The Great Tao couldn't be expressed with anything. How to express it depended on one's understanding of the Great Tao. Different people would have different ways of expressing it. Different ways of expressing it would naturally have some differences in comprehension. But the way it was displayed in this second world really made Qin Shao incomparably astonished, having a feeling of being breathless. He did not expect that there could be such a way of expressing it. It really shocked Qin Zhao's imagination. For a time, Qin Shao was intoxicated in it, and he felt that he could not extricate himself. Although it could be said that he had already mastered the elementary application of the ultimate Sword Dao, Qin Shao still felt some inspiration in this second world and gained some new insights. Things that had been ignored by him before were now discovered. These small details did not seem to affect anything at the moment, nor could they reflect anything. However, as time went by, it really might affect Qin Zhao's future cultivation. Therefore, Qin Shao had to pay attention to it. He stayed in the second world for 100 years. During this time, Qin Shao revisited the primary application of the ultimate Sword Dao and perfected some small details. This was obviously helpful for his future cultivation. If he wanted to cultivate the application of the ultimate Sword Dao to the peak level and the final perfection, any small detail might become his stumbling block. Now, he had cleared all the obstacles, which was to remove his stumbling block, so that his future cultivation path would be smoother. Qin Shao did ignore this problem before, but now he suddenly discovered it. Qin Shao continued to enter the third world. The third world was the intermediate application of the ultimate Sword Dao, which was Qin Zhao's current level. Qin Shao had not mastered the intermediate application of the ultimate Sword Dao for a long time, and his intermediate application of the ultimate Sword Dao was still in the stage of growth. Entering the third world, Qin Shao suddenly became greedy, like a seedling that had encountered rain and dew for a long time. He crazily absorbed the nutrients in it to enrich himself and continue to grow. Many things that he did not understand were easily solved at this time. Qin Shao suddenly became intoxicated. He quickly immersed himself in cultivation and entered a state of selflessness. I see. The path I took before was wrong. It turns out that there are so many directions in the application of the Sword Dao. My vision is still a little too limited, and my thinking is a little too narrow. Haha. Yes, this is the way. This is the right way. Huh? What's going on? Wrong again? Phew, I see. I understand. Qin Shao was in a state of madness. Sometimes he sat quietly, sometimes he frowned, sometimes he was happy, sometimes he was sad, sometimes he nodded in understanding, and sometimes he was in deep thought. With the guidance of the third world, Qin Shao suddenly had many new ideas in his intermediate application of the ultimate Sword Dao, and there was a lot of improvement. Qin Shao was also immersed in cultivation. Seedlings nourished by rain and dew would naturally grow faster. At this time, Qin Shao absorbed a lot of nutrients in the third world, which made his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. One by one, new insights were superimposed. Accumulated water became a pool, and piled-up soil became a mountain. With a large amount of accumulation, there was naturally a feeling of hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea. In the end, when the conditions were right, a trace of enlightenment came to his mind. Bit by bit, the accumulation hit the threshold again and again. The passage of time was like the sand between the fingers. It had already disappeared quietly, like a big wave flowing east. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Since the Qin Mansion was opened, it had also ushered in a rapid development. Its momentum grew rapidly, and the effect was more than 10 times that of the previous 30 to 40,000 years. Qin Shao, Chunjie, and Shi Jianstrong rise naturally made more people want to join Qin Mansion. It even attracted many almighties to join Qin Mansion and willingly work for Qin Mansion. Qin Zhao's name was the reason why Qin Mansion was so famous throughout the ages. Qin Shao, Chunjie, and Shi Jianstrong rise naturally made more people want to join Qin Mansion. Qin Shao was in closed-door cultivation and did not care about the affairs of the world. Naturally, all the big and small things fell to Palace Master Xia and Changfeng. The Great Eight had been guarding Qin Shao and did not leave half a step. As an army, the Desolate Land Corps was only responsible for the military affairs. They did not care about other things. Therefore, Xia Changfeng and the others were extremely busy right now. However, although they were busy, the harvest was huge. The Qin Mansion was also changing rapidly. Its appearance was changing with each passing day, and its momentum was constantly growing. Shi Jian and Brother Pure had also been cultivating in the Qin Mansion these years. Qin Shao was not there, so their prestige was naturally the greatest. If there was a big matter, they would still be asked to discuss and make a decision. It was worth mentioning that after Exquisite Fairy's heart was captured by Brother Pure, she now lived in the Qin Mansion directly. She lived with Brother Pure day and night, which made others envious. Chapter 787. Qin Shao had been in seclusion all this time, immersing himself in the world of the Five Swords. Although Qin Shao didn't come out to take charge of the Qin Mansion, the prestige of the Qin Mansion was there. Naturally, no one dared to act rashly. Moreover, Brother Pure and Shi Jian, two existences on the Earth ranking, were in charge of the Qin Mansion. Therefore, no one dared to act rashly. The power of the Qin Mansion was still growing rapidly, and their ability to manage the Hidden Dragon territory was also steadily improving. In addition to the Desolate Land Army, the 9 Provinces Army and the Qin Mansion Guard were established. The Qin Mansion Guard was responsible for the security of the Qin Mansion. The selection criteria were very strict. Not only did they have to be very powerful, but they also had to be absolutely loyal. Moreover, loyalty was the most important thing. Without absolute loyalty, there was no way to become a Qin Mansion Guard. The Qin Mansion Guard was directly responsible for Qin Shao, and, of course, they would receive many benefits. The 9 Provinces Army was the sharp force used by the Qin Mansion to manage the entire Hidden Dragon territory. The scale of the 9 Provinces Army was very large, and it was still expanding. As time passed, the 9 Provinces continent was built into a fortress with copper and iron walls, and was incomparably majestic. Brother Pure had obtained the complete inheritance of Sovereign. Therefore, he only needed to stay in the Qin Mansion to cultivate and digest the inheritance. For the time being, he didn't need to go out to explore. Exquisite Fairy had been accompanying Brother Pure in the Qin Mansion. Although the two of them hadn't gotten married yet, they had already done the deed of husband and wife. They were a pair that was envied by many. Their relationship was also recognized by the profound God sect. Brother Purity wasn't just strong, his talent was extraordinary, and his potential was limitless. He also had the backing of the supreme, profound God sect. This made Brother Purity an upstart in the God world. He was a big shot. It could be said that with Brother Pure's current strength and reputation, it was enough for him to open up a new territory and establish his own force. Moreover, there were people who wanted Brother Pure to do so. However, Brother Pure didn't want to establish a sect, so this matter was left unsettled. Shi Jian's talent and potential were also recognized by the Temple of the Desolate Land, and he was given the opportunity to go to the Desolate Land to train. This kind of opportunity was extremely rare, so Shi Jian naturally wouldn't give it up. Therefore, Shi Jian went to the Desolate Land Island to train. The vicissitudes of time quietly disappeared in the blink of an eye. 20,000 years later, the disappearance of Yao Shiwilian caused an uproar in the heavenly realm. Yao Shiwilian, who had been unknown all this time, had actually made his way onto the Earth ranking in one fell swoop. He had been promoted to the final 6 islands and was currently challenging the 36th island. The relationship between Yao Shiwilian and Qin Shao had long been spread by many people. Therefore, Yao Shiwilian's appearance on the Earth list naturally attracted a lot of attention. Yao Shiwilian was the only one who knew how difficult it was to rise from a nobody to the top of the terrestrial rankings. The conviction in her heart had supported her, allowing her to walk step by step to where she was today. The boundless sea of darkness was vast and boundless. It had existed since time immemorial. No light could be seen within the pitch-black darkness. Even if there was light, it would be devoured. In the depths of the sea, there was an incomparably huge celestial body, like an egg, lying there quietly. It was like an immortal giant beast sleeping there. This celestial body was incomparably huge. In terms of size, it was probably more than 100 domains. Such a huge domain, when placed in the boundless sea of darkness, was like a drop in the ocean. Suddenly, this huge celestial body seemed to be waking up. It shook slightly, and the entire endless sea of darkness was shaken. Terrifying waves of darkness surged out in all directions. A powerful being who was flying extremely far away was affected, and he was instantly crushed into nothingness. He died instantly. The boundless sea of darkness also surged violently because of this huge celestial body. It was like the anger of the deep sea, and it was about to set off stormy waves, overturning this part of the universe's firmament. The huge turbulence also indicated that a huge danger was about to come. It was as if the curse of the world was about to appear. Darkness, turbulence, terrifying. In the depths of the desolate land, divine palace. A figure sitting cross-legged in the space world of the ancient desolate land suddenly opened his eyes, releasing an otherworldly light that pierced through the endless void and through the ages. In an instant, it reached the depths of the boundless sea of darkness and saw a terrifying scene. The Lord of the desolate land, divine palace, stood up abruptly, his eyes shining with a strange luster. His eyebrows were slightly raised, but there was a rare smile on his face. The egg planet is about to open again. This time, the divine palace of the desolate land must seize it properly and lay a firm foundation for the future development of the desolate land divine palace. The Lord of the desolate land divine palace's eyes were filled with anticipation and desire. Not long after, 3 figures flew in. They were Master Qingye, Glorious Sovereign, and Desolate Sword Sovereign. It was extremely rare for the 3 of them to be summoned by the Divine Palace Master at the same time, so the 3 of them looked at the Lord of the Desolate Land, Divine Palace, in confusion. The Lord of the Desolate Land, Divine Palace, waved his hand, and the situation of the egg planet in the depths of the endless sea of darkness appeared in the void. Master Qingye and the other 2 Divine Palace Masters' faces lit up when they saw the situation. How many years have we waited this time? If I remember correctly, it should be 30 trillion years, right? The Mother Egg Planet finally opened once again. Now, the opening time of the Mother Egg Planet was obviously much slower. After waiting for so long, it's finally opening. This time, The divine palace of the desolate land must show off our might and seize as many origin crystals as possible. Otherwise, we don't know how long we'll have to wait for the egg planet to open again. Gloria's sovereign was also very excited. The fact that a sovereign was so excited was enough to show the importance of the opening of the egg planet and the importance of the origin crystals. The sovereign of the desolate land revealed a sharp expression, as if he was about to start a killing spree. Master Qingye was also experiencing the opening of the egg planet for the first time, so he was filled with anticipation. Master Qingye said, "Divine Palace Master, according to the agreement of the 8 sacred lands, each sacred land can only send a maximum of 12 people, and the top 10 on the heaven list can't enter. Who should the divine palace of the desolate land send?" Choosing the right people was very important. After all, this would determine the final success or failure. If they chose the right people, their chances of success would be higher. After all, if they missed this opportunity, who knew how many years it would take before they would have another chance? This time, it was 300 trillion years. What about the next time? It would definitely take more than 30 trillion years. They simply couldn't afford to waste time. The divine palace master of the desolate land nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. I called you all here to discuss the list of candidates. Who do you think is more suitable to send in?" Master Qingye said, "Divine Palace Master, Qin Shao and Yi Junhe can be sent in. Yi Junhe's ultimate sword Dao has broken through to the intermediate level, so his current strength should be on the heaven list. Although he's not very strong, it's not necessarily a bad thing to use him to train. There's no need to even mention Qin Shao. His strength is completely comparable to the upper middle of the heaven roll. Moreover, he's in seclusion now, so his strength should be even stronger. Maybe when he comes out this time, his strength will be on the heaven list top 100. This time, almost all the experts in the information sacred lands have come out. Geniuses are all over the place. It's also a rare opportunity to fight. We can send Qin Shao and Yi Junhe to give it a try. Maybe they can learn something from it." The divine palace master of the desolate land nodded in agreement. Yes, Qin Shao and Yi Junhe can be sent in. However, it's still very risky for the two of them to go in. After all, they're both in their original bodies. If there's any loss on the mother planet, the consequences will be unimaginable. But speaking of which, this is an extremely rare opportunity for them. How about this? Qingye, you're in charge of asking them if they're willing. If they're willing to go, let them go. However, make the stakes clear to them. If their original bodies go in, it'll be very dangerous for them to clash with the experts from the other 7 sacred lands. After all, the other sacred lands may not be as good as our divine palace of the desolate land. Qin Shao and Yi Junhe are the 2 best divine realm seedlings in our desolate land divine palace. Perhaps the other sacred lands will have ulterior motives and want to get rid of them. Master Qingye nodded and said, "Yes, I'll go and tell them. However, I think they'll be willing to go. Wealth comes from danger. Without danger, there's no training. This kind of training is very rare." The divine palace master of the desolate land divine palace looked at Glorious Sovereign and Desolate Sword Sovereign and said, "What about the other candidates? Our desolate land divine palace has more than 40 experts on the heaven list. Pick some more. It doesn't have to be based on the heaven list ranking. The most suitable ones are the best. Moreover, it's best to pick someone who can cooperate with the others and unleash the greatest power. Count Gong Yu in. He'll be the leader. With him leading the team, we'll feel more at ease." Master Qingye and the other 2 nodded. Gong Yu was indeed the best candidate to lead the team. They could only feel more at ease with him around. Whether it was strength or leadership, Gong Yu was impeccable. With him, the entire team could be united, and the team could play to its fullest potential. Then, they drew up a list of 11 people. 9 of them were confirmed, and 2 of them were candidates. As for the candidates, they would only use them in case Qin Shao and Yi Junhe did not go. However, the possibility of this happening was not high. The divine palace master of the desolate land divine palace said, "Qingye, it looks like the mother egg planet will open in about 10,000 years. As for Qin Shao and Yi Junhe, You should confirm it as soon as possible. Then, make the necessary arrangements and let them be prepared. This time, there will be a great battle. They may even have to make sacrifices. However, for the sake of our desolate land, Divine Palace's prosperity, they have to go without hesitation. Master Chinga nodded and said, "Understood, Divine Palace Master. I'll get this done as soon as possible." They're all very responsible people. When it's time for them to contribute, I'm sure they'll do it without any hesitation. All right, then go and prepare yourselves. As long as it doesn't violate the agreement between the 8 great holy lands, prepare as much as possible. The Divine Palace Master of the desolate land, Divine Palace, waved his hand. Chapter 788. Sword Wufang, the Fifth World. Qin Shao used 3,000 years to successfully walk through the Third World and cultivate the intermediate application of the ultimate sword principle to perfection. Another 10,000 years later, Qin Shao walked through the Fourth World and completely mastered the advanced application of the ultimate sword principle to perfection. 30,000 years later, Qin Shao was still trapped in the Fifth World. The peak application of the ultimate sword principle, the last step of the sword principle. However, it was too difficult to take this final step. This last step was to reach the heavens in a single step. That would be a qualitative leap in strength and a great transformation. To take this step was too difficult. Even if Qin Shao had the assistance of Sword Wufang, it was still too difficult. One had to know that in the entire universe, among the fourth step heavenly gods, only Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang had reached this step. Among the countless almighties, those who had reached this stage could probably be counted with 2 hands. At the very least, there were only a few that were publicly known. Some people said that there were no more than 30, while others said that there were no more than 10. There were even rumors that there were no more than 5. The specific number was unknown for the time being, but it was indeed no more than 5. Including some hidden ones, it was estimated that it was within a pair of hands. This was more reliable. In this way, it was enough to see how difficult it was to reach this step. Sword Wufang's application of the ultimate sword principle did have an unparalleled role in assisting cultivation. But as the saying went, the master showed the door, but the cultivation was up to the individual. How far one could reach in the end still depended on oneself. Qin Shao could reach this step in a short 30,000 years, which was already very good. If this speed was spread out, it would be enough to scare people. In fact, Qin Shao only took 13,000 years to reach the Fifth World, but he was trapped in the Fifth World for the next 17,000 years. The final step is far too difficult. The peak application of the ultimate sword principle, the peak of everything, the perfection of everything, the ultimate of everything. It's too difficult. This last step is like an entire iceberg. Although I have now cultivated to the advanced application of the ultimate sword principle, I feel that I have only grasped the tip of the iceberg. The last step is too difficult. Qin Shao shook his head. After working so hard for so long, it was time to give up temporarily. There would be no gain if he continued to cultivate. Since he had reached a bottleneck, he could not cultivate blindly. But thinking about it, Qin Shao was very relieved. How could it be so easy to reach the peak application level of the supreme great Tao? If it was really that easy, it would be worthless. Even though he had a cultivation treasure like the Sword of 5 Directions in his hands, it was still not that easy. Whoosh! Qin Shao walked out of the world of Sword Wufang. Looking at Sword Wufang in his hand, he clicked his tongue and said, "As expected of a cultivation treasure, Palace Lord's attack is indeed extraordinary. The value of this kind of treasure is much more precious than a secret manual to me. The best is the one that suits me. I still have a long way to go. The road of cultivation is long, and I can't be anxious. I can only take one step at a time. This time, I have been in seclusion for 30,000 years. I don't know what is going on outside." Qin Shao put away Sword Wufang and walked out of the secret room. Eightfold Eight stood respectfully at the door. Has anything important happened in these years? Qin Shao asked. Eightfold Eight immediately said, Your Highness, a few days ago, His Highness Yi Junhe came to see you and asked you to go back to the divine palace of the desolate land immediately after you came out of seclusion. Other than that, there's nothing particularly important. It's just that Miss Yao made it onto the earth roll 10,000 years ago, and then Brother Chunjie was preparing to marry the exquisite fairy. However, they said that they would wait until your highness came out of seclusion. Oh, Yao Shuilian has made it to the earth list. It's really not easy. Qin Shao was quite surprised that Yao Shuilian had made it to the earth list. After all, Yao Shuilian's talent and potential were not particularly high, but Yao Shuilian was able to walk step by step to today's level. It was really rare. He must have put in a lot of effort and suffered countless hardships to achieve such an achievement. In this regard, Qin Shao also admired Yao Shuilian. In fact, not to mention Qin Shao, even Villa Lord Yao did not expect Yao Shuilian to reach this step. Villa Lord Yao did not have such high expectations for Yao Shuilian before, but Yao Shuilian used his own strength to change her destiny step by step. She could not help but admire him. Brother Pure wanted to marry Linglong Xin. New Qin Shao was not surprised at this. It was a reasonable thing. Brother Pure's temperament was like this. Once his temperament came, it could not be stopped. Brother Pure had always done things straightforwardly. He would not think so much. So it was not a big deal that he was anxious to get married. Hearing the news that Qin Shao came out, Brother Pure was the first to find him. He pulled Qin Shao with a flattering smile and said, Brother, you have to preside over my wedding. We are of the same generation. It's not good for me to preside over your wedding, right? Or I think it's better for Villa Lord Yao to preside over your wedding. Qin Shao shook his head. He and Brother Pure were brothers. How could he preside over Brother Pure's wedding? Generally speaking, the preside over a wedding should be an elder. Brother Pure did not care and said, Then I'll call you brother. You can be my brother. You don't have to be one generation older than me. Why do you care so much about the red tape? If you, a big bodhisattva, preside over my wedding, I will be honored, right? While I get married, I must make it grand. Otherwise, how can I live up to Brother Pure's pure appearance? So I don't care. You have to preside over my wedding. Otherwise, I will pester you every day. Qin Shao suddenly felt a little helpless and said, Okay. Since you said so, I will preside over your wedding. But when do you plan to get married? Seeing that Qin Shao agreed, Brother Pure suddenly smiled and said with a grin, Anyway, as soon as possible. Everything is ready. I'm just waiting for you to come out. I've been waiting for 30,000 years. It's so hard to wait. You want to do it soon? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. Brother Pure nodded and said, Yes, soon. What's wrong? Can't I? Qin Shao said with a little embarrassment, Maybe I can't. Didn't Yi Junhe come over and ask me to go back to the divine palace of the desolate land? Yi Junhe came over personally to pass the message. It should be something important. So now I have to go back to the divine palace of the desolate land to see what's going on. If there's nothing else, then I will come back and discuss it with you. If there's something else, then I don't know when I can come back. Brother Pure suddenly wanted to cry. He looked at Qin Shao with a sad face and said, You are really a busy man. Okay. Then I will wait for you to come back. Alas, I've been waiting for 30,000 years. It doesn't matter if I wait a little longer. Qin Shao patted Brother Pure's shoulder. Qin Shao did not have time to ask about what had happened in the Qin mansion in the past 30,000 years. After saying goodbye to everyone, he went straight back to the divine palace of the desolate land. After returning to the divine palace of the desolate land, Qin Shao found out that Yi Junhe was looking for him for something. The opening of the egg planet? What is that? Qin Shao frowned and looked at Yi Junhe with a puzzled face. It was the first time he had heard of the egg planet. Naturally, he did not know what it was. Yi Junhe shook his head and said, I don't know what the egg planet is either. I only know that it is very important to the divine palace of the desolate land. This is a big deal and involves a big secret. He Jim and Greenleaf will tell us the specifics when the time comes. You came back just in time. Master Qingye just summoned me. Let's go. Qin Shao nodded and followed Yi Juanhe to the depths of the divine palace of the desolate land. Soon, they landed in a large hall. At this time, several senior brothers had already arrived in the hall. Sam Zhenren, Lord of the Stars, Great Emperor Jiuke. When Qin Shao saw those people clearly, his heart was also greatly moved. He was quite shocked. It was because the three of them were all on the heaven list and ranked in the upper middle. Lord of the Stars was in the top 100 on the heaven list. Sam Zhenren and Great Emperor Jiuke were also in the top 100. These heaven list powerhouses were rarely seen. Even Qin Shao had not seen these three senior brothers before. He did not expect to see them here. Lord of the Stars looked like a young man who had just come of age. He had a scholarly air about him and a delicate face. He gave off a youthful vibe. However, no one expected him to be in the top 100 on the heaven list. He was extremely powerful. Qin Shao knew a little about the Lord of the Stars' growth. Qin Shao was quite impressed by the Lord of the Stars. Sam Zhenren and Great Emperor Jiuke were both very capable and worthy of respect. So your junior brother Qin Shao, seeing you once is better than hearing about you 100 times. I've heard a lot about you. I finally get to see you in person today. My main body and avatar were not at the desolate land temple when you opened a residence previously. Hence, I did not go to congratulate you. I'm sorry. The Lord of the Stars walked over as if they were close friends. He looked at Qin Shao and said. Qin Shao was surprised that the Lord of the Stars took the initiative to explain what had happened previously. He hurriedly said, Senior brother Xing Chun, you're too kind. It's normal for you to be delayed by other matters. Senior brother Xing Chun, I feel a little embarrassed after hearing what you said. The Lord of the Stars laughed heartily and waved his hand. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Let's not talk about this. Sam Zhenren and Great Emperor Jiuke sized up Qin Shao and nodded at Qin Shao. Some great emperors had weird personalities and did not like to talk to others. Qin Shao did not pay much attention to them. Following that, more great emperors arrived. They were all at the top of the heaven list. Nangongwu was here. Amitabha Buddha was here. All the famous great emperors of the desolate land temple arrived one after another. Qin Shao was very surprised. What kind of important matter was this? The ruler had gathered so many great emperors. It seemed like the situation was not simple. Soon, 11 people gathered in the main hall. Apart from Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe, the other 9 were in the top 150 on the heaven list. 7 of them were in the top 100. Chapter 789. Just as Qin Shao was feeling surprised, 4 more powerful auras appeared. 3 of them were familiar. Clearly, they belonged to He Jim and Greenleaf, He Jim and Dazzlebright, and He Jim and Wildersword. Qin Shao was no stranger to these 3 hegemons. The 3 dominators had come to attend his opening ceremony and had given Qin Shao enough face. Naturally, they had gotten closer to each other. Qin Shao was slightly surprised to see another figure walking alongside the 3 sovereigns. Who could appear alongside the sovereigns? Who could it be? Qin Shao took a closer look and recognized who it was. Great Emperor Gong Yu, 16th on the heaven list. In terms of strength, Great Emperor Gong Yu should be in the top 10 in the Desolate Land Temple. She was ranked 3rd among the Almighties. This was because in addition to the Flame Emperor, who was 10th on the heaven list, the Temple of the Desolate Land Temple had another person who was 2nd on the heaven list. However, Qin Shao had yet to see Great Emperor Gong Yu. Great Emperor Gong Yu was 2nd on the heaven list. His fame was no less than Lord Huayang's. He was the closest to becoming a dominator. In the Desolate Land Temple, Great Emperor Gong Yu's position was not much different from Master Qingye's. They both stood at the peak of the Desolate Land Temple and were the spiritual pillars of the Temple of the Desolate Land. Great Emperor Gong Yu's appearance was enough to surprise Qin Shao. It seemed that this matter was not simple. What could make the Temple of the Desolate Land send out such a lineup? Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe's strength was at the bottom of the list. Master Qingye scanned the crowd and said, "Everyone is here. More than half of you have been to the Mother Planet. Some have even been there a few times. As for the situation on the Mother Planet, you can digest it among yourselves. I won't explain it here. Gongyu, you are still in charge of leading the team this time. I believe you can lead this team well and obtain important resources for the Temple of the Desolate Land." Great Emperor Gongyu was a solemn and dignified almighty being. She didn't show any anger, but she was intimidating. He was born to be a leader, a peerless king. Palace Feather nodded solemnly and accepted the heavy responsibility. "I will do my best to obtain as many important resources for the Desolate Land Temple as possible. This is related to the survival of the Desolate Land Temple. This time we have to give it our all." The Baron Sword Hegemon said, "All right, there's no time to lose. I'll take you to the Mother Planet right away. This matter is of great importance, and only you know about it." This time, the Baron Sword Hegemon was escorting Qin Zhao's group of 12 to the Mother Egg Planet. A huge flying palace flew into the depths of the universe, towards the endless sea of darkness. The flying palace shuttled through the void at an extremely fast speed. In just a few dozen breaths, it had already left the territory of the divine world and flew all the way to the endless sea of darkness. It will take us around 1,000 years to reach the Mother Planet. Let's recharge during this time. Once we reach the Mother Planet, there will be many fierce battles waiting for us, said Great Emperor Gongyu. Qin Xiao was quite shocked. With the speed of the flying palace, it would take them 1,000 years to reach the Mother Planet. Just how far was the Mother Planet from the God Realm? This distance was unimaginable even for an almighty being. Great Emperor Gongyu looked at Qin Xiao, Yi Juanhe, Nangongwa, Sama Jinren, and the Lord of the Stars. She said, "This is your first time participating in an operation like this, so you definitely don't know much about the Mother Planet. I'll explain it to you in detail." Qin Xiao and the others listened attentively. They were obviously very curious about the 5 people from a Mother Planet. The Mother Planet was a top secret in the universe. Only very few people could come in contact with it. Those who came in contact with it would be asked to keep a secret. Therefore, there was no record of the outside world. Great Emperor Gongyu said, "You should know about God crystals, right?" Qin Xiao and the others nodded. Of course they knew about God crystals. It was the crystallization of God stones and God power. It was a kind of crystallization of energy in the universe. It was something cultivators needed. The strength of the God body depended on the accumulation of God power. Therefore, if one used God crystals to cultivate, it would be 100 times more effective. Because of this, the disciples of big factions had a natural advantage. They could use God crystals to cultivate. Naturally, their cultivation speed would be much faster than others. Qin Xiao had also experienced the benefits of divine crystals. Previously, when he had broken through to the next realm, he had cultivated the unique skill, Nirvana. Even the 9 transformations needed God crystals to break through. God crystals were the universal currency. With God crystals, one could buy anything. God crystals could be said to be an important resource to maintain the operation of the universe. Have you found any place in the God realm that can produce God crystals? Great Emperor Gongyu asked again. Qin Xiao and the others thought about it and shook their heads. Sama Jinren, who was more experienced, said, "Senior Brother Gongyu, I've seen God crystals before. However, the scale is very small. Such a situation is very rare in the universe." Great Emperor Gongyu nodded and said, "Yes, it's very rare. It's almost unheard of. Actually, there's a huge secret behind this. In ancient times, our universe actually had the ability to produce God crystals. It had a good circulation system. When a cultivator died, the God power in his body would be returned by the will of the universe. Then, God crystals would be formed somewhere. It formed a cycle that was enough to ensure the reproduction and development of the universe. However, with the reproduction and development of the universe, the number of life forms increased. In addition to the aging of the universe, this cycle would gradually become unbalanced. In addition, the Great War of the Four Realms in ancient times had also shattered the universe, which severely damaged this cycle. In this way, it would accelerate the aging of the universe and eventually lead to its destruction. Qin Shao was shocked. The universe was actually heading towards its destruction? Qin Shao knew about the existence of alternate universes. However, he didn't know that the universe itself could be destroyed. Once the universe was destroyed, wouldn't it mean that everyone in the universe would die? Thinking about it, it was really a very scary thing. He didn't expect this operation to be so important. No wonder there was such a big commotion. However, the universe gave our God realm a ray of hope and discovered the existence of the Mother Planet. The Mother Planet quietly lies in the depths of the endless universe ocean. The Mother Planet can continuously produce origin crystals. These origin crystals are the concentrated crystallization of God crystals. Therefore, as long as we dig up enough origin crystals on the Mother Planet, we can ensure the prosperity of the Desolate Lands God Palace territory. Otherwise, if there's a crisis in this cycle, the first thing to consider is to reduce the number of almighty beings born. To put it simply, this trip to the Mother Planet is a trip of destiny. It concerns the future development of the Desolate Lands God Palace. The Mother Planet's name comes from this. It is like a mother egg that can continuously lay eggs. However, the interval between the Mother Planet's opening is relatively long, and it will get longer and longer. This time, it has been 30 trillion years since the last time it opened. 300 trillion years. It was a number that no one dared to imagine. At least, Qin Shao didn't dare to imagine it. He hadn't even lived for 100,000 years, let alone 30 trillion years. Even 100 million years was hard for Qin Shao to imagine how far away that was. Hearing Palace Feather Emperor's words, Qin Shao and the others finally understood the general idea. They knew what this mission was and how heavy the burden on their shoulders was. This time, it was a battle of honor. They weren't fighting for themselves, but for the entire Desolate Lands God Palace. The laws of the universe are full of endless variables and unknowns. What we need to do now is to try our best to do what we can see in front of us. No one can say for sure what the future will change. No one could predict when the next time the Mother Egg Planet would open, either. Therefore, we have to go all out this time no matter what. You are all core members of the Desolate Lands God Palace. You are the pillars of the Desolate Lands God Palace. You are the pride of the Desolate Lands God Palace. You are the heroes and powerhouses in the hearts of others. When necessary, we must also have the spirit of sacrifice. Palace Feather Emperor's words became solemn. Everyone nodded as they understood their responsibilities and obligations. When necessary, they had to do this without hesitation. Qin Shao frowned slightly. Senior Brother Palace Feather, is the Mother Planet very dangerous? Logically speaking, their lineup was sufficiently strong and incomparably powerful. Ordinary dangers should not be able to harm them at all. Palace Feather Emperor shook his head. The Mother Planet itself isn't dangerous. It's just that the Desolate Lands God Palace isn't the only one entering this time. There will be people from the other 7 Holy Lands as well. Some people from other universes will take the opportunity to enter and snatch the origin crystals. The people from other universes are our greatest enemies. However, we can't be careless about the other 7 Holy Lands. It could even be said that we can't underestimate the people from the other 4 great Holy Lands of the Divine Realm. After all, anything can happen in the face of great benefits. Therefore, what we must do on the Mother Planet is to have absolute trust in our own people. We must be highly vigilant against outsiders. We must take precautions. If you want to survive on the Mother Planet and contribute to my godly hall of desolation, then you must be careful. You cannot be careless in the slightest. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood. Qin Shao was completely relieved. So this was what the Mother Planet was all about. This time, it was indeed very dangerous. Everywhere was filled with danger. The top experts of the 8 Holy Lands clashed, and there were even experts from other universes hiding in the dark. Just thinking about it made people feel a deep sense of crisis. Yi Juan's strength wasn't strong to begin with. Although his ultimate sword Dao had broken through to the intermediate level, it was difficult for his strength to enter the heaven leaderboard. At most, he was close to the heaven leaderboard. He was probably at the same level as Great Emperor Shirwei. With such strength, it was indeed a little too weak to be brought here. "Let's fight," Qin Shao said to Yi Juanhe. Yi Juanhe nodded. "Yes, let's fight." Chapter 790. 3,000 years wasn't a long time, and it was just the blink of an eye for a godly spirit. A gigantic star appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and it was shocking to see it from afar. The celestial body was simply too big. It was just lying there quietly, like an ancient giant god. The shock went straight to their souls, and they couldn't help but tremble when they looked at it from afar. "It's really huge," Qin Shao said. "It's more than 100 territories. It's incredible." The main thing was that the shape of this celestial body was extremely regular. From afar, it looked like an incomparably huge egg. It looked very charming. It was the Mother Egg Star. At that moment, the wind and clouds were surging around the Mother Egg Star. It was raging, stirring up the universe and the sky. It was so turbulent that it was frightening to see it. It felt like if anyone got close, they would be swallowed up completely. A huge whirlpool appeared in the sky above the Mother Egg Star, and it was the entrance. Only through this whirlpool could one enter the Mother Egg Star. Otherwise, there was no way to get close to the Mother Egg Star. Even universe masters couldn't force their way into the Mother Egg Star, as the Mother Egg Star had its own willpower. Generally speaking, a small universe was only the size of a few territories, but the willpower of the small universe was enough to stop universe masters from forcing their way in. The Mother Egg Star was such a huge celestial body, and its willpower was so strong that it could easily stop universe masters from entering. If anyone wanted to enter the Mother Egg Star, they had to wait for it to open. The Baron Sword Dominator stopped his flying palace and looked at the crowd with a solemn expression. The crowd also became alert, their faces solemn. "You have a great responsibility on this trip," Baron Sword Emperor said solemnly. "The future prosperity of our godly Hall of Desolation depends entirely on you. I'll wait here for your good news," the Baron Sword Ruler said solemnly. Palace Feather Emperor nodded solemnly and said, "We'll do our best." Baron Sword Emperor waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's enter the Mother Egg Star. The mission is important, but you have to be careful and protect yourselves. I don't want to see any of you die. Fight! Fight for the Temple of the Desolate Land. Fight for the future development of the Desolate Land's territory." This was a battle of honor, but also a battle of responsibility. "Let's go." Everyone flew out of the palace and headed for the Vortex Tunnel at Great Emperor Palace Feather's command. As soon as he left the palace, Qin Shao felt a terrifying power surging toward him. It was a destructive power that wanted to tear him apart and devour him. Just this power alone was enough to turn ordinary almighties into ashes. The group of 12 entered the Whirlpool Channel. The Whirlpool Channel was extremely terrifying. Even experienced almighties would not be able to withstand it. Only those whose strength had reached the level of peak almighties would be able to withstand it and pass through the Whirlpool Channel. After passing through the Vortex Channel, the wind and waves finally calmed down and they saw the land of the Mother Egg Planet. What surprised Qin Shao was that the Mother Planet was full of life. At a glance, she could see mountains and trees, countless towering trees, and countless flowers and plants. At a glance, the place was covered with all kinds of plants. It made people feel as if they had entered a world of plants. All kinds of strange plants were an eye-opener for them. Some of the towering trees were more than 100 million miles tall. When a tree spread out, it was like a huge planet. Everyone descended and landed on an incomparably huge leaf. This leaf had a diameter of more than 10,000 miles. Qin Shao and the others landed on it and looked very small. Looking around, towering trees appeared in front of them. Every one of them had grown for an unknown period of time. Senior Brother Gong Yu, there are so many plant life forms on the Mother Egg planet. Could there also be cultivators? Qin Shao asked with some doubts. Originally, he thought that the Mother Egg planet was lifeless and a land of death. Now, it seemed that he was completely wrong. He did not expect the Mother Egg planet to be like this. It was full of life and full of spring. It should be very normal for such a planet to breed cultivators. If there were cultivators on the Mother Egg planet, then this mission would be even more difficult. Great Emperor Gong Yu shook his head slightly and said, "There are cultivators, but they are extremely rare. It's rare to see them, so there's no need to worry too much. Even if we encounter them, we can face them calmly." You can see that there are towering trees everywhere in front of us, and the source crystals are produced on the trees. However, we have to find the source trees. The source trees are very strange. They only have one growth cycle. After they produce the source crystals, they will die. Therefore, the location of the source trees is not fixed. Although I've been to the Mother Egg planet several times, the location of the source trees is different every time. Therefore, there's no way to find the source trees based on experience. We can only search like looking for a needle in a haystack. If it's luck, it's very important. The source crystals were produced on the trees. This was really something to hear. It was novel. However, this was not bad. It also saved a lot of trouble. They could find the source crystals directly without having to dig 3 feet into the ground. Simple, clear, straightforward. The rest was probably 70% luck and 30% strength. The Mother Egg planet was too big. If a person wanted to search the entire Mother Egg planet, even 100 million years wouldn't be enough. However, the Mother Egg planet was open for a limited time. Although there was no fixed time, it was usually around 100,000 years. Therefore, time was still rather tight. Great Emperor Gong Yu said, "You should be able to sense that there are many restrictions on the Mother Egg planet. We can't search together, so I'll split you into several groups. Jiukuei, the Immeasurable Buddha, and Water Walker will form a group each. The other 8 will form a group of 2. Qin Shao, you'll form a group with the Lord of the Stars. Yi Junhe, you'll form a group with Perfected Samu. The others will form their own groups. We'll split up and act separately. With our current location as the center, we'll split into 8 regions and spread out. Each of us will form a camp. If anything happens, we'll contact each other. We'll gather once every 10,000 years. When the time comes, hand all the source crystals to me for safekeeping. That's more appropriate. Do you all understand?" Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood. Great Emperor Gong Yu was the strongest here. Furthermore, she had entered the Mother Egg planet several times and was very experienced in all aspects. Everyone did not hesitate and immediately took action. The Lord of the Stars was more easygoing and cheerful. He walked over to Qin Shao with a smile on his face. Previously, when they were in the desolate land temple, the Lord of the Stars had shown kindness to Qin Shao. "Qin Shao, let's go too," the Lord of the Stars said. Qin Shao nodded. The two of them flew in one direction. They quickly walked in the sky above the Mother Egg planet and flew past the towering gods. However, the two of them also scanned ground. Nothing below could escape their eyes. As long as there were source crystals, they naturally would not miss it. Source trees were also relatively special and very easy to recognize. Therefore, the two of them were actually relatively relaxed. They only needed to fly at top speed on the Mother Egg planet and then observe the ground below. Lord of the Stars, why don't the desolate land temple send more people in? Wouldn't more people be more powerful? It would be easier to find them. With our small number of people, 8 groups would not be able to find them at all, Qin Shao asked curiously. The Lord of the Stars smiled and said, "Qin Shao, you don't know about this. In fact, these were actually discussed by the 8 great holy lands from the beginning. If both sides wantonly sent people in, it would be easy to arouse conflicts between the 8 great holy lands and increase some unnecessary battles. Once a real fight breaks out, I'm afraid it will cause a war between the holy lands. That's something unimaginable." Ever since the Great War of the Four Realms, the 8 great holy lands have restrained each other and made many treaties, which led to the current prosperity and development of the universe. The Mother Egg Planet is the hope of our universe's prosperity. It can't be destroyed. If there are no restrictions, not only will it cause a war between the Holy Lands, it might even destroy the Mother Egg Planet. This price is not something our 8 great Holy Lands can afford. Therefore, there is such an agreement. Qin Shao nodded and felt relieved. That's true. It's good to have restrictions there. Otherwise, it would really be a mess. A Holy Land can send in 12 people, but the top 10 on the Heaven leaderboard can't be sent. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang also tacitly agreed not to be sent. This way, it will be much fairer, and there won't be a situation where the strength of each side is too great. This way, even if there are some conflicts, the situation won't be too bad. At most, there will be some small sacrifices. However, there are some drawbacks to this agreement now. There is no agreement for visitors from other universes. Therefore, visitors from other universes can enter without restraint. Fortunately, the overall strength of visitors from other universes is on the weaker side. In addition, there are rulers from the 8 great holy lands guarding the entrance, so not too many people from other universes can enter the Mother Egg Planet. However, there are still some ways for people from other universes to enter the Mother Egg Planet, so we have to be more careful. No matter what, the other universes are the public enemies of our universe. In the face of right and wrong, our universe still needs to be united. Qin Shao nodded. This was indeed a drawback, but there was no other way. This was the only way. Haha, let's not worry about this for now. We'll deal with it as it comes. This time, danger is certain. The fight will be incomparably fierce in the end. Therefore, what we need to do now is to find as many spirit stones as possible. In the end, we may have to fight for it with real swords and spears. The Lord of the Stars said, Yes, I can already smell the blood. This is also a test for me, right? Qin Zhao's fighting spirit had already surged out. The Lord of the Stars glanced at Qin Shao. Perhaps only he would treat this as a test, right? Chapter 791. In the depths of the boundless sea of darkness, an ancient and majestic palace stood in the middle of a turbulent and terrifying sea of fog. It emitted a terrifying aura that seemed eternal and indestructible. In the depths of the palace, an incomparably majestic figure sat cross-legged on a strange, gigantic cloud rock, breathing in and out. The aura emitted from his body caused the entire space to tremble violently, as if it was about to collapse. The incomparably majestic figure opened his eyes, which flickered with a strange light. His gaze pierced through the boundless sky, reaching the depths of the universe. There was also a figure standing there. His entire body was covered in metal, and his eyes were emitting an incomparably demonic light. Chief Arrow's people, I trust you've been well since we last met. A voice crossed the boundless void, crossed the river of time, and clearly entered the ears of the incomparably majestic figure. The Chief Arrow's people spoke. Mother Empress, you've really hidden yourself well. We all thought you'd left this universe long ago. Who would have thought that you've been hiding in the dark all this time, and actually managed to hide from the eyes of those people? You really have some tricks up your sleeve. The metal-covered Mother Empress said, We're all outsiders, and we don't belong to this universe. The native powers of this universe don't welcome us, and they're all thinking of ways to get rid of us. We're weak, so we naturally have to hide. My machine race is extremely proficient in this aspect. I'm different from you. I don't emit any aura, so they can't detect me. Over the years, Eros has been secretly expanding, and I'm sure you've developed quite well. I've also been secretly making arrangements and have accumulated a certain amount of power. We have a common enemy, and we're all outsiders, so we should be friends. The Eros people laughed heartily. Mother Empress, if you're willing to cooperate with me, that's naturally something I couldn't ask for more. It just so happens that I'm all alone, and I have no way of contending against those fellows from the God realm by myself. With your Mother Empress by my side, the pressure on me will be much lighter. It's a pity that Red Dust Guest is too stubborn and refuses to cooperate with us. If he joins us, then we'll have some confidence in contending against the God realm. Worldly Guest, you are truly despicable. The Queen Mother's voice was also filled with displeasure as she said, Worldly Guest is a loner and has always been a loner. If he's unwilling, then so be it. As long as he didn't help the God realm, it would be fine. However, with just the two of us, we're still too weak to fight against the God realm. Unless, Mother Empress, it seems that you've been secretly observing me all this time. You know that I've been in contact with those three. Those three have always been very dissatisfied with the divine realm, but unfortunately, they are weak, so they can only endure it. If Mother Empress were to join us, I believe that it would be even more persuasive. I think we can have a good talk about this matter. The Eros people laughed, and a strange light flashed through their eyes. You can arrange this. Since I chose to show myself this time, I was prepared to fight again. We don't have much time left. We have to fight. Otherwise, the only thing that awaits us is death and complete destruction. This time, the opening of the Mother Egg planet is a very good opportunity for us. If we can stop them from seizing the origin crystals, then we can hurt the vitality of the God realm. If we do this, then it will be to our advantage. This time, no matter what, we have to take it down. No matter how big the price we have to pay, we won't hesitate. The Eros people frowned deeply. With a serious expression, he nodded and said, I've arranged this long ago. I believe Mother Empress has also arranged this, right? I was worried that just my arrangement wasn't enough. Now that we have Mother Empress arrangement, we don't have to worry about anything. This time, we will definitely make good use of this opportunity. The Mother Egg Planet. Qin Shao and the Lord of the Stars have been flying on it for 3 years. During these 3 years, the two of them were amazed. The universe was really full of strange things. There were all kinds of strange plants. There was nothing that they couldn't think of that wasn't here. Furthermore, they were all plants that they had never heard of or seen before. They were all over the place. During these 3 years, the two of them didn't gain anything. They also didn't encounter any trouble. They didn't even see a shadow of a person. Although there were cultivators on the Mother Egg planet, their numbers were pitifully few. Otherwise, they wouldn't have encountered a single one after 3 years of flying. This feeling made Qin Shao feel like he was playing in the mountains. He didn't need to worry about any danger or trouble at all. Lord of the Stars, you don't recognize these plants either? Why do I feel that they are more precious? Qin Shao asked. The Lord of the Stars shook his head and said, I really don't recognize them. I feel that some of them are more precious. However, I don't recognize any of them. There are no records in the universe. I don't understand what they are used for. As for the specifics, we may need to slowly study them. However, we don't have the time to collect these things. If we take them out, they will definitely be more precious. Qin Shao nodded. Their current mission was to find source crystals. They really didn't have the time to pick these plants. Of course, it was fine if they picked up a few occasionally. However, if they deliberately stopped to pick them, it would be a waste of time. The two of them chatted along the way as they searched. Finally, in the 5th year, the two of them finally found something. Look over there. The Lord of the Stars pointed in a direction excitedly and said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao also looked over there. He saw a sparkling and translucent towering tree in the distance. It was no less than 100,000 feet tall. It stood perfectly straight like a heavenly pillar. At the top of this tree, some branches and leaves scattered, forming a huge mushroom cloud. Among the crystal-clear leaves, some white fruits could be seen. From afar, one could smell an indescribable strange fragrance. This was obviously a source tree. The fruits on it were naturally source crystals. After 5 years of searching, we finally found a source tree. It seems that our luck is not bad. The source tree we found is relatively large. The number of source crystal fruits on it should be around 10 million. This is a big harvest. Qin Shao beamed with joy. The Lord of the Stars also nodded with a smile. Yes, there are more than 10 million of them. This is indeed a big harvest. The value of a source crystal the size of an adult's head was immeasurable. The value of one of them was more than 1,000,000,000,000 divine crystals. There were more than 10 million of them here all of a sudden. One could imagine how terrifying their value was. However, these source crystals had to be handed over to the Desolate Land Temple. They couldn't be pocketed. Otherwise, they would make a fortune if they pocketed a few of them. Qin Shao and the Lord of the Stars didn't dare to hesitate. They immediately flew over and began to pick the source crystals. They quickly plucked all the source crystals on the source tree. Once all the crystals on the Genesis tree were plucked clean, it rapidly wilted and lost all signs of life, becoming shriveled up. Source trees grew one cycle at a time. They bloomed once and bore fruit once. Then they would wither and die, waiting for the next cycle. The Genesis tree could be considered a very unique existence. Chapter 792. After a few more years of peace, it had been 30 years since they entered the mother planet. Qin Shao and the Lord of the Stars, who were flying, suddenly sensed something. They looked in a certain direction and frowned slightly. Two powerful auras were approaching them from that direction. Judging from the auras, they should be the almighty figures of the demon race. Two demonic figures quickly appeared in front of Qin Shao and the Lord of the Stars. The demon race almighty on the left was shrouded in a demonic light. He looked very divine. He had long blue hair and a slender figure. He was very beautiful. On the other hand, the other mighty figure looked a little sinister and frightening. Demonic chi gushed out of his body without the slightest concealment. It roared wildly in the sky and shook the heavens. One of the two demon race almighties had a towering demonic aura, while the other had a towering demonic aura. When the two of them walked over together, the two terrifying auras mixed together. This aura alone was terrifying enough to suppress everything and seal everything for eternity. Ordinary almighties would have been suppressed to the point of not daring to move in the face of these two auras. Even from 1,000,000 miles away, one could feel how terrifying these two demon race almighties were. Kill Sky Demon and the Sure Demon Sovereign. One of them is ranked in the top 100 of the heaven list, while the other is ranked in the top 150 of the heaven list. Qin Shao frowned slightly. He sensed that something was wrong. Although the demon realm and the celestial realm got along relatively peacefully and minded their own business, there was still a natural hostility between the two realms after all. In addition, they were currently on the mother planet, so anything could happen. The only people they could trust were the people from their own sacred lands. They could not trust anyone from other sacred lands. Otherwise, they might really pay a terrible price. There were many precedents for this kind of thing, so the Baron Sword Ruler had specially reminded everyone before. The Lord of the Stars also secretly transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. Qin Shao, be careful. Kill Sky Demon and the Sure Demon Sovereign are not easy to deal with. Even without the Lord of the Stars reminder, Qin Shao knew that these two notorious powerful figures of the demon clan were definitely ruthless characters. Lord of the Stars, Qin Shao, I didn't expect to meet you here. Sha Tianyao smile was very beautiful as a woman's, with a hint of devilish aura. This kind of beauty could not be described with any adjectives. It was so beautiful that with a single glance, one would be unable to extricate themselves from it. Qin Shao couldn't help but stare at it for a while. She frowned, but her mind was still as one. She got rid of everything. What a terrifying gaze. It has such a terrifying charm. Those with slightly weaker willpower would have been controlled directly. Even I was slightly moved just now. Sha Tianyao and Sure Yao Monarch stood about 10,000 miles away from Qin Shao and Qin Shao. Their powerful auras made the space around them tremble like a tsunami. Wave after wave of aura surged towards Qin Shao and Sure Yao Monarch. If they were ordinary powerful figures, This aura alone would be enough to obliterate them. Obviously, they didn't come with good intentions and didn't show any kindness. Although the Lord of the Stars maintained a faint smile on his face, he was secretly prepared. Sha Tian Yao, Shi Yao Monarch, we're searching for this area. You should search for that area instead of wasting our time. Generally speaking, the people of the 8 great holy lands wouldn't break out into conflicts in the early stages. Even if they accidentally bumped into each other, they would discuss the areas they should search and then leave separately. After all, everything was unknown. No one knew where the source crystals were and where they weren't. It all depended on one's luck. If they wasted time fighting for the source crystals in the early stages, it would obviously be more of a gain than a loss. Therefore, according to the previous situation, it would usually take the last 5,000 years for some battles to break out. At that time, they would fight for the source crystals by hook or by crook. Sha Tian Yao laughed and said, "Lord of the Stars, are you trying to bully us? Why should we let you decide which area we should search? Lord of the Stars, do you think that the people of the desolate land Divine Palace are superior to others?" Hearing this unreasonable remark, the Lord of the Stars couldn't help but frown slightly. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Sha Tian Yao, it's fine if you don't want to. You can choose which area to search. You can choose first, right? It doesn't matter which area we search. It still depends on luck." Sha Tian Yao shook his head and said, "You can't say that. Luck is important, so choosing which area to search is very important. Some areas may not be found, but some areas may have a lot of source crystals. Therefore, the choice is naturally very important. We haven't decided which area to search for yet. We need to think about it carefully." The Lord of the Stars' frown deepened. What did that mean? Think about it carefully? Although the Lord of the Stars' ranking on the sky list wasn't as high as Sha Tian Yao's, he wasn't afraid of him. The Lord of the Stars said in a low voice, "Sha Tian Yao, we don't have time to waste here with you. If you want to choose, hurry up and choose. If you don't, then we will. I have shown enough sincerity by letting you choose first. Don't push your luck." If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to get into a conflict with Sha Tian Yao, the Lord of the Stars wouldn't have been so nice. His move was undoubtedly a sign of weakness. It was very difficult for an almighty who stood at such a high level to show weakness. The Lord of the Stars was still thinking about the big picture. However, Sha Tian Yao didn't restrain himself. Instead, he smiled even more devilishly and said, "Lord of the Stars, why are you in such a hurry? Finding Yuan Chang isn't something that can be done in a day. This is a big deal, so we naturally have to think about it carefully. Lord of the Stars, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Since we happen to meet here today, why don't we sit down and have a few drinks?" The Lord of the Stars waved his hand and said with a sullen face, "It seems like you don't want to think about anything. In that case, I won't keep you company." After saying that, the Lord of the Stars chose a direction and left. Qin Shao naturally followed closely behind. The Lord of the Stars transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. "Qin Shao, be careful. These two guys don't have good intentions. It seems like they want to attack us. Humph, they have just entered the Mother Egg planet, and they already want to attack us. What is the demon realm trying to do?" Qin Shao was also very puzzled. Logically speaking, this was just the beginning, and there shouldn't be any conflict. They should be searching for source crystals and making the best use of this time. However, Sha Tian Yao and the Demon Sovereign obviously wanted to delay Qin Shao and the Demon Sovereign. They were deliberately looking for trouble. Qin Shao and the Lord of the Stars wanted to leave peacefully, but Sha Tian Yao and the Demon Sovereign were unwilling to let them go. The two of them chased after them and blocked Qin Shao and the Demon Sovereign's path. Sha Tian Yao smiled evilly. "Lord of the Stars, aren't you giving us too much face? We haven't seen each other for many years. We wanted to invite you to sit down and have a drink and chat. How can you not give us face?" It seems that after not seeing each other for many years, the Lord of the Stars has become a lot more arrogant. The Lord of the Stars said, "Sha Tian Yao, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Don't beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it. Why? Do you still want to fight us? If you, Killer Sky Demon, think you're strong enough to suppress us, then you can give it a try. We haven't seen each other for many years. I want to see how much your strength has grown. In terms of ranking, the Lord of the Stars was a dozen places behind Sha Tianyao. However, the gap wasn't that big. Moreover, true strength couldn't be completely determined by the Sky List ranking. The Sky List ranking was just a reference. It was common for those at the bottom of the Sky List to be stronger than those at the top. Sha Tianyao waved his hands. No, no, no. Lord of the Stars, you have completely misunderstood us. If we wanted to cause trouble for you, we would have done so long ago. Why would we go through so much trouble? I really just want to have a drink with you and chat with you for a while. It's so boring here. We should strike a balance between work and rest. Furthermore, I have long heard of Qin Xiao. He is a peerless genius who has broken several records. He is also the youngest person in history to be ranked 3rd on the Earth list. Since we have met today, I naturally want to get to know him better. Why? Are you not going to give me face? Are you not willing to sit down and have a few drinks with me? If there was nothing else, Qin Xiao and the Lord of the Stars wouldn't mind stopping for a few drinks. However, they were on a mission now and really didn't have time to drink. Furthermore, Qin Xiao and the Lord of the Stars could clearly sense that Sha Tianyao was up to no good. The other party was obviously looking for trouble. Faced with such a situation, the two of them naturally wouldn't compromise. The Lord of the Stars was finally angry. Sha Tianyao, let me say one more thing. We don't have time to waste here with you. If you have anything to say, then say it. Don't say anything useless here. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If you don't want to fight, then don't get in our way. Ha ha, Sha Tianyao laughed. Oh, Lord of the Stars, you are really arrogant. Sure, we haven't seen each other for some time, but now you don't take me seriously. What? If we get in your way, what do you want? We just think that you're a little luckier, so wherever you go, we will follow. You go your way, we will just follow you. The Lord of the Stars' face completely darkened. Qin Zhao's eyes also turned cold. This was simply a shameless way of doing things. Lord of the Stars, I think they're deliberately stopping us and not letting us get the Spirit Stones. It seems that they just want to stall us like this. They don't have any intention of attacking us, or at least not for the time being. What are they planning? What are they trying to do? Qin Xiao transmitted a message to the Lord of the Stars. The Lord of the Stars was also very puzzled by this matter. I can't figure out what they are trying to do. They are deliberately stalling us and not letting us get the Spirit Stones. At the same time, they don't have time to find the Spirit Stones. This is completely harming others and not benefiting themselves. Why are they doing this? I really can't figure it out. This situation was really a little strange. In any case, Qin Xiao couldn't figure out the reason. Chapter 793. If you want to follow us, then follow us. The Lord of the Stars snorted angrily and left with Qin Xiao. Kill Sky Demon and the Sure Demon Monarch followed closely behind Qin Xiao and the Lord of the Stars. The two monster race masters did not attack, but they kept following them like ghosts. It would have been better if they had a good fight, but Kill Sky Demon and the Sure Demon Monarch did not fight. With their strength, even if the Lord of the Stars and Qin Xiao wanted to fight, they would lose more than they would win. It was even possible that both sides would be injured. It was obvious that Kill Sky Demon and the Sure Demon Monarch were not afraid of fighting Qin Xiao and the Lord of the Stars. The choice was in the hands of Qin Xiao and the Lord of the Stars. If they wanted to fight, Kill Sky Demon and the Sure Demon Monarch would accompany them to the end. Kill Sky Demon kept provoking Qin Xiao and the Sure Demon Monarch with his words. Soon, Qin Xiao and the Sure Demon Monarch received news from the others. The others were also being harassed by the masters of the Monster Realm, Netherworld, Abyss Demon Realm, and Demon Realm. If they wanted to fight, they would accompany them. Out of the 8 teams from the Desolate Land Temple, 5 of them were being harassed by the 3 realms. This situation puzzled the people from the Desolate Land Temple. This time, the Monster Realm, Netherworld, and Abyss Demon Realm seem to have planned this. They have secretly joined forces to deal with us. However, the situation doesn't seem right. If they keep harassing us, they won't be able to find the source crystals. It's not worth it. Why would the three realms do this? Qin Shao was very confused. Moreover, according to the news from Palace Feather Emperor, the Temple of the Desolate Land Temple was not the only one affected. The other 4 holy lands of the God Realm were also affected. The people of the 3 realms seemed to have turned out in full force to entangle the people of the 5 great holy lands of the Divine Realm. However, the manpower of the 3 realms seemed to be a little weak, so roughly 5 groups of people from each holy land were entangled by the 3 realms. Several major battles had already broken out. It was said that one of the Star Alliance's strongest had already fallen. The fighting was fierce and brutal. Emperor Gongyu, what exactly is the 3 realms planning this time? Qin Shao asked. Palace Feather replied, For now, I don't know what the 3 realms are planning, but I can be sure that things aren't as simple as they seem. Harming others without benefiting oneself was definitely not the style of the 3 realms. The 3 realms must be trying to restrict us while also benefiting them. It's just that I haven't thought of what the 3 realms diagram is for now. Perhaps the power of the other verse is involved in this matter as well. Perhaps the 3 realms have already reached some sort of agreement with the other verse, which is why they are acting so recklessly. Of course, these are still my guesses for the time being. I don't know how accurate they are yet. I've already reported this matter to the Baron Sword Overseer. I'm sure we'll receive accurate information soon. Until the situation is clear, we should all endure and restrain ourselves. For now, don't get into any conflict with the 3 realms. Don't cause unnecessary damage. The more unclear the situation is, the more we need to conserve our strength. We can't afford to be careless. Qin Shao nodded. That was the only thing they could do for now. He hadn't expected something like this to happen so soon after arriving on the egg planet. Qin Shao had thought the situation would only erupt in the last 5,000 years. He hadn't expected it to happen so soon. The earlier it happened, the more it was clear that the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. Qin Shao, we need to be careful. Be prepared to fight at any time. Don't fight unless absolutely necessary. With our strength, we won't be able to gain the upper hand. The Starbird Overseer transmitted to Qin Shao. Won't be able to gain the upper hand? Qin Shao secretly licked his lips. An undetectable glint flashed across his eyes. A fighting spirit surged in his heart. The best way to resolve today's matter was to fight to stop the fight. Otherwise, if Kill Sky Demon and the Starbird Overseer kept pestering them, they wouldn't be able to find the source crystals. Kill Sky Demon and the Starbird Overseer didn't just simply pester Qin Shao and the Starbird Overseer. They also created some trivial problems from time to time to hinder the two's actions. This made Qin Shao and the Starbird Overseer very angry. They had been pestered by the two for 300 years. This made Qin Shao and the Starbird Overseer's efficiency much worse than before. Qin Zhao's heart thumped. A voice rang in his mind. It was the voice of Great Emperor Palace Feather. Great Emperor Palace Feather had sent back news from Great Emperor Desolate Sword. They finally understood the situation on the Mother Planet. It turned out that the people from the other universe were behind this. However, the situation this time was more complicated. The main force was Eros. Apart from Eros, there was also a mysterious force from the other universe that had joined the fray. Even the Temple Master hadn't figured out what was going on for the time being. They had appeared out of nowhere and secretly joined forces with Eros. Then, they had gathered the 3 realms and attacked the Celestial Realm on the Mother Planet. The 3 realms and the Celestial Realm had always had a hostile relationship. The ancient Great War of the 4 realms was also a war between the 3 realms and the Celestial Realm. Although the 3 realms and the Celestial Realm had gotten along very well in recent years, the differences in nature still determined that the 3 realms had always regarded the Celestial Realm as an enemy. In addition, the Celestial Realm was the dominant force and had always suppressed the 3 realms. This made the 3 realms want to resist, defeat the Celestial Realm, and become the ruler of this universe. It was just that this wish had never been fulfilled. The strength of the Celestial Realm was not something the 3 realms could shake. However, the Three Realms had always been ambitious. They had always wanted to find an opportunity to turn the tables and find an opportunity to recreate the ancient Great War of the Four Realms. Then, they would decide the fate of the Three Realms. The ancient Great War of the Four Realms was unusually fierce. It had shattered the universe, turned the celestial realm upside down, and sunk the four seas. The ancient Great War of the Four Realms could be considered to have both sides suffering losses. Neither side was in a good state. With Eros's mysterious force playing tricks behind the scenes, the Three Realms were willing to collude with them and join forces to deal with the celestial realm. The Three Realms Almighties were currently doing their best to tangle with the five great sacred lands of the celestial realm. Eros and that mysterious force were searching for origin crystals on the mother planet. Moreover, according to speculation, the number of people from the other universe who had entered the mother planet was relatively large. They weren't restricted by the rules of the 8 great sacred lands. Naturally, they could do whatever they wanted. The power of the other universe wasn't affected by the agreement of the 8 great sacred lands. Originally, the 8 great sacred lands could discuss and send more people in after such an unforeseen event. However, the Three Realms stubbornly refused to let go of the agreement and refused to allow anyone to send more people in. Although the celestial realm knew that the Three Realms were colluding with the other universe, there was no direct evidence to prove it. Naturally, the Three Realms refused to admit it and refused to let go. The 5 great sacred lands couldn't do anything about it. The agreement of the 8 great sacred lands was related to the dignity of the 8 great sacred lands. Naturally, they wouldn't go against it so easily. Such a situation made Qin Shao and the others very angry. Lord of the Stars, we can't go on like this. The more we go on like this, the more they'll achieve their goal. If this drags on, I'm afraid all the origin crystals will fall into the hands of the other universe. Once that happens, the impact on the celestial realm will be immeasurable. The Three Realms don't care. Their territory isn't particularly affected by the ancient Great War of the Four Realms, unlike our celestial realm. Moreover, the Three Realms and the other universe's forces are on the losing end. Naturally, they don't have to worry about not getting a share of the origin crystals. Therefore, once their plan succeeds, our celestial realm situation will be very bad. Qin Shao said worriedly. The Lord of the Stars nodded and said, "Yes, this is indeed a problem worthy of our attention. If this continues, it will definitely be an unprecedented disaster for our celestial realm. Although the origin crystals are very useful to the other universe's people, it's not to the extent that they're indispensable. This time, the other universe's ambitious and scheming forces have only one goal, and that is to prevent our celestial realm from obtaining the origin crystals and destroy the balance of our celestial realm's development. If we can't bring back the origin crystals, the foundation of our celestial realm will obviously be greatly affected. I'm afraid that in the future, even the birth of almighty experts will have to be carefully controlled. Once that happens, it will be difficult for our celestial realm to produce any more experts, because every additional expert is a kind of consumption of the celestial realm's foundation. Once it's completely exhausted, our celestial realm will be equivalent to a dead zone. It will accelerate the destruction of our celestial realm ahead of time. If this continues, our celestial realm will finally be heading towards destruction ahead of time. I have to say, the other universe's forces have a good plan. It's indeed a very good plan. They've grasped the lifeline of our celestial realm in an instant. This is a malignant tumor. We absolutely can't let it happen. We must stop it. Qin Shao nodded with a grave expression. As the saying goes, every man is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. Moreover, Qin Shao was no longer an ordinary man. He was a sealed member of the Desolate Land Shrine. As the supreme ruler of the Desolate Land Shrine's territory, the supreme ruler of the Desolate Land Shrine naturally had to be responsible for this territory. Lord of the Stars, what do you think? Qin Shao asked with a cold smile. His fighting spirit was already burning in his heart. The Lord of the Stars frowned deeply and shook his head. I don't know what to do. I'm also very hesitant. If we make a move, we may not be able to gain any advantage. It's a bit of a waste of effort. Let's wait for the situation on Senior Brother Tiangong Yu's side. Let's see what Senior Brother Tiangong Yu's plan is. We'll act according to it. Qin Shao shook his head. Lord of the Stars, the situation has changed. We must change. We can't blindly wait for the will of the higher-ups. When the higher-ups make a decision, there are often too many factors to consider. We're the only ones who know the situation here the best. If we don't fight, we have no way to find the source crystals. Since the universe's forces have such ulterior motives, we can only take the initiative. Only in this way can we grasp the initiative in our hands. Chapter 794. Source Tree. Just as the master of Star Island was hesitating, a 10,000-jong-tall Genesis tree appeared in front of the four people's sight. This source tree was even taller than the one Qin Shao and the others had found previously. The number of source crystal fruits on the tree was also significantly higher. Sha Tianyao and the Sure Demon Sovereign's eyes lit up when they saw the source tree. While they were stopping Qin Shao and the Sure Demon Sovereign, they were also responsible for snatching the source crystals. Once they found the source crystals, they would snatch them away. Ha! The source crystals are ours. Sha Tianyao laughed heartily and took the lead in rushing towards the source tree. Let's see if you have the ability to get them. Qin Shao snorted and immediately made his move. When the Star Island Master saw that, he had no other choice but to go all out. Qin Shao, you deal with the Sure Demon Sovereign. Leave Sha Tianyao to me. The Lord of the Stars sent a telepathic message to Qin Shao. Sha Tianyao was ranked in the top 100 of the Heaven Leaderboard. He was definitely much stronger than the Sure Demon Sovereign. In terms of the Heaven Leaderboard, the Lord of the Stars was only 2 places higher than the Sure Demon Sovereign. Their rankings were similar. In terms of strength, the Lord of the Stars should be on par with the Sure Demon Sovereign. However, the Lord of the Stars had no choice but to choose the stronger Sha Tianyao. After all, Qin Shao was only a 4th stage heavenly god. Although he knew that Qin Shao was very strong and had reached the Heaven Leaderboard, he thought that Qin Shao's strength should be at the bottom of the Heaven Leaderboard. Logically speaking, Qin Shao should not be able to intervene in such a battle. However, he had no choice but to bite the bullet. He could not just watch Sha Tianyao and the others take the source crystals, could he? The Lord of Star Island tried to attack Sha Tian Demon, but the bloodthirsty Sure Demon Emperor moved and stood in front of the Lord of Star Island. He laughed sinisterly and said, Lord of Star Island, your opponent is me. Don't even think about helping Qin Shao. The Lord of the Stars' expression was cold and gloomy. He was worried about Qin Shao's safety, so naturally, he was anxious. Sure, Demon Sovereign, if you want to fight me, I'll accompany you. However, I don't have the time to tangle with you. What? Demon Sovereign of the demons only know how to bully the weak? Bully the weak of the stars. Of the stars of the stars? Once you're here, it's the law of the jungle. There's only the law of the jungle. There's no such thing as the so-called benevolence and righteousness in the god realm. We demons are not as hypocritical as the humans of the gods. Besides, the result would be the same even if we switch places. Is it possible for Qin Shao, that kid, to be my opponent? Therefore, no matter what, there's only one outcome for him, and that is death. You, the Lord of the Stars, can't save him. The Sure Demon Sovereign sneered. He did not give the Lord of the Stars a chance to help Qin Shao. He blocked the Lord of the Stars' path and looked at the Lord of the Stars with a mocking smile. Lord of the Stars, you can't get away from me. Why don't you have a good fight with me? Although your ranking on the heaven list is 2 places higher than mine, I haven't fought for nearly 100 billion years. For the past 100 billion years, I've been cultivating in seclusion. My strength has improved tremendously. Today's battle between you and me will be my battle to prove myself. I want to rewrite the heaven list and trample you, the Lord of the Stars, under my feet. The Lord of the Stars was even more anxious. He knew that if the sure demon sovereign was determined to stop him, he would not be able to help Qin Shao. He was not in a hurry at all. As long as he could stall the sure demon sovereign for a while, Qin Shao would be killed by Sha Tian demon. Therefore, the Lord of the Stars was anxious. Get out of my way. The Lord of the Stars was enraged. He attacked aggressively and wanted to push the sure demon sovereign back. However, the sure demon sovereign was prepared and did not let his guard down. As soon as the Lord of the Stars attacked, the sure demon sovereign attacked as well. Dark clouds billowed, stirring up heaven and earth. Black fog covered the sky and instantly turned heaven and earth into an endless purgatory. It turned into a world of darkness and an abyss of evil. Terrifying energy surged like the wrath of the deep sea. It churned endlessly, as if a level 12 tsunami was approaching. It was a scene of doomsday. The entire space became fragile under this surge of energy. This scene of destruction was truly frightening. The heaven and earth became a world of its own, blocking all paths. The Lord of the Stars was trapped in this world, making it difficult for him to escape in a short time. The Lord of the Stars was filled with killing intent. His battle intent gushed out, and his sword shook the 9 heavens. It was as if he had transformed into the god of war. On the other side, Qin Shao stood in front of Sha Tianyao, preventing him from plucking the source crystal from the source tree. He wanted to preserve the source crystal. Sha Tian's evil laughter was filled with disdain. He looked at Qin Shao with a mocking expression. Clearly, he did not put Qin Shao in his eyes at all. Do you think you can stop me with your strength? You want to stop me from plucking the source crystal? Ha ha, what a joke. Do you think you have the strength to stop me? Qin Shao looked coldly at Sha Tianyao. If it was the Qin Shao from 30,000 years ago, he would not have been able to compete with Sha Tianyao. Based on the intermediate level of the ultimate sword principle, Qin Zhao's strength would only be at the bottom of the heaven list. However, the 30,000 years of secluded cultivation had not been in vain. With the assistance of Jin Wufang, Qin Zhao's application of the ultimate sword principle had improved tremendously over the past 30,000 years. Qin Zhao had already cultivated to the high level of sword Dao application. Moreover, he had already cultivated the high level of sword Dao application to perfection. Now, Qin Shao was trying to break through to the peak level of sword Dao application, which was also the last level, perfection level. Qin Shao had a lot of understanding of this level, so Qin Zhao's strength had naturally reached an extremely high level. Qin Shao was not sure what level his strength had reached, but he felt that he should be able to fight Sha Tianyao. Since he wanted to fight, he would fight. For the source crystal, for the glory, for the prosperity of the desolate land Divine Hall, and even for his destiny, he had to fight without any hesitation. Even if he was no match for Sha Tianyao, Qin Shao would fight without hesitation. At this time, he had to stand up. He had to stand up with the spirit of sacrifice. As a sealed member of the desolate land Divine Hall, this was his responsibility and obligation. To protect the world as one's duty was also something that a man should do. Whether I can block it or not, I'll have to try. It's not up to you, Sha Tianyao, to say that I can't. Qin Shao said coldly with monstrous battle intent. The smile on Sha Tianyao's face deepened. His supreme demon qi surged like an erupting volcano. Ha ha! I've seen many people who overestimate themselves, but it's really the first time I've seen someone who overestimates himself like you. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll give you a vivid lesson today so that you understand how big the gap between us is. You're just a fourth-step divine realm expert. Do you really think that you're talented and unparalleled? Ha ha ha! I admit that my talent is indeed unparalleled. It's really heaven-defying. However, you haven't grown up yet, so you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Little guy, today is the day you die. As soon as Sha Tianyao finished speaking, he made his move. His supreme demonic qi turned into streams of material and rushed toward Qin Shao. Chapter 795. Sha Tianyao lived up to his name as one of the top 100 on the heaven list. His attack was terrifying and powerful, as if it could wipe out everything and collapse the sky. If one were to divide the heaven leaderboard, it would be divided into 5 levels. The first level was the top 10 on the heaven list. They were the most powerful beings in the universe. The second level was the top 100 on the heaven list. The third level was the 100th to 200th place. The fourth level was the 200th to 300th place. The fifth level was the 300th to 366th place. The fifth level was the lowest level. There was not much difference in strength between each level, but there was a huge difference between different levels. The top 100 of the heaven leaderboard represented a kind of supreme power that was enough to shake the entire universe. Sha Tianyao was at this level, so it was enough for him to look down on everything. Therefore, Sha Tianyao did not take Qin Shao seriously. He thought that Qin Shao was only at the 5th level on the heaven list and was not worth mentioning in front of him. The second level on the heaven list was going against the 5th level on the heaven list. It was a massacre. Sha Tianyao was also on the ultimate sword principle. His ultimate sword principle had reached the advanced level. However, his level was not very high. He had just reached the threshold of the advanced level. Strictly speaking, he had not fully grasped the advanced level of the ultimate sword principle. However, Sha Tianyao had a powerful demonic art and some innate power. It merged perfectly with his sword, making its power unparalleled. Countless demonic lights turned into solid ribbons. Every single one of them carried a boundless sharpness that could destroy everything. They were unstoppable as they surged towards Qin Shao with an unstoppable momentum. In all directions, it was as if snow mountains were collapsing. It was as if the heavenly river was falling. It was as if the sea was raging. The whole space was rolling like boiling water. Countless solid ribbons rushed toward Qin Shao in an instant. It was visible to the naked eye that the space where the ribbons passed was torn apart. It was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. Every strike was enough to injure a 5th-grade existence on the heaven leaderboard. Clearly, Killer Sky Demon was ruthless from the start. He did not give Qin Shao any chance to live. He wanted to kill Qin Shao and be happy. Qin Zhao's monstrous talent had long become the target that all forces wanted to eliminate. The 3 realms also wanted to nip the peerless geniuses of the God realm in the bud. Otherwise, once they grew up, they would have a headache. This time, the 3 realms had secretly colluded with the power of the Otherverse. Naturally, they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate more peak existences of the God realm. In the face of this turbulent power, Qin Zhao's eyes turned cold. His face became serious, but more than that, his fighting spirit was extremely high. This time, after spending 30,000 years in seclusion in Jian Wufang's world, Qin Shao had also gained a lot. His improvement was not small. This battle of honor could also arouse Qin Zhao's enthusiasm. Fight! Only by fighting could he stop fighting. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He pushed the intermediate use of the way of the sword to the extreme. He also pushed the 7-star sword to the extreme. At the same time, he walked in the Mirage and used his Mirage true body to deal with Killer Sky Demon. The power of the true meaning of power was also pushed to the extreme by Qin Shao. During these 30,000 years of seclusion in Jian Wufang, besides cultivating the use of the Great Tao, Qin Shao also tried to fuse the true meaning of power and the way of the sword together to make the power even more terrifying. The true meaning of power and the Great Tao were 2 completely different types of power. There was a huge difference in essence. This kind of fusion was not like the fusion of different Great Taos. Although different Great Taos walked in different directions and had different Great Tao intents, their essence was actually the same. If one traced back to the source, then they were all Great Taos. Everything in the world was a Great Tao. The Great Tao cultivation system, the true meaning of power cultivation system, and the heart force cultivation system were fundamentally different systems. Naturally, their essence was also different. However, during the previous battle, Qin Shao also tried to fuse these two different types of power and found some possibilities. Qin Shao also felt that if these two different types of power could be fused together, then the power exerted in battle would definitely be terrifying. Therefore, during these 30,000 years of seclusion in Jian Wufang world, Qin Shao also tried to fuse these two types of power. Although there was no substantial progress, he already had some ideas. If the two types of power could not be fused perfectly, then they could only be used together. The effect would be weakened a lot, which was the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. Although Qin Shao walked in the Mirage True Body, these streaks of power were too strong. Even with the weakening of the Mirage True Body, a large part of the power still surged into the Mirage True Body. However, with Qin Zhao's power, these streaks of power could be blocked. Qin Zhao's strength was clearly beyond Sha Tian Demon's expectations. Sha Tian Demon's eyes flashed with surprise. The Mirage True Body is indeed worthy of being the most powerful technique under the Desolate Land Divine Palace's top 10 techniques. It can actually weaken my power greatly. The intermediate application of the ultimate sword principle is very complete. There are no shortcomings in power or defense. It seems like I've underestimated you. However, do you think the Mirage True Body is your greatest reliance? After all, the Mirage True Body is not one of the top 10 techniques. No matter how powerful it is, it has its limits. The Desolate Land Divine Palace is very stingy. Even with your Peerless talent, they didn't give you one of the top 10 techniques to cultivate? Look at you, you're really shabby. Now, I'll show you the power of the top 10 techniques. As he spoke, a demon blade appeared in Sha Tian Demon's hand. The demon blade emitted a dazzling demonic light that could tear the world apart. The demonic light quickly covered the sky and the sun. The light was so bright that Qin Shao couldn't even open his eyes. Streaks of blade shadows slashed down. Everywhere they passed, the Mirage True Body cracked. It seemed like the sky was about to collapse. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. There was a solemn expression on his face. Isn't this the power of the top 10 techniques? It's really powerful. It's not the Mirage True Body. It's not something the 7-star sword technique can compare to. This ultimate skill has long been practiced by Sha Tian Yao to the pinnacle. The power it unleashes is naturally frightening. Qin Shao was secretly shocked. Although his mountain and river sword scripture had reached the level of the 10 great unique skills, he had only created the second move of the mountain and river sword scripture. If he could create the third move and complete all 3 moves, then it would be a complete 10 great unique skills. Then, its power would be much stronger. Currently, the power of the mountain river sword technique was still a little weak. The top 10 techniques that Sha Tian Demon had used were compatible with his innate talent. It was very compatible with the top 10 techniques, making it extraordinarily powerful. The demon blade directly cut through the Mirage True Body. The Mirage True Body couldn't stop the demon blade. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He didn't dare to be careless. He performed the Mountain River Sword Technique to the extreme. As soon as the Mountain River Sword Technique was activated, the mountains and rivers of heaven and earth were quickly created. However, they were quickly destroyed by the demon blade. It was obvious that Sha Tian Demon's demon blade had the upper hand. A strange light flashed in Sha Tian Demon's eyes again. He had investigated Qin Shao before and knew the details of Qin Zhao's situation. However, he only knew about Qin Shao from 30,000 years ago. Qin Shao had been cultivating in seclusion for 30,000 years. Naturally, he hadn't leaked any information. In 3 years, Qin Shao had changed a lot. The top 10 techniques? The Divine Hall of Desolate Land doesn't have the top 10 techniques. However, it seems that your top 10 techniques aren't complete. Did you get it by chance? Sha Tian Demon's voice entered Qin Zhao's ears. However, Qin Shao didn't reply. Instead, he fought with all his might. He frantically activated the Mountain River Sword technique. Even so, he still couldn't deal with the power of Sha Tian Demon's demon blade. The speed of the collapse of mountains and rivers couldn't keep up with the speed of Sha Tian Demon's Demon Blade. The situation didn't look good. Sha Tian Demon's playful expression deepened. He said mockingly, "Qin Xiao, don't put up a futile resistance. With your strength, it's impossible for you to be my match. I admit that I underestimated you. Your strength should be in the 4th tier of the heaven list. However, I'm in the 2nd tier of the heaven list. The gap between us is too big. You're only a 4th step heavenly god, yet you possess such strength. You can be considered a heaven-defying monster. You should be proud. You should be content to be defeated by me." However, Qin Xiao immediately snorted and said, "Sha Tian Demon, don't be happy too early. So what if you're in the top 100 of the heaven list? You still can't do anything to me. After a few rounds, I'm still standing here. You boast about your strength, but I think you're just SOSO. Aren't you ashamed of blowing your own trumpet? Aren't you afraid of biting your own tongue?" Qin Zhao's sarcastic words immediately angered Sha Tian Demon. Sha Tian Demon's demonic face also showed some anger. "What a sharp-tongued brat. How dare you talk back at me at this time? How dare you provoke me? You're really courting death. Humph. Since you're so arrogant and ignorant, I won't show you any mercy. Die." As he spoke, Sha Tian Demon's aura surged. Endless demonic aura surged out of his body and roared wildly. The torrential killing intent was mighty and unusually terrifying. Sha Tianjiao had also pushed the usage of the ultimate sword Dao to the extreme. Coupled with the 10 ultimate techniques and his demonic techniques, he had unleashed all of his techniques. Clearly, he wanted to kill Qin Xiao in one fell swoop and slay him with his demonic blade. The sky darkened, the firmament changed, and the 4 seas fell silent. Chapter 796. Arrogant brat, you're courting death. Sha Tianyao was trembling with rage. He was very rarely angered to such an extent. Qin Zhao's arrogant actions had infuriated him to no end, and he wanted to kill Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao did not dare to be careless in the face of the murderous Sha Tianyao and his all-out attack. He also went all out. This time, Qin Xiao did not hold back and displayed the high-level application of the ultimate sword principle. Although Sha Tianyao had reached the threshold of the high-level application of the ultimate sword principle, he had only just reached the threshold. Therefore, Sha Tianyao's level of application of the ultimate sword principle was obviously inferior to Qin Zhao's. The level of application of the ultimate sword principle and the power of the true meaning of power were enough to make up for Qin Zhao's lack of cultivation level. In addition, although his mountain river sword scripture was not as powerful as Sha Tianyao's top 10 unique skills, he could still contend with him. Under such circumstances, Qin Xiao actually did not fall into a disadvantageous position. How is this possible? The high-level application of the ultimate sword principle? How is that possible? Sha Tianyao's expression suddenly changed drastically as he revealed a look of disbelief. Sha Tianyao looked at Qin Xiao with a strange expression. He could not believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? How could this kid have cultivated the ultimate sword Dao to such a high level? Moreover, it was at such a perfect level. Kill Sky Demon had been chasing after such a realm for so many years, but he still hadn't been able to reach it. However, this little guy in front of him, who had only lived for 80,000 and 90,000 years, had already reached such a height that he could only look up to him. This situation greatly stimulated Sha Tianyao and dampened his pride. How could this brat's strength improve so much in just 30,000 years? Based on the information from 30,000 years ago, Qin Zhao's ultimate sword principle was only at the intermediate level, and it was not even at the consummate level. No matter how much he had grown and improved over the past 30,000 years, logically speaking, he should have only raised his intermediate application to perfection. How could he have broken through to advanced application and even cultivated it to perfection? Such a speed of improvement was simply unimaginable and shocking. Sha Tianyao found it hard to accept such a situation. He was in existence in the top 100 of the heaven leaderboard, Yet he was still in such a sorry state when dealing with a brat who was merely a fourth-step heavenly god. Moreover, Qin Zhao's words had greatly provoked Sha Tianyao. It was as if a sharp knife was ruthlessly cutting his self-esteem. How could Sha Tianyao tolerate such a thing? Even if you've cultivated your ultimate sword Dao to a high level, I'll still kill you today. No matter what, you're only a fourth-step heavenly deity. Your cultivation level is your shortcoming. It's a weakness that you can't erase. The difference in cultivation level is not so easy to overcome. Sha Tianyao clenched his teeth and attacked again. This time, he was even more violent and demonic than before. He used all sorts of methods. However, Qin Shao stood his ground and used his advantage to deal with Sha Tianyao. Although the Mirage True Body wouldn't be of much use, it could still greatly weaken kill Sky Demon's attack. Qin Zhao's physical defense had always been Qin Zhao's advantage and strength. In terms of strength, Qin Shao was indeed somewhat inferior to Sha Tianyao. Therefore, Qin Shao was more on the defensive. It did not matter if he was suppressed by Sha Tianyao. Qin Zhao's defense was completely capable of protecting himself. In terms of pure defensive ability, Qin Shao was indeed not inferior to Sha Tianyao. Qin Zhao's true meaning of power, the Nirvana 9 Revolution's absolute art, the defensive treasures, and the defense of his Mirage True Body were enough to strengthen Qin Zhao's physical defense to an extremely high level. Therefore, even though Qin Shao seemed to be at a disadvantage and was suppressed by Sha Tianyao's violent attacks, Sha Tianyao could not do anything to Qin Shao. He could not really suppress Qin Shao. The two people's strength was actually not much different from each other. Qin Shao now had a clear understanding of his own strength. His strength was now at the level of the top 100 on the Sky list. Being able to reach the level of the top 100 at the Sky list as a fourth-step heavenly deity was an unprecedented feat. It was extremely rare in the long history of the cosmos. Besides Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayong, Qin Shao was the only other person who could do this. The three of them could be considered as the three outstanding heavenly deities who were unrivaled under the heavens. Sha Tianyao attacked again and again, but he was still unable to suppress Qin Shao. This situation made Sha Tianyao very unhappy. He felt that he had been greatly humiliated. Sha Tianyao, it seems like your strength is really ordinary. You are ranked 92nd on the Sky list. Why do I feel that you don't live up to your name? Given your strength, can you really rank 92nd on the Sky list? I am merely a fourth-step heavenly deity, yet you can't even deal with me. Don't you think that the bold words you just said are ridiculous? Don't you feel like you have slapped yourself in the face? Where is your tongue? Stick it out, and let me see if it has already flashed. Qin Shao continued to provoke Sha Tianyao verbally, causing him to be enraged once again. Sha Tianyao was originally unable to restrain his anger. He hated Qin Shao so much that he gnashed his teeth in anger. Now, he was even more furious. This hatred transformed into an endless killing intent. Brat, you are courting death. However, Sha Tianyao could not find any more ruthless words to express the anger in his heart. He hated, he was angry, and he could only go crazy. However, he could not do anything to Qin Shao. This feeling drove him crazy and made him very unhappy. Qin Shao sneered and said with a mocking expression, "Yes, Sha Tianyao, I'm courting death. I really want to die. Come and kill me. Come and kill me. If you have the strength, then come and kill me. I'm standing right here. Come and kill me." That look of his was really asking for a beating. Such an action was extremely provocative. This sentence was enough to incite all the anger in one's heart. Sha Tianyao's anger had already reached its peak. It had reached an extreme point. His anger had completely transformed into violent means. He attacked forcefully time and time again, using all his means. However, every time he did not succeed. Such a situation is enough to drive me crazy. In addition to Qin Zhao's provocation, Sha Tianyao was enraged. His face was hideous and ferocious, which completely changed his charming temperament. Sha Tianyao had to admit once again that he had underestimated Qin Shao. He really did not expect that a fourth-step divine realm expert could be so powerful. He really did not expect that he would not be able to deal with Qin Shao. He had never expected such a situation to occur. Sha Tianyao had lived for so long, but he had never suffered such a great loss. He had never been so aggrieved. On the other side, the Lord of the Stars and the sure demon monarch, who were engaged in the battle, were also shocked. This was especially true for the Lord of the Stars. He had been worried for Qin Shao. He had thought that Qin Shao was going to die this time. However, he did not expect the situation to develop to this point. Qin Zhao's powerful strength also truly made him incomparably astonished. He truly did not expect that Qin Zhao's strength was so powerful that it was actually above his. A senior like him was actually surpassed by a junior just like that. He was not jealous, but he was very surprised. His admiration for Qin Shao in his heart also increased by a few notches. Haha, Qin Shao, you really hid your strength well. You really made me worried. Well done, well done. My worries were unnecessary. The Lord of the Stars laughed heartily. He felt relieved. Now, he was more confident that he could defeat the sure Yao sovereign. Qin Shao replied, I'm sorry, Lord of the Stars. I made you worry. Haha, I'm not hiding my strength. I don't know how strong I am. Now that I've tested it, I have a rough idea. Earlier, the Master of Star Island had tried his best to save him. Qin Shao had seen it with her own eyes. Qin Shao had a good impression of the Lord of the Stars. Now that he got along with the Lord of the Stars, he felt that the Lord of the Stars was indeed a good person. He was worth making friends with. Qin Shao felt that most of the senior brothers of the Temple of the Desolate Land were worth making friends with. Most of them were quite friendly. The Lord of the Stars was no longer worried about Qin Shao. He could now focus on dealing with the sure demon monarch. He did not feel burdened at all. Naturally, he was able to unleash more of his strength. The Lord of the Stars was suddenly filled with pride. He looked at the sure demon monarch with a strong fighting spirit and said, Sure demon monarch, didn't you want to stop me just now? Didn't you want to fight me? Let's have a good fight today. Let's see how strong you really are. You have improved your strength, but I, the Lord of the Stars, have not been idle all these years. Come on, sure demon monarch. Let's fight. Show me everything you have. The sure demon monarch was surprised by the change in Qin Zhao's situation. He wanted to stop the Lord of the Stars and buy some time for Sha Tianyao to finish off Qin Shao. However, the situation was not as he had expected. Now that he was facing the Lord of the Stars, the sure demon monarch's face turned solemn. The battle here had also entered a white-hot state. The strength of the Lord of Star Island and the sure demon royal were on par with each other. Naturally, the battle between the two of them was extremely fierce and at a stalemate. It was a fierce fight. It was a fight that could shatter heaven and earth. It was a fight that was difficult to separate. The battle between Qin Shao and Sha Tianyao was also in a stalemate. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows. Many thoughts were running through his mind. If this continues, both sides will suffer. No one will be able to gain the upper hand. My cultivation level is indeed my weakness. If I were also in the Almighty Realm, I would be able to suppress Sha Tianyao. Unfortunately, I'm not. Moreover, I won't be able to complete the unification of Tao in a short time. Chapter 797. Given Qin Zhao's current situation, if he wanted to increase his strength, there were only two ways. The first way was to make a breakthrough in the ultimate sword principle. If he made another breakthrough in the ultimate sword principle, he would reach the peak application level. That was the extreme application level. This path was too difficult. Qin Shao had just finished his 30,000-year seclusion in the Sword of Five Directions world, but he still had not been able to break through to this level. It was almost impossible to make a breakthrough in this path. The second way was the mountain and river sword technique. Qin Shao had only created the second move of the mountain and river sword technique. If he created another move and completed the third move, the power of the mountain and river sword technique would increase by more than 10 times. At that time, Qin Shao would be able to turn the tide and reverse the situation. Over the years, Qin Shao had many more ideas on the third move of the mountain and river sword technique. However, these ideas were still very scattered and were not enough to support a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Moreover, this was creation, not a simple breakthrough. Creation, there were too many things involved in it, and it involved all aspects. Once he was able to take this step, it would be a qualitative leap, a huge transformation. Such a move was naturally extremely difficult. The rhythm of the sword, the mountains and rivers in the sword, the great way in the sword, and all things in the sword. Creation was from nothing to something, from 0 to 1, from 1 to 3, and from 3 to all things. In the 30,000-year seclusion in the Sword of Five Directions world, Qin Zhao's improvement in the sword principle was obviously huge. The improvement in the sword principle was naturally of great help to the creation of the mountain and river sword technique. The understanding of the sword principle allowed Qin Shao to analyze the mountain and river sword technique in a deeper way, so that the parts that he did not understand before were now integrated and comprehended in one fell swoop. The deep understanding of the sword principle allowed Qin Shao to grasp the origin of the sword principle, which was also a necessary condition to create a unique skill. The reason why a unique skill was powerful was that it had a deep analysis of the origin of the Tao and could display the power of the Great Way in a more powerful way. It also contained the use of the Great Tao. Therefore, if one's use of the Great Tao was not strong, it was obviously impossible to create a dangerous absolute art. Previously, Qin Shao had been trapped in the second move of the mountain and river sword piece because his accumulation of the Great Tao was insufficient, and his control over it was insufficient. His usage of the sword Tao was also insufficient. Now, Qin Zhao's ultimate sword principle had been cultivated to the advanced level. He even had a certain understanding of the peak level. It could be said that he had cultivated the sword principle to a very deep level. At this level, it was obviously much easier to understand the mountain river sword piece now. Only when one stood at a high vantage point and looked down on the vast land would the view become much clearer. Therefore, Qin Shao had more and more ideas in his mind. These ideas impacted Qin Zhao's conception of the third move of the mountains and river sword. He had to first establish a model in his mind, and then create it in one go. This process was obviously not done overnight. Instead, it was accumulated over time, like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea. The battle here was unusually intense. In the 9th district of Sacred Mountain in the wild little universe, Qin Zhao's clone was also fully immersed in creating the third move of the mountains and river sword piece. His mind was as clear as a mirror, and his thoughts were empty. The mountains and rivers moved frequently. One thought was born, and the other was destroyed. Life and death alternated in reincarnation. The clone tried to use the third move again and again. However, the mountains and rivers collapsed every time. Any mistake in the details would cause the entire thing to collapse. The reason why the top 10 ultimate techniques were able to shake the ancient and dazzle the contemporaries was because they could reach a certain height. Any one of the top 10 absolute arts was unbelievably powerful and exquisite. They all contained the essence of the great Tao and the way to use it. Only by gathering together all these mysteries could one turn something rotten into something miraculous, seizing the good fortune of the heavens. Every step forward was very difficult. Time was tight, and Qin Shao did not have the luxury of time to slowly ponder over it. Although Qin Shao was able to block Sha Tianyao and was able to engage in a prolonged battle with him, the one who would ultimately be at a disadvantage would be Qin Shao. My heart is in the mountains and rivers. My thoughts are in the mountains and rivers. My emotions are in the mountains and rivers. My righteousness is in the mountains and rivers. My Tao is in the mountains and rivers. My sword is also in the mountains and rivers. The scenery of the mountains and rivers is all-encompassing. The splendor of the heavens and earth is all-encompassing. My heart is in my sword. My sword is in the mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers move. The great Tao resonates. The sword moves. Hibernation awakens. A ray of light illuminated the darkness in Qin Zhao's heart. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly became bright. It was as if he had gained enlightenment in an instant. Many thoughts suddenly surged out and illuminated all the darkness. The sword in Qin Zhao's hand moved again. When the sword moved, the mountains and rivers moved. The heavens and earth were the mountains and rivers. Everything was the mountains and rivers. The firmament was the mountains and rivers. Mountains and rivers appeared wherever the sword light went. The scenery of mountains and rivers was instantly formed. When the sword collapsed, the mountains and rivers collapsed. Even the sky exploded. The majestic might cause the sky to collapse and the earth to shatter. When the sword moved, hibernation awakens. This sword was like the descent of the Lord of creation. Everything in the heavens was destroyed by this sword, instantly turning into nothingness, crushed into powder, and ceased to exist. This sword was enough to shake the ages, seal the heavens and earth, and resonate through the 9 heavens. The third move of the mountains and river sword technique was finally completed. Qin Zhao sheathed his sword, and a smile finally appeared on his face. After working hard for so long, I've finally created the third move of the mountain river sword technique. Now that the mountains and rivers sword technique is finally complete, its power is enough to be ranked as one of the top 10 unique techniques. Qin Zhao's eyes also became incomparably sharp. On the other side, on the Mother Egg planet, Qin Zhao's true body was still locked in battle with Killer Sky Demon. The battle between the Lord of Star Island and the Sure Demon Monarch was also extremely fierce. The two of them were on par with each other in terms of strength, so it was hard to tell who was the better one. Neither of them had the upper hand. The Sure Demon Sovereign boasted that he had not fought for 100 billion years. He thought that his strength had improved a lot after 100 billion years of cultivation. However, he did not expect the Lord of the Stars to be so strong that he was not at a disadvantage. This made the Sure Demon Sovereign very angry. He thought that today's battle was the battle to prove his name, to raise his ranking on the heaven list, and to make him proud. However, he did not expect the outcome to be like this. Qin Zhao's eyes became unusually sharp as he looked at Sha Tianyao. Sha Tianyao could not help but raise his eyebrows when he felt Qin Zhao's strange gaze. He looked over with a strange gaze. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled up into a cold and evil smile. Whoosh! The sword in Qin Zhao's hand finally slashed out again. The moment the sword struck out, the mountains and rivers shook, the earth shook, and the sky changed. As the sword moved, the skies suddenly turned into mountains and rivers, enveloping Sha Tianyao in an instant. It was as if he had been transported to a foreign world. Everything here was formed by Qin Zhao's sword will. The mountains and rivers contained the power of the sword will and the supreme power of the great Tao. This was the third move of the mountain river sword technique, the complete power of the 10 great unique techniques. Moreover, Qin Zhao was the creator. Therefore, the power of the mountain river sword technique in Qin Zhao's hands was obviously stronger than the other 10 great unique techniques. It was almost at the level of a secret manual. Qin Zhao's sword moved slightly, and the mountains and rivers began to collapse and be destroyed. The endless power turned into a torrential flood and rushed toward Sha Tianyao. Streaks of terrifying power exploded, causing Sha Tianyao's blood and qi to churn. It was extremely uncomfortable. Qin Zhao attacked with all his might. The mountain river sword technique, the high-level application of the ultimate sword principle, the true meaning of power, and the Mirage True Body unique technique all came together and attacked Sha Tianyao with unparalleled power. The explosive power naturally turned the tide and instantly broke the balance of the scales. Sha Tianyao was shocked. He looked at Qin Zhao in a daze, his face full of astonishment and disbelief. You How is this possible? The complete 10 great unique techniques? No, even the 10 great unique techniques can't be so powerful. Unless this unique technique was created by you. Thinking of this, Sha Tianyao's heart was even more shocked. How many almighties could create an absolute art that was at the level of absolute arts? Perhaps only the powerful existences in the top 10 of the heaven list could do it. Who in the divine realm could do it? Unexpectedly, Qin Shao actually did it. He actually created an absolute art at the level of one of the 10 great absolute arts. This was extremely shocking. If this news were to spread, many geniuses would be scared to death. Terrifying, it was really too terrifying. Sha Tianjiao had also created a unique technique, but it was only a slightly more powerful one. It was even a little less powerful than a top unique technique. He knew how difficult it was to create a unique technique. Therefore, he had only created 2 unique techniques after living for so many years. One was an ordinary unique technique, and the other was a slightly more powerful unique technique. He had always wanted to create a 10 great unique technique. However, after countless years of hard work, he couldn't even create a Miaodo. However, the boy in front of him, who had lived for less than 100,000 years and was only a 4th-step divine realm expert, had created a complete 10 great unique technique. It was far from enough to describe him as monstrous and heaven-defying. Such an action was enough to shock the ages, enough to shock both the past and the present. Sha Tianyao couldn't help but admire Qin Shao. If he was allowed to continue growing, the height that he could reach in the future would be unimaginable. While he was jealous, he also wanted to kill Qin Shao as soon as possible. He wanted to strangle this monstrous genius in the cradle. However, he could only think about it now. He couldn't even protect himself now. On the other hand, the Lord of the Stars was extremely excited when he saw Qin Shao create a complete 10 great unique technique. He was very happy for Qin Shao. Haha, what a monstrous genius. No wonder he is said to be the second Master Qingye. Looking at the situation, there are signs that he will surpass Master Qingye. However, Master Qingye defied the heavens and stepped into the sovereign realm in one fell swoop. If Qin Shao continues to grow, I'm afraid it won't be a problem for him to become a sovereign realm expert. When that happens, the divine palace of the desolate land will have another sovereign realm expert. Then, the divine palace of the desolate land will be even more powerful. I'm convinced. I have no choice but to be convinced. TSK. He's only 80,000 years old and a 4th-step divine realm expert. I can't believe he created a 10 great unique technique. Ha ha ha. In his excitement, the Lord of the Stars was in an even better mood. He pointed his sword to Shi Yao King and said, "Humph, you're so ambitious. You want to control us? Today, I'll make you suffer." Chapter 798. The Lord of the Stars, on the other hand, was unusually arrogant. The sure demon sovereign's face was extremely ugly. His face was flushed red, and he could not refute him. The current situation was indeed very unfavorable for them. If the situation worsened, they would have to pay a painful price for what they had done today. Kill Sky Demon retreated completely. Qin Zhao's mountain and river sword scripture forced him to retreat in defeat. He seemed to be in a sorry state. Sha Tianyao's face was extremely ugly. He knew that today's situation was unfavorable for him. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're right. We admit defeat today. We won't play with you anymore. Sure Demon Sovereign, let's go." Seeing that Sha Tianyao and the Sure Demon Sovereign wanted to retreat, Qin Shao did not try to stop them. Although Qin Zhao's strength was indeed enough to suppress Sha Tianyao, the advantage he had was not particularly obvious. Therefore, even if the battle continued, Qin Shao would not be able to kill Sha Tianyao. At most, he would only be able to injure him. Furthermore, Sha Tianyao might have some tricks up his sleeve. If he was forced into a corner, both sides would be defeated and injured. This was not what Qin Shao wanted. All Qin Shao wanted was to force Sha Tianyao and the Sure Demon Sovereign to retreat and stop harassing them. After all, Sha Tianyao was one of the top 100 on the heaven list. It would be strange if he could be killed so easily. Sha Tianyao and the Sure Demon Sovereign left quickly, embarrassed and angry. The Lord of the Stars rushed over with a hearty smile. He laughed heartily and said, "Haha, that was satisfying. That was really satisfying. Good job, Qin Shao. That's how it should be. You're going to be famous in the universe again after this battle. TSK, TSK. Even Sha Tianyao was defeated by you. Your strength is going to rise to the top 100 on the heaven list. Haha, the number of fourth-step divine gods in the top 100 on the heaven list can be counted on one hand in the universe. You're really writing a legend. I'm impressed. I have to be impressed. Qin Shao, I prostrate myself on all fours in admiration of you right now. Compared to you, I'm really nothing. It seems like I need to work harder on my cultivation. Otherwise, I won't dare to talk to you in the future." Qin Shao shook her head and said with a smile, "Lord of the Stars, don't praise me so much. Be careful, or I'll become arrogant. Today's breakthrough can be considered the result of my accumulation. When the conditions are right, success will come naturally. It's nothing. Lord of the Stars, you are also a legendary figure. The story of your growth is widely spread in the God realm. I have heard all about your legends before." The Lord of the Stars waved his hand and said, "My little stories are not worth mentioning in front of you. I'm ashamed to talk about them." In fact, the Lord of the Stars was indeed a legendary genius. He could be considered an extremely rare genius. Of course, some things were afraid of comparison. If the Lord of the Stars were to be compared to Qin Shao, the difference would naturally be huge. Among the younger generation of cultivators in this era, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Qin Shao was unparalleled in the world. Qin Zhao's monstrous talent was indeed unparalleled. Even Master Qing Ye could not compare to him when he was young. Qin Shao could entirely be said to represent and lead an era, and he soared into the world and shocked the ages. The story of Qin Shao defeating Sha Tianyao quickly spread among the other people in the divine hall of the desolate land. It stirred up everyone's morale. Voices of praise were heard one after another. "Qin Shao, congratulations. You have finally completed the creation of the Mountain and River Sword Scripture. I knew that you would complete the creation of the Mountain and River Sword Scripture, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. It seems like I have to work harder." This was Yi Juanhe's voice transmission. Yi Juanhe, who was originally the second most powerful person in the desolate land divine hall, was second only to Lord Huayan. He was also an outstanding figure among the younger generation of the divine hall of the desolate land. His charm was outstanding, and he was the best in the world. Before Qin Shao had entered the desolate land divine hall, he had already been a famous young talent in the universe. He should have been the pride of the divine hall of the desolate land's younger generation. However, he had now been left far behind by Qin Shao. It could be said that Qin Zhao's growth had been witnessed by Yi Juanhe. It could even be said that Qin Shao had stepped on Yi Juanhe's foundation to progress. Comparison after comparison naturally made Yi Juanhe pale in comparison. However, Yi Juanhe was not the least bit jealous. He was very happy for Qin Shao and even more excited for himself. He was also a peerless talent. He was also extremely ambitious, and he was also a peerless talent. Qin Zhao's heaven-defying growth spurred Yi Juanhe, allowing him to quickly improve himself. The battle on the Mother Egg planet was also becoming more and more intense. It had even completely erupted. The forces hidden in the dark gradually came to the surface and gradually clashed with the people of the 5 great holy lands of the divine realm. This force was powerful and mysterious. They would avoid it if they could, but if they could not, they would fight. Originally, the 5 great holy lands of the divine realm had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. However, with the secret help of the 3 realms, the forces of the other universe naturally gained the upper hand. Under such circumstances, the divine realm situation was naturally not good. The conflict escalated, the battle escalated, and bloodshed occurred again. Bright Flame of the Nine Dragons' celestial palace died in battle, and his blood dyed the sky red. This was the second almighty of the 5 great holy lands of the divine realm to die in battle. Under such intense conflict, Great Emperor Gongyu had no choice but to make changes. The original 8 teams were reduced to 4 teams, each with 3 to 4 people. Great Emperor Gongyu led one team alone, Water Walker led another, Immeasurable Buddha led another, and Emperor Qing led another. These 4 people were currently the strongest in the Desolate Land's Divine Palace. They were all in the top 50 of the Heaven list. Emperor Qing was the weakest of the 4, but he was still ranked 47th on the Heaven list. Emperor Qing led Yi Juanhe, Qin Shao, and the Lord of the Stars to meet up. The 4 of them formed a team. Qin Shao and the Lord of the Stars also had a great harvest after defeating Slaughter Sky Demon and the Sure Demon Sovereign. They pocketed all the source crystals on the source tree. The harvest this time was much greater than their previous harvest. The 2 harvests added up to more than 30 million source crystals. None of the other groups in the Godly Temple of Desolation had such a great harvest. However, this was far from enough for the future development of the Desolate Land's Divine Palace. According to the Baron Sword Overlord, if they wanted to ensure the development of the Desolate Land's Divine Palace for the next 10 trillion years, they would need at least 100 billion source crystals. Compared to 100 billion source crystals, 30 million source crystals was just a drop in the bucket. It was only 1,000th of the required amount. It was still far from the target of 100 billion source crystals. If there were no such changes, it was not impossible to achieve the target within 100,000 years. However, under the current circumstances, it was almost impossible to achieve the target. Therefore, they could only strive to maximize their harvest and strive to obtain more source crystals. 100 billion source crystals was the best target. If they could barely maintain their prosperity, 50 billion source crystals was still a must. Chapter 799. Qin Shao, Emperor Qing, and Yi Juanhe's group of 4 soon met up. They let Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe stay together because they had a high level of tacit understanding. In times of danger, Qin Shao could better take care of Yi Juanhe. Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe both entered the mother planet with their original bodies, so they had to be careful in this regard. If they died, it would be a huge loss to the Desolate Land Temple. The 4 of them formed a new group. The group of 4 was strong enough to deal with any danger. Even if an expert like Great Emperor Gongyu came, the 4 of them should be able to resist for a while. The current situation is very bad and very serious. We have to race against time and get more origin crystals as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be a catastrophe for our godly palace of desolation and even the entire God realm. Emperor Qing looked at everyone with a serious face. He was the leader of this group, so everyone listened to his commands. Of course, everyone was very clear about the situation. However, we'll still have to rely on our luck for this. Originally, if we split up and formed our own camps, the effect would definitely be better. However, the situation is different now, so we can only take a step back. Now that we only have 4 groups, our efficiency is only half of what it was before. The current situation is extremely bad. It's possible that we won't be able to collect many origin crystals this time. However, this is also something that can't be helped. We can only fight for it now. Qin Shao and the other 2 nodded. They had to fight for the prosperity and development of the godly temple of desolation. This was a burden and responsibility that they had to bear. Humans were selfish, but they also had a great side. This time, those who were selected to enter the mother planet were chosen by the 3 rulers and the great wilderness temple master. All kinds of factors were taken into consideration. It wasn't just strength that was taken into account, but also personality. The 4 of them moved forward. Fortunately, the next few hundred years seemed to be a lot calmer, and they didn't meet anyone else along the way. Those forces in the dark seemed to have gone into hiding again. However, Such calmness would always give people a sense of unease. Perhaps an even greater waterfall was already brewing under the calm, waiting to erupt at any moment. In the 632th year of their organization, the four of them finally made a discovery. Look up ahead. The Lord of the Stars was the first to discover the situation, and a look of pleasant surprise immediately appeared on his face. Qin Shao and the other two also saw it right away. Seeing the scene in front of them, the three of them were overjoyed. Not far in front of the three of them, there was a patch of Genesis trees in full bloom, forming a small Genesis tree forest. There were more than 400 Genesis trees growing together in a patch. Such a situation was extremely rare. The Genesis trees in this area were covered in Genesis crystals, and one could smell a dense fragrance from afar, intoxicating anyone who smelled it. If an ordinary divine being were to take a whiff of it, he would probably be able to instantly raise his realm. A rough calculation revealed that there were more than 5 billion source crystals on these origin trees. Such a number was indeed a pleasant surprise. The heavens are really helping our desolate land, divine palace. It seems that our luck is really good. Hurry up, let's collect these source crystals before anything happens. The Cyan Emperor laughed heartily and quickly took action. Qin Shao and the other two naturally did not hesitate and quickly took action. In a short while, the Genesis forest was completely cleared out by the four of them. After carefully counting the number, they came to a conclusion. The Cyan Emperor's face was full of smiles. Haha, there are a total of 5,336 million source crystals. Our harvest this time is incomparably huge. Previously, Qin Shao had more than 30 million source crystals, but compared to this, it paled in comparison. It was not even a fraction. However, the Cyan Emperor and Yi Juanhe had not received any source crystals before. That's right. This has given us a tiny bit of hope, the Lord of Star Island nodded. The harvest was delightful, so naturally, Qin Shao and the others were very happy. After laughing, the Cyan Emperor quickly calmed down. However, this kind of luck can only be encountered and not sought. Such a large origin forest is really unheard of. Therefore, we can't be too happy too early. After all, 5 billion source crystals is still too little for the future development of our desolate land, divine palace. Indeed, 5 billion source crystals could only guarantee the development of a little more than 3 billion years. This period of time seemed very long, but for those ancient existences who had lived for tens of trillions of years, or even thousands of years, it was nothing. They had to wait for the next opening of the Mother Egg Star, who knew how long it would take. Yi Juanhe and the Lord of the Stars handed over all the source crystals they had collected to the Cyan Emperor for safekeeping. Qin Shao was also preparing to hand over his source crystals to the Cyan Emperor for safekeeping. After all, the Cyan Emperor was the strongest here. Source crystals were so precious that they naturally couldn't be lost in the slightest, so naturally, they had to be handed over to the strongest person for safekeeping. This way, it would be safer. These source crystals would all be handed over to the desolate land divine palace in the end anyway, so it didn't matter who safe-kept them. The most important thing was that they were safe. Protecting the source crystals was also a responsibility. The Cyan Emperor said, Qin Shao, you don't have to hand over your source crystals to me. Keep them with you for safekeeping. After all, your strength is probably not much weaker than mine. With our strength, it's not too strong, so it's safer if we each keep them. I've already notified Great Emperor Gongyu. He's rushing over to us. When Great Emperor Gongyu arrives, we'll hand over all the source crystals to him again. That way we'll be safe. Great Emperor Gongyu was the leader of the Desolate Land Divine Palace team. He was also in existence in the top 10 of the Heaven list. He was definitely one of the strongest existences who entered the Mother Egg Star this time. Moreover, Great Emperor Gongyu had entered the Mother Egg Star several times, so his strength was enough to show. As long as there were no accidents, no one would be able to take the source crystals from Great Emperor Gongyu. Furthermore, The godly temple of forgetfulness must have left something behind as well. Great Emperor's palatial feather must have some trump cards as well to ensure that nothing bad would happen to her. Therefore, everyone tacitly agreed that as long as the source crystals were handed over to Great Emperor Gongyu, the source crystals would be completely safe and belong to the desolate land Divine Palace. As Great Emperor Gongyu rushed over, Qin Shao and the others also rushed in his direction. Another few decades of peace, but the peace was quickly broken again. Source Tree. A source tree that was 30,000 feet tall appeared in the sight of Qin Shao and the others. This source tree was abnormally huge, and the number of source crystals on the tree exceeded 50 million. The two origin trees that Qin Shao had encountered earlier had only produced a little over 10 million origin crystals each. The two origin trees added together would only produce a little over 30 million origin crystals. However, this one tree had produced over 50 million origin crystals. It seems that we really have the help of the heavens. Luck is on our side. Emperor Qing laughed loudly again. He had a big harvest before, but he didn't expect to gain so much again so quickly. With this kind of accumulation, the hope was still very high. Qin Zhao's group did not hesitate as they swiftly approached. Soon, they arrived in front of the Genesis tree. However, just as the four were about to pick the source crystals on the source tree, a strange light suddenly rose from the surroundings. The heaven and earth changed, and everything changed. A foreign land appeared, completely enveloping the four of them, trapping them in a space. A scene appeared out of nowhere, and the sky changed instantly. Qin Shao and the other three immediately frowned deeply. The four of them vigilantly sized up their surroundings. Their eyes were cold and gloomy. Emperor Qing's eyes emitted golden light, and his aura shook the 9 heavens. He said solemnly, "Everyone, be careful." We have fallen into a terrifying illusion array. To be able to use the illusion array to such an extent that even we didn't notice it at all, among the Almighties on the heaven ranking of the 8 great holy lands. Only the demon realm's illusory demon monarch is unparalleled in the world in terms of illusion techniques. Illusory demon emperor, you're really something. You set up a trap to trap us here. Illusory demon emperor? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. Of course, he knew this name. Illusory demon monarch was ranked 18th on the heaven ranking. Although his ranking on the heaven ranking wasn't as high as Great Emperor Gongyu, Illusory Demon Monarch's illusion technique was unparalleled. Previously, the four of them didn't notice anything wrong, but the moment they entered this place, they triggered the illusion and were trapped inside. This method was indeed terrifying. Qin Shao had also encountered many terrifying illusion techniques, but they were far from comparable to this. To be able to make them fall into an illusion unknowingly, how terrifying was this illusion technique? The four of them huddled together, looking vigilant. They didn't dare to be careless. After Emperor Qing scanned the surroundings, he said, "Illusory Demon Emperor shouldn't be here. This is just a simple illusion technique, and there's no other danger." However, even if it's a simple illusion technique, it's still very terrifying. Since it's only an illusion technique, it seems very pure. It's even more difficult to break this illusion technique. It seems that Illusory Demon Emperor's original intention is to trap us and prevent us from finding the source crystals. As long as he can trap us, his goal will be achieved. This method is simply killing people without leaving a trace. If we can't get out, we'll be in trouble. Qin Shao and the others nodded. They also thought of this situation. If they were trapped here, the situation would be troublesome. Therefore, they must find a way to get out. They must break this illusion technique and get out. However, everyone's attainments in illusion techniques were not high. It wouldn't be so easy to break this illusion technique. Emperor Qing's brows suddenly frowned, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He said, "The situation is really bad. Our desolate land Divine Palace team is also trapped. Great Emperor Gongyu is warning the others to pay more attention. Great Emperor Gongyu is also in a bit of trouble now. It seems that the other party doesn't want Great Emperor Gongyu to save us. This is troublesome. We can only rely on ourselves. We have to find a way to break this illusion technique. Chapter 800. Qin Shao and the other three were not proficient in illusions. Great Emperor Gong, you could not even take care of herself, so there was no way she could help them. Moreover, Great Emperor Gong, you wasn't proficient in illusions. Even if she rushed over, it would take time for her to break the illusion. She wouldn't be able to break it immediately. Therefore, the situation had become even more troublesome and complicated. The Azure the Arch began to study the illusion. Qin Shao and the other two could only follow suit and study the illusion for a while. They could only rely on themselves to break the illusion. Yi Junhe walked over and said, "Can you understand this illusion?" Qin Shao shook her head and said, "I can't understand it for the time being. It's too profound. As expected of an illusion set up by the illusory demon monarch. It's indeed terrifying. It feels invulnerable. There's no way to find a flaw to break this illusion. Yes, it's too perfect. The invincible illusion is indeed terrifying. If you want to break this illusion, you must have a deep understanding of illusions. Fortunately, the illusory demon monarch is not here to control this illusion. Otherwise, we won't be able to break this illusion." Yi Junhe nodded. However, he immediately shook his head and said, "Even if the illusory demon monarch is not here to control the illusion, it's still very difficult for us to break it. It's almost impossible to break this illusion with brute force. It's only possible if someone in the top 10 of the heaven list comes over. If we can't break the illusion with brute force, then we can only analyze the illusion, find its weakness, and break it." Qin Shao did not know much about illusions. Although she had cultivated before, she had not come into contact with illusions recently. Qin Shao thought for a moment and asked, "Yi Junhe, what's the best way to break an illusion?" Hearing this question, Yi Junhe was silent for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said, "You may not have come into contact with illusions, but you should have come into contact with formations quite a bit. The principle of illusions is actually somewhat similar to formations. The core of the formation is the weakest point of the formation." That's right. That's the core of the formation. The strength of a formation lies in how well it can conceal the core of the formation. If one couldn't find the core of the formation, then one could only use brute force to break the formation. However, this is extremely difficult. It's not something an ordinary person can do. However, if you can find the core of the formation, you only need to destroy the core of the formation, and you'll be able to break the entire formation. There's another name for the core of the array. It's the core of the array. If the core is destroyed, the array will be destroyed. Any formation has its own principles, its structure of the great Tao. Based on the might of the great Tao, based on the great Tao of the heavens, an extremely complicated formation is woven like a sweater. They're all linked together, and when they're triggered, they'll erupt with terrifying power. Qin Shao nodded. He was much more familiar with formations. After all, he had also practiced formations when he was immortal. Moreover, his talent in formations was extremely great. Although it was a formation that he practiced when he was immortal, the principle of the formation was still the same. The core of the formation was the core of the formation. Once the core was destroyed, the formation would also collapse. However, just knowing the most basic prototype was far from enough. Knowing was one thing, finding it was another. The core of the formation was the core of the formation. Naturally, it wouldn't be so easy to find or destroy. This was the case with formations. If an expert in formations came to break it, he could analyze the entire formation and then reverse engineer it. It would be very easy to break the entire formation. It would be as easy as blowing off dust, and it wouldn't trigger the might of the great Tao. Illusions are somewhat similar to formations. However, illusions may be more complicated and more illusory. The foundation and core of a formation were things that could be found. However, the illusory heart of the illusions is ever-changing. It's illusory and extremely difficult to capture. In illusions, the illusory heart may be a leaf, a stone, a piece of soil, a wisp of air, a ray of light, or a void, and so on. It appears in various forms, making it difficult to capture. The more powerful the illusions, the more deeply the illusory heart is hidden, and the more difficult it is to capture. Finding the illusory heart is the first step. It's not enough to find the illusory heart, but to destroy it. Although destroying the illusory heart is indeed much easier than destroying the entire illusions, it's not necessarily an easy task. The illusions set up by the illusory demon monarch. I'm afraid the illusory heart is also extremely powerful. He must have added many means to it. Qin Xiao shook his head. It was indeed difficult. However, no matter how difficult it was, they had to find a way to break this illusions. Otherwise, they would be trapped here forever. Qin Xiao said, Yi Juanhe, help me collect some knowledge about illusions. I want to study illusions. Yi Juanhe looked at Qin Xiao strangely and said, You want to study illusions now? Illusions were also an extremely powerful branch of cultivation. Although it was a product derived from the great Tao, it was not something that could be done overnight if one wanted to cultivate it from the beginning. Therefore, when he heard that Qin Xiao wanted to study illusions now, Yi Juanhe was naturally a little surprised. Studying illusions now? There wasn't enough time, right? If one wanted to cultivate illusions from the beginning, one had to improve their illusions to a certain level. However, it was too difficult, and it would take a long time. After all, illusions were not like the cultivation of the great Tao. The cultivation of illusions was even more difficult. Qin Xiao nodded and said, Well, I'll study it now. Now that we're trapped here, there's nothing else to do. Instead of that, it's better to study it. When we improve in the future, we still need to learn from others. It's not a bad thing to study it now. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Yi Juanhe nodded in relief. It was indeed so. Living ancient almighties would all learn by analogy. They would all cultivate other branches to increase their strength as much as possible. Many living ancient powerhouses had no way to improve on the great Tao. The path of the great Tao was completely broken. Therefore, their energy was completely focused on comprehending by analogy. Formations, illusions, weapon refinement, alchemy, puppetry, witchcraft, and so on. He would also practice them. Therefore, although some ancient powerhouses are not strong, they had many methods and knew a little bit of everything. Sometimes, having many methods was also a way to save one's life. The situation on the Mother Egg planet had become more and more complicated, and it was in imminent danger. It was not only the people from the Desolate Land's divine palace who were trapped. The people from the other holy lands were also trapped. Some were trapped in illusions, some were trapped in formations, some were trapped by treasures, some were trapped by almighties, and some were imprisoned. The situation quickly spread to the 5 holy lands of the divine world, and it was very bad. Even the leaders of the 5 holy lands were besieged, and it brought about a lot of trouble. The situation worsened further. This was the first time the 5 holy lands of the divine world had encountered such a thing since the beginning of the era. This time, when the big conspiracy broke out, it was unknown how long it had been brewing. Under such circumstances, it also made people smell a big bloody storm brewing in the dark, and the wind and clouds were surging. A big catastrophe had been brewing, and it was only waiting to erupt. The higher-ups of the 5 holy lands of the divine world were also a little worried. If the situation continued to worsen, it was very likely that the great ancient war of the 4 realms would happen again. When that time came, the divine world would be in an unimaginable state. The universe had already suffered a great loss in the great ancient war of the 4 realms. If it were to erupt again, it would probably accelerate the destruction of the universe. To the universe, this would be a great catastrophe. In the depths of the endless sea of darkness, on a strange planet, a thatched cottage stood in the middle of a forest, and it looked especially strange. In the thatched cottage, a figure with a strange appearance sat there. There was a small horn on his forehead, and his skin was bronze in color. He was not tall, and he did not have any hair. That person sat there, drinking wine and entertaining himself. There was an empty cup on the opposite side of the table, but no one was sitting there. But soon, there was a fluctuation in the space, and a figure condensed from the void. A white-haired old man sat opposite him, and his body faintly emitted a supreme divine power that could shake the universe. The tentacled man's face was calm, as if he had predicted this. He raised his head and looked at the white-haired old man in front of him, and said, "Desolate land, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a while." The white-haired old man was none other than the Desolate Land Temple Master. The Desolate Land Temple Master said, "Red Dust Guest, what do you think of this matter?" The Desolate Land Temple Master did not exchange any pleasantries, and directly went to the main topic. The tentacled man was none other than Qin Zhao's master, Red Dust Guest, a guest from another universe. However, Red Dust Guest had always been a low-key person, and he never participated in any battles. He basically did not even step into the four realms, and had always lived in the endless sea of darkness. It was because of this that the Desolate Land Temple Master met him, and they could be considered friends. Red Dust Guest took a sip of wine, and said casually, "You should know that I never participate in the battle between the forces of another universe and your universe, and I don't want to get myself involved. I've always been an indifferent person, and I have no desires, and I never want to fight for anything. Right now, I just want to stay out of harm's way and live a peaceful life. That's what I need. I believe that you have the ability to resolve the crisis of your universe, so there's no need to drag me into it." The Desolate Land Temple Master also knew that this would be the result. He sighed helplessly and shook his head and said, "Everyone has their own ambitions. I won't force you. You've already done the realm of gods a great favor by not helping either side. However, your disciple is very good, and I will take care of him if I can. But sometimes I'm afraid that I can't do two things at once. You have to keep an eye on such a good seedling." Red Dust Guest glared at the Desolate Land Temple Master and said, "This is why you're here today, right? In the end, aren't you just trying to drag me into it?" Chapter 801. The situation on the Mother Planet also affected the entire divine realm. The attention of the 5 great holy lands was focused on the Mother Planet. The situation on the Mother Planet continued to worsen. The 3 realms and the other universe's forces had endless tricks up their sleeves. Even Great Emperor Gongyu and the others were not having a good time. They were constantly entangled and unable to split themselves. In the Desolate Land's Divine Palace, except for Great Emperor Gongyu, the other 3 groups were trapped. Great Emperor Gongyu was not having a good time either. He was entangled by a force and could not extricate himself. If this continued, it would mean that this trip to the Mother Planet would be over, and it would be over as soon as it started. These forces were also shrewd. They only entangled and did not fight. They did not want to fight the 5 great holy lands. Their goal was to delay the forces of the 5 great holy lands of the divine realm and buy them enough time to obtain the origin crystals. A strange aura spread throughout the 5 great holy lands of the divine realm. Qin Shao and the others were trapped in the illusion. Everyone was trying their best to study this illusion and find a way to break it. However, everyone's attainments in illusion were too weak. Therefore, they could only study it slowly. Anyway, they were trapped and could not get out. There was no other way. Under such an atmosphere, it was really despairing. Qin Shao was also fully immersed in the study of illusion. Yi Juanhe had given him a lot of information and cultivation techniques regarding illusion. Just these information and cultivation techniques were only enough for Qin Shao to understand the basics of illusion. If he wanted to thoroughly understand illusion, these were not enough. If he wanted to cultivate illusion, these were not enough to support Qin Shao to cultivate to a high level. Illusory techniques were a huge branch. It was definitely not an easy task to cultivate it to a high level. Qin Shao should still have some talent in formation and illusion. He had come into contact with it when he was a mortal. However, the level was too low. In the current situation, it was naturally very rough. Therefore, those experiences were actually not useful. Now, Qin Xiao was almost starting from scratch. However, Qin Xiao's current position was too high. Naturally, his vision was different from before. Therefore, the way he looked at problems was also very different. No matter how complicated something was, it was nothing in Qin Xiao's eyes. If the starting point was high, then the starting point would naturally be high. Now, Qin Xiao wanted to directly look at the essence of illusion. Only in this way could he break this illusion in a short time. Of course, the higher the starting point, the harder it was. However, Qin Xiao had no other choice. Illusions were a wondrous and vast world. Entering this world, wanting to understand this world, wanting to trace back to its roots, wanting to find the essence of this world, was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. It was too difficult. As Qin Xiao wandered about, he found it difficult to move forward. This research lasted for 1,000 years, but his gains were minimal. For 1,000 years, everyone was trapped in this illusion. There was no way to get out. The Azure Emperor Yi Juanhe and the Lord of the Stars were also studying it. However, there was no progress. They were really in a desperate situation. The other three groups of the Desolate Land Shrine were not in a better situation. They were also trapped. There was no way to break out of the illusion. A cloud of smoke began to spread across the divine world. The rulers of the 5 holy lands discussed together. However, they could not come up with a feasible plan. The 3 realms were doing their best to stop the divine world. There was also the hidden power of the alternate universe secretly watching. Such a situation could be said to be a slight move in one part, and the whole situation would be affected. If they were not careful, it would probably trigger the War of the 4 Realms again. Moreover, this time, the hidden power of the alternate universe was unusually strong. Therefore, if the War of the 4 Realms broke out, it would definitely not be a good thing. The 5 holy lands of the divine world were not prepared for this. A strange atmosphere surged through the entire universe. The Desolate Sword ruler also ordered Qin Xiao and the others to do their best to break the formation and come out to snatch the origin crystals as soon as possible. This was a serious matter. It was related to the prosperity of the Desolate Land Shrine for tens of trillions of years to come. Even if it was not fatal for the time being, it was not to the point of true despair. However, in the long run, the disaster was inevitable. Once it broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. The forces of the alternate universe and the 3 realms intended to weaken the divine world's foundation. They wanted to stop the divine world from advancing. Then, they could seize the opportunity to develop rapidly. One was developing rapidly, while the other was stagnating. If this continued, they would naturally fall into a situation of eternal damnation. The situation was not optimistic. The Desolate Sword ruler also gave a death order. When necessary, they had to be brave enough to risk their lives. Qin Xiao and the others were naturally not afraid of risking their lives. They were not afraid of sacrificing themselves. However, they had no way to break out of this illusion. Great Emperor Palace Feather was receiving special attention. At this time, she was also in a lot of trouble. She could not free herself to help Qin Xiao and the others. Under such circumstances, they could not sit still and wait for death. They had to find a way to break out of the illusion. It's really too difficult. It's mainly a matter of time. I don't have that much time to slowly study this illusion. Moreover, relying on these things alone is really too limited for my cultivation. My understanding of illusion is still far from enough. The Shrine of the Desolate Land has a place to cultivate illusion. If I can cultivate in the Mirage Sea, the speed of my improvement in illusion will be very obvious. Qin Xiao shook his head. He could not help but feel a trace of bitterness in his heart. The situation this time really made him feel somewhat helpless. This kind of feeling was very unpleasant. Qin Xiao. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. causing Qin Shao to shudder and feel deep veneration for the voice. In his mind, a figure appeared. It was Master Red Dustguest. This was the second time Master Red Dustguest took the initiative to look for Qin Shao. Qin Shao immediately shouted respectfully, "Disciple greets Master." Red Dustguest nodded slightly and said, "Master knows that you are in a bit of trouble now. Due to some reasons, Master can't directly save you. However, Master can't sit still and do nothing. This situation is very unusual. Master will give you the supreme cultivation method of illusion. It is called the holy art of illusion. Its value is comparable to a secret manual. Moreover, there is no threshold for cultivation. You can give a try. If you succeed, you might be able to break out of this illusion. You can only rely on yourself for the current danger. There is a huge conspiracy behind this incident. Master can't do anything for the time being. Everything is up to you." After saying that, Red Dustguest pointed his finger. A ray of light entered Qin Zhao's mind. Suddenly, a large amount of information gushed out. Qin Shao also quickly digested this information. It took him 10 days to completely digest this information. The 6 chapters of illusion. TSK, TSK. It is worthy of being called the holy art of illusion, a supreme cultivation method. Its value is comparable to a secret manual. Everything about illusion is described in the 6 chapters of illusion. The analysis is very thorough and easy to understand. Compared to the information that Yi Junhe gave me, it is like heaven and earth. The difference is more than 100,000 miles. The 6 chapters of illusion. The illusion is divided into 6 levels. 6 is the highest level. Reaching the 6th level of illusion is the highest level of illusion. It is the level of Illusion Demon Emperor. Illusion is unrivaled in the world. However, if I want to break out of this illusion, I don't necessarily need to reach the level of Illusion Demon Emperor. It is impossible to reach the level of Illusion Demon Emperor in a short period of time. What I want now is to reach the 5th level of illusion. At this level, breaking out of this illusion shouldn't be a problem. With the assistance of the 6 chapters of illusion, I have a chance. Since Master trusts me so much, then I can't let him down. Originally, Qin Shao didn't have much confidence in illusion, but now he was full of ambition. With the assistance of the 6 chapters of illusion, Qin Zhao's understanding of illusion increased rapidly. Moreover, it was an improvement to the essence. There were 6 chapters on illusions, and each chapter was an in-depth analysis of illusions, going straight to the core. Time passed unknowingly as he was immersed in his cultivation. The situation on the mother planet was still very bad. The forces of the 3 realms and the other universe came prepared this time. They prepared all kinds of methods to deal with the people of the 5 great holy lands, especially some of the almighty people from the other universe. Their methods were very strange and unheard of. Once one fell into their trap, it would be impossible to escape. There were also many other methods, such as witchcraft. There were also some methods from the other universe that didn't exist in this universe. Great Emperor Palatial Feather and the other 4 leaders were also surrounded by several experts. They had no way to escape. Time passed quietly. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. It was like flowing water. It wasn't valuable at all and wasn't hindered at all. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed since the mother planet opened. Based on 100,000 years, it was about 1/10 of the time. In another 90,000 years, the mother planet would close. Once it closed, it would have to wait for the next opening. But the next opening was unknown how many trillion years it would take. It would definitely be more than 30 trillion years. Such a long time was too long to wait. In these 10,000 years, Qin Shao was immersed in the cultivation of the 6 chapters of illusion. With the assistance of the 6 chapters of illusion, Qin Zhao's improvement in illusion was very fast. In 10,000 years, he had already cultivated to the 4th level of illusion. Such a speed of improvement could be said to be terrifying. If this news were to spread, who knew how many illusion geniuses would be scared to death? But this was normal. After all, Qin Zhao's talent was originally a peerless monster. He was a peerless figure who had created new historical records. Moreover, with the assistance of the 6 chapters of illusion, it was actually very reasonable to spend 10,000 years to cultivate the 4th chapter. It was reasonable, but also within his expectations. However, the 5th chapter also trapped Qin Zhao. It made Qin Zhao fall into a bottleneck. It was very uncomfortable. Chapter 802. Yi Juanhe furrowed his brows as he pondered. He had been studying illusions all these years, but his attainments in illusions were still relatively low. He had probably reached the 3rd level of the illusions. If he used the 3rd level of illusion techniques with all his strength, it would be enough to deal with an ordinary almighty. This kind of illusion technique was actually quite powerful. However, it was still too weak for Yi Juanhe. With such attainments in illusions, wanting to break through the illusions here was simply a fantasy. There wasn't a trace of possibility at all. It was difficult. It was really too difficult. Yi Juanhe definitely wouldn't have been studying illusion techniques if he hadn't been trapped here and couldn't do anything else. This kind of progress was really too slow. At this rate, even if he was given another 100 million years, he might not be able to reach the 4th level. Under the current situation, they didn't have much time left. They only had 90,000 years left. Once the 90,000 years were up, the Mother Egg Star would close, and they would be directly expelled by the Mother Egg Star's origin will. Then, this mission would be considered over. Time was extremely tight. This matter was of great importance, and they couldn't help but be anxious. Haha, I finally broke through. A burst of laughter was suddenly heard. Yi Juanhe immediately looked over and saw that it was Qin Zhao who was laughing. Emperor Qing and the Lord of the Stars also came over and looked at Qin Zhao in confusion. The Lord of the Stars hurriedly asked, Qin Zhao, how did you break through? Qin Zhao's face was brimming with a thick smile as he said, of course it's an illusion. My illusion has already broken through to the 5th level. I have already seen through the illusory heart of this illusion. Wait for me to break this illusion formation. What? Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, the 3 of them were really shocked. They stared at Qin Zhao dumbfoundedly and found it hard to believe. Although these words came from Qin Zhao's mouth, the 3 of them still found it hard to believe. How long had it been? They had been trapped in this illusion technique for no more than 9,000 years. 9,000 years ago, Qin Zhao's illusion technique was still very weak. He even had to ask Yi Juanhe for some of the most basic things. It had only been a short time since they last met, but his illusion technique had already broken through to the 5th level. The 6th level of illusion technique was the highest. In the entire universe, the number of people who had reached the 6th level of illusion technique could be counted with 2 hands. There were definitely not many who could reach the 5th level of illusion technique. It was extremely rare. At the very least, in the godly desolation palace of the great wilderness, there were only 2 people below the level of a ruler who had reached the 5th level in the art of illusions. The 9th level. In a short 9,000 years, Qin Zhao had actually risen from nothing to the 5th level of the illusion technique. How is this possible? However, the 3 of them could also see that Qin Zhao was not joking. The Lord of the Stars swallowed hard and said excitedly, Qin Zhao, can you really break this illusion technique? Qin Zhao nodded and said with a smile, there shouldn't be any problem. Just watch. Wait for me to break this illusion technique. After saying that, Qin Zhao moved his mind. Rays of demonic light gushed out from his body and turned into invisible tentacles that extended into the void. They penetrated the illusion, reached the essence, and attacked the illusory core. Qin Zhao's eyes became sharper, like 2 auroras shooting out dazzling rays of light. Break for me! Under Qin Zhao's fierce roar, the illusion actually began to collapse. Like a landslide, it began to be destroyed. The illusion technique was originally a world of its own, but this world was now destroying itself. Soon, the illusory world completely collapsed and ceased to exist. Everyone returned to the mother planet, returned to the mountain forest, saw the familiar scene, and breathed the familiar smell of the air. The four people's faces were full of smiles. Haha, we're out. We're finally out. Qin Xiao, you're really good. Really good. TSK, TSK. In just a short 9,000 years, you can cultivate the illusion technique to such a level. It's really incredible. Amazing, really amazing, huh? The Lord of the Stars laughed heartily. The three of them really admired Qin Xiao in their hearts. He was worthy of being the person who broke the record repeatedly. He was really a peerless monster. However, Emperor Qing frowned slightly. He felt that something was not right. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he just had this feeling. Not only Emperor Qing, but Yi Juanhe also frowned slightly. Only the Lord of the Stars was beaming with joy, and there was nothing strange about it. Yi Juanhe, do you feel that something is wrong? Emperor Qing looked at Yi Juanhe and asked directly. Yi Juanhe nodded and said, yes, I feel that something is not right. I keep feeling that something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. It's not real, it's not real. Emperor Qing nodded and said, yes, I also feel that it's not real. Why do I have this feeling? Both of their eyes fell on Qin Xiao, and their faces darkened slightly. The Lord of the Stars waved his hand and said, there's no problem, right? Didn't you see that we're already out? What's wrong? Haha, you're thinking too much. Let's quickly inform the others and help them out. No. Emperor Qing still shook his head. His eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and he looked at Qin Xiao with a strange light in his eyes. What's going on? Upon hearing the Azure Emperor's question, Qin Xiao smiled. With a wave of his hand, everything changed again. It was as though the stars had changed. Everything returned to normal. The scene in front of them was still in the illusion. Everything returned to its original state. Seeing this, Emperor Qing and the other two were shocked again. The Lord of Star Island also jumped up in shock. He stared at Qin Xiao with his mouth agape. His face was filled with disbelief. What's going on? Why are we back again? Didn't he go out just now? Could it be? Emperor Qing finally reacted and said, there's only one possibility. We were all caught in Qin Xiao's illusion. Now that the illusion has been removed, we're naturally back to where we were before. Actually, we've always been in the illusion. We didn't leave at all. The departure just now was just a scene that Qin Xiao let us see with his illusion. The Lord of the Stars finally reacted. In terms of illusion attainment, he was probably the weakest among the four, so he didn't notice that something was wrong at all. Yi Juanhe was also relieved. Qin Xiao, your illusion should have reached the 4th level. That's why you could bring us into your illusion unknowingly. However, there's still a slight flaw that made Emperor Qing and I feel that something was wrong. If your illusion had reached the 5th level, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for us to find out. If you want to break this illusion, your illusion must reach the 5th level. Qin Xiao nodded and said, yes, I'm now stuck at the bottleneck of the 4th level. It's difficult for me to break through to the 5th level. Just now, I used you guys as an experiment to see how powerful my illusion is. It seems that I'm still lacking in many aspects. I've also noticed some weaknesses and gained some insights. The Lord of Star Island looked at Qin Xiao as if he was looking at a monster. He said, TSK, although your hallucination hasn't reached the 5th level, reaching the 4th level in just 9,000 years is probably something that no one has ever done before. I admire you. I have no choice but to be convinced. Emperor Qing and Yi Juanhe also nodded. They really had no choice but to be convinced. However, their praise didn't make Qin Xiao happy. He still frowned and said, I'm now stuck at the bottleneck. Whether I can break through to the 5th level is the key to whether we can get out of here. Therefore, it's still too early for us to be happy. Emperor Qing and the other two nodded solemnly. They also understood how heavy the burden on Qin Zhao's shoulders was and how important it was. If Qin Shao could break through to the fifth level of illusion and break through this illusion, it would be of great significance to the divine palace of the desolate land. Then he would be able to rescue the others and not let the people of the divine palace of the desolate land be trapped in here and unable to snatch the origin crystals. This move was directly related to the future development of the divine palace of the desolate land. It could be said that Qin Shao was now the hope of the divine palace of the desolate land, and even the hope of the entire divine world. Emperor Qing also said solemnly, "Qin Shao, you're good. All of our hopes are now pinned on you. It's not easy to break through to the next level when you're stuck in a bottleneck. We can't help you. If you want to use us to train, we'll do whatever you want us to do. Now, your breakthrough is the main purpose of everything." Qin Shao said, "As your supreme arch, Yi Juanhe, both of you have noticed some problems with my illusions. Can you tell me more about it, so that I can understand which aspect of my illusions is still weak? Then, I can focus on improving." The Lotus Emperor and Yi Juanhe pondered for a moment, then explained their feelings in detail. However, there were some things that could only be understood and not explained in words. After all, it was easier to express in words and could not achieve the same effect. After listening to the two's description, Qin Shao was silent. He analyzed the two's words, and combined with some of his feelings just now, he had a slight understanding. In the end, we still have to trace back to the origin of the illusion. Start from 1, use 1 to 3. Use 3 to give birth to all things. All things cherish each other, promote each other, and restrain each other. The cycle of the great Tao, the reincarnation of heaven and earth. Thoughts surged in Qin Zhao's mind one after another, allowing Qin Shao to grasp a lot of things. His heart was stirred slightly, and he had a new idea about how to break through. Although it was a small idea, it could also be a main meridian that could help Qin Shao break through directly. Chapter 803. A mountain rock was formed from a pile of soil and then slowly turned back into a pile of dust after years of weathering. This was a cycle. A seed sprouted, broke through the soil, grew into a towering tree, and bore seeds again. This was also a cycle. The sun rose in the east, illuminating the earth, and then set in the west. Night fell. This was also a cycle. Everything had a Tao. The Tao of the heavens would also be integrated into ordinary, small things. Nature nurtured all Tao. Therefore, cultivation was actually a process of comprehending nature. Everything was natural. Illusion techniques were a branch of the great Tao cultivation. Everything naturally followed the laws of the great Tao. As long as the great Tao was involved, all changes would remain the same. With the assistance of the 6 chapters of illusion techniques, Qin Shao understood a lot more about illusion techniques. He was currently stuck in a bottleneck and was only one step away from a breakthrough. However, it was too difficult to take this small step. Qin Shao was now immersed in his cultivation. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind at lightning speed. Time continued to fly. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, another 5,000 years passed. During these 5,000 years, Qin Shao had been immersed in cultivation. It was as if he had gone crazy. The Azure Emperor and the other two saw some hope in Qin Shao. Therefore, they stopped their research and waited silently for Qin Shao to bring good news. Besides the 3 of them, everyone else in the Desolate Land Sacred Hall was also looking forward to Qin Shao. Besides Qin Shao, no one else had any hope of breaking this illusion technique. Everyone was looking forward to it. In the depths of the Desolate Land Sacred Hall, the Desolate Land Sacred Hall Master called Master Qingye, the glorious Emperor Ruler, and the Barren Sword Ruler over. The Barren Sword Ruler's clone was overseeing the Mother Planet. When a mission was over, his original body was still in the Desolate Land Sacred Hall. In front of the 4 of them was the painting that Qin Shao was cultivating. Greenleaf, do you think Qin Shao will be able to take that step? Hegemon's glorious emperor suddenly asked. Everyone was concerned about this question. It could be said that even they were somewhat helpless about the situation on the mother planet. Therefore, their biggest hope now fell on Qin Shao. Qin Shao alone affected the future development of the temple in the desolate land. Even the lord of the desolate land palace was concerned about this matter. It was rare for Master Qingye to look serious. He thought for a moment and said, "As long as Qin Shao wants to do something, nothing can stop him. I think he should be able to succeed. He is now shouldering the burden of our desolate land temple. With pressure comes responsibility." Qin Shao is a person with a strong sense of responsibility. He also knows how to be grateful. This matter was too important. He should be willing to give it his all. As long as he is willing to give it his all, his chances of success are very high. Both Hegemon glorious emperor and Baron sword ruler nodded. Although they hadn't spent much time with Qin Shao, they knew Qin Zhao's character very well. It was just as Master Qingye said. They also admired Qin Shao. The lord of the desolate land palace said, "Qin Shao is indeed our hope. I hope he can succeed. However, it seems that his chances of success are quite high. Let's wait patiently." Hegemon glorious emperor nodded and said, "Yes, if he can really reach this step, he will be the hero of our desolate land sacred hall. He will be a great contributor." The lord of the desolate land palace and the others were also looking forward to it. Everyone was looking forward to it. At this moment, Qin Shao, who was in the illusion, couldn't feel everyone's expectations. However, he could imagine that everyone's attention was focused on him. His success or failure would determine the future of the godly temple of Great Desolation. Another 3,000 years passed. This was the 9,000th year since Qin Shao entered the cultivation state for the second time. It was also the 19,000th year since he entered the mother planet. After 9,000 years of cultivation, Qin Zhao's eyes finally opened. A strange light shone from them. Seeing Qin Shao open his eyes, the Lotus Emperor and the others also looked over eagerly. The Lord of the Stars asked directly, "How is it, Qin Shao? Did you break through?" Qin Shao shook his head and said, "No, it's difficult. It's not that easy to break through." He didn't break through? Everyone's originally high spirits were instantly dampened. They hadn't cultivated for the past 9,000 years. Instead, they've been watching Qin Shao, hoping that Qin Shao would break through. This was their only hope. However, Qin Shao didn't manage to break through. But after thinking about it, they felt relieved. It would be strange if it was so easy to break through. How could it be so easy to break through an illusion, especially in such a short time? It was just that everyone's expectations of Qin Shao were too high, so they naturally felt a little regretful. Qin Shao curled his lips and suddenly laughed. "Haha, I lied to you. I broke through." "What? Broke through?" This sudden surprise really caused everyone to be shocked. They looked at Qin Shao with overjoyed expressions. Did he really break through? Because of what he said just now, everyone was still unwilling to believe it. Qin Shao said again, "I didn't lie to you. I did break through. Well, I won't explain so much to you. I'll break the formation first." After saying that, Qin Zhao's expression became serious again. His eyes moved the stars, his will moved the 9 heavens, his thoughts moved the firmament, and his martial arts moved the universe. His eyes were like shuttles, reaching the illusory heart. The power of illusion traced back to the source. His eyes turned into sharp swords, shaking the firmament. "Break!" Qin Shao shouted softly, and an invisible force spread out, immediately shaking the entire illusion world. The entire illusory world was like a piece of glass. It suddenly collapsed and shattered into countless fragments. Soon, it turned into nothingness and ceased to exist. The real world appeared in front of everyone again. This time, they really broke through the illusory world and returned to the mother planet. Emperor Qing and the other two carefully looked around. This time, there was no problem at all. Emperor Qing directly contacted Emperor Gongyu and once again confirmed that there was no problem. Haha, it's a success. We are finally out. Qin Shao, you really didn't lie to us. Starbird Lord laughed heartily. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, Do I look like the kind of person who would lie? I was just joking with you just now. If I wasn't confident, why would I make a move so easily? Haha, that's right, that's right. I know you've been through a lot. I admire you. Lord of the Stars laughed. Emperor Qing also laughed. Well, we are finally out. The hope of our desolate land shrine can finally be seen. I have already contacted Emperor Gongyu, but Emperor Gongyu is also in trouble. He might not be able to get away for a while. There are still 2 groups of people trapped in the illusion of our desolate land shrine. Let's go and rescue them now. Qin Shao nodded solemnly. Well, let's go. Let's go quickly. The 4 of them also rushed in the same direction. The other members of the desolate land shrine also heard the good news. Everyone was overjoyed. They finally saw hope. The day they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Qin Zhao's position in everyone's hearts suddenly rose to a high point. Chapter 804. Break for me, whoosh. His mind turned into a blade and struck the illusory heart, breaking the illusion in one fell swoop. 4 figures walked out of the illusion. It was Waterwalker's team. Waterwalker was dressed in a blue robe and had a slender figure. He looked at Qin Shao with admiration and said, The younger generation will surpass us in time. I really didn't expect that in less than 20,000 years, you would be able to raise your illusory skills to such a level. You were able to break the illusion and save us. Good, good, good. As expected of the number 1 genius of our desolate land deity's temple. You really live up to your name. In the past, people said that you, Qin Shao, were the second master Qingye. I didn't take it to heart, but now it seems that you are indeed qualified to say so. The other 3 were also grateful to Qin Shao and praised him. They really admired him. It was impossible not to admire him. Qin Shao said indifferently, Senior brothers, let's not talk about this for now. There's still a team waiting for me to save them. Let's go together. After such a thing happened, everyone naturally had to be more cautious. Naturally, they wouldn't split up. If they split up, it would be easy for the other party to defeat them one by one. The lesson of the past was still vivid in their minds. With the addition of Waterwalker, the team expanded to 8 people. With 8 people combined, even if they encountered a top 10 on the Heaven leaderboard, they wouldn't be afraid. According to the agreement, the top 10 on the Heaven leaderboard weren't allowed to enter. Although the forces from the other universe weren't affected by this restriction, they still had to consider it. If they rashly broke this balance, it would give the 5 great sacred lands of the realm of the gods a reason to forcefully break through the obstruction of the 3 realms and directly send more forces into the mother planet. Once that happened, the situation on the mother planet would become even more complicated. Obviously, the 3 realms and the other universe forces didn't want to see this happen. Therefore, even if they weren't bound by this agreement, they still had to consider this aspect. Therefore, they wouldn't go overboard. Of course, even if they were willing to do so, the powers of the other universe might not necessarily be able to use the top 10 powerhouses of the Heaven leaderboard. After all, these 10 people were the 10 strongest almighties who had been left behind since the beginning of the universe era after a long period of accumulation. It took countless years of accumulation to reach the top 10 of the Heaven list. 100 years later, Qin Shao and the others finally arrived at the place where the immeasurable Buddha and the other 2 were trapped. What trapped them was not only an illusion, but also the power of the array formation, which formed a terrifying illusion array. Of course, it was mainly illusions. This caused Qin Shao a certain amount of trouble. However, after studying it for 100 years, Qin Shao was still able to easily break through the illusion formation and rescue Amitabha and the others. Amitabha, junior brother Qin Shao, is indeed a deity. He is the great fortune of the divine palace of the desolate land. The immeasurable Buddha was wearing a kasaya and holding a scepter. His body was emitting an immeasurable amount of golden light that was enough to illuminate the firmament of the universe. Among the group of people from the divine palace of the desolate land, great Emperor Gong Yu's strength was naturally the best. She was the leader and the person who led the group. Next in strength was the immeasurable Buddha, followed by the Water Walker and then the Azure Emperor. This was the first time Qin Shao had spoken to the immeasurable Buddha. He had heard of the story of the immeasurable Buddha becoming a Buddha. Speaking of which, Qin Shao was also very impressed by the immeasurable Buddha. It could even be said that he admired the immeasurable Buddha. The immeasurable Buddha used his supreme light to illuminate the firmament. With the power of great compassion, he had once reformed a demonic domain. Wherever the immeasurable Buddha went, his divine light would illuminate the place. He was compassionate and had a merciful heart. Moreover, the immeasurable Buddha had formed his own sect. He had countless followers and believers, forming his own Buddhism. Buddhism led people to be good. Everyone was compassionate and merciful, and they walked the world with the immeasurable. They used light to illuminate the darkness and great compassion to reform the evil. The core idea of Buddhism was to lead all darkness to be good. And this set of concepts was also created by the immeasurable Buddha. The immeasurable Buddha's influence was extremely far-reaching with his own strength. Moreover, he had formed his own sect, which was completely different from other sections. The immeasurable Buddha's compassionate heart was truly respected by Qin Shao. Senior Brother Immeasurable is too kind. Compared to Senior Brother Immeasurable, I'm really nothing. Senior Apprentice Brother Wu Liang, your immeasurable actions are the heaven-defying actions, Qin Shao said with a humble look. The immeasurable Buddha wasn't someone who was good at pleasantries. He said, Junior Brother Qin Shao, you don't have to be so humble. However, this isn't the place to talk. Let's quickly find Great Emperor Gongyu. He's still in some trouble right now. Let's meet up with Great Emperor Gongyu first, and then discuss countermeasures together. This time, we've been trapped for 18,000 years. We've already wasted a lot of time. The situation is already very bad for us. Therefore, we need to do our best to find a feasible path. Otherwise, the future of our desolate land shrines will be quite bleak. The immeasurable Buddha's words made everyone's hearts sink again. It really wasn't the time to be happy. For them, the challenge had only just begun. With the addition of immeasurable Buddha and the other two, the team suddenly expanded to 11. With this team of 11, no one would dare to come out and cause trouble unless they didn't want to live anymore. 300 years later, the group found the trapped Great Emperor Gongyu. They lent him a helping hand and easily resolved the problem, allowing him to break free. Great Emperor Gongyu was the leader, but he himself had been trapped by the power of the Otherverse. Therefore, when he saw the group in front of him, a trace of cruelty flashed across his face. He looked at Qin Shao with a solemn expression. Junior Brother Qin Shao, it's all thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You've made a great contribution this time. No matter what, you've made a great contribution this time. We don't have much time left. We have to race against time. We have to give it our all. The situation has changed, so we can only change our plans. It's obviously impossible to complete the task we set before. The situation is already very bad, so we can only choose to do the least damage in this terrible situation. Right now, we can only fight for source crystals with all our might and try our luck. If we can't get lucky, we can only fight with our lives on the line in the end. Everyone nodded. Their fighting spirit was incomparably high. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear, nor was there the slightest intention to retreat. This was their responsibility, their duty, and their moment of glory. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to fight this battle. Palace Feather Empress continued. How about this? The situation has changed, so we'll have to change our grouping. If we continue like before, I'm afraid we'll be targeted by the forces in the dark, and they'll play some tricks again. Now, we'll compress the 4 groups into 2, with 6 people in each group. Immeasurable Buddha and Jiokue, the 2 of you will join Emperor Qin Zhao's group. The others will form a group with me. We'll split into 2 groups, each in charge of an area. Then, we'll maintain contact at all times and strive to obtain more source crystals. Don't expose our strength easily. Given the experience of each group, we're confident that we can fight even if an existence in the top 10 of the heaven list comes. All right, let's begin. Chapter 805. Qin Xiao. A voice suddenly rang out in Qin Xiao's mind. It was the Baron Sword Ruler's voice. Qin Xiao immediately responded, "Baron Sword Ruler, is there something you need from me?" This was the first time the Baron Sword Ruler had sought out Qin Xiao of his own accord since entering the Mother Planet. Normally, the Baron Sword Ruler would only seek out Great Emperor Gongyu. If he had any instructions, he would directly instruct Great Emperor Gongyu. Great Emperor Gongyu would then instruct the others. However, the Baron Sword Ruler had taken the initiative to seek out Qin Xiao. This surprised Qin Xiao a little. Still, after giving it some thought, he understood. He had just rescued everyone and rendered great service to the Shrine of Wildlands. It was only natural that Sword Hegemon Wilds would come looking for him after receiving such a great service. The Baron Sword Ruler's voice rang out again. "Qin Xiao, you've done well this time. The Desolate Land Shrine is truly fortunate. You have given our godly palace of desolation hope. At the same time, you have also given the God world hope. Although the realm of gods is divided into 5 sacred lands, we've always been united against a common enemy. We've always stood on the same front. This is because we're all humans. We're all part of one big family. When we face off against the forces of the 3 realms and the Otherverse, we must stick together. Only then can we turn the tide and preserve the God realm. The realm of gods has won the war of the 4 ancient realms. After so many years of development, the realm of gods has become even stronger. This time, no matter how strong the forces of darkness are, they won't be able to shake the majesty of the realm of gods. A great war is about to begin." Qin Xiao nodded. He could sense the sharpness in the Baron Sword Ruler's words. An unparalleled desire to fight flowed out of him. In the face of the realm of gods, the Baron Sword Ruler had unsheathed his treasured sword. He wanted to unleash the peerless sharpness that had been buried for hundreds of millions of years. Unlike Master Qingye, the Baron Sword Ruler and glorious Emperor Hegemon had truly participated in the war of the 4 ancient realms. They were ancient existences who had survived the war of the 4 ancient realms. The Baron Sword Ruler was well aware of the cruelty of the war of the 4 ancient realms. "Baron Sword Hegemon, you wanted to help the other holy lands?" Qin Xiao asked, understanding what Baron Sword Hegemon was implying. The desolate Sword Hegemon nodded and said, "Yes, Qin Xiao. The war on the Mother Planet is a matter of great importance to the realm. In theory, the Desolate Land Temple and the other sacred lands of gods, but things are different now. The Heavenly Court Island was still fine. They could basically protect themselves. Baron Sword Ruler, they're all traps are SARS. Their people's people are trapped in an illusion trap is. In a moment, the rulers of the 3 sacred lands will come to you in person. You can do as you see fit." Qin Xiao nodded. "All right, Baron Sword Ruler. Even if you didn't come to me personally, I wouldn't have sat idly by if they'd asked. I know when it comes to the greater good of our people. I know your character well, and your actions are commendable. But the greater good is one thing. You're going to help the 3 sacred lands. Help is one thing, but if you have any conditions, feel free to state them. I'm sure you'll be able to handle them appropriately. If you take advantage of this opportunity to reap some benefits for yourself, that's only natural," said the Baron Sword Ruler. Qin Xiao hadn't thought too much about reaping benefits. But since the Baron Sword Ruler had put it so bluntly, Qin Xiao couldn't help but think about whether he should reap some benefits for himself. There was nothing wrong with that. Even if Qin Xiao helped the Desolate Lands people, he would still be rewarded. As soon as he finished speaking with the Desolate Land Ruler, A voice rang out in Qin Zhao's mind. Young Qin Zhao, I am the Skirich Beastmaster of the Star Alliance. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. The Skirich Beastmaster was an extremely powerful ruler. He was the patriarch of the Skirich clan and the leader of the Skirich clan. The Star Alliance was mostly made up of powerful beings from other races. The Skirich Beastmaster himself was an ancient savage beast known as the Skirich clan. The Skirich clan was one of the most powerful races in the universe. Their life force was incomparably strong, but their numbers were few and far between. Those with pure Skirich blood probably numbered no more than 1,000,000. Compared to the vastness of the universe, the Skirich clan was a pitiful existence. The Skirich Beastmaster's tone was very polite. Qin Zhao didn't dare slight him. He immediately greeted him respectfully. Greetings, Skirich ruler. There's no need to be so polite, young Qin Zhao. You're a peerless genius, and your strength ranks in the top 100 of the celestial list. If you take another step forward, you'll be able to compete with me. I admire a peerless genius like you very much. Today, there's something I need your help with. The Skirich Beastmaster didn't put on any airs. It didn't matter if he was pretending to be humble because he was asking for help. Qin Zhao had a good impression of him. There wasn't the slightest hint of pressure, as if they were peers. After all, a ruler was a ruler. Qin Zhao felt some pressure when interacting with the Radiant Ruler and the Barren Sword Ruler. Only the Master Qingya was relaxed. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. It was as if he were interacting with a friend. Qin Zhao said, The Barren Sword Ruler already told me about it. I'm more than happy to do my best. Haha, then I'll thank you on behalf of the Star Alliance, young Qin Zhao. However, we won't ask you to help us for nothing. If you have any conditions, young Qin Zhao, feel free to state them. As long as it's within our means, we won't be stingy. The Skirich Beastmaster smiled. Qin Zhao didn't have an opinion on this for now. He thought for a moment. We'll talk about it later. Ah, that's fine. Perhaps young Qin Zhao won't think of it yet. That's not a problem. The Star Alliance will remember this great kindness. If young Qin Zhao needs anything in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. If young Qin Zhao needs anything in the future, you can contact me directly. The Skirich Beastmaster made this promise. It would be better if they negotiated the terms and conditions before rescuing them. The bargaining chips would be bigger. However, Qin Zhao really couldn't think of anything he needed at the moment. It was better to talk about it later, even if it meant sacrificing some benefits. In any case, Qin Zhao didn't care too much about it. At least for him, resources weren't that important. Cultivation was more important to him. Of course, he could use some of the resources to cultivate the people of the 9 provinces. After thinking about it, he decided to talk about it later. He trusted the Star Alliance wouldn't go back on their word. After the discussion with the Skirich Beastmaster, the 9 Solitude ruler of the 9 Dragons Palace, and the Primordium ruler of the Jiang clan contacted Qin Zhao one after the other. Both were quite polite. Qin Zhao didn't mention any conditions. He said he'd talk about it later. With such a great favor, he wasn't afraid he wouldn't get something in return. After the discussion, Qin Zhao turned to the others. I'm going to rescue the people of the other holy lands. Come with me first. Once I've rescued them, I'll have them accompany me. Then you can continue searching for source crystals. This way, we won't be wasting too much time. Regarding this matter, everyone knew what was going on, so they naturally had a supportive attitude. The first group Qin Zhao rescued was a group of people from the Jiang clan. Led by Vulcan, they were 4 experts on the heaven list. Vulcan couldn't help but smile when he saw Qin Zhao. Sometimes, life is incomparably strange. I was just passing by when you opened your residence, so I shamelessly went to drink some wine. I didn't expect you to come rescue me so soon after. Haha, perhaps this is a kind of fate, a kind of karma. That's right. Life is indeed very wonderful. Plant the seed, and you'll get the result. There's no harm in doing good deeds. All right, now's not the time to renew our friendship. The others are still waiting for us to rescue them. Vulcan, come with me to rescue the others. Senior brother Wuliang, you can continue searching for source crystals. Now, they could only act separately. It was impossible for everyone to stay together. Rescuing everyone was not a big deal. More importantly, they had to fight for source crystals. Only by obtaining enough source crystals was the most important thing. The divine palace of the desolate land was doing well. With Qin Zhao's great luck and Great Emperor Gong Yu's good luck, they had collected nearly 10 billion source crystals. Although it was still far from a minimum goal of 50 billion, the situation was definitely the best among the 5 holy lands of the divine realm. Wuliang Buddha led the others to continue searching for source crystals, while Qin Shao, Vulcan, and the others continued to rescue the others. The 5 great sacred grounds were spread across 5 large regions, and this region belonged to the primordial Jiang tribe. Therefore, Qin Shao chose to rescue the primordial Jiang tribe first before going to rescue the people from the other sacred grounds. With the sudden appearance of Qin Shao, the situation on the mother planet naturally took a turn for the worse. Wonderful things began to unfold on the mother planet. The people of the 5 holy lands of the divine realm finally breathed a sigh of relief. The danger was temporarily averted. Of course, it was only temporarily averted. It did not mean that the danger was completely gone. The situation after that was not so simple. In the depths of the endless dark ocean, in a chaotic void space, 2 towering figures sat there. Their eyes were shining with a strange light. It was frightening. There's an anomaly on the mother planet. The Eros people raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice. The universe master sitting opposite him, whose body was made entirely of metal, had a brighter light in his eyes. He could see everything with one glance. I didn't expect the divine realm to give birth to such a monstrous genius. In just 18,000 years, he's cultivated illusion to the 5th level. At such a young age, he's already in the top 100 of the heaven list, and he's only lived for less than 100,000 years. I've never seen such a genius before. Not bad. This kind of genius should have been killed in the cradle. You actually let him live until now. The Eros people laughed bitterly. Do you know whose disciple this kid is? Who? The palace master of desolate land? Metal Universe Master asked. The Eros people shook his head. If it were the palace master of desolate land, I would have killed him long ago. Is it Red Dust Guest? Metal Universe Master was surprised. The Eros people nodded and said, if it weren't for Red Dust Guest, that kid would have died long ago. However, on the mother planet, we don't care so much. If he wants to ruin our plan, he has to die. We can't let him live. Chapter 806. A shadow quickly shuttled through the ethereal world. Wherever it passed, there was no sound, not even a trace of spatial fluctuation. The gloomy shadow looked at a few figures in the distance and ignored the others. His gloomy eyes fell on a figure without a trace of light or fluctuation. That figure was none other than Qin Shao. When the shadow saw Qin Shao, it was as if he had seen his prey. A cold smile slipped from the corner of his mouth. Qin Shao, boy, I finally found you. It's not that easy to ruin our plan. Today's situation, you will die without a doubt. On the other side, Qin Shao, Vulcan, and the other 3 kept moving forward. Soon, they would find another group of trapped people. However, what no one noticed was that danger was approaching them. Even Qin Shao was unaware of it. We've been traveling for 200 years this time. In half a month at most, we'll be able to get there. Vulcan was still a little excited. This time, they've been trapped here for 18,000 years. During this period, it was really very painful. Qin Shao suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of danger from the depths of his heart. However, this feeling only flashed for a moment before disappearing. Qin Shao carefully felt it and returned to calmness, as if it was just an illusion. What's going on? Qin Shao frowned slightly. It was really a little strange. He had never encountered such a situation. It was just a flash. Why was it like this? Was there any danger approaching? However, no matter how carefully he felt, he could not find anything. Qin Zhao's eyes swept around. The surroundings were incomparably calm, as if there was no danger approaching. With Qin Zhao's current strength, even if the person was a great master of concealing aura, Once he approached, he could immediately detect it. Seeing Qin Zhao's action, Vulcan immediately asked, "What's wrong, Qin Zhao? Is there something wrong?" Vulcan also carefully looked around, but he didn't find anything. Vulcan was the existence of the top 100 on the heaven list. Naturally, his strength was also incomparably powerful. Unless the top 10 on the heaven list took action, otherwise, no one should be able to escape his detection. The others were also careful and vigilant, but they still did not find anything. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, "Just now, I seemed to vaguely catch a trace of dangerous aura, but after a careful inspection, I found nothing. It's very strange." "Dangerous aura?" Vulcan frowned. He also shook his head and said, "Then I didn't notice anything, but I can't be sure. Let's be careful." Qin Zhao nodded, and the group of people continued to move. Over the next few days, everything was calm and peaceful. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. Under such calm circumstances, Qin Zhao couldn't help but think that maybe that time was really just an illusion. There shouldn't be any danger hidden in the dark. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been hidden for so long. Something's wrong. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly became alert again. Just now, he felt a trace of dangerous aura surging. Although it only appeared for a moment, Qin Zhao was keenly aware of it. The first time might be his own illusion, but this time he caught it again, and this time, Qin Zhao was deliberately vigilant. So this time, it was absolutely not wrong. Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. It seems that someone has been secretly following us, and this person's target is most likely me. It seems that I really have to be prepared for battle. Qin Zhao thought in his heart. He had already expected this. He now had the ability to save everyone, and that was to destroy the plan of the three realms and the Otherverse. Therefore, they would definitely not let him go and would definitely send someone to kill him. This was also within Qin Zhao's expectations. Therefore, Qin Zhao did not act alone. Instead, she dragged Vulcan and the others along with her. He was now the target of those forces, so Qin Zhao was actually more cautious along the way. With Vulcan and the others, coupled with Qin Zhao's own strength, he believed that even if he encountered an existence in the top 10 of the heaven list, he would be able to resist for a while. As long as he could resist for a while, he would be able to ask for help. But this time, the person who was secretly following him was obviously not simple. His method of concealing his aura was so brilliant that even Qin Zhao did not notice it at all. He only felt a very brief sense of vigilance in his heart twice. This sense of vigilance was mostly due to his innate sensitivity. Qin Zhao had always had an innate sense of vigilance towards danger. Sometimes, he could even detect danger in advance, as if he could predict the future. The person in the dark has been following me for 3 days and has not made a move. It seems that his strength should not be too strong. At least, he does not have much confidence that he can completely suppress the 5 of us. So he has been enduring and did not make a move. He must be waiting for an opportunity, waiting for me to relax, and then suddenly attack me. His target is me, so his means of attack must be very strong. I am afraid that he will use an absolute killing move as soon as he makes a move. If I am not prepared, I am afraid that I will die in his hands with a single blow. But I will not make a move for the time being. The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. Since he wants to play with me, I might as well play with him. I want to see who exactly is this person and how capable he is to kill me. Facing the person in the dark, Qin Zhao was also somewhat arrogant. With his current strength, he was really not afraid of too many people. With a plan in mind, Qin Zhao continued to communicate with the others without making a sound. They talked very happily. When passing through a mangrove forest, Qin Zhao suddenly stopped and said to the others, "Wait for me here for a while. These red leaves are useful to me. I will go and pick some. It will be done soon." Clearly, Qin Zhao had done this on purpose. He had purposely revealed a flaw to lure the person in the dark into the trap. At the same time, Qin Zhao also transmitted his voice to Vulcan. "Vulcan, someone has been following us in the dark. You should want to kill me. I am deliberately luring the snake out of its hole, revealing a flaw to give him a chance to attack. When someone makes a move later, you all go all out. The person who came to kill me is definitely not weak, so you must not be careless. Fire Deity was shocked as well. He did not notice it at all. However, since Qin Shao said so, he must be serious. He certainly wouldn't joke about such a thing. This time, Vulcan completely believed Qin Shao. Therefore, Vulcan didn't hesitate at all and immediately nodded. Okay, I got it. Don't worry, I will be prepared. Be careful. It seems that the people from the three realms and the other universe can't hold back anymore. They want to attack you and prevent you from saving the others. This time we will not let them return. It is also time for us to fight back. In terms of strength, the 5 great holy lands of the heavenly realm were not afraid of the 3 realms and the other universe's power. Previously, they were careless and fell into an awkward situation because they were careless. But now that they were prepared, they naturally wouldn't repeat the same mistake. Now that they wanted to fight, then let's fight. The shadow in the dark looked over faintly. He was an extremely cautious person. Even when Qin Shao exposed a big flaw, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. His gaze fell on the crowd, and he vigilantly sized up Qin Shao. Is this kid playing some tricks? Is he trying to trick me? It shouldn't be, right? My aura concealment technique is unparalleled in the universe. I don't believe that they can detect my presence. Well, don't worry so much. Since the opportunity has come, I can't let it slip away. The sooner this mission is completed, the better. So, I can't delay any longer. Kill. The gloomy shadow's eyes were filled with an eerie, killing intent. His body silently charged towards Qin Shao. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Qin Shao. His face was ferocious, his eyes sinister. Die, 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 die. The human race's peerless genius? The second master Qingya? The hope of the desolate land's divine temple's younger generation? So what? No matter how freakishly talented you are, if you can't grow, you're no different from trash. No matter how resplendent you are, no matter how peerless you are, you'll be nothing more than a cup of yellow dust in the end. This time, no one will be able to stop us from moving forward. Die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A peerless ray of light bloomed from the shadow's hand. Like an aurora in the dark night, it instantly pierced through the firmament of the universe and traversed the entire void. This ray of dim light was filled with boundless destructive power and supreme cold might. It was incomparably cold as it charged towards Yishiwen. It was still silent, still did not cause any fluctuations in space, and still did not cause any resonance in the great Tao. Everything was under the shadow's control. It was not until the shadow arrived in front of Qin Shao that Qin Shao reacted abruptly and sensed the terrible danger. Although Vulcan and the others were prepared for this, they still waited until the very last moment before they were able to detect it. Oh no, Qin Shao is in danger. Hurry up. Fire Deity was really shocked. He shouted anxiously, and the 4 of them rushed forward with all their strength to block the power that was attacking Qin Shao. If anything happened to Qin Shao, the primitive Jiang clan would be in a very bad situation. It was related to the future prosperity and development of the primitive Jiang clan. Therefore, Fire Deity naturally could not allow such a thing to happen. He would rather die than let anything happen to Qin Shao. In the end, the leader, Qin Shao, finally realized it. He frowned deeply and was quite surprised. It was somewhat beyond his expectations. Not only is his aura concealment technique extremely powerful, but he can also walk in the mirage. His attainments in the mirage are not below mine. It seems that he has also cultivated a unique technique similar to the mirage true body. This unique technique might even be more powerful than my mirage true body. Chapter 807. He was in trouble. Qin Shao immediately guessed the identity of the person who attacked him this time. At this critical moment, Qin Shao did not hesitate and attacked with all his strength. He also walked in the virtual realm. At the same time, he cast an illusion technique. Illusory worlds were cast out one after another, trying to stop the opponent's attack. While retreating, Qin Shao also pushed his strength to the extreme. He fully displayed the Mountain River Sword Scripture. This was a real top 10 unique skills, and when it was displayed by Qin Shao, its creator, its power was naturally stronger. But even so, the person who attacked Qin Shao was one step ahead of Qin Shao, which made Qin Shao a little hasty. Boom! A gloomy force fiercely bombarded Qin Zhao's body. It was like a raging fire that reached the sky. The strength of the person who attacked him in the dark was also particularly terrifying. Especially such a sneak attack, it was impossible to guard against. When Qin Shao reacted, his attack was also very hasty. Because of the hasty attack, he could only display about 40 to 50% of his strength. Under such circumstances, the power of this sneak attack naturally became extremely powerful and terrifying. Qin Zhao's body was blown upside down. His qi and blood were in turmoil, and nearly 20% of his divine body was destroyed in the confrontation. What a terrifying power! If this happened a few more times, Qin Shao would die here. Fortunately, at this time, the attacks of Vulcan and the others also reached the person who attacked him in the dark, forcing him to take a step back. Taking this opportunity, Qin Shao also quickly retreated to Vulcan and the others. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's physical defense was strong enough. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really be in danger just now. Fortunately, Qin Shao was aware of the danger in advance and made some preparations in advance. If he was completely unprepared, he was afraid that he could only display about 10% of his strength in such a hurry. In that case, it would be very dangerous. Under the situation where Qin Shao was prepared, the result was still like this. It was enough to show how terrifying the strength of the person who attacked him in the dark was. Huh, you're not dead? The person who attacked him did not show himself, but hid in the virtual realm. A surprised voice came out. Obviously, the person who attacked him in the dark did not expect this result. Not only did he not die, but he was also not seriously injured. This result was much worse than the worst-case scenario that the person who attacked him in the dark had expected. Qin Zhao's group of 5 stood close together, forming a group to prevent the person from attacking them again. Qin Shao stared at a spot in the void and said, "Dark Emperor, you're known as the #1 assassin in the universe. Although you're only in the 20s on the heaven list, in terms of assassination ability, you, the Dark Emperor, deserve to be called #1 in the universe. I didn't expect that you would actually side with an otherverse power and willingly become a traitor." Although Qin Shao hadn't seen the face of the person in front of him, he was sure this was Dark King, the universe's #1 killer. Dark Emperor's reputation in the universe could be said to be very great. People who could stand at the top of their field were all very strong. For example, the #1 assassin in the universe, the #1 illusionist in the universe, the Illusion Emperor, and the #1 defense in the universe, the indestructible Mystic Emperor. They were known to be immortal, and even rulers could not kill them. Those who could stand at the top of their field were all monsters. The Dark Emperor was an extremely mysterious person. No one had ever seen his true face before. Dark Emperor's identity was also very mysterious. Some people said that he was from the Nether Realm, while others said that he was not from the Nether Realm. However, he was definitely not from the Immortal Realm. Therefore, there was no conclusion about Dark Emperor's identity. This time, Dark Emperor did not represent the Nether Realm to enter the Mother Planet. There was only one possibility. Dark Emperor came in as a representative of the other universe. This meant that Dark Emperor had already sided with the people of the other universe. Traitors were especially hated by people. Ha ha ha. A laugh came from the virtual realm. Traitor? I, Dark Emperor, have endured for so many years. Now it's time for me to clear my name. I am from the Eros. How can I be a traitor? What? Someone from the Eros? Impossible. Vulcan could not believe it. No, if you're from the Eros, why do you have karma? If you were from the Eros, you would have been discovered by us from the immortal realm. We would not have let you live until now. Qin Shao also found it hard to believe. People from the Eros were from the other universe. The easiest way to distinguish between people from the other universe was to see if they had karma. If they didn't, then they were from the other universe. This was the simplest and most practical method. There was no way to change it. Karma was something that needed to be acknowledged by the universe's origin. The universe's origin overrode everything. No one could defy it. A thought suddenly flashed through Qin Zhao's mind. Unless you're a descendant of the Arrow and Nether races. That's why the blood of the Arrow and Nether races flows through your veins. But to be exact, you could be considered a person from the Arrows. Am I right? If he was a descendant of the Arrow race and the Underworld race, then if he was born in this universe, then it was indeed possible that the universe's origin would acknowledge him and bestow him with a karmic line. Apart from this possibility, there was no other possibility. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Vulcan and the others immediately thought of this possibility. It was the only possibility. The Dark Emperor did not explain anything further and said, Qin Shao brat, consider yourself lucky today. It seems like you were aware of me in advance. That's why you were able to set up a trap to lure me out and block my assassination. With your defenses now, it's really too difficult for me to kill you. But I have plenty of time. I can still wait for another opportunity. I want you to never let your guard down. Let's wait and see. After saying that, Dark Emperor really left. After sending Dark Emperor off, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. This Dark Emperor is really cautious. Vulcan also frowned. With a somewhat dignified face, he said, Yes, Dark Emperor knows that the possibility of killing you now is not high, so he simply left and didn't make another move. That old fox, it seems like he won't take the risk if he isn't completely sure. But this could also be Dark Emperor's expedient. It could be a fog bomb deliberately released to paralyze us. No matter what, we can't be careless. We must be careful. I'm afraid that other than Dark Emperor, there are other forces from the other universe who will come and kill you. One Dark Emperor is already scary enough. If there are other future powerhouses lurking in the dark, then you are indeed in danger. Qin Shao nodded. This should be certain. He was now completely pushed into the teeth of the storm. However, all this was within Qin Zhao's expectations. The other universe forces would definitely not let him go. Now, he could only take one step at a time and deal with whatever came his way. Next, Qin Zhao's rescue operation continued. Qin Zhao's selfless dedication was indeed admired by everyone. After all, Qin Shao didn't mention any conditions to the Nine-Dragon Celestial Palace, the Star Alliance, or the immemorial Jiang clan. Instead, he went straight to the rescue without any hesitation. Under the threat of Dark Emperor, he still didn't hesitate to bear all the pressure. By doing this, Qin Shao would obviously offend the Three Realms and the other universe forces. Even if the Three Realms and the other universe forces couldn't kill Qin Shao on the Mother Planet, they probably wouldn't let Qin Shao go after he left the Mother Planet. The battle on the Mother Planet this time was especially important to all sides. It could be considered a warm-up war and the beginning of a contest between the two sides. From the beginning of the battle on the Mother Planet, the other universe forces were completely exposed. They were no longer carefully hidden like before. Instead, they erupted and dared to fight against the God Realm. Even the power of the machine race, which had been hiding in the dark all this time, surged out. The power of the machine race, the power of Eros, and the power of the Three Realms, which was also the power of the Five Sides, suddenly turned the situation of the universe a little grim. The wind and clouds were surging, and the atmosphere of the universe became a little tense and strange. The five great holy lands of the God Realm began to prepare for this great calamity. The other universe forces had been secretly plotting for countless years, and the foundation they had accumulated now was immeasurable. Moreover, What was certain was that there were many places in the celestial realm that had already been set up by the forces of the other universe. Once the war broke out, the various chess pieces would most likely be exposed, which was a very worrying matter. It was difficult to estimate the extent of the foundation after countless years of cultivation. Although the 5 great holy lands of the God realm had always been very cautious about such matters, they would quickly take action and wipe out any power from the other universe forces. However, there would always be some fish that slipped through the net. This kind of thing was inevitable, and there was no way to control it. The changes in the situation on the mother planet also affected the atmosphere between the God realm, the 3 realms, and the other universe forces, causing the smoke of war to thicken. The trapped members of the immemorial Jiang clan were quickly rescued. Next, Qin Shao went to rescue the members of the 9 Dragons' celestial palace. However, the 3 realms and the other universe forces responded quickly. They secretly sent people to kill Qin Shao, and at the same time, they used the same method again. They began to send people to entangle the 5 great holy lands of the God realm. If they wanted to fight, they would fight. If they didn't, they would fight. Now, they would rather not get the origin crystals than let the 5 great holy lands of the God realm get the origin crystals. It was a way of killing 1,000 of the enemy at the cost of 800 of their own men. This move was to stop the 5 great holy lands of the God realm's plan. Such a situation caused the situation on the mother planet to once again become deadlocked. The situation could be said to be very unfavorable for the God realm. Under such circumstances, the 5 great holy lands of the God realm were naturally anxious. If they continued to be entangled like this, there would be no way for them to get the origin crystals. Chapter 808. Somewhere on the Mother Egg planet, 5 figures were flying. The 2 in the lead looked valiant and heroic, their long robes fluttering in the wind. Apparently, they were extraordinarily divine. The one on the left had long, devilish hair that fluttered in the wind. He looked especially evil. His body exuded a demonic aura that only belonged to the monster clan. This was the famous almighty of the 9 Dragons' heavenly palace, Evil King Wanhai. He had the stability of an evil king, but his aura wasn't really evil. The word evil only meant that his temperament gave people a very evil feeling. It was purely a kind of evil in temperament. Evil King Wanhai pointed ahead and said, "Brother Qin Shao, it's not far ahead. We'll be there in a few days. This is the last batch of our 9 Dragons' heavenly palace." Qin Shao was rescuing the 9 Dragons' heavenly palace's almighties. He had already saved 3 batches. One more batch, and he would be able to save all the 9 Dragons' heavenly palace's almighties. The immemorial Jiang clan had been completely rescued. If he wanted to rescue the 9 Dragons' heavenly palace, then only the Star Alliance would be left. However, the atmosphere on the Mother Egg planet was obviously unpredictable. Dark clouds were surging, and danger lurked everywhere. People had to be cautious. It'll be over soon. Qin Shao curled his lips. A few days later, Qin Shao and his group of 5 arrived at the last batch of 9 Dragons' heavenly palace's almighties. Evil King Wanhai cupped his fists at Qin Shao and smiled. "Brother Qin Shao, we'll leave everything to you. We will remember this great favor. There is no need for words to express our gratitude for this great favor. If there's anything you need in the future, just let us know. We won't refuse you. Let's not talk about this. Saving people is more important." Qin Shao waved his hand, ready to break the formation. Just as Qin Shao was about to act, a strange light burst out. Heaven and earth changed color. Stars moved, and heaven and earth changed. This part of the world changed completely, turning into a small, secluded world. Not good. It's an illusion. What a terrifying illusion. The illusory emperor must have taken action personally. Evil Lord Wanhai was shocked as well. The other 3 were also at a loss. They had just been rescued by Qin Shao, but they had fallen into an illusion all of a sudden. Moreover, this time, The illusory emperor had personally come to preside over the illusion. It was naturally very terrifying. Everyone, be careful. The illusory emperor has personally taken action. Even I didn't notice it. Qin Shao immediately shouted. Although his illusion technique had reached the 5th level, it was still a little weak against the illusory emperor. He didn't even notice the trap set by the illusory emperor and directly fell into the illusory emperor's trap. With the illusory heavenly monarch personally taking action, it was naturally extraordinary. Qin Shao wasn't worried about anything, but he was afraid that Wanhai, evil monarch, and the others would fall for it. However, they should still be fine. Illusions can easily trap them, but it would be very difficult to use pure illusions to injure them. After all, those who could enter the Mother Egg planet were basically at the level of the Heaven List. They were definitely incomparably powerful existences. Being able to be ranked on the Heaven List was a symbol of strength, which almighty being who stood at such a position was easy to deal with. Therefore, under such circumstances, the illusory emperor's illusion technique's greatest use was to trap others. That was all. Evil Lord Wanhai and the other 3 formed a circle, guarding one side, not giving the power of the illusion any chance to take advantage of it. Obviously, they had no way to break out of this illusion, so the most important thing for them now was to protect themselves. Qin Shao stood in the air like a peerless god of war. With a long sword in his hand, he descended upon the world, and his aura shook the heavens. His gaze was like a peerless treasure sword, sweeping across the void, and he said in a deep voice, "Illusory Emperor, you have some good methods. You are indeed in existence with unparalleled illusions in the universe. Even I didn't notice such a transcendent illusion technique. Indeed, it's dangerous. But Illusory Emperor, are you trying to trap me like this? You personally came to control the illusion array to stop me from saving people, right?" With Qin Zhao's current level of illusion technique's 5th level, it was indeed difficult for him to compete with the Illusory Emperor in terms of illusion technique. Therefore, the current situation was obviously very unfavorable for Qin Shao. However, with Qin Zhao's strength, it wasn't an easy task for the Illusory Emperor to completely trap him. "What? You think I can't trap you?" The Illusory Emperor's voice came from the void. It was somewhat sinister and strangely cold. Although the Illusory Emperor was only ranked in the 20s on the Heaven List, his illusion technique was unparalleled in the world. With this great reliance, the Illusory Emperor's reputation soared, almost reaching the level of the top 10 on the Heaven List. In terms of life-saving methods, the Illusory Emperor was probably almost invincible among the Almighties. After all, as long as he endlessly displayed his illusion technique, it was enough to block the opponent and prevent the opponent from getting close to him. In this way, he would naturally achieve the goal of self-protection. You want to trap me? Let's see if you, Illusory Emperor, have the ability to do so. Qin Shao snorted coldly, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Although Qin Shao was so tough, he also knew very well that it wasn't an easy task to break this illusion technique. After all, the Illusory Emperor was personally controlling the illusion technique now, and its power was naturally different from those he encountered before. Moreover, with the Illusory Emperor presiding over it, this illusion technique could also be changed at any time, which naturally increased the difficulty of breaking the illusion technique. However, Qin Shao had no other choice. Since things had come to this, he could only bite the bullet. "Brother Qin Shao, I think it's better to ask for help from others. The Illusory Emperor is personally controlling the illusion technique, and it's only trapping and not attacking. It's very difficult to break it." Wanhai Demon Lord transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was also thinking about this problem. He shook his head and said, "Since the Illusory Emperor dares to attack me in such a high-profile manner, I'm afraid the situation we can think of is already within his expectations. Therefore, this method shouldn't work. Now that the Mother Planet is filled with flames of war, I'm afraid the others are also caught in the war. I'm afraid the almighties of the 5 great sacred lands of the divine world are all targeted by others, and there's no way for them to help us out. Therefore, the most important thing now is to rely on ourselves. One High Demon Lord couldn't help but frown. If he completely relied on himself, it would be too difficult to break the illusion technique. However, he also knew that Qin Shao was right. It would be very difficult to ask for help from others now. Qin Shao suddenly attacked, and a peerless sharp light shot out from his hand, directly attacking the illusory heart of the illusion technique. However, the illusory emperor directly shifted the illusory heart and used the shifting flower technique and actually caused Qin Zhao's attack power to hit the void, and all of it hit the void. Haha, Qin Shao kid. Although your illusion technique isn't bad, it's still lacking in front of me. I've long heard of your achievements. In just a short 18,000 years, you've actually cultivated your illusion technique to the 5th level. Even I can't help but admire your monstrous talent. If I let you continue to grow, perhaps it won't be long before your illusion technique reaches my level. But that's a matter for the future. Right now, you're nothing in my eyes. You haven't fully grown yet. It won't be that easy to break through my illusions. I'm personally controlling the illusion technique here, and I'd like to see how great your ability is. The illusory emperor was incomparably confident, and he wasn't worried that Qin Shao could really break his illusion technique. This confidence also came from his strength. The illusory emperor had the confidence of the illusory emperor, and so did Qin Shao. Qin Shao attacked again and again, and the illusory emperor suppressed Qin Shao time and time again, preventing Qin Shao from breaking the illusion technique. If the illusory emperor wasn't controlling it here, then this illusion technique would have been broken by Qin Shao long ago. This was something that couldn't be helped. Now, it was as if Qin Shao was fighting with the illusory emperor. In fact, in all aspects, Qin Shao was no match for the illusory emperor. In terms of strength, he was definitely no match for the illusory emperor. The illusory emperor was also in existence in the top 20 of the heaven list. In terms of illusion technique, the illusory emperor was unparalleled in the universe. Naturally, Qin Shao couldn't compare with him now. Therefore, the illusory emperor suppressed Qin Shao in all aspects, completely crushing him. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao naturally couldn't break this illusion technique, and the group was also trapped in this illusion technique. Qin Shao was trapped, which would stop him from rescuing people. The 5 groups that hadn't been rescued by him would continue to be trapped in the illusion technique. After attacking for dozens of rounds in a row, Qin Shao stopped and didn't continue to attack. Attacking again would be a waste of energy. Since that was the case, he might as well calm down and think of a way to break this illusion. The only way to break this illusion was to reach the same level of mastery as him. Only then would it be possible. In other words, his illusion technique had to break through to the 6th level. This thought made Qin Shao shake his head involuntarily. It was too difficult. The last time his illusion technique broke through to the 5th level, it was due to some luck. Breaking through to the 5th level was already so difficult, not to mention the 6th level. Naturally, it would be more than several times more difficult. If Qin Shao was given enough time, then he had some confidence that he could give it a try. Qin Shao was confident that his illusion technique could reach the 6th level of perfection. But the problem now was that time was too precious. Time waited for no one. It was said that time was money. Here, time was life. So, no one would be the slightest bit careless. Qin Shao, I heard that you're in trouble now. You've been targeted by the illusory emperor and trapped by him directly? A voice suddenly sounded in Qin Zhao's mind with some concern. This voice belonged to Emperor Gongyu. Qin Shao replied bitterly, Yes, Senior Brother Gongyu. I'm temporarily trapped. The illusory emperor has come personally to watch me. He really thinks highly of me. It seems that the 3 realms and the forces of the other universe are determined to kill you this time. I'm now trapped and won't be able to get out in a short time. As far as I know, the almighty of the 5 holy lands of the divine realm are also entangled by a force. So, I'm also worried about your current situation. But for the time being, we can't help you. So, you can only tell yourself. Chapter 809. The situation was just as evil Lord Wanhai had guessed. Everyone had encountered difficulties. Even the leaders of the 5 great holy lands were in trouble. Therefore, under such circumstances, if Qin Shao and the others wanted to seek help, it would be too difficult. They had no choice but to rely on themselves. If they wanted to rely on themselves, the only way was to break through to the 6th level of illusion. After all, the illusory emperor's purpose was to trap Qin Shao. If he put all his effort into trapping Qin Shao, he could take his time slowly. Difficult, it was really too difficult. Time was something Qin Shao could not afford to waste. The situation that was in their favor was now in a stalemate. The forces of the 3 realms and the alternate universe were going all out to stop the 5 great holy lands of the divine realm. This was a final gamble, a crazy gamble. The battle situation was pushed to the extreme in an instant. The atmosphere of the 5 great holy lands of the divine realm was tense again. They did not expect the new hope to be broken so quickly. It was as if they had returned to the starting point. The 5 great holy lands of the divine realm did not want to see such a situation. They had been working hard to break it. Qin Shao was their hope, but now Qin Shao was also trapped by the illusory emperor. In fact, not to mention Qin Shao, if the illusory emperor wanted to trap anyone, none of the 5 great holy lands of the mother planet would be able to escape. Desolate land, in the depths of a shrine. Hegemon Greenleaf frowned, a worried look on his face. Hall Master, things aren't looking good if this continues. There is not much time left for Qin Shao. It is almost impossible to break through to the 6th level of illusion in such a short time. Even if Qin Shao can surprise us time and time again, even if his talent and comprehension ability are heaven-defying, the time is really too short. Even with the assistance of the 6 sword chapters, it's still difficult to reach the peak of the 6th level of illusion. It's too difficult. Master Qingya shook his head as he spoke. He knew how difficult it was. Even though he believed in Qin Zhao's talent and ability to appreciate people's feelings, even he felt inferior to her. However, he was still not optimistic about Qin Zhao's chances. Going against the heavens was undoubtedly as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The Lord of the Desolate Land Palace had a rare look of seriousness on his face. He nodded slightly and said, "It is indeed difficult, almost to the point of being hopeless. However, there is no other way. We can only watch the situation develop. Right now, our God realm isn't ready yet. If we were to clash with them now, we would only be at a disadvantage. The Mother Egg Planet is a buffer zone. The Lord of Arrow and the others should be well aware of this. Although they have worked hard for countless years and made many preparations, the Mother Egg Planet is a buffer zone. But after all, the foundation of our God realm is there, so they don't dare to rashly launch an attack. Therefore, their current target is the Mother Planet. They want to completely defeat us on the Mother Planet and weaken our development. If this cycle continues for a long time, it will greatly weaken the foundation of our divine realm. Once it reaches a certain point, they will definitely launch an all-out attack on our God realm. They can wait, but we can't." Hegemon Greenleaf nodded solemnly. That's right. Although we were somewhat prepared, this eruption of power was still rather sudden. The Mother Planet is now more like a gamble. However, the chances of us losing this gamble are very high. Palace Lord, why don't we ask that person to help us? After all, he is Qin Zhao's master. He can't just watch his disciple get bullied without doing anything, right? The Lord of the Desolate Land Palace Lord shook his head slightly and said, "Red Dust Guest has always been very low-key. He has never provoked anyone. From his point of view, I can understand him. After all, he's also a guest from the other universe. If he stands on our side, our faction will be criticized by Lord of Eros and the others. However, He doesn't want to stand on Lord of Arrow's side. Therefore, his only choice is to not help either side. This is the only way he can stay out of this and not get involved. He wasn't involved in the Great War of the Four Realms. This time, he definitely won't be involved. Unless Qin Zhao's life is in danger, it's almost impossible to get him to help. Qin Zhao's identity as Red Dust Guest disciple should be known by the other universe. Therefore, they shouldn't dare to do anything to Qin Zhao unless they don't know about it. Jim and Greenleaf nodded, then shook his head. He let out a silent sigh and said, "If that's the case, it seems the situation is extremely unfavorable for us. However, there's nothing we could do now. We can only wait for the result." The master of the desolate palace cast his gaze towards the boundless starry sky of the cosmos. His eyes emitted a peculiar luster as he said in a profound manner, "Perhaps there will be a turn for the better. The fate of the unseen world is leaning towards our side. However, if the war breaks out again, I'm afraid we don't have much time left in this universe era. One era is one reincarnation, and 9 return to 1. Our universe has already reached the 8th era, hasn't it? If there's another Huan Yuan, our universe will be completely destroyed and cease to exist. We'll enter a new reincarnation. If we can't transcend, so what if we're universe masters? Master of the universe is just a title we call ourselves. Actually, how can we be considered masters of the universe? The willpower of the universe origin is far above us. The universe is like a chessboard, and all living things are like chess pieces. No matter how strong we are, we're just chess pieces on the chessboard. If we can't transcend this chessboard, we'll be bound by it forever. Gem and Greenleaf fell silent. That path was still far, far away from him, in the depths of the 9th region of Mount God Soaring Universe. Qin Zhao's clone was also studying illusion techniques. Even though he knew it was almost impossible to raise his illusion techniques to the 6th level within 80,000 years, Qin Zhao didn't give up easily. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Even if it was the last moment, he would never give up. A figure appeared silently behind Qin Zhao, and Qin Zhao didn't notice it at all. This figure was none other than the guardian of MT Skybridge. His eyes flickered with a strange light as he looked at Qin Zhao. Under his gaze, nothing could be considered shield. After an unknown period of time, Qin Zhao seemed to have noticed something. When he saw the figure behind him, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Senior." Qin Zhao didn't know how to address this powerful being in front of him, so he could only address him as Senior. Seeing the guardian of Mount God Soaring Mountain again, Qin Zhao said, "Senior, you must be a guest from another universe, right? Your strength should be at the level of a universe master." The guardian of Mount God Soaring Mountain retracted his gaze and nodded slightly. "Yes, I'm indeed a guest from another universe. My strength is indeed at the level of a universe master in your universe." He really was a universe master, a living universe master. This wasn't what surprised Qin Zhao the most. What shocked Qin Zhao the most was that if this senior was a universe master, then what was the background of the main character he spoke of, the master of Skybridge Mountain? Could there be a powerful being who surpassed the level of a universe master? However, as far as Qin Zhao knew, there shouldn't be anyone stronger than a universe master in this universe. A universe master was already standing at the peak of existence. However, it was hard to say about the situation in another universe. Perhaps there really was an existence stronger than a universe master. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain the current situation. However, all of this was too far away for Qin Zhao, so Qin Zhao didn't think too much about it. He just threw these distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. "You seem to be cultivating illusions?" The guardian of Mount God Soaring Mountain suddenly asked. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Why was this senior suddenly concerned about his cultivation? Could it be that he was too bored and wanted to chat with him? However, no matter what the situation was, it shouldn't be a bad thing. Therefore, Qin Zhao immediately said, "Yes, senior. I'm indeed cultivating illusions." My original body is now trapped in a dangerous illusion, and there's no way for me to walk out of it. Therefore, my clone is also cultivating illusions, hoping to break out of it as soon as possible. The guardian of Mount God, Soaring Mountain, shook his head and said, "The illusions of your universe are too crude. Illusions were just a side branch, not a cultivation method. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that illusions existed in another universe." Too crude? Hearing the guardian's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but be taken aback. What did the senior mean? Qin Shao vaguely felt that this senior wanted to give him some pointers, so he quickly said, "I wonder if senior can explain it in detail." The guardian of Mount God, Soaring Mountain, shook his head and said, "I'm not proficient in illusions. I've only come into contact with them occasionally, but I've never deliberately cultivated them. I don't have much interest in them. I've traveled through many universes with my master, and I've met many experts in illusions. Occasionally, I've also collected some cultivation methods for illusions." After saying that, the guardian of Mount God, Soaring Mountain, waved his hand, and a golden book appeared in his hand. With a slight movement of his hand, the golden book flew over to Qin Shao and landed in Qin Shao's hand. Qin Shao quickly took it and saw 4 golden words engraved on the cover of the book. However, these words were very strange. Clearly, they weren't words of this universe, but words of another universe. Although Qin Shao couldn't understand these words, he could understand the meaning behind them. Dreamland. It sounded like a very beautiful name. Qin Shao looked at the guardian of Mount God, Soaring Mountain, with a puzzled expression. The guardian of Mount God, Soaring Mountain said, "This is a cultivation method for illusions that I've picked. It should be considered a very high-level illusion technique, and it's several levels higher than the illusions of your universe. If you can successfully cultivate it, then your illusion technique will be unparalleled in your universe. You can even trample on the sovereigns with ease." What? It's that powerful? Hearing the words of the guardian of Mount God, Soaring Mountain, Qin Shao was shocked. Wasn't this a little too powerful? However, Qin Shao didn't doubt the guardian's words at all. Chapter 810. Qin Shao opened the Dreamland book in his hand. As soon as his consciousness entered it, he suddenly felt that he had walked into a dreamland, a foreign world, a world where he could do whatever he wanted. He knew that this world was fake, but he felt that it was real, or rather, he was more willing to believe that it was real. This sentence was actually not difficult to understand. Some people who had already lost hope in reality preferred to live in a fake world, using wine to numb their consciousness and fabricate a world for themselves. This dreamland was the same. Although Qin Shao knew that this world was fake, he was attracted to it, fascinated by it, and even willing to endlessly sink into it. Moreover, Qin Shao soon found that his consciousness of this world was slowly being devoured. In other words, after a long time, he would completely forget that this was a dreamland and that it was fake. Once that happened, Qin Shao would be completely immersed in it and would regard it as a real country. Thinking about it, one would know how terrible it was. Even Qin Shao was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. This was under the premise that he knew that this dreamland was a fake world, and he had entered the dreamland cultivation method world at this time. He slowly experienced from being weak to being strong. After experiencing the process, Qin Shao was scared and felt that he was going to sink at any time. So he had no choice but to withdraw from the dreamland. TSK, incredible, really incredible. Sure enough, as the senior said, this illusion has indeed surpassed the illusion of our universe by a lot. The 6th level of our universe illusion technique is indeed not on the same level as this illusion technique. If I continue to stay here, I probably won't be able to come out. Once this illusion is cultivated to the highest level, I'm afraid that it can really trap a ruler to death. The horror of illusion was that it could kill people invisibly, directly trap people in the illusion, and let them fend for themselves in the illusion. Once someone died in the illusion, They would also die in reality. Moreover, the terrifying thing was that no one could wake someone who was trapped in the illusion. Only an extremely powerful existence could wake someone up. For example, if the illusion of the illusory emperor was used to deal with ordinary almighty experts, such as the raging dragon, it could directly kill them and make them die in the illusion. In the illusion, countless scenes could be created, and even scenes of rulers killing people could be created. The peak of illusion was indeed terrifying. However, in this universe, illusion was not considered a very powerful method. Even the illusion of the illusory emperor was useless against the top 10 existences in the heaven list. After recovering from his shock, Qin Shao turned to the guardian of Ethereal Mountain and said, "Elder, the power of this illusion is truly unfathomable. In the past, I really didn't think that illusion could be so powerful. In our universe, illusions are just a small auxiliary method, even if it was cultivated to the extreme. Moreover, it is extraordinarily difficult to cultivate such a small auxiliary method to the extreme. Therefore, as far as I know, there is only one person in our universe who has cultivated illusion to perfection. But I didn't expect the illusion of the other universe to be so powerful." It was indeed a shock to Qin Zhao's mind. The guardian said, "This is nothing. As long as it is a method, it can be slowly cultivated to the extreme by capable people. As for illusion, it can be considered a relatively powerful method. Therefore, when it is cultivated to the extreme, it is not surprising that it can deal with the so-called rulers of a universe. I've seen people whose illusions can deal with universe masters, let alone rulers. Furthermore, they're able to kill them directly." What? Using illusions to kill a universe master? Qin Shao was shocked when he heard the words of the guardian of Sky Bridge Mountain. Universe masters, how powerful were they? They were the masters of the universe, standing at the pinnacle of the universe. Even if there were existences in other universes who were more powerful than universe masters were still invincible in their own universe. Just by relying on illusions, he was able to kill a universe master. Just thinking about it made him feel somewhat incredulous. The guardian of Ethereal Mountain nodded in agreement. "That's right. There's nothing impossible about it. In this world, illusions weren't the only kind of means. There are many more. Each of them can be cultivated to the extreme by the universe. In your universe, other than the Great Tao cultivation method, there are no other methods that can be cultivated to the pinnacle. Therefore, there are not many methods in your universe. Although the dreamland that I gave you isn't the best, it's still very brilliant. As long as you can cultivate it to the extreme, your illusion technique should be able to reach the 7th level of illusion technique, or even the 8th level. There is a critical point. As for how far you can go, it depends on your luck." Qin Shao furrowed his brows slightly as he looked at the guardian of Mount Ethereal doubtfully. "The 7th level of illusions?" The guardian looked at Qin Shao and said, "It seems like you don't know about this. Forget it, I will explain it to you. The illusion you know is divided into 6 levels in your universe, and the 6th level is the highest. However, that is not the case. The illusion I know is actually divided into 9 levels. In other words, the real illusion is 3 levels higher than the illusion in your universe. Therefore, it is naturally much stronger than the illusion in your universe. This dreamland is a quasi-8th level technique. Theoretically speaking, if you cultivate it to the extreme, you can step into the 8th level of illusion. However, it is not absolute. Everything depends on your luck. I can only say that if the effect is good, you can reach the 8th level of illusion. If not, you can reach the 7th level of illusion and be only a step away from the 8th level. Qin Shao was relieved. It turned out that there were actually 9 levels of illusion, and he was only at the 5th level. It was no wonder he felt that the dreamland was so powerful. If he could really cultivate his illusory arts to the 8th level, then not to mention trapping a ruler, it wouldn't be impossible for him to kill a ruler, right? However, Qin Shao did not dare to think about this for the time being. He was only at the 5th level, and there was still a long way to go before he could reach the 8th level. Although he had the illusion cultivation technique, it was far from enough. Whether he could cultivate the illusion to a higher level or not depended on his own efforts. All right, I'm only giving you some pointers because you're the first person in this universe to choose the 3rd path. Take it that I am too bored, and I don't want to wait any longer. I might not be able to give you pointers like this in the future, but I still hope that you can pass my master's test. Otherwise, I don't know how many years I will have to wait for the next person to come in, the guardian said with a hint of loneliness in his voice. At the same time, he also had high hopes for Qin Shao. After he finished speaking, he disappeared and left. Just as Qin Shao had guessed, the guardian of MT Ethereal was only giving him some pointers because he was bored. However, such pointers were too precious to Qin Shao. Of course, the most important thing was still to cultivate. Time to cultivate. Chapter 811. Qin Zhao's eyes were incomparably firm. This was the only path he could take now. With the assistance of the Dreamland cultivation method, Qin Shao had more confidence. However, Qin Shao was also very clear that although the Dreamland cultivation method was very magical, once he entered the Dreamland cultivation method, his mind would be lost in it and he would never wake up. He would live in that Dreamland cultivation method forever. Just now, Qin Shao had already felt that his consciousness would be slowly devoured. In the end, when his consciousness was completely devoured, he would completely forget about himself. The Dreamland cultivation method was becoming more and more like a real world, a world that one could not break free from. When an illusion became real, one could imagine how terrifying it would be. However, no matter how terrifying it was, it could not stop Qin Zhao's firm pace. Start cultivating. Qin Shao once again entered the Dreamland cultivation method. He once again entered the Dreamland cultivation method. Although it was clearly an illusion, he was willing to believe that this was a real world. It was like a person who had lost all hope in the world and found his own paradise. Everyone might have a weak spot in their heart, or there might be a place of desire. In this Dreamland cultivation method, it was infinitely magnified, allowing anyone to find their own paradise here. In this paradise, anyone would slowly sink into oblivion. There was everything one wanted here. There was no smoke, no war, no cruel survival laws, and no deception. There was only beauty here. Everything was so beautiful. Everything would happen according to one's wishes. This place was like a dream, and it would let one find unprecedented happiness. Although Qin Zhao's will have been telling him that this was the Dreamland cultivation method, Qin Zhao's was slowly being devoured and worn away. Qin Shao was more willing to believe that this was a real world. Here, he could get everything he wanted. If he wanted Gu Lingwei to wake up, Gu Lingwei would wake up. If he wanted his parents to become almighty, his parents would become almighty. If he wanted the 9 provinces continent to prosper, the 9 provinces continent would prosper. As long as he wanted it, everything would become a reality with a single thought. It felt so real, and everything was so real. Gradually, one would not be able to perceive the illusory taste. Gradually, one would forget that it was a Dreamland cultivation method, a cultivation method that did not exist. Gradually, one would be obsessed with it and completely sink into it. This process was unstoppable, and no one could reverse it. Time boiled the wine. Unknowingly, Qin Shao was completely immersed, completely integrated into the Dreamland. After completely sinking into oblivion, Qin Shao began to enter the reincarnation cycle. This was the beginning of the Dreamland cultivation method. To quickly improve illusion cultivation. The illusory kingdom's cultivation technique was also a fantasy world of 10,000 reincarnations. If he couldn't escape from this cycle of reincarnation, he would continue to be reincarnated. He would never be able to escape from the illusion. That was no different from death. Once the original body died, it would also die completely. Langia Kingdom, Yangzhou City, one of the three great aristocratic families, the Yi family. In the north corner of the Yi residence, there was a remote and shabby small courtyard. If one did not know, one would think that this was a storeroom. Even the servants of the Yi family would not live in such a shabby place. Moreover, this place was very remote, so remote that no one would come here unless they deliberately wanted to. In the empty courtyard, there were only a few locust trees that were obviously very old. They trembled in the cold wind and swayed with the wind, as if they could collapse at any time. A 16 or 17-year-old youth was bare-chested. His skin was bronze. Although his body looked very thin, the lines of his muscles were very strong. It was obvious that it was the result of training. In this weather where the cold wind was as sharp as knives, this youth was still bare-chested and practicing martial arts here. It could be seen how hard he worked. The youth's face was resolute and his eyes were very firm. There was a maturity and steadiness that did not match his age. This young man was Qin Zhao's first reincarnation in the dreamland. He had transformed into a 16 or 17-year-old boy called Yi Feng. His identity was that of the Yi family, one of the three great families in the Langia Kingdom's Yangzhou City, but his identity was very embarrassing. His father was originally a peerless talent, the pride of the Yi family. He was a peerless genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. Even when his prestige was at its peak, the Yi family collectively recommended him to be the head of the Yi family. However, Yi Feng's father had many brothers. His ranking was at the back, and there were several older brothers above him. Therefore, no one was willing to hand over the position of the head of the Yi family to Yi Feng's father. It was just that Yi Feng's father's strength was the best in Juanxiong, and he was also invincible in Yangzhou City. His prestige was extremely high. He had made great contributions to the Yi family, turning the tide several times and saving the Yi family from disaster. Therefore, Yi Feng's father's brothers joined hands and plotted to frame Yi Feng's father. Yi Feng's father's whereabouts were unknown, and he disappeared for 8 years. The position of the head of the Yi family had long been taken away by Yi Feng's uncle. Yi Feng's father was not there, so Yi Feng's mother was naturally bullied. However, for Yi Feng's sake, his mother had been swallowing her anger and suffering, surviving in the Yi family with difficulty. Yi Feng was naturally ostracized by his uncles and was also bullied by his cousins. That was why the mother and son were reduced to such a state. Yi Feng had been very sensible since he was a child. He was very clear that if he wanted to change the current situation, change his destiny, and get justice for his father, then he must have strength. He must have great strength to be able to do all of this. As the saying goes, a tiger father will not beget a dog son. Yi Feng's talent was actually extraordinary, but he did not get the resources of the family to cultivate. He had been suppressed, so he did not get the opportunity to show his edge. Yi Feng also knew that he had to hide his strength and bide his time, so he had been deliberately hiding his strength. He was afraid that once he showed his edge too early, it would bring him big trouble. However, no matter how much he endured, he finally exploded. Yi Feng's mother was very beautiful, so there were many people in the Yi family who had designs on Yi Feng's mother. Even his uncle shamelessly wanted Yi Feng's mother to be his concubine. Who would have thought that such a ridiculous thing would come out from the mouth of the head of the Yi family? Yi Feng's mother had always been chaste, so she would not agree to anyone's request. However, one day, Yi Feng's third uncle came looking for Yi Feng's mother under the influence of alcohol. He molested Yi Feng's mother and wanted to force himself on her. Yi Feng's anger that had been suppressed for so many years finally could not hold back and erupted like a volcano. Yi Feng actually killed his third uncle with his sword. One must know that his third uncle's strength was also very strong, enough to be ranked in the top 5 in the Yi family. In Yangzhou City, he was also a big shot, enough to dominate a region. However, he did not expect that he would be killed by Yi Feng. When he showed his edge, the whole city was in an uproar. He was so monstrous that he was even better than his father. A peerless genius should be a great fortune for the Yang family. However, the head of the Yang family naturally could not tolerate Yi Feng's existence, so he condemned Yi Feng and his mother in speech and in writing. He wanted to follow the family rules and execute the mother and son. Yi Feng used his humble strength, but his strength shook the sky. He actually used his own strength to break through time and time again in the face of danger, forcibly blocking the experts of the Yi family. The whole world was shocked, and all directions were in turmoil. This battle made Yi Feng famous all over the world. Yi Feng's action happened to be seen by an elder of the Blue Dragon sect. He praised Yi Feng and accepted him as a disciple, leading Yi Feng to the Blue Dragon sect. The Blue Dragon sect was a supreme, sacred ground, a supreme existence that stood above the Langya kingdom. Even the prince of the Langya kingdom wanted to enter the Blue Dragon sect and become a disciple of the Blue Dragon sect. However, even the prince had to pass a harsh test to become a disciple of the Blue Dragon sect. It could be said that the Blue Dragon sect could change the king of the Langya kingdom with a single word. This was the supreme power of the Blue Dragon sect. The Langya kingdom was just a representative of the Blue Dragon sect in the secular world. All the will of the Blue Dragon sect was still under the control of the Blue Dragon sect. Therefore, any disciple of the Blue Dragon sect was not lower than the king of the Langya kingdom. They could be on the same level as the king of the Langya kingdom. Therefore, if any family could produce a disciple of the Blue Dragon sect, their status was extraordinary and incomparably high. Even the royal family did not dare to offend them. The entire Langya kingdom had not produced a disciple of the Blue Dragon sect for more than 100 years. Even the monstrous Yi Feng's father was far from becoming a disciple of the Blue Dragon sect. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng surpassed his father and became a disciple of the Blue Dragon sect in one fell swoop. Once he became a disciple of the Blue Dragon sect, Yi Feng's status was naturally different. Even the king of the Langya kingdom personally came to congratulate him. The Yi family was even more shocked. Those who had bullied Yi Feng and his mother were all scared out of their wits. They all knelt in front of Yi Feng and his mother, begging for forgiveness. They all regretted bullying Yi Feng and his mother. However, Yi Feng was not soft-hearted. He directly withdrew from the Yi family and was no longer a member of the Yi family. However, he was still merciful. He did not punish the Yi family and cut off all ties with the Yi family. As for Yi Feng's mother, she was naturally arranged by the Wolfang country's ruler. He directly arranged for her to stay in a large mansion in the imperial capital. Moreover, he bestowed a large number of maids and servants, as well as a team of imperial guards to protect her. Her status was extremely high. Yi Feng wanted to enter the Blue Dragon sect to cultivate. Naturally, it was inconvenient for him to bring his mother along. With the king of the Langya kingdom taking care of her, Yi Feng was relieved. He would accept this favor first. As for the Yi family, naturally, they were incomparably regretful. The Yi family had produced such an amazing person. Unfortunately, they had already cut off all ties with the Yi family. If Yi Feng was still in the Yi family would have 100 generations of glory. They would be on the same level as the royal family. Then, everyone in the Yi family would be incomparably noble. Unfortunately, such glory was destined to not be with them. No matter how regretful they were, it was useless. Chapter 8:12. The sacred mountain was worshipped by all races. Countless devout believers knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, worshipping the sacred mountain. At the peak of the sacred mountain, the sacrificial altar was blazing with flames. Around the sacrificial altar, the patriarchs and priests of all races were kneeling. They were densely packed and filled the entire peak of the sacred mountain. At the foot of the sacred mountain, countless people from all races were kneeling. The number was probably in the hundreds of millions. Such a scene would be especially shocking if one were to look down from high up in the sky. On the sacrificial altar, the high priest of the sacred mountain held a scepter in his hand. He stood there like an emissary of the gods. A supreme divine light shone out, adding to the sacred radiance. On the pillar of the sacrificial altar, a handsome young man in his 20s was tied up. His body was full of bloody holes, and he was on the verge of death. In this time, the sacred mountain was worshipped by all races because of this young man. The high priest chanted, and beams of eerie light surged into the young man's body, causing him to suffer hell-like torture. Endless pain wrapped around the young man. However, the young man was unusually stubborn. Although his expression was extremely painful, he did not make a sound. He relied on his incomparably strong willpower to support his weak body. The young man's eyes were clear, without a trace of turbidity. It was obvious how strong his willpower was. Even under such endless torture, he did not compromise at all. One voice after another rang out from the top of the sacred mountain, filled with extreme anger, condemning the young man in speech and writing. Qin Shao blasphemed against the gods. His crime deserves to be cut into pieces. The sacred mountain's might is sacred and inviolable. Anyone who touches it will die. No one is an exception. He can be disrespectful to the sacred mountain just because he is talented. He cannot be left alive. Even if he is a rare martial arts genius, he will die if he dares to touch the sacred mountain. I hope that the juniors of the myriad races will remember the lesson of this child's past. We will kill this young man. We pray that the gods will not punish us. Hearing these words of condemnation, the young man's face was expressionless. He fell from glory to the point of being condemned by tens of thousands because of a conspiracy. He was originally a peerless genius of the Shao clan, a talent rarely seen in 1,000 years. He had no parents and was picked up from the forest by the elders of the Shao clan. Therefore, he was not a member of the Shao clan. Because of his status, he was naturally bullied by the people in his clan, especially because of his extraordinary talent in the martial way and his peerless appearance. Once he started cultivating the martial way, he would reveal his edge. Naturally, he would attract the jealousy of his peers. As a result, the grudges between them were quite deep. Therefore, someone set a trap for Shao Feng, accusing him of blasphemy and challenging the prestige of the sacred mountain. This caused the sacred mountain to tremble. The sacred mountain was shaken, and the high priest of the sacred spirit emissary was furious. He sent people to arrest Shao Feng and kill him on the spot as a warning to others. However, Shao Feng had an unyielding nature. He knew that he was being framed, so he naturally argued for what was right. However, when it came to the matter of blaspheming gods, no one listened to Shao Feng. Thus, they naturally ignored him and killed him in anger. In order to save his life, Shao Feng resisted. Naturally, the situation became more and more intense. In the end, Shao Feng killed the law enforcement team of the Sacred Mountain. The high priest was furious. He took action and arrested Shao Feng. Then, he held a meeting of the 10,000 clans and publicly sentenced Shao Feng to death. This was to tell the world, to shock the 10,000 clans, and to punish the Sacred Mountain. Speaking of which, Shao Feng was an unlucky person with a bitter life. However, no one sympathized with him. Countless people even called him a bastard, a disaster. Because of Shao Feng's involvement, the old man who raised Shao Feng was also forced into a dead end. After the high priest finished chanting, he pointed his finger. Countless demonic lights enveloped Shao Feng. The sacred mountain descended, and countless people became even more pious. Touch the sacred spirit, and your body will be destroyed. Your soul will be imprisoned and trapped in the 9-tier purgatory, never to be reincarnated, the high priest said, and the heavenly punishment descended. At this moment, Shao Feng, who was enveloped by these divine lights, suddenly became clear in his mind. Memories surged out one after another, instantly causing his eyes to become sharp. 10,000 reincarnations. This is the 10,000th reincarnation. The dust of 10,000 reincarnations has passed by. How fast? The corners of Xiao Feng's mouth curled up into a smile. In fact, he wasn't Xiao Feng. He was Qin Zhao's 10,000th reincarnation. Once the 10,000 reincarnations were over, if he couldn't wake up, he would completely sink into oblivion until he died. However, Qin Xiao had woken up from the 10,000 reincarnations. This meant that he had endured the 10,000 reincarnations. The Dreamland realm is indeed a higher-level illusion technique. After experiencing the 10,000 reincarnations, my illusion technique has directly risen to the 7th level. Unfortunately, it hasn't risen to the 8th level. Qin Xiao curled her lips. She shook her head inwardly, feeling somewhat regretful. If he could break through to the 8th level of illusions in one go, he would be a heaven-defying monster. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. If he could reach that level in one step, it would be strange. One had to know that the 8th level of illusions was an illusion technique that could deal with sovereigns. It was inconceivably powerful. The 7th level of illusions was enough. It could be said that Qin Xiao had achieved his goal. At this moment, the high priest frowned slightly. He discovered that Qin Xiao didn't die after he sent down the divine punishment. Not only did he not die, but the injuries on his body also healed in an instant. His entire person also changed from his dispirited appearance and his aura soared. What's going on? With a thought, Qin Xiao's thick black iron chains turned into nothingness. Qin Xiao took a step forward, and his entire person soared into the void like a god. Such a change caused the entire sacred mountain to fall into silence. Everyone looked at Xiao Feng with incomparable shock. Even the high priest's gaze became incomparably strange. The way he looked at Qin Xiao changed greatly. Qin Xiao's gaze swept around indifferently and finally landed on the high priest. With Xiao Feng's memories, Qin Xiao naturally knew what was going on. He naturally knew the origin of the high priest in front of him. In terms of strength, the high priest in front of him was roughly equivalent to the wondrous technique realm of the 9 provinces world. Such a realm was extremely ordinary in the 9 provinces world. However, in this place, it was incomparably powerful. No one could compare to it. The people worshipping him were very weak. There weren't even many in the bone transformation realm, and very few in the reincarnation realm. Most of them were only in the strength and spirit energy realms. Qin Xiao glanced at the sacred mountain. The so-called god that lived there was the object of worship of the myriad races. In fact, it was only equivalent to the saint realm of the 9 provinces world. A saint realm expert could live for 10,000 years. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary people, a saint realm expert was a godlike existence. They were worshipped and worshipped by the myriad races. You, a mere wondrous technique realm expert, dare to call yourself a god's messenger? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, Qin Xiao said indifferently. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the high priest's expression became even more strange and unsightly. The worshippers were even more shocked. They didn't know what was going on. In their eyes, only the high priest was capable of standing in the air. Since when did Xiao Feng become so powerful? Wasn't he only in the early stage of the bone transformation realm? The high priest also felt a powerful threat from Qin Zhao's body. This made the high priest very unhappy. He shouted angrily, "How dare you disrespect this high priest? Quickly come and die." The high priest's dignity couldn't be challenged by anyone. The high priest attacked again. This time, he attacked with all his strength. However, in Qin Zhao's eyes, the high priest wasn't even an ant. As soon as he attacked, Qin Xiao swept over with his will. The high priest immediately fell to the ground dead. Dead? On the summit of the holy mountain, when the patriarchs and priests saw this scene, their eyes widened, and they stared dumbfounded at all this. They were shocked to the extreme. This was the high priest, an invincible existence in their hearts. This was the god's messenger. How could the high priest die? Moreover, he died without even touching the corner of Xiao Feng's clothes. How could this be? In everyone's hearts, the high priest had always been incomparably powerful. He had always been high and mighty. He had always been an existence that they respected. However, such an existence had died in front of them without even being able to withstand a single blow. This was naturally a huge blow to them. The high priest died just like that. It was too unbelievable. What was going on? How could Xiao Feng be so powerful? How could this be? Countless questions surged in everyone's hearts. After dealing with the high priest, Qin Xiao looked at the sacred mountain and said, "You should come out too. Don't hide there. Do you really think you're a god? You're just a sage. You're still too far away from becoming a god. You're not even a god. Do you think it's useful to collect the power of faith? There's no way to help you break through to the divine realm. Don't you think it's funny that you're spreading faith here and fooling others?" Boom! Qin Zhao's words sounded like thunder in everyone's hearts. Countless people had the impulse to come up and kill Qin Xiao. How dare he blaspheme a god in public and offend a god? This was simply unforgivable. However, Qin Zhao's strength was there for all to see. Naturally, no one dared to act rashly. Arrogant brat. How dare you? A figure soared into the sky. Divine light shone, illuminating the entire sacred mountain. This was the god that the sacred mountain referred to. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the so-called god indifferently. He said, "The one who should be bold is you. You call yourself a god. Aren't you bold and reckless? Brat, you're courting death." The so-called god was completely enraged. He wanted to kill Qin Xiao. However, before he could reach Qin Xiao pointed his finger and imprisoned his body in the air. The so-called god's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Qin Xiao, dumbfounded. His face was full of disbelief. You're a god. A god? What? A god? Xiao Feng was a god? The people who were worshipping were completely dumbfounded. How could Xiao Feng be a god? This was too unbelievable. Qin Xiao ignored the people and looked at the void. The reincarnation of 10,000 generations should be over. Chapter 8:13. The Mother Egg Planet had been open for 30,000 years and would close in 70,000 years. In the past 30,000 years, the situation on the Mother Egg Planet was getting worse and worse. Under the siege of the three realms and the Otherverse, the divine world was completely helpless. They were in a passive position with no hope in sight. The 5 great holy lands of the divine world had also started to make preparations and deploy their forces in preparation for the calamity. The Otherverse forces were also gathering in the dark, and the hidden chess pieces were about to be deployed. A calamity had already started brewing and was about to erupt. Such a matter naturally made many Almighties worried. Once the calamity broke out, ordinary Almighties would basically be cannon fodder. But once the war really broke out, no one would be able to escape. After all, this matter concerned everyone. After being trapped for another 10,000 years, one High Fiend Lord and the other 3 had been guarding Qin Xiao silently. They did not understand what was going on with Qin Xiao. It had been 10,000 years, and there was no reaction from him at all. He was completely like a rock. If not for the fact that Qin Xiao was still alive, they would have thought that Qin Xiao was already dead. They were very clear that only Qin Xiao had the possibility of breaking out of this illusion. But it was only a possibility. It could be said that the possibility was infinitely close to 0. To break through from the 5th level of illusion to the 6th level of illusion was a huge leap in quality. If Qin Xiao was given enough time, they believed that Qin Xiao should be able to do it. But the reality was that time was too limited. There was only a short 80,000 years. What could be done in 80,000 years? Even in the current era of the universe, there was no one who could break through from the 5th level of illusion to the 6th level of illusion in a short 80,000 years. Even for the illusory Great List, it took him tens of billions of years to break through from the 5th level of illusion to the 6th level of illusion. As for his speed, it could be considered fast. 80,000 years was simply impossible. Even if Qin Shao was a monster and had unparalleled talent, it was still impossible. In fact, theoretically speaking, it was impossible for Qin Shao to do this. However, Qin Shao was fortunate enough to receive the guidance of that existence from Mount Godspan. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly opened, and Wanhai Evil Monarch and the others' expressions changed. After waiting for more than 10,000 years, Qin Shao finally woke up. Qin Shao stood up and looked into the void. Previously, he had no way of finding the illusory emperor's hiding place. But now that his illusion technique had reached the 7th level, the illusory emperor's illusion technique was naturally not worth mentioning in his eyes. With a single glance, he was able to see through the illusion. Therefore, the hiding place of the illusory emperor was naturally not in the shape of a shield and was found by Qin Shao at a glance. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on the illusionary monarch. The illusionary monarch also felt Qin Zhao's gaze. His face suddenly changed and became gloomy. How could it be? Qin Shao found him with a single glance, which meant that he had completely seen through his illusion technique. Then, there was only one possibility. Thinking of this, the illusionary monarch was shocked and couldn't believe it for a moment. How could it be? How many years had it been? It had only been 11,000 years. What could he do in such a short time? Could it be that Qin Shao had really cultivated his illusion technique to the 6th level? The illusionary monarch really couldn't believe such a situation. It was completely impossible. He knew that Qin Shao had a peerless talent, but he really didn't think that Qin Shao had the ability to break through in just 80,000 years, not to mention that only 11,000 years had passed. Qin Shao took a step forward and came in front of the illusionary monarch. The corner of his mouth curled up as he looked at the illusionary monarch with a sneer. Seeing Qin Shao appear in front of him and directly tear his illusion technique, the illusionary monarch didn't have any hope. He had to admit that Qin Shao could indeed break his illusion technique. Qin Zhao's illusion technique was definitely at the 6th level. Inconceivable. This was simply inconceivable. In just 11,000 years, this monstrous guy had actually improved his illusion technique from the 5th level to the 6th level. It was too unbelievable. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, the illusionary monarch still found it hard to accept. It was really hard to believe. You really cultivated your illusion technique to the 6th level. The illusionary monarch stared at Qin Shao in a daze. His expression was very interesting, and his heart was obviously very uncomfortable. The 6th level? The corner of Qin Zhao's mouth curled up into a faint sneer. He just didn't want to say that his illusion technique was actually at the 7th level. What? Are you surprised? Could it be that you think that Qin Shao, can't do something that you, the illusionary monarch, can't do? Qin Shao looked at the defeated illusionary monarch with a chuckle. The illusionary monarch snorted heavily and said, "Boy, don't be so arrogant. I really have to admit that your talent is indeed incomparably monstrous. It is really amazing. I also didn't expect that you could improve your illusion technique from the 5th level to the 6th level in just 11,000 years. In less than 30,000 years, you improved your illusion technique from nothing and even directly cultivated it to the complete 6th level. It's no exaggeration to say that such a thing is absolutely unprecedented, and it will be difficult for anyone to do it in the future. It took me nearly 100 billion years to reach this point, but you only took 30,000 years. Qin Shao smiled proudly and said with a bit of sarcasm, "Are you praising me like this to show how weak you are? It's true that you, the illusionary monarch, are just trash in front of me. You don't have any objections to my words, right?" The illusionary monarch's expression became even more unsightly. How dare he point at his nose and call him trash? How could the illusionary monarch tolerate such a thing? The illusionary monarch was also gnashing his teeth in anger towards Qin Shao. He snorted angrily and said, "Humph, So what if you have broken my illusion technique? Do you think you can walk out of here unscathed today? In order to deal with you, we have already set up a series of plans. We even planned for my failure. So, do you think it's over? Not over. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, "Actually, in my opinion, it's already over." Swoosh! A figure suddenly rushed out silently. Walking in the illusionary monarch, a cold figure came out of the void. The sinister smile on the illusionary monarch's face deepened. This time, he didn't come alone to stop Qin Shao. Other than him, there was also the Dark Emperor working together with him. One was in the light, and the other was in the dark. But soon, the illusionary monarch's expression changed drastically because the Dark Emperor wasn't attacking Qin Shao. Instead, he was attacking the illusionary monarch. Facing the Dark Emperor's sudden attack, the illusionary monarch was quite frightened. But by the time he reacted, it was already too late. The Dark Emperor's terrifying attack was already in front of the illusionary monarch. The illusionary monarch could only make a hasty move. But in a hasty move, it was naturally difficult for him to unleash his full strength. Under such circumstances, the Dark Emperor's attack sent the illusionary monarch flying. He kept vomiting blood. The illusionary monarch's strength lay in his illusion technique. In terms of actual combat, the illusionary monarch was naturally far from being a match for the Dark Emperor. The Dark Emperor's strength was unparalleled in the universe. This was enough to prove how strong he was. After injuring the illusionary monarch with one attack, the Void Emperor didn't give the illusionary monarch a chance to catch his breath. He continued to attack. The illusionary monarch was shocked and angry as he roared, "Dark Emperor, you're crazy. We're on the same side. Qin Shao is our enemy. Hurry up and kill Qin Shao." However, the Dark Emperor sneered and said, "You're wrong. I'm actually a spy from the God Realm. Do you really think I'll work for you? Illusionary monarch, today is the day you die." What? People from the God Realm? How is that possible? Didn't the Dark Emperor have Eros's blood? Wasn't he the descendant of Eros and the Netherworld race? How could he turn to the God Realm side? How could this be? Such a situation completely stunned the illusionary monarch. He didn't dare to believe it. However, the Dark Emperor once again attacked him. He had no choice but to believe that the Dark Emperor was serious. Damn it, how irreconcilable. Seems like we've underestimated the God Realm's methods. It's really impossible for us to guard against them. After the illusionary monarch cursed fiercely, he used all his strength to cast his illusion technique. He wanted to use his illusion technique to stop the Dark Emperor. However, the illusionary monarch was horrified to find that his illusion technique had failed. It was no longer effective. He couldn't cast it. Without his illusion technique, how could the illusionary monarch be a match for the Dark Emperor? How could he block the Dark Emperor's attack? Swoosh! Another figure descended. He emitted an extremely gloomy and powerful aura. He held a strange weapon in his hand and charged at the illusionary monarch. Seeing the person who descended, the illusionary monarch's heart almost jumped out of his throat. He was shocked to the extreme. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the person who descended. "Erwei, as a member of Eros, why are you attacking me? You're actually helping people from the God Realm. What are you trying to do?" If the Dark Emperor had turned traitor, even if the illusionary monarch found it hard to believe, it wasn't impossible. However, Erwei had turned traitor. The illusionary monarch really didn't understand and didn't dare to believe it. Erwei was a member of Eros. However, this time, he was the one who set up an ambush here to deal with Qin Shao. The three of them formed an iron tower like an iron wall. Even if an existence ranked in the top 10 of the heaven ranking were to come here, he would be suppressed by the three of them. This move was absolutely foolproof. After all, Qin Zhao's influence was too great. He was the only one who could turn the tide and change the outcome. However, the situation before his eyes really puzzled the illusionary monarch. No, it can't be like this. There must be something. Could it be? The illusionary monarch shook his head and immediately denied the thought in his heart. He thought of a possibility, and a thought came to his mind. Chapter 814. It's an illusion. The illusory emperor finally reacted. There was no other explanation other than this. His illusion technique was also unparalleled in the universe, so he was very sensitive to illusions. After carefully inspecting for a while, he realized that this was an illusion. He had unknowingly fallen into Qin Zhao's illusion. How could this be? Moreover, he had only vaguely sensed it now. He hadn't really sensed it. What did this mean? This meant that Qin Zhao's illusion technique was stronger than his. She could suppress him. That was why he had discovered such a situation. Otherwise, if they were both at the 6th level of illusion technique, there was no way she could enter the illusion without him noticing at all. The illusory emperor knew that he had fallen into an illusion at this time, but he had no way to break it. He couldn't find the heart of the illusion at all. How could this be? The illusory emperor almost went crazy. He was unparalleled in the universe in terms of illusion technique, but he didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of others today. The Dark Emperor and Wei crazily attacked the illusory emperor. The illusory emperor knew that both of them had fallen into an illusion at this time, so they treated him as an enemy and wanted to kill him quickly. In this case, unless he could break the illusion, there was no way to solve the crisis in front of him. However, this illusion technique was too profound and terrifying. He couldn't even understand this illusion technique, let alone dispel it. If he couldn't break it, then he would die. Even if it was a one-on-one fight, he was no match for either the Dark Emperor or Wei. At this time, the two of them were working together to kill him. How could he stop them? Moreover, his illusion technique had completely lost its effect. Under such circumstances, it was even more impossible for him to be a match for the Dark Emperor and Wei. The illusory emperor desperately wanted to find a way out, but there was no way at all. At this moment, he was really desperate. He could only desperately ask for help, but it was too late. A cold sword directly pierced through the illusory emperor's forehead and directly into his sea of consciousness. It caused his divine heart to collapse, his soul to shatter, and his divine body to instantly shatter and turn into nothingness. Everything was heading toward destruction. The illusory emperor was dead. To think that an extremely powerful being would die just like that. This was an existence that was ranked in the top 30 of the heaven roll. To think that he would die just like that. The illusory emperor's illusory technique was unparalleled in the universe, which made him famous. Previously, he had trapped almost all the almighties of the 5 great holy lands of the divine realm by himself. It was enough to show how powerful he was. But now the illusory monarch was dead, killed by Qin Zhao, a 4th-step divine realm cultivator. Now that the illusory emperor was dead, the illusion he laid down was naturally broken. Wanhai Fiend Monarch and the others walked out of the illusion. When they saw the corpse of the illusory emperor lying there peacefully, evil Lord Wanhai and the other 3 were stunned. They stared at the scene in disbelief. Dead? The illusory emperor is dead? Did Qin Zhao kill the illusory emperor? This. Wanhai Fiend Monarch and the other 3 were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was indeed too unbelievable. Even a powerful existence like the illusory emperor was killed by Qin Zhao. Even if he was stronger than Emperor Gongyu, he wouldn't be able to kill the illusory emperor. However, Qin Zhao did it. This made the 4 of them prostrate themselves in admiration. But all of this wasn't over yet. Qin Zhao continued to attack Wei. At this moment, Wei was trapped in Qin Zhao's illusion and couldn't walk out of it. Under such circumstances, it would be much easier for Qin Zhao to kill Wei. After all, Qin Zhao's illusion was too powerful. Even the illusory emperor, who was invincible in the universe, couldn't resist Qin Zhao's illusion, let alone the others. Wei resisted a few moves, but he still couldn't block Qin Zhao's attacks. On Qin Zhao's 10th move, he died under Qin Zhao's sword. Another almighty with strength comparable to the top 30 of the heaven list died under Qin Zhao's sword. Even evil Lord Wanhai and the others felt that it was too crazy. It was really crazy. Just looking at it was enough to make one's heart jump. It was too exciting. It was a complete test of one's nerves. Dark King's fate couldn't escape death. This Dark King, who was known as the #1 assassin in the universe, only lasted 12 moves before dying in the hands of Qin Shao. Qin Shao's strength was strong enough. In addition, his current illusion was heaven-defying. He used his illusion to trap Dark King directly. Naturally, Dark King didn't have much strength to resist. One had to know that the 7th level of illusion, not to mention the level of the Dark Emperor, even Qin Shao, who was in the top 10 of the heaven ranking, could trap him. Therefore, dealing with Dark King didn't take too much effort. One was the illusory emperor, who was invincible in illusion. The other was the Dark King, who was invincible in assassination. And the last one was a top almighty from Eros. The three of them were originally ordered to guard this place together to ensure that nothing went wrong. They wanted to ensure that Qin Shao couldn't walk out of the illusory emperor's illusion. They wanted to ensure that there wouldn't be any accidents. With the three of them guarding this place, even if an existence in the top 10 of the heaven list came, the three of them could join forces to fight back. In the depths of the desolate land's divine palace. Ha, this is great. This is really great. This is really satisfying. We've been stifled for 30,000 years. Now we can finally hold our heads high. Qin Shao. Oh, Qin Shao, I really underestimated you. Well done, well done. I'll remember this great merit. Hegemon Glory Emperor laughed heartily, his face full of praise. Master Qingye couldn't stop smiling. He praised Qin Shao even more. In the past, people always compared Qin Shao to me when I was young. Now, there's no need to compare. When I was young, I wasn't as monstrous and heaven-defying as Qin Shao. I've never admired someone as much as I do now. I'm afraid that in this universe era, no one can compare to Qin Shao when it comes to monstrous talent. This is incredible. It's too incredible. Even the usually dignified and reserved Hegemon Baron Sword wasn't stingy with his praise. Yes, he really is monstrous. His growth is truly astonishing. If this continues, Qin Shao won't be able to stop him from becoming a sovereign, even to the point of becoming a universe master. Universe master? Hearing this, Hegemon Glory Emperor and Master Qingye's eyes lit up slightly. Their expressions changed slightly. This was the level they'd been pursuing all this time. Master Qingye was still young, so he wasn't in a hurry. However, Hegemon Glory Emperor had lived for an unknown number of years, and he still hadn't been able to take this step. Actually, Hegemon Glory Emperor knew that there wasn't much of a chance for him to become a universe master. As for Master Qingye, there was still a chance, but it was infinitely close to zero. It had been a long time since a new universe master had been born in the universe. To become a universe master, one didn't just rely on talent and luck. One also had to rely on the universe origin. It was easier when the universe was first created. That was why the current universe masters had basically all grown up when the universe was first created. The further one progressed, the more difficult it became. When one reached a certain level, it was practically impossible. That was why the universe hadn't produced a universe master for an unknown number of years. Even if Qin Shao was monstrous and heaven-defying, it was still unlikely for him to become a universe master. Chapter 815. In the depths of the boundless universe ocean, two towering figures were exuding anger. Their terrifying aura could destroy the heavens and the earth. Gods could destroy Buddhas. The void in this part of the universe shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. Eros, you should have gotten rid of this kid long ago. Now, you have nurtured a tiger. This kid is a monster. I'm afraid it's rare to see someone like him in the Great Thousand Universe. If we didn't get rid of him early, he would have grown to such a terrifying level. The situation on the mother planet was originally in our grasp. However, because of this kid, the situation has been turned around. Damn it, damn it. The machine lord roared furiously, causing the void to tremble. It was as if it was on the verge of collapse. The Lord of Erluo's expression was extremely ugly. He had not expected this situation. If I had known that this brat was so monstrously powerful that he would affect our grand plan, I probably would have considered killing him at all costs. However, this kid is Red Dustguest's disciple after all. Red Dustguest has only accepted one disciple. Red Dustguest has always kept a low profile. He has always stayed out of things and has never helped either side. However, no one knows his character. If we touch his disciple and cause him to attack us at all costs, it won't be a good thing for us. Even if the mother planet fails, it won't affect our plan too much. However, if we provoke Red Dustguest, I'm afraid our plan will have to change. The Machine Lord was silent for a moment before he nodded. That's true. No one knows Red Dustguest's character. His strength is even more unfathomable. If he were to switch sides with the God Realm, I'm afraid it would really have a huge impact on our plan. However, perhaps our chances come. Chances come? What chance? Lord of Eros looked at the Machine Lord and asked in confusion. The Machine Lord revealed a cold smile and said, "The demonic beast universe's final tribulation is about to arrive. If the demonic beast lord and the others want to survive, they will have to attack the Hongmeng universe at all costs. These two universes are right next to each other, and there's also a passageway between them. Those clones from the deity world are guarding the passageway. But once the calamity comes, the Warcraft universe will definitely launch a large-scale attack. Once that happens, we'll work together with the Lord of Magical Beasts and the others from the inside and attack together. There's no need to fear that this universe won't fall into our hands. Although this universe has already reached the 8th era, there is still at least one more era. One era is enough for us to take a breather. As long as we can obtain the acknowledgement of the universe's origin will, we might have a chance to break through. Once we reach that stage, we won't care about the destruction of this universe era. At that time, we can be completely free and unfettered, and even have the opportunity to enter the Holy Land." As he spoke, the Machine Lord's face revealed a look of yearning. Lord of Eros also had a look of yearning, but he still frowned slightly and said, "We haven't dealt with the Lord of Magical Beasts before, and we can't grasp his temperament. It's still unknown whether the Lord of Magical Beasts is willing to cooperate with us. Once the Lord of Magical Beasts is unwilling to cooperate with us and wants to take the Hongmeng universe for himself, it'll be hard to say." The Machine Lord shook his head and said, "Impossible. If the Lord of Magical Beasts had such capabilities, he wouldn't have waited until now. I'm afraid he would have launched an attack on the Hongmeng universe long ago. Therefore, the demonic beast universe must be willing to cooperate with us. Otherwise, there's no way he can kill his way into the Hongmeng universe. He should be very clear about this." Yes, that's true. We all have common interests. But if the Lord of Magical Beasts gets involved, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to divide the interests in the future. Lord of Eros nodded and then shook his head helplessly. He said, "But there's no other way. Even if we take over the Hongmeng universe, I'm afraid the Lord of Magical Beasts won't leave it at that. He'll definitely invade again. Once we have a great battle with the God Realm, even if we win, I'm afraid our vitality will be greatly damaged. By then, we won't be able to resist the power of the demonic beast universe, and we'll become the demonic beast universe instead. Rather than that, it's better to sacrifice some interests and cooperate with the Lord of Magical Beasts. This way, our chances of success will be much higher, and we'll even have a 100% chance of success. It's just that we'll lose out in terms of the distribution of interests. But it's fine. We just need to become the masters of this universe and get the origin will of this universe to acknowledge us. That's enough." The Machine Lord nodded and said, "Yes, that's enough. But this matter isn't urgent. We don't know when the Lord of Magical Beasts will make his move. Maybe the Lord of Magical Beasts is still watching and waiting for us to make the first move so that they can reap the benefits. For the time being, let's deal with Qin Shao first." We've been plotting for a long time on the mother planet. We can't just admit defeat like this." Lord of Arrows frowned deeply and said, "Machine Lord, do you have any other way to deal with this kid?" Su Huan and the others died at the hands of this kid. His illusion technique has already reached the 7th level. Even the top 10 on the heaven list might not be his match. There shouldn't be anyone on the mother planet who's his match. Our people can't compete with him at all. How are we going to resolve this situation? The Machine Lord sneered and said, "On the surface, there's no way to resolve this situation. But we can start with this kid himself. Leave this to me." Lord of Arrows looked at the Machine Lord with some confusion. He didn't know how the Machine Lord could deal with Qin Shao. After the Illusory Emperor, the Dark Emperor, and Wei, the 3 main Almighties died at the hands of Qin Shao. The situation on the mother planet was completely reversed. The realm of the gods could hold their heads high and were no longer suppressed by the power of the 3 realms and the Otherverse. Qin Shao showed his invincible power and went to help others out of trouble. The Almighties from the Otherverse and the 3 realms were also scared out of their wits. How would they still dare to fight with Qin Shao? Therefore, those Almighties retreated one after another. They wanted to hide and stay away from Qin Shao so that they wouldn't be targeted by Qin Shao. But the 5 great holy lands of the realm of the gods fought back and entangled those Almighties, making it difficult for them to escape. Taking this opportunity, they waited for Qin Shao to come. This caused a new war to break out on the mother planet. Under Qin Shao's heaven-defying means, no one could stop him. It was as if he had entered a no-man's land. Anyone who was targeted by Qin Shao only had death waiting for them. Qin Shao's illusions were at the 7th level. Even the top 10 on the heaven leaderboard might not be able to stop Qin Shao's illusions. Even the illusionary emperor had died at the hands of Qin Shao. No one else could stop him or break through his illusions. Just relying on illusions alone was enough to make Qin Shao invincible. Such means were enough for Qin Shao to turn the tide and suppress everything. Therefore, the news of victory kept coming back, and the morale of the 5 great holy lands of the divine realm rose higher and higher. As the realm of the gods grew stronger, the 3 realms and the Otherverse morale naturally weakened. The scales began to tilt in the realm of the gods' favor. One after another, Almighties from the 3 realms and the Otherverse died at the hands of Qin Shao. The realm of the gods began to fight back frantically. After being suppressed for 30,000 years, it was time for a change of roles. Under the madness of the realm of the gods, Almighties died one after another, their blood splattering the sky. The Almighties from the 3 realms and the Otherverse fled. Those who couldn't escape could only fight with their lives on the line. On the realm of the gods' side, there were also deaths. However, when it came to the righteous cause of protecting their homeland, the Almighties from the 5 great holy lands of the gods' side did not hesitate. They did not frown. They were willing to lay down their lives and spill their blood. The war on the mother planet was even more intense and bloody. Qin Shao walked alone on the mother planet, looking for his next target. The further he went, the harder it was to find his next target. At this moment, Qin Shao felt that images were surging in his mind. In an instant, his consciousness was pulled into the world of his mind. Qin Shao's brows furrowed deeply as he was forcefully pulled into the consciousness of his mind. It was as if he had entered a dream. There was a solemn expression on his face. Qin Shao was deceived. He knew that a universe master must have made a move. Otherwise, it would not be possible for such a thing to happen. Qin Shao had not expected that a universe master would make a move on him. Faced with such a situation, Qin Shao did not dare to hesitate. He immediately wanted to ask the palace master of Desolate Land for help. However, a voice rang in Qin Shao's mind. "Little friend Qin Shao, don't worry. I don't mean to hurt you. Besides, it's just my consciousness that has descended. I can't kill you. You don't have to inform the palace master of Desolate Land. How about we talk?" It was an unfamiliar voice. It was not the voice of Master of Arrows. Qin Shao had seen Master of Eros once. He had also heard his voice and felt the aura of Master of Eros. This was clearly not him. A completely unfamiliar aura and a completely unfamiliar voice. Another Otherverse Master? Qin Shao knew that the power of the other universe was not as simple as Eros. However, after staying on a mother planet for more than 30,000 years, he did not know if there were other powers of the other universe. Qin Shao could feel that the other party wasn't here to kill him, and it was just as the other party had said. It was basically impossible for the other party to kill Qin Shao with just a strand of will. Even if it was possible, it would not be done in a short time. During this time, Qin Shao could totally ask for help. Therefore, Qin Shao temporarily gave up on the idea of asking for help. Instead, he asked, "Who are you?" The voice said, "It doesn't matter who I am. You should know that I am an Otherverse Master. I would like to have a good talk with you. What do you think, little friend Qin Shao?" The tone of the Machine Master was not bad. He gave off a friendly vibe. However, Qin Shao did not think that the other party was really so friendly. It was just an act. Chapter 816. Haha, little friend Qin Shao, you're pretty straightforward. All right, since you want to be honest, I'll be honest with you. I'm the Machine Lord, the leader of the machine race. The voice sounded again and took the initiative to introduce himself to express his sincerity. Machine Lord? Qin Shao frowned slightly. He really didn't know where the Machine Lord came from. He had never heard of the machine race, nor had he ever seen one. It seemed like the Machine Lord was a power from another universe that had been hiding in the universe all this time. It was even more secretive than Eros. After hiding for so long, he finally couldn't hold himself back anymore and decided to join forces with Eros to deal with the God Realm. Those who aren't of my race are bound to have different intentions. Qin Shao didn't have a natural dislike for people from other universes. After all, his master was an Otherverse Lord. However, Qin Shao really hated people from other universes like Eros. Qin Shao obviously had some reservations about the Machine Lord. However, he still wanted to see what the Machine Lord wanted to do for the time being. May I know why the Machine Lord is looking for me? Qin Shao asked. The Machine Lord said, "Little friend Qin Shao, your demonic talent is something that few people in the primordial universe have been able to compare to in many eras. It's even more so in this universe era. With such talent, even in the Great Thousand universe, he's definitely one of the best. Your talent is indeed very admirable. I also admire you quite a bit." These words of praise allowed Qin Shao to gather a lot of information. Primordial universe? It seemed like that was the name of this universe. After knowing about the existence of other universes, it wasn't surprising that each universe had its own name. Otherwise, it would be difficult to distinguish them. It seemed like the universe that he lived in was called the Primordial Universe. The Great Thousand Universes should be referring to the situation outside the universe. So there were Great Thousand Universes. Based on what the Machine Lord said, did that mean that there were more than 1,000 universes in total? Or is there even more? The Great Thousand could be a precise reference, or it could be a general reference. If it was a general estimate, then the number would be far more than just 1,000. Thinking about it, it was quite frightening. One universe was already big enough. If there were a lot of universes, then this world was really incredible. At least, Qin Shao couldn't imagine it with her current vision. In the face of the Machine Lord's deliberate praise, Qin Shao did not show much joy. Instead, she said calmly, "Machine Lord, I don't think you came to me today just to praise me, right? I'm a straightforward person, so I like to be direct. Machine Master, if you have something to say, why don't you just say it so that we don't waste each other's time?" However, the Machine Lord did not seem to care about Qin Zhao's words. Instead, he said slowly, "It's a pity that you were born at the wrong time. Otherwise, your future would be limitless. You have such a monstrous talent, but it's a waste. It's really a pity." Qin Shao frowned slightly and said with a puzzled expression, "Machine Lord, Why do you have to speak halfway? Why don't you get to the point? Hearing this, Qin Shao became even more wary of the Machine Lord. It seems that you don't know. The Machine Lord shook his head and said, That's true. After all, you're just a fourth-step celestial. You haven't reached that level yet. You definitely haven't come into contact with the core secrets of your universe. You should know about the universe era, right? Of course, Qin Shao knew about the universe era. Then do you know about the lifespan limit of the universe? The lifespan limit of the universe? There was such a thing? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. He knew that there were universal eras, the destruction of eras, and the reincarnation of eras. However, this shouldn't be the end of one's lifespan. A reincarnation was a new life. Therefore, Qin Shao really didn't understand the Machine Lord's words. The Machine Lord continued, It seems that you don't understand. In that case, I'll explain it to you again. Every universe has a lifespan limit. Just like mortals, there's a lifespan limit. Just like ordinary deities, there's a lifespan limit. The universe has an era. Each era is a reincarnation. Each reincarnation is a new life. The cycle repeats. The limit of reincarnation is 9. In other words, every universe has a maximum of 9 universe eras. Once it reaches the 9th universe era, the end of the era, the universe will be completely destroyed. It will no longer exist in a vast thousand universes. It will be truly and completely destroyed. And your Hongmeng universe is now in the 8th universe era. There's only one more universe era left before your Hongmeng universe will be completely destroyed and cease to exist. Qin Shao finally understood that there was such a thing. He really didn't know about it before. However, one universe era was simply too slow for Qin Shao. It was so slow that Qin Shao couldn't reach the end of it. Qin Shao didn't know how long a universe era was either. In short, he didn't dare to imagine it. Qin Shao frowned slightly and said, What does this have to do with me? To me, things that are too slow are not things that I need to think so far ahead. Not to mention the 9th universe era. Even the 8th universe era is still a long time for me. It's enough time for me to grow up. Machine Lord, it seems to be completely meaningless for you to tell me all this. No. It has a lot to do with you. It's very meaningful. Machine Lord shook his head and asked again, Then let me ask you a question first. You should know that there are only 10 universe masters in your universe, right? Qin Shao didn't have to hide this question. Since Machine Lord had said it out loud, it meant that he knew. To universe masters, this was certainly no secret. Then do you know that, in fact, none of the 10 universe masters were born in your universe era? Machine Lord asked again. What? This piece of news did surprise Qin Shao quite a bit. He was quite shocked. Out of the 10 universe masters, none of them were born in this universe era? How could this be? Qin Shao had always thought that the 10 universe masters were all born in this universe era. But now he realized that this wasn't the case. This was a little too strange. But judging from Machine Lord's words, it didn't seem like he was lying to him. Besides, Qin Shao could also ask Master Qingye and the others this question, so there was no need to lie about this. A universe master should not have done such a thing. Then what does it mean? Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, Machine Lord, are you trying to tell me that it's very, very difficult to become a universe master? Machine Lord, you don't have to tell me this, do you? Of course, I know that it's very, very difficult to become a universe master. However, what others can't do, Qin Shao, can do, right? There are many things that others can't do, but Qin Shao, can do it. My goal is indeed to become a universe master, but I believe that I can achieve it with my own efforts. When it came to ambition, Qin Shao did have some. First of all, his teacher was a universe master, so he could give him a lot of guidance in this regard. Secondly, his avatar was a Ningxin Mountain. If he could pass the final test, he would be able to obtain the inheritance of a great being who was superior to a universe master. Once he obtained that inheritance, Qin Zhao's confidence in becoming a universe master would increase by several notches. Therefore, Qin Shao was not blindly confident. Machine Lord shook his head lightly and said, No, no, no. Your talent and potential are naturally indisputable. I said that you were born in the wrong time, and it's a pity. If you were born well, you would have a 90% chance of becoming a universe master. Unfortunately, you were born in the eighth era of a universe. Do you know what it means? Qin Zhao's frown deepened. He still didn't understand what Machine Lord was trying to say. What did the eighth era mean? Didn't it mean that this universe was about to reach its limit? But there was still a long, long way to go before this limit. It was so long that Qin Zhao couldn't imagine it. You should know why your godly world is fighting so hard for origin crystals. It's because your godly world is using up its origin power too quickly. If you don't replenish it, then your godly world won't be able to produce another great being in the future. This is a problem of the universe's limit. At the beginning of the universe and the beginning of the era, all the laws of the Great Path are still in their infancy. For those who comprehend them, it's naturally very easy to comprehend them, and the probability of becoming a universe master is also greatly increased. By the same logic, at the beginning of a universe, it's very easy to become a universe master, but it gets harder and harder as time goes on. By the 8th and 9th eras, it's almost impossible. You're now in the 8th era, and it's the end. So if you want to become a universe master at this time, the probability is 0. In other words, no matter how hard you work, no matter how monstrous your talent and potential are, there's no way you can become a universe master. Your limit is a universe master. Do you think you're willing to just be a universe master? There was no way he could become a universe master? Was it really so absolute? Qin Zhao had always felt that common sense was meant to be broken. He had created miracles time and time again, rewriting history. But this time, Qin Zhao could feel that Machine Master was not lying to him. Actually, after thinking about it for a while, Qin Zhao could understand what was going on. The situation was indeed very likely to be so. He could understand it after thinking about it. But was there really no way to change it? Was there really no way to go against the natural order? Little friend Qin Zhao, you should know that I'm not lying to you, and there's no need for me to lie to you. If you're willing to pledge allegiance to us, after we occupy this universe, we'll definitely help you become a universe master. Machine Master took the opportunity to throw out a tempting offer. Finally, the fox's tail was revealed. This was his last thought. Chapter 817. The Machine Master smiled faintly. I naturally have my ways. Since I dare to say this, I must have absolute confidence. That's my promise to you. Promise? Qin Zhao shook his head. But I'm sorry to say that I don't trust your promise at all. I have no way to make any judgment based on your one-sided statement. There's a saying in my hometown, those who aren't of my race must be punished. To be honest, I really don't trust you people from other universes. I don't even dare to trust you. The Machine Master was still smiling faintly. Don't you think your words are a little one-sided? Don't you think the scope is a little too broad? Your master is also an Otherverse Lord. Don't tell me you don't even trust your master. Qin Zhao said, that's different. Of course I trust my master. Believe me, I built you on a certain foundation. I don't know much about you, Machine Master, much less know you well. So, how do you expect me to believe you when you're being so vague? The Machine Master continued. If you're willing to join us, I'll naturally tell you everything I know. Naturally, you'll believe me. You and I don't have a working relationship at the moment, so we haven't met face to face yet. Naturally, I'm holding back. I can only tell you that everything I just said is true. I can vouch for it on my honor and even swear an oath. Qin Zhao still shook his head. I'm not a 3-year-old child, so there's no need to say such things. Oaths are sometimes worthless. You're an Otherverse Lord, so the origin will of our universe has no binding effect on you. Therefore, even if you swear an oath, you won't be punished at all if you go back on it. There's no need to say such empty words to me. If you, Machine Master, are sincere, then speak clearly. I'm a straightforward person. I like to speak openly about everything. I'm sorry, but I really don't like things that are too dark. The machine master was silent for a moment before he said, All right, little friend Qin Xiao, since you want to understand, I can give you an explanation. But after you figure out, are you sure you can cooperate with us? Qin Xiao did not answer directly. Instead, she said, There's a saying in my hometown that goes like this. Men don't care about betrayal. The only thing that matters is whether the price is high or not. Everyone is selfish. I promise that I also have a selfish heart. The situation is still unclear, so I'm sorry. I can't say anything. A good man doesn't care about betrayal. The only thing that matters is how big the price is. Haha, this sentence is quite interesting. I also know that there is a saying in the God realm, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Everyone is selfish, so what's wrong with being unscrupulous in order to achieve one's goals? Everyone's success is achieved by stepping on countless bones, whose hand are not stained with blood. If one wanted to achieve a supreme position, then one had to seize everything and defeat everything. Sometimes, he would not hesitate to use all means. Pink skeletons, to us, everything is just a cloud of smoke. After the Machine Lord laughed, he said, Do you know why we, the forces of the other universe, cannot coexist peacefully with the forces of your universe? If we could coexist peacefully, then we wouldn't have to fight with the divine realm at close quarters. We wouldn't have to create such a huge catastrophe. Because we have no other choice, we can only fight. If we don't fight, then what awaits us is death. We are fighting for survival, not for plunder. We fight because we have no other choice. I'm also unwilling to sacrifice my people, but there is no other way. Qin Xiao frowned slightly, but he did not dare to believe the Machine Lord's words so easily. The Machine Lord had made it sound so miserable, but it was nothing more than an attempt to win his sympathy. Qin Xiao, you're the master of the origin world, so you should understand some things. The origin worlds will repel and restrict outsiders. Just like your origin world, when mortals from the outside world enter your origin world, they will be restrained by the origin world's will, and their strength will be greatly affected. Moreover, in your origin world, it will be difficult to move an inch, and cultivation will not be easy. This was indeed the case, and Qin Xiao could understand it very well. The origin worlds will have a protective effect on the origin world, so it would naturally repel and suppress external forces. According to this line of thought, the origin worlds would repel and suppress the forces of the other universe. This was very easy to understand. Qin Xiao continued to listen. He wanted to hear what the Machine Lord had to say. The Machine Lord continued. When we from the other universe enter your universe, we will naturally be suppressed and suppressed by the origin world's will. Therefore, our strength will not be able to reach the standard that it should be. Not only that, but our cultivation in your universe is even more difficult. We can only hide in the endless sea of darkness. If we enter the territory of the God realm, there is no way to cultivate at all. Therefore, in your universe, we can only live in darkness like rats, hiding in the shadows. Moreover, because of the suppression of the origin world's will, it is very difficult for us to give birth to strong people. Even the reproduction of our descendants is greatly suppressed. In the long run, the forces of our other universe will slowly wither away. This is a huge crisis for us. We have no way to survive well in your universe, so we have no other choice. There is only one path we can take, and that is to invade your universe and occupy it. As long as we succeed in occupying your universe, we will force the origin worlds to recognize us. Then, our identities will be rationalized, and we will no longer be suppressed by the origin world's will. We will be able to live in this universe without restrictions. This is our path to survival, so we must start a war. The winner takes all. This is a war for survival, a war we have no choice but to fight. Young friend Qin Xiao, I have said so much. You should be able to understand that we are not evil people. We are only fighting for survival. No matter whose point of view you look at it from, there's nothing wrong. It just depends on how you look at it. Qin Shao did not know that behind the outbreak of war between the forces of the other universe, there was such an unknown secret. If what was said was true, then there seemed to be nothing wrong with fighting for survival. Of course, there was no right or wrong in this world. It just depended on how you looked at it and how you understood it. If you felt that it was right, then it was right. If you felt that it was wrong, then it was wrong. It was true that the forces of the other universe were fighting for survival, but now that the God world was fighting to protect its home, there was nothing wrong with that. Qin Shao said, "Then what does this have to do with me becoming the master of the universe?" Machine Master said, "Of course it has something to do with it. If we, the other universe, win and occupy this universe, then the origin worlds will change. When the origin worlds will changes, it is also the time when this universe is at its weakest, and the great paths of the heavens will also be at their weakest. And after the war, many of the universe's top existences will be killed or injured, and a large amount of the origin world's power will return to the universe. There will be a blowout period, and it will return to its best growth period. And during this period, it will be the best time for you to become the master of the universe. Over the endless years, we have accumulated a large amount of origin crystals. When the time comes, we can give you all of them to help you become the master of the universe. Given your talent, becoming the master of the universe is a sure thing. But the prerequisite for this is that we must win and occupy this universe. Then we can make the origin worlds will change. Only then will we have the chance." Machine Master's words sounded flawless, and even Qin Shao felt that the possibility was very high. But even so, Qin Shao was still not the least bit tempted. The only reason he had replied to Machine Master in such a way was because he wanted to get more information from Machine Master. Qin Shao gave a cold laugh, but he still shook his head and said, "These are all what you, Machine Master, said. But whether or not this is the truth, no one knows. I have already said that I can guarantee that you will definitely become the master of the universe," Machine Master said. But Qin Shao still said, "That is only a guarantee from you, Machine Master. To me, it is not trustworthy. So I will not believe in this kind of illusory thing, and I will not be tempted." Machine Master's aura suddenly became colder, and there was a tinge of anger in his tone. He said, "Are you really going to give up the chance to become the master of the universe? If you give up this kind of opportunity, you will not get another chance. Besides, if you insist on being our enemy, then the first one we will get rid of will be you. Do you think that with your power, you have the ability to contend with us? One side is death, and the other side is becoming the master of the universe. You will achieve immeasurable success and stand at the top of the world. Are you sure you will not cooperate with us? Qin Shao, you are a smart man. You should know how to weigh the benefits. If you go against us, you should know that you will not have a good ending." Qin Shao was not angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "Ha! And now that you have failed to tempt me, you have changed to threatening me? If I, Qin Shao, were so cowardly, I am afraid I would not have made it to where I am today. Along the way, I do not know how many people and powers have threatened me, saying that they will kill me. But look at me, am I not still alive and well? On the mother planet, I was able to make it to where I am today, step by step. Do you think I will be afraid of the threatening words of you, Machine Master? Do you think I will be afraid of the revenge of the power of your alternate universe? If you want to fight, then let's fight. If the power of your alternate universe is really so strong, then my God world would have been conquered by you long ago. The fact that my God world can still stand to this day and not fall proves how strong the foundation of my God world is. You have wild ambitions, and you will reap what you sow. If you want to be the enemy of my God world, then let's see if you have the ability to do so. Humph, what an ignorant brat. You really refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I have given you benefits, and you do not want them. Instead, you are rushing to your death. Fine, fine, fine. Since you do not know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame us for not being courteous. I would like to see if you can still be so righteous. Don't think that just because your master, Red Dust Guest, is protecting you. We will not dare to touch you." The machine master was thoroughly enraged, but Qin Shao was still unmoved. His face was calm, and he said, "As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. When I, Qin Shao, walk the universe, I have never relied on my master's name. Whether or not I can be so arrogant depends on whether you have the power to kill me." Chapter 8:18. Humph, humph, humph. A bone-chilling sneer resounded in Qin Zhao's consciousness. If Qin Zhao's willpower had been any weaker, this voice alone would have been enough to obliterate Qin Shao. After all, this voice contained a willpower attack that obeyed Universe Master. How terrifying was the wrath of a Universe Master? One untactful lad. Since you insist on walking down this path of no return, we'll see. After Automaton Master left these harsh words, he left Qin Zhao's consciousness. As soon as Automaton Master left, Qin Shao woke up instantly. It was as if he had just woken up from a dream. Everything had returned to reality. Thinking of Automaton Master's threat, Qin Zhao's lips curled into a ruthless sneer. "No one has ever been able to threaten me. Those who are not of my race must be killed." Humph! You want me to betray my race? How can I, Qin Shao, do that? So what if I can't become a Universe Master? Just as there's a saying in 9 Provinces world, a gentleman loves money, and he obtains it in a proper way. If I want to become a Universe Master, I'll rely on my own efforts. I won't use underhanded means. I, Qin Shao, have always been upright and honest. I've always had a clear conscience. I've always been able to face heaven and earth. This is my principle as a person, and also my bottom line. I don't dare to say that I'm a good person, but at least I still have a sense of justice in my heart. The law of survival in this universe is indeed cruel. I have no way to change this cruel law of survival. I can only adapt to it. Only within this law can I find my own path and live a life with a clear conscience. Qin Zhao's eyes were so resolute. His determination was so unbreakable. He had always had his own principles, and his bottom line was absolutely uncrossable. No matter what, he would firmly believe that he could be this kind of person, an upright and honest person. And this was the charm of a person's personality. Some people, no matter how strong they were, but if their personality was not charming enough, they would still walk the path of evil. They would be condemned by everyone, spurned by the world, and not tolerated by the world. After that, the immortal realm became even more unstoppable. After the Automaton Lord's bait plan failed, the Otherverse forces also realized that the situation was hopeless and that there was no way to change it. They could only retreat completely to preserve some of their strength. Thus, the forces of the 3 realms and the Otherverse all issued the order to retreat, and everyone who could escape did so. But if the forces of the Otherverse and the 3 realms wanted to flee, how could the heavenly realm give up so easily? The God realm would naturally seize such a great opportunity. The war had already begun, after all. They might as well take advantage of this opportunity to weaken the forces of the 3 realms and the Otherverse. With a freak like Qin Shao, this was an invisible divine weapon. Qin Shao put on a show of invincible might, and with the help of the almighty experts from the 5 holy lands, more than 30 of them died at his hands. More than 10 of them were in the top 100 of the heavenly rankings, and quite a few Otherverse experts. In addition to the almighty experts killed by the various almighty experts of the God realm, the 3 realms and the Otherverse lost more than 40 almighty experts this time. It could be said that more than half of them had died, and the casualties were incomparably heavy. Only a small number of them managed to escape. The battle on the Mother Egg planet had clearly caused the 3 realms and the Otherverse to suffer a complete defeat. This was especially true for the 3 realms, whose losses could be said to be enormous. Such losses caused the 3 realms to vomit blood incessantly. In addition to the casualties, the three realms could not obtain any source crystals. This was a considerable disaster for the three realms. After dealing with the forces of the three realms and the Otherverse, only the people from the 5 holy lands of the God Realm were left on the Mother Egg planet. Moreover, after this disaster, the 5 holy lands of the God Realm were unprecedentedly united, so the search for source crystals became very easy and enjoyable. The biggest beneficiary was naturally the Desolate Land Shrine. Because of Qin Zhao's existence, after killing more than 30 almighty experts, he obtained quite a number of source crystals from them. In addition to what he had obtained previously, the Desolate Land Shrine naturally had more source crystals than the other 4 holy lands. The search for source crystals was still ongoing. The atmosphere in the God Realm also recovered a little, and it was no longer as tense as before. As long as the Mother Egg planet was protected, the God Realm had nothing to worry about. They believed that the 3 realms and the Otherverse were not ready to launch an all-out war, but the God Realm had to be prepared. However, the great victory on the Mother Egg planet gave the God Realm more time to prepare. With a buffer, they did not have to worry about anything. The God Realm had won a great victory in the Great War of the 4 Realms. Among the almighty experts of the 5 holy lands of the God Realm, Qin Zhao's reputation had once again skyrocketed. From the previous 3rd place on the Earth leaderboard, he had now risen to the top 10 on the Heaven leaderboard. There were even a lot of discussions that had already started to sound out. TSK. Qin Zhao is really too monstrous and heaven-defying. He killed the top 100 on the Heaven leaderboard as if he was chopping cabbages. Isn't this strength a little too terrifying? What level is this strength at? He's definitely in the top 10 on the Heaven leaderboard. Hey, if you compare Qin Zhao's current strength with Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayong, who do you think is stronger and who is weaker? That's really hard to say. After all, no one knows the exact strength of Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayong. That's right, their strength has always been a mystery. Some say it's at the level of the top 10 on the Heaven leaderboard, while others say it's at the level of a dominator. However, there's no definite conclusion. Even the Heavenly Court Island did not specifically state the strength of Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayong. I feel that Qin Zhao's current strength is completely on par with Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayong. Perhaps Xiao Feng's current strength should be at the top of the Earth leaderboard. I can only say that it's possible, but don't be too sure. After all, Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayong have lived for a few epochs without dying. No one knows how terrifying their strength is. No matter how terrifying it is, could it be more heaven-defying than the top of the Heaven leaderboard? I also feel that Qin Zhao's strength should be at the top of the Earth leaderboard now. It might be a little too early to say that he's at the top of the Earth leaderboard. Let's wait for the Heavenly Court Island to update the Earth leaderboard first. Qin Zhao's battle on the Mother Planet can be said to have completely spread his name throughout the universe. In the future, Qin Zhao will also be one of the great figures in the universe. Those who could be ranked in the top 10 of the Heaven leaderboard were definitely at the peak of existence in the entire universe. They were definitely great figures. Every one of their names was enough to shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. And now, Qin Zhao was also standing at this level. Moreover, he stood at this level as a 4th-step heavenly god. Therefore, many people now compared Qin Zhao, Tian Lingzi, and Lord Huayong. Qin Zhao now vaguely felt like he had surpassed the rules of the Earth leaderboard. Just like Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayong, he was an anomaly. Following that, the Mother Planet was calm and peaceful. Nothing unexpected happened. The battle on the Mother Planet was only known to some of the core almighties of the 5 great holy lands of the Divine Realm. Moreover, they were all forbidden from spreading it privately. Therefore, the outside world did not have anything to do with it at all. A great disaster had already happened on the Mother Planet. A great disaster that even affected the survival of the Divine Realm. To those ordinary people, it was still as calm as before. However, there were also some hidden dangers in this calm. After 70,000 years of waiting, the Earth leaderboard was updated once again. However, what made many Almighty sigh was that Qin Zhao's ranking was still at the third place of the Earth leaderboard. He still could not surpass Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang. Some people who originally thought that Qin Zhao's strength should be at the top of the Earth leaderboard were also somewhat shocked. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the strength of Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang was. Even Qin Zhao, who was firmly in the top 10 of the Heaven leaderboard, was estimated by some people to be at the level of the top 5 of the Heaven leaderboard. However, even so, there was still no way to shake the position of Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang. One could imagine how powerful the two of them were. Therefore, it caused a lot of discussion. They were all hating the strength of Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang. They were all discussing whether they could be on par with the first place of the Heaven leaderboard. Regarding this discussion, there were two different voices. Some people thought that it was possible, while others thought that it was not possible. Some people thought that Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang were existences that had lived from the previous era until now. They were definitely abnormal and absolutely heaven-defying. They both hid huge secrets on their bodies and had heaven-defying methods. The current number one of the Heaven leaderboard was only an almighty that had grown up in this era. Therefore, according to this comparison, it was possible that Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang were heaven-defying and could surpass the current number one of the Heaven leaderboard. However, the opposing voices believe that if they surpassed the current number one of the Heaven leaderboard, they would be at the level of a ruler. Even if Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayang were heaven-defying, they should not be able to reach the level of a ruler. If a fourth-step heavenly god could reach the level of a ruler, how heaven-defying would that be? It was simply unimaginable. 100,000 years passed quickly, and the Mother Egg planet began to close. An irresistible force forcibly moved everyone out of the Mother Egg planet. Qin Zhao and the others flew out of the Mother Egg planet one by one. The Baron Sword Sovereign and the other sovereigns had been standing guard outside the Mother Egg planet. When they saw everyone come out, they smiled and went to welcome these heroes. The 12 people of the desolate land Divine Palace all came out unscathed. The 12 people of the Heavenly Court Island all came out. The other 3 holy lands all suffered casualties, but the Jiang clan suffered the most. They lost 3 almighties. The Star Alliance and the 9 Dragons Palace each lost 2 almighties. The God Realm lost 7 in total. This was a very light price to pay. You've all worked hard. Sword Sovereign Huang nodded solemnly to everyone as a sign of praise. His gaze landed on Qin Zhao, and he said, "Especially you, Qin Zhao. The reason why our God Realm was able to achieve such a great victory is all because of you. The Temple Lord will personally reward you for this great service." You are the hero of the desolate land Divine Palace and the hero of the God Realm. We welcome your return. It was the first time the Baron Sword ruler had praised someone so highly. Chapter 819. The Spirit Mountain Island Lord of Heavenly Court, the Babel Tower Lord of the Star Alliance, the 9 Solitude Ruler of the 9 Dragons Celestial Palace, and Zhang Taichu of the ancient Jiang clan all came forward to praise Qin Zhao and express their gratitude. After all, they'd all invited Qin Zhao to their holy lands and treated Qin Zhao as a guest of honor, let alone a 4th-step celestial god. Even an almighty being invited by another sacred ground was a supreme honor. Most of the Heaven Roll Almighties had never enjoyed such an honor before. Only the top 10 on the Heaven rankings, like Tian Lingzi and the Lord Huayang, were able to enjoy such glory. But now, Qin Zhao had received an invitation from a holy land as well, and all 4 of them at that. It would be difficult to find a second person in the God Realm to receive such an honor. Qin Zhao naturally accepted each and every one of the 4 Holy Lands invitations. Of course, Qin Shao had no plans to pay them a visit in the near future. Most of the time, such an invitation was still a matter of etiquette. However, Qin Zhao's relationship with the Holy Lands was certainly good. It wasn't just the Holy Lands rulers. The four Holy Lands experts were also very grateful to Qin Shao, especially those who'd been saved by Qin Shao. They owed him a debt of gratitude. Such a favor was enough for them to view Qin Shao as a friend. After bidding farewell to everyone, the Barren Sword ruler led Qin Shao and the others back to the Desolate Land Shrine. It would take 3,000 years for them to return. After 100,000 years of toil from the mother egg, everyone needed a good rest. Everyone drank together and spoke freely. They were all in a very good mood. After all, the Temple of Desolation had reaped the greatest harvest this time. According to the final tally, the Temple of Desolation had harvested nearly 200 billion source crystals, which was nearly double the expected 100 billion. Moreover, the 100 billion they'd expected was only the most ideal. In truth, the Shrine of the Desolate Land's true goal was 50 billion. This time, they'd exceeded the quota by several times. With careful planning, such an amount of origin crystals could ensure the prosperity of the Shrine of the Desolate Land for more than 1 trillion years. This would be the foundation of the Desolate Land Shrine. The other four Holy Lands had also reaped a good harvest. The three realms were the unluckiest this time. They'd suffered a double loss. Not only had they failed to obtain any origin crystals, but they'd also lost the lives of many experts. Qin Zhao's status in the Desolate Lands Temple was on the same level as Lord Huayong, the Flame Emperor, and the Ninth Floor. The God Realm's Palace's Glory's Palace was Glory's God Palace in the Desolate Land's Palace's strengths. Of course, for Qin Shao, the biggest gain from this trip to the Mother Planet was that his strength had greatly improved. Qin Shao didn't care about other things. What he cared about the most was his strength. His illusory techniques had been cultivated from nothing to the 7th level, surpassing the limits of the Hongmeng universe. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Qin Shao was now the #1 illusory master in the Hongmeng universe. Even the rulers who were good at illusory techniques couldn't compare to Qin Shao in terms of illusory techniques. What Qin Shao lacked now was his own level. After all, he was only a 4th-step heavenly god. He wasn't even a great being yet. His level was Qin Zhao's biggest shortcoming. However, illusory techniques were only an unorthodox technique for Qin Shao. They were supplementary techniques that didn't have much of an effect on his cultivation of the Great Path. Therefore, Qin Shao still hoped to improve his cultivation of the Great Path, his heart energy, and his true meaning of power. These 3 paths of cultivation were the true Great Path. They were the cornerstones that would allow Qin Shao to become a ruler or even a universe master. So what if his illusory techniques were powerful? They were only a means in the end. Even if Qin Shao cultivated his illusory techniques to the 8th or even the 9th level, he wouldn't be able to improve his level. The level was the foundation. If he couldn't improve his level, no matter how heaven-defying his techniques were, they would be in vain. Take Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayong, for example. Their techniques were indeed heaven-defying and had reached an unbelievable level. However, their cultivation had been stuck at the 4th step of the heavenly deity stage, which severely restricted them. Although their status was incomparably high, they couldn't reach the ruler level. This was the shortcoming of their level. It was an insurmountable red line. Qin Shao had heard from his teacher about the importance of the level. The level was everything. No matter how many techniques one pursued, if one couldn't improve his level, it would be useless. Barren Sword Emperor called Qin Shao aside and said, "Qin Shao, did a universe master come looking for you?" Qin Shao wasn't surprised by Barren Sword Emperor's question. This kind of thing was indeed easy to predict. Qin Shao didn't have anything to hide in front of Barren Sword Emperor. He nodded and said, "Yes, Barren Sword Emperor. A self-proclaimed machine master came looking for me in my dream and threw out tempting conditions. He wanted me to betray him and turn his side. He said he would make sure I became a universe master." Barren Sword Emperor said, "Machine Master's method of entering dreams is unparalleled in the world. It's his specialty. However, these are just small tricks. Those who aren't of our race are bound to have different intentions. Fortunately, you didn't believe Machine Master's words. However, I'm very confident in you. You won't betray your race. Qin Shao nodded and said, "By the way, Baron Sword Emperor, Machine Master told me that no matter how heaven-defying my talent is, no one can become a universe master. Is that true?" In fact, Qin Shao believed this saying. However, it was only Machine Master's words. Qin Shao believed it, but he didn't dare to believe it completely. Or rather, he was still a little unwilling to accept it and wanted to ask Baron Sword Emperor for his opinion. The Baron Sword Dominator's brows furrowed slightly, and his expression became somewhat grave. He looked at Qin Shao and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Although the Machine Lord isn't entirely correct, it's basically the same. In reality, that is indeed the case. Since the Machine Lord has told you all this, you should now know about the universe epochs. Our Hongmeng universe is now in the 8th epoch. In another epoch, we will reach the limits of the universe. 9 by 9, return to 1. After the 9th era is destroyed, everything will cease to exist and return to nothingness. Therefore, the further we go, the lower the probability of becoming a universe master. Of course, that's only the probability, but it's not absolute. It doesn't mean that there's absolutely no possibility of becoming a universe master. It's just that theoretically, it's basically impossible. However, there are some special circumstances that can happen. For example, you entered the 9th region of Mountain God Crossing in the Savagery universe. You should know roughly who the master of Mountain God Crossing is. If you can get his inheritance, you'll have a much higher chance of becoming a universe master. In our universe, besides the miracles left behind by visitors from other universes like Mountain God Crossing, there are also other miracles left behind by visitors from other universes. As long as you're lucky enough to get them, your chances of becoming a universe master will naturally increase. Therefore, this kind of thing isn't absolute. It mainly depends on your personal luck. Qin Shao nodded. Only then did he feel somewhat relieved. This meant that there was still a glimmer of hope. It wasn't completely impossible. In fact, Qin Shao had thought the same before. Nothing was absolute. After hearing Baron Sword Emperor's words, Qin Shao was completely convinced. This made him even more determined. No matter how slim the chances were, he had to give it a try. Baron Sword Emperor, Qin Shao asked. This time, the forces of the 3 middle realms and the alternate universe lost on the mother planet. Will they start a new war of the 4 realms? Baron Sword Emperor shook his head and said, "It's hard to say for now. All I can say is that it's possible. As for the specifics, it depends on how much preparation the 3 realms and the alternate universe have made. However, the automaton race and Eros have been lurking for countless years. I believe they've made a lot of preparations. The battle on the mother planet is very likely to be the fuse. However, even if a new war of the 4 realms is going to break out, it shouldn't happen so soon. Both sides need to make preparations. Besides, they've just lost the battle on the mother planet. It's very unlikely that they'll start a war of the 4 realms when their morale is low. Also, it's very unlikely that they'll break out all at once. It's very likely that some chess pieces will appear in secret one by one to weaken the godly realm's strength and divert their attention so that the godly realm won't be able to defend itself. According to the experience of the last war of the 4 realms, the chances of it happening within 1,000,000 years is close to 0. However, we don't have much time left. The godly realm has already begun to make preparations. After the war of the 4 realms, we all expected something like this to happen. Therefore, for countless years, the godly realm has secretly made a lot of preparations. 1,000,000 years was a relatively long time for Qin Shao. After all, Qin Shao hadn't lived for 200,000 years yet. For Qin Shao, there was still some time to prepare. The Baron Sword Emperor waved his hand and said, "All right, let's not talk about this for now. Right now, What you need to do is to increase your strength as quickly as possible and raise your realm as quickly as possible. You still have 1,000,000 years to prepare. With your talent, it's very likely that you'll become a ruler. Once you do, you'll be a great help to the godly realm. If you become a ruler, your strength will probably rise to the top of the ruler ranks. In a war of the 4 realms, at the very least, only the top 10 powerhouses on the heaven ranking will be able to decide the outcome. When the time comes, it'll be a battle of the strongest. Moreover, some ordinary powerhouses will only be cannon fodder in the early stages. Those below the level of powerhouses are no different from ants. Those below the level of powerhouses don't have the qualifications to participate in the War of the 4 Realms. Before the War of the 4 Realms erupts, there will be a large number of small wars. The countless chess pieces that the Otherverse has secretly placed in the godly realm will also erupt one after another, bringing endless disasters and endless wars to the godly realm. Such wars will cause the deaths of countless citizens of the godly realm. Only when we achieve victory in the War of the 4 Realms will everything settle down. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. Those cruel scenes had already surfaced in his mind. Qin Shao hated to see such scenes the most. When he'd been immortal, the calamity that had befallen the 9-province continent was still vivid in his mind. It was as if it had just happened yesterday. This was an unforgettable pain and hatred in Qin Shao's heart. The 3 realms were originally part of the primordial chaos universe, but they wallowed in the mire with the Otherverse forces. Their wild ambitions are truly deserving of death. We won the War of the 4 Realms, and will definitely win this time as well. Those who invade our garden will be punished, no matter how far away they are, Qin Shao said resentfully. The Baron's sword sovereign nodded, but the corners of his brows were slightly furrowed. After 3,000 years, they finally returned to the Godly Wilds Palace. As for the Godly Wilds Palace, Hegeman Greenleaf and Hegeman Glorious Emperor led the others to welcome the return of the brave warriors and welcome the hero, Qin Shao. They were not stingy with their praises. Thunderous applause resounded throughout the hall. Master Qingye was all smiles as he looked at Qin Shao and the others. Heroes of the Desolate Land Shrine, we welcome your triumphant return. Your efforts and hard work have helped the Shrine of the Desolate Land acquire large amounts of precious resources. This will allow the Shrine of the Desolate Land to prosper for hundreds of trillions of years. This is your contribution, so I have to give you a proper commendation. At the same time, I'll reward you on behalf of the Shrine Master. Palace Feather, you've done well in leading the team this time. I'll reward you with 3 Universe Oddities, 2 Dao Integration Pills, 3 liters of Frost Soul Crystal Origin Fluid, 1 Crimson Rock Feather, and 1,000 contribution points. Emperor Palace Feather looked ashamed. In fact, his contribution as the leader of the team wasn't even worth mentioning. However, since the Shrine Master had given him a reward, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept it. Thank you for your generosity, Shrine Master. I'm ashamed to accept this. Master Qingye waved his hand. There's nothing to be ashamed of. The Shrine Master has always been fair and impartial when it comes to rewards and punishments. Since the Shrine Master has rewarded you, it means that you're qualified to receive these rewards. Even if you didn't do well in leading the team this time, you've at least worked hard. Furthermore, you've done well. One by one, the Almighties receive their rewards. Yi Junhe was rewarded with one of the 10 ultimate techniques and a few treasures that were worth 1,000 contribution points. Most importantly, Hegeman Greenleaf's gaze landed on Qin Shao. Everyone else's gazes landed on Qin Shao as well. There was no question that Qin Shao had contributed the most to the battle on the Egg Planet. His merits were unparalleled. Therefore, his reward would definitely be the greatest. Master Qingye smiled. Qin Shao, you've contributed the most this time. You're the greatest. No matter how many rewards I give you, it will never be enough. The Shrine Master has asked me to take you to him. He will personally reward you. All right, everyone else is dismissed. Qin Shao, come with me to see the shrine master. Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the shrine master to ask him to see him directly. The others were also envious, but this was understandable. Given Qin Zhao's contributions, no amount of reward would be enough. However, the rewards were obviously limited. Therefore, the shrine master personally receiving Qin Shao was an intangible reward. It was a supreme honor. Qin Shao followed Master Qingye into the depths of the desolate land shrine. Chapter 820. Seeing the desolate land temple master again, Qin Shao felt that the temple master was much kinder to him this time. He was like a grandfather looking at his grandson. Greetings, temple master. Qin Shao bowed respectfully, then stood there with his head slightly lowered. Even though the desolate land temple master was very kind to him, Qin Shao still felt a little suffocated in front of a universe master. The invisible pressure would always spread. The desolate land temple master waved at Qin Shao and said, "Don't be so formal. Just sit down." Qin Shao nodded and sat down in front of the desolate land temple master. Master Qingye also sat down beside Qin Shao. "Qin Shao, your contribution this time is immeasurable," the temple master said. "Any reward you want will not be excessive. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell me. I'll satisfy you as long as it's within my means," said the desolate hall master. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, "Temple master, I don't do things for merit, and I don't want any reward. As a member of the desolate land temple, it is my duty to support the desolate land temple and protect the dignity of the desolate land temple. As a member of the human race, it is natural for me to care for the human race. I will not let the other races invade us. There's a saying in my hometown that every man is responsible for the rise and fall of a country. I always feel that the greater a man's power, the greater his responsibility. Just like when I was in my hometown, as my power increased, my responsibility grew. The burden of protecting my hometown gradually fell on my shoulders. Now that I am in a high position, I have to stand up. Now that the God realm is in trouble, I am duty-bound to help. I will not turn back. Those who do not belong to our race must be killed. The three realms and the powers of the other universe are in cahoots with each other. We must stand up bravely and contribute our strength. In my hometown, there's a saying that goes, if brothers are of one heart, they can break through metal together. As long as we are united, we won't have to fear any external enemies. Everyone is selfish, but everyone has their moments of greatness. Selfish in the face of immediate benefits, great in the face of major issues. The Misty Hall Master looked at Qin Shao with a face full of praise. He nodded and said, "Well said, very well said. Although it was a simple principle, how many people could understand it? Among those who understood it, how many could actually do it? Most of the time, selfishness takes over. There are far too few people who can selflessly contribute. That's why there are so many who are willing to become the dogs of the otherverse, becoming their pawns and turning against our God realm. The three realms know full well that the otherverse forces are wolves, but they are still willing to work with them. They're even willing to start the war of the four realms once more. In the face of national righteousness, we have no choice, and there is no way out. The only thing we can do is to pick up the swords in our hands and fight them to the end. Only the victors can continue to live. This war is a war of survival, and no one can avoid it. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. This is a principle that will never change." Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case, so he was fearless. He wasn't afraid of fighting. The desolate land palace lord suddenly waved his hand and said, "All right, let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about you. What kind of reward do you want? If you don't know, then I'll give you a reward of my own accord." Qin Shao didn't have any requests for rewards, nor did he have any ambitions. As he said, he didn't do all this for the sake of a reward. Therefore, Qin Shao said, Palace Lord, I'll leave it to you. I don't have any requests. Well, it's rare for you to be so elegant and indifferent with no desire or ambition. This is a good thing. It shows that you have a high degree of self-confidence and don't need to rely on external forces. The desolate land palace lord nodded. It was rare to see someone like him. Qin Shao did indeed have a rare and precious temperament. This made the desolate land palace lord admire Qin Shao even more. It was a pity that he was the disciple of Red Dust Guest. Otherwise, the desolate land palace lord would really want to accept him as a disciple. The desolate land palace lord said, I know that you have a lot of opportunities. In fact, giving you some external forces won't be very useful to you. However, as a reward, I can only express my sincerity. How about this? I'll give you 2 of the 10 great lost techniques, 5 universal oddities, 3 convergence pills, and 10 exotic treasures. I'll also give you a holy artifact and 10,000 contribution points. Hearing this reward, Qin Shao was also quite surprised. It was really a little out of his expectations. This reward was a little too big. Out of the 10 great absolute arts, 2 were rewarded at once. This was also within Qin Zhao's expectations. However, the holy artifact and 5,000 contribution points were indeed beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. A holy artifact was far more valuable than one of the 10 great lost techniques. It was even comparable to a manual. A holy artifact was infinitely powerful. It contained the power of the will of a universe master. Only a universe master was qualified to make a holy artifact. Moreover, he only had the qualifications. If he wanted to refine a sacred object, even the desolate palace master would have to pay an extremely high price and spend an endless amount of time. The power of a holy artifact was enough to deal with a ruler. A trace of the power of a holy artifact was enough to kill an ordinary supreme being. If he had a holy artifact, Qin Zhao's power would obviously increase greatly. He even had some confidence that he could exchange a blow or 2 with a ruler. 10,000 contribution points. That was a huge number. It should be known that the others received the most contribution points, which was 1,000, while the others received 800. As for Qin Shao, he was actually rewarded with 10,000 contribution points. With these contribution points, Qin Shao could exchange for a lot of things. He could even exchange for a few absolute arts. Qin Shao knew how hard it was to get contribution points. When he went to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons to accept a mission, he only received 300 contribution points. Moreover, the reward for this mission was very generous. Generally speaking, it was very rare for a mission reward to reach 100 contribution points. Moreover, the difficulty of the mission was very high. Generally speaking, the reward was only a few dozen contribution points. Besides, the missions that could enter the desolate land palace's mission bank were definitely not small missions. They were not easy to complete. 10,000 contribution points. That sounded a little scary. When Qin Shao had the most contribution points, he only received 5,000 contribution points. Palace Master, this. Hearing such a reward, Qin Shao was a little hesitant. The desolate land palace lord smiled and said, Qin Shao, you don't have to refuse. You deserve it. Besides, these rewards are far from enough to measure your contribution. With your contribution, even if I give you 10 times the reward, it wouldn't be too much. However, you know the desolate land palace's situation. Our foundation and resources are limited. It's impossible for us to give out unlimited resources. We have to be small and long-term in order to develop well. Therefore, this is all I can give you for the time being. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Palace Lord, you don't have to do this. Just give me some random rewards. I don't care much about external resources, and I won't let myself become dependent on them. That's why I've always been purposely demanding of myself, so that I won't be controlled by resources. The desolate land palace lord nodded and said, Yes, your way of thinking is very good. However, if you don't need it, you can give it to others. This won't restrict you. You have disciples, you have friends, and you have your people in your hometown. Therefore, you don't have to worry about lacking resources. After all, you'll definitely build your own force. If you want to build your own force, you'll need a lot of resources. Only then will you be able to strengthen your force quickly. Qin Shao nodded. Since the Desolate Land Palace Lord put it this way, Qin Shao didn't refuse and said, "All right, then I'll thank you, Palace Lord. Hee, this is what you deserve. All right, you can go back first. The calamity is about to arrive." Your current task is to properly charge forward. I hope that when the calamity arrives, you will be able to become the main force of our Desolation Divine Palace and become the new hope of our divine realm. The Desolation Divine Palace Master smiled. He still had high hopes for Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded solemnly and said with a determined face, "I will, Palace Lord. I'll take my leave first." After Qin Shao left, Master Qingye brought Qin Shao out and said to Qin Shao, "All right, I won't send you back. You can go back by yourself. You've just returned from the Mother Planet. I'm sure many people will come to congratulate you. You're now a great Ming citizen. Your status in the Desolate Land Palace has risen and you've reached the top. I'm sure you'll be able to handle your relationships well. I'm sure you've gained a lot from your trip to the Mother Planet. I'm sure you'll need some time to digest your gains. Let me know if there's anything else. You can go now." Qin Shao nodded and left. After sending off Qin Shao, Master Qingye returned to the Desolate Land Palace Lord. The Hall Master of the Mang Huang Hall, who had been smiling earlier, had a grave expression on his face at this moment. There was a trace of worry in his eyes. Master Qingye walked up and said, "Palace Lord, is there a situation at the barrier?" The Desolate Land Palace Lord nodded and said, "Yes. You know the situation at the barrier. Our 5 great Saint Masters clones have been guarding it all this time. However, the demonic beast universe is about to reach its final stage. Therefore, the demonic beast universe will definitely lead his subordinates to attack the barrier. If it were any other time, we wouldn't be afraid. In our universe, with the help of the Origin Will, we don't have to fear the demonic beast universe. We've been guarding the barrier for countless years, preventing the demonic beast universe's forces from breaking through. This is a symbol of our strength. However, the 3 realms are in cahoots with the other verse. They want to overthrow our God realm. This has given the demonic beast universe a great opportunity. Right now, we're facing internal and external troubles. What I'm afraid of is that these 2 forces will come together and work together. If that happens, it'll be a real disaster for our God realm. No matter how strong our God realm is, we can't stop these 2 forces. Chapter 821. In the Desolate Land Treasure Palace, Qin Shao once again met the Changshan Almighty. Previously, when Qin Shao met the Changshan Almighty, he felt that the Changshan Almighty was very powerful. He was so powerful that he was far from being a match for him. However, when he met the Changshan Almighty again today, Qin Zhao's strength had increased. Naturally, his horizons had widened. When he met the Changshan Almighty again, he became much calmer. One had to know that Qin Zhao's current strength was in the top 10 of the Heaven Leaderboard. Many people even thought that it was possible for him to be in the top 5 of the Heaven Leaderboard. Even if he was not in the top 5 of the Heaven Leaderboard, he was definitely in the top 10. The Changshan Almighty was not on the Heaven Leaderboard, but Qin Shao knew that the Changshan Almighty's strength must be on the Heaven Leaderboard. Moreover, he should be in the top 20 of the Heaven Leaderboard. It was just that he was not on the Heaven Leaderboard. It seemed that the Changshan Almighty was very low-key. He never showed himself outside and had always been guarding the Desolate Land Treasure Palace. However, with Qin Zhao's current strength, he was no longer inferior to the Changshan Almighty. Junior brother Qin Shao, the last time I saw you, you were still very weak. Now that I've seen you, your strength is no longer below mine. Such a change has only been a few 100,000 years. It's really amazing, the Changshan Almighty said with a smile. Every time he saw Qin Shao, the latter had undergone a huge transformation. Up until now, he had only seen Qin Shao a total of 3 times. However, each time, he was impressed and had undergone earth-shattering changes. This time, he had become on equal footing with him. Now, Qin Shao was on equal footing with the Changshan Almighty. As the Changshan Almighty guarding the Desolate Land Treasure Palace, it was enough to see his status in the Desolate Land Divine Palace. He was on the same level as the Flame Emperor and Lord Huayang. He was the top existence in the Desolate Land Divine Palace. You flatter me, Mighty One of Changshan. It's just that I have a little more providence, Qin Shao said modestly. Long Mountain Mighty figure waved his hand and said, You don't have to be so humble. I know you have providence, but it's far from enough to have it without talent. You have so many elements gathered in your body, which is why you are so monstrous and heaven-defying. I'm not praising you. I'm just telling the truth. I believe that you will start your own era. Qin Shao smiled and said, Thank you for your auspicious words, mighty figure of Changshan. Since Changshan mighty figures didn't like to be polite, Qin Shao didn't bother. Even Master Qingye hadn't been able to start an era that belonged solely to one person. But Qin Shao was very likely to do it. Long Mountain Almighty said, The Hall Master has already informed me. He has already added 10,000 contribution points to you. Now, it's time to choose the absolute art for the treasure. Let's go. I'll bring you to choose the absolute art. Qin Shao nodded. He came to the Desolate Land Treasure Palace for this. Speaking of which, other than the Mountain River Sword scripture that he created, he didn't cultivate any of the 10 great absolute arts. This was considered a shortcoming for Qin Shao. Now that he had been rewarded with the 10 great absolute arts, Qin Shao naturally had to make up for this shortcoming. He followed Changshan mighty figure all the way to the deepest part of the Desolate Land Treasure Palace and walked through layers of checkpoints. Along the way, Qin Shao clearly felt that there were powerful forces guarding in the dark. They formed a power system with Changshan mighty figure to ensure that no one dared to act rashly in the Desolate Land Treasure Palace. The Desolate Land Treasure Palace was the foundation of the Divine Palace of Desolate Land. There couldn't be any mistakes. After entering the deepest part of the Desolate Land Divine Palace, in a secret room, there were crystal balls floating in the air. They shone with colorful lights and looked very sacred. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on those crystal balls. There weren't many of them. After counting, there were only 21 of them. Our Desolate Land Divine Palace only has 21 of the 10 great absolute arts. Qin Shao asked. Changshan mighty figure nodded and said, Yes, a total of 21 of the 10 great absolute arts. The number of the 10 great absolute arts is naturally very small. In the entire divine world, there are probably only about 100 of them. Our Desolate Land Divine Palace has 21 of them. It's not a small number. In the entire divine world, there were only about 100 of them. It was indeed very rare. No wonder they were the 10 great absolute arts. It was no wonder that even a peerless genius like Yi Junhe wasn't qualified to obtain one of the 10 great absolute arts. Normally, only mighty figures on the heaven roll were qualified to obtain one of the 10 great absolute arts. All the 10 great absolute arts are here. You can choose one yourself, Changshan mighty figure said. Qin Shao nodded and walked over. Qin Zhao's consciousness seeped into one of the crystal balls. Suddenly, a large amount of information poured into Qin Zhao's mind. 9 heavens divine technique, suppressing the 9 heavens above and the 9 underworlds below. It's extremely domineering. What a powerful absolute art. No wonder it's one of the 10 great absolute arts. This 9 heavens divine technique is too domineering. It's extremely domineering. This kind of cultivation technique doesn't suit my character. Qin Shao shook his head and temporarily gave up on the 10 great absolute arts. He didn't like absolute arts that were too domineering. Extreme domineering. The first one was the 9 heavens of light, a great absolute art full of righteousness. It was a great absolute art. Qin Shao knew one of the Almighty who cultivated this 10 great absolute arts. The great Buddha cultivated this 10 great absolute arts. However, Qin Shao did not see the great Buddha use this absolute art. The second one was the Desolate Land sword technique. This 10 great absolute arts was created by the Desolate Land Divine Palace Master. It could be regarded as one of the 10 great absolute arts of the Desolate Land Divine Palace. The Sword of Desolation was extremely famous in the universe, but the requirements were also extremely high. It was extremely strict, and it was extremely difficult to practice it successfully. It was much more difficult than the Mirage true body that Qin Shao had cultivated before. It was said that since the creation of this absolute art, the number of people in the Desolate Land Divine Palace who had cultivated this absolute art to perfection could be counted on one hand. One could imagine how difficult it was to cultivate it successfully. If one of the 10 great lost arts could not be cultivated to perfection, then it would be of no use to Qin Shao at his level of strength. However, even so, the Desolate Land sword technique was still Qin Shao's first choice. In fact, Qin Shao had already decided on this absolute art in his heart. Perhaps it was because it was created by the Divine Palace Master. Moreover, Qin Shao only loved Sword Principle. Sword Principle had always been the vanguard of Qin Shao's growth. The third one was the Heaven and Earth Seal. Once the seal was used, the universe would be reversed and the sky would be sealed. This secret technique was best at attacking a group of people. Once it was mastered, it would be enough to block several people of similar strength by itself. With this ultimate technique, he would not be afraid of being besieged by ordinary people. The fourth one was called the Immortal Indestructible Art. From the name, one could tell that it was one of the 10 great absolute arts. Once it was cultivated to perfection, one's body would be immortal and invincible. This absolute art was also the strongest defensive absolute art. These 4 absolute arts could be considered to have their own merits. They each had their own areas of expertise. It would depend on how one chose. Among the 4 absolute arts, the first one to be decided was the Desolate Land sword technique. In fact, there was not much hesitation. It had already been decided. What was left was to choose one of the 3 absolute arts. Since I have chosen the Desolate Land sword technique, there is no need to strengthen it in terms of attack. My Mountain River sword scripture is also an absolute art with both attack and defense. No matter how strong the 9 heavens of light is, I don't need it anymore. I can give it up. Although the Immortal Indestructible art is the strongest defensive absolute art, my body's defense has always been my strength. Even if I cultivate this absolute art, the increase in my body's defense will be limited. In that case, it is better to leave the opportunity for other absolute arts. Moreover, if my true meaning of power is raised to another level, my body will become even stronger. The effect is not something that an absolute art can compare to. Chapter 8:22. After eliminating these 2, there was only one left, and that was the Heaven and Earth Seal. One was the Desolate Land sword technique, and the other was the Heaven and Earth Seal. One was an absolute art that specialized in attacking, while the other was an absolute art that specialized in both large-scale attack and large-scale defense. It was an absolute art that specialized in both offense and defense. In terms of attacking power, the Desolate Land sword technique was obviously very powerful. It could even be said to be the best among the 10 lost arts of the Desolate Land Shrine. But in terms of overall strength, the Heaven and Earth Seal was the best. It was very balanced in all aspects. On the one hand, he chose the Heaven and Earth Seal because there was no better choice. On the other hand, Qin Shao really needed a lost art that could attack and defend on a large scale. In this way, he would not be afraid of being attacked by groups in the future. After choosing the two lost arts, Qin Shao walked over and handed them to the Changshan Almighty. The Changshan Almighty seemed to have expected Qin Shao's choice. He smiled and said, "Haha, I knew you would choose these two lost arts. In fact, I also thought that these two were the most suitable for you. After all the choices, you still chose these two. If I had known, I would have recommended them to you directly. It would have saved you the trouble of choosing." Qin Shao smiled and said, "Yes, Senior Brother Changshan. If I had known, I would have asked you to recommend them. In the absence of a better choice, I can only choose these two." Speaking of which, Qin Shao was most satisfied with the Sword of Desolation. He was not particularly satisfied with the Heaven and Earth seal. It was just that he did not have a better choice, so he could only use it. "Do you want to inherit these two lost arts now? The Temple Master told me that you can deal with them yourself. You can even give them to your disciple." The Changshan Almighty asked. Qin Shao also thought about it and said, "Although my disciple's talent is not bad, I have lost arts to teach him. The two absolute arts that I chose are not very suitable for him, so forget it. I'll accept the inheritance myself." Changshan nodded and took Qin Shao to receive the inheritance of the two unique skills. The cultivation methods of the two unique skills were also imprinted in Qin Shao's sea of consciousness. The exquisiteness of these two ultimate techniques really made Qin Shao gasp in amazement and praise them incessantly. He had created the 10 absolute skills before, so he naturally had a lot of understanding of absolute skills at this level. This time, he had finally obtained the inheritance of the 10 great ultimate techniques. He could directly feel the essence of the 10 great ultimate techniques. Naturally, he was amazed. Although he had created one of the 10 great law skills, he was still a little weak in all aspects. Naturally, he could not compete with someone like the Desolate Land Palace Master. Therefore, Qin Shao learned a lot from these two unique skills. After choosing the unique skills, it was time to choose the universe oddities. Qin Shao was no stranger to universe oddities. For example, he had a universe oddities with him, which was a strange black stick. Although it was not very useful to him, and he rarely used it, it was still a universe oddities after all. However, universe oddities were also divided into different grades. The universe oddities that his master, Red Dust Guest, gave Qin Shao were only the most inferior universe oddities. The universe oddities of the Desolate Land Palace were naturally much better. They were real treasures. The mighty figure of Changshan brought Qin Shao to another secret chamber. There were nearly 1,000 universe oddities of various colors that emitted powerful auras. Changshan pointed at the thousands of universe oddities in the secret room and said, "These are the treasures that the Desolate Land Palace has accumulated over countless years. All the universe oddities are here. The reason why they are called universe oddities is because each of them has a very special ability. Most of the universe oddities come from the endless dark sea. They are naturally formed in the universe. Some of them even floated in from outside the universe. Of course, this situation is extremely rare. Most of them are naturally born in the universe oddities. Due to the formation of these universe oddities, they have different abilities. You should have come into contact with universe oddities before, so you should know what's special about them." Qin Shao nodded. Of course, he knew a little about them. Changshan continued, "All right, you can choose any 5 universe oddities. If you choose them, they will all belong to you. If you give away 1 universe oddities, you will have 1 less. My heart aches just looking at it. You will have to take 5 in one go." Looking at Changshan's pained expression, Qin Shao could not help but laugh. "Senior Brother Changshan, you are very familiar with these universe oddities. I'm afraid you know them like the back of your hand. So, why don't you help me choose, Senior Brother Changshan? It will save me the trouble of looking at them one by one, comparing them, and eliminating them." This time, Changshan shook his head and said, "That won't do. I've always treated these items as treasures. I'm already heartbroken that you're taking 5 of them. If you still want me to help you pick, I'll die of heartache. So, it's definitely not possible. You can choose them yourself. Out of sight, out of mind. Senior brother Chang Shan, these are not yours. Aren't you being too excited? Qin Xiao teased. Chang Shan said, if it were you guarding this place for endless years, I would come here to take a look at these universe oddities when I'm bored and understand their uniqueness. It can be considered as relieving my boredom. All right, senior brother Chang Shan. Since you look so troubled, I'll choose for myself. Qin Xiao nodded with a serious expression and no longer joked. Since Chang Shan Almighty was unwilling to recommend, Qin Xiao could only do it himself. However, these nearly 1,000 universe oddities were really dazzling. Fortunately, Qin Xiao was not in a hurry, so he could take his time. He checked them one by one and understood the details before making a decision. These strange universe oddities really made Qin Xiao feel very conflicted. He felt that all of them were pretty good, and he could choose them all. However, the quota was limited. Qin Xiao could only choose 5 items at most. At this moment, Qin Xiao wished that he could take as many items as he wanted. There were some universe oddities that even made Qin Xiao's heart itch when he saw them. Some of their abilities were simply too outstanding. Therefore, after a month of picking, Qin Xiao finally chose 5 items. Haha, you're done picking so quickly. I thought you would take a year or so to pick, Chang Shan Almighty said jokingly. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, the longer I pick, the harder it is to make a decision, so I might as well be straightforward. Otherwise, if I don't make a decision, it will be a big problem. Forget it, it doesn't matter. It's fine as long as it's suitable for me for the time being. Anyway, I probably won't need it for long. That's it. Chang Shan Almighty nodded and said, not bad, not bad. It's good to have such ambition. Let's go. There are still 3 Dao integration elixirs and 10 treasures. You can pick again. However, you should be more casual when it comes to treasures. After all, they're treasures. They won't be of much use to you. Most of them will be given to others. Qin Xiao nodded. Ordinary treasures were indeed of little value to Qin Xiao. Even universe oddities were of limited help to Qin Xiao now. There was nothing else to say. The 3 Dao integration elixirs were extremely precious. 1 Dao integration elixir could easily allow a 4th-step heavenly god to successfully integrate the Dao and become an almighty. Although this kind of almighty who relied on the Dao integration pill would be weaker and would lose their potential, the Dao integration pill was still something that almighties would go crazy for. They would fight for it until their heads bled, and they wouldn't hesitate. Qin Xiao did not care much about the 10 treasures. He just picked casually. However, Qin Xiao cared more about the 3 Dao integration elixirs. This meant that he could nurture 3 almighties. The Dao integration elixirs were too precious. Qin Xiao naturally had to keep such good things for his future family members. After everything was chosen, Chang Shan Almighty brought Qin Xiao out and said to Qin Xiao with a smile, now, except for 1 sacred artifact, your other rewards are in place. I reckon you won't need anything for the time being. As for the sacred artifact, it should be given to you by the Hall Master himself. If you don't get it, don't worry. Wait for the Hall Master's call. Qin Xiao nodded. He had thought that the sacred artifact would be given to him by Chang Shan Almighty. Now, it seemed that it was not the case. It was given to him by the Hall Master. However, the Hall Master did not give it to him previously. He did not know why. After thinking about it, he shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. He said, Senior Brother Chang Shan, I have something to discuss with you. Oh, you have something to discuss with me? Tell me about it. Chang Shan Almighty was slightly taken aback. Qin Xiao said, Senior Brother Chang Shan, it's like this. You should know that I have created an ultimate technique on the level of the 10 great ultimate techniques. I want to give this unique technique to the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land for free. However, I also need to teach it to my family, friends, and clansmen. Therefore, you can't restrict my freedom in this regard. Chang Shan Almighty's eyes lit up when he heard this. He looked at Qin Shao with approval and admiration. He said, "Are you really going to contribute the unique technique that you created?" Changshan Almighty seemed to be in disbelief. It was extremely rare for people to contribute their self-created absolute arts to the palace. After all, people were selfish. They would not easily spread their self-created absolute arts. Most of them would pass it down to their family, friends, and even their descendants. There were very few people who could be so selfless. Qin Shao naturally contributed it selflessly. His purpose was to make the infernal palace stronger. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "Yes, of course I plan to contribute it. Otherwise, why would I tell you, senior brother Changshan? Anyway, I can pass it on to others. That's enough. It's not a loss for me. I'm a disciple of the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land. The Divine Palace of the Desolate Land is equivalent to my home. Naturally, I hope that my home will be stronger. Therefore, I will naturally do whatever is within my power. If everyone contributes a point, it'll be a very impressive number when all the points are added up. I hope that I can guide others with the light of a firefly. Then, it'll be worth it no matter how much I contribute." Changshan Almighty looked at Qin Shao and nodded approvingly. He said, "But there are too few people like you now. Okay, Qin Shao, since you want to contribute, we'll follow your wishes. However, you can't be selfless. According to the rules of the Divine Palace of the Desolate Land, anyone who contributes will be rewarded with contribution points. You contributed a unique technique of the 10 great unique techniques, so you can receive a one-time reward of 3,000 contribution points. This is what you deserve." "3,000 contribution points." Qin Shao was shocked when he heard this number. He did not expect to be rewarded with another 3,000 contribution points. Forest Ocean continued, "Junior Marshal Brother Qin Shao, I know that you must have obtained the Tao integration pill as a reward this time. So, I'm thick-skinned enough to ask for one. Of course, I'm not asking for it for free, Junior Marshal Brother Qin Shao. But I really can't take out something of equal value to exchange with you, Junior Marshal Brother Qin Shao. But, Junior Marshal Brother Qin Shao, if you have any conditions, you could tell me directly. I can owe you temporarily, but I'll definitely find a way to make it up in the future." Find a way to make it up in the future? This kind of empty talk was too unreliable. Besides, the Tao integration pill was precious. It couldn't be exchanged with some things. So, Qin Shao didn't give face to Forest Ocean Realm Expert's request. Instead, he rejected directly, "Sorry, Forest Ocean Realm Expert. You know that my family is still alive. The woman I like, my parents are still alive. 3 Tao integration pills are too little for me. I have to use every one of them. Therefore, I am unable to agree to your request, Forest Ocean. Let's not talk about this anymore. If Forest Ocean Realm Expert wants to have a drink with me, I'll welcome you. But for this kind of thing, please go ahead." With Qin Zhao's current strength, he didn't need to be polite to Forest Ocean Realm Expert. Forest Ocean Realm Expert wasn't even on the heaven list. To Qin Shao, he wasn't a match at all. With Qin Zhao's current status, he naturally didn't need to worry about anything. This kind of thing touched Qin Zhao's bottom line, so Qin Shao naturally wouldn't be polite. Forest Ocean Realm Expert's expression became extremely ugly when he heard Qin Zhao's tough and angry words. He thought that Qin Shao was easy to talk to, so he boldly came over to make this request. But he didn't expect that Qin Shao didn't even give him a chance and directly rejected him. Forest Ocean Realm Expert was Qin Zhao's senior martial brother, but he naturally didn't dare to offend Qin Shao, so he could only leave with his tail between his legs. After sending Forest Ocean Realm Expert away, Qin Shao shook his head, threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind, and entered the cultivation room. He had just obtained 2 of the top 10 lost arts, so he needed to digest them. Qin Shao also ordered that unless there was something important, they shouldn't disturb him. He needed to go into seclusion for a while. Firstly, he had gained a lot in the Mother Planet, so he needed to digest them. Secondly, he also wanted to practice the Sword of Desolation and the Seal of Heaven and Earth, these two ultimate techniques. This closed-door training actually lasted for 10,000 years, but the harvest it brought was that both the Sword Art of Desolation and the Seal of Heaven and Earth were cultivated to the great completion stage. It was much easier to cultivate one of the top 10 lost arts than to create one. Qin Shao could even create one of the top 10 lost arts, so it would be much easier for him to cultivate another one of the top 10 lost arts. The Desolate Landsword technique was indeed very difficult to cultivate, but Qin Zhao's ultimate Sword Dao had reached a high level of application, so his understanding of the Sword Dao was naturally incomparable to ordinary people. Therefore, the Desolate Landsword technique didn't pose a problem for Qin Shao, and he smoothly cultivated it to the great accomplishment realm. After cultivating 2 of the top 10 lost arts to the great accomplishment realm, Qin Zhao's strength wouldn't increase much, but he would have more tricks up his sleeves, and he would be more relaxed in battle. Coming out of the cultivation room, Sheng Yin Realm Expert respectfully greeted him. As Qin Zhao's servants, they were incomparably honored. As Qin Zhao's strength increased, his status in the desolate land Divine Palace rose, so they naturally felt like they had picked up a treasure. Sheng Yin, is there anything wrong? Qin Shao asked. Sheng Yin Realm Expert nodded and said, His Highness Yi Juanhe and His Highness Lord Danshun came to look for you several times, and Master Qingye also came once. Huh? Master Qingye came once? Why didn't he inform me? Qin Shao frowned slightly. It was fine if ordinary people came to visit, but Master Qingye was here. That was a big deal. Sheng Yin Realm Expert immediately said, Your Highness, Master Qingye asked me not to disturb you. He said it wasn't a big deal, and you could just look for him after you come out of seclusion. Qin Shao nodded. If that was the case, then forget it. It didn't seem to be a big deal. Then there was no need to rush. Qin Shao said again, I asked you to bring back some information about the situation in the Jiuzhou continent during 110,000 years I was away. How's it going on your side? Qin Shao didn't bring Baiqi and Jiumei with him when he entered the Mother Planet. He left them in the Qin Mansion. This time, he had been away for 110,000 years. Because Qin Zhao's doppelganger was trapped in Tongjai Mountain, Qin Shao didn't know anything about the Qin Mansion, Shi Jian, Brother Pure, and the others. Naturally, he wanted to know how they were doing and how the Jiuzhou continent was doing. Sheng Yin Realm Expert immediately took out a crystal and handed it to Qin Shao respectfully, saying, Your Highness, I've collected it. Please have a look. Qin Shao took the crystal. It was a memory crystal, and a lot of information could be recorded in it. Qin Zhao's consciousness seeped into it and read a lot of information. It was a record of many things that happened in the Jiuzhou continent in the past 110,000 years. The situation of Shi Jian's brother Pure, Changfeng, Yao Shuilian, and the others was also recorded in detail, so that Qin Shao could know how they had been all these years. It took Qin Shao half a day to finish reading all the information. He couldn't help but reveal a deep smile on his face. 110,000 years have really changed the world. So many things have happened in my absence. It's really interesting. I always thought that Shi Jian's talent and potential were not particularly good, but his temperament was really good and he was very hardworking. Moreover, he also had some opportunities when he was wandering outside. I didn't expect that he has now grown to the level of the top 100 on the Earth list. He is currently ranked 87th on the Earth list, which is very good. Ranked 87th on the Earth list, Shi Jian had only lived for 200,000 years. To be ranked 87th on the Earth list at such a young age, he could be regarded as a peerless genius. Of course, if compared with Qin Shao, he was indeed far behind. But who could compare with Qin Shao? The most fortunate one is Brother Pure. He received the inheritance of the ruler, and his progress in these years is really fast. I didn't expect him to be ranked 12th on the Earth list. Moreover, Brother Pure and Shi Jian have also become sealed disciples of the desolate land Divine Palace. I missed this happy moment. Not only Shi Jian and Brother Pure, but also Yao Shuilian. Now, she is also ranked in the top 100 on the Earth list. It seems that she also had a great opportunity. Yao Shuilian is now also a sealed disciple of the desolate land Divine Palace. Good, that's really good. Qin Shao didn't expect that such a great thing would happen when he came back from the Mother Planet. Brother Pure, Shi Jian, and Yao Shuilian, the three of them were all ranked in the top 100 on the heaven list. It was really a great thing. Seeing this news, Qin Shao was really happy for them. The brilliance of these three people was too dazzling. Moreover, these three people represented the 9 provinces continent and the power of the Qin clan. Although Yao Shuilian was a member of the Yao family, she had an inseparable connection with the 9 provinces continent. Moreover, she spent most of her time in the 9 provinces continent. Naturally, people would treat her as a member of the 9 provinces continent. Because of the 3 of them, the 9 provinces continent became famous in the God world in these 110,000 years. The 110,000 years of development naturally made the 9 provinces continent grow rapidly. In a short period of time, it surpassed the countless years of accumulation of other forces. Furthermore, what made Qin Shao happy was that in the hundreds of thousands of years since the establishment of the 9 provinces world, the clansmen of the 9 provinces world had also spread their branches and leaves. Each and every one of them had formed a huge family clan and produced countless descendants. They had also continued the 9 provinces world's incense. All this made Qin Shao very happy. It seems that I have to go back to the Qin family, Qin Shao said with a smile. Chapter 824. However, before returning to the Qin manor, Qin Shao had to find Master Qingye and find out why Master Qingye was looking for him. Qin Shao quickly arrived at the peak where Master Qingye was cultivating. Before he reached the peak, a figure walked out in front of Qin Shao. It was Master Qingye. Greetings, Master Qingye. Qin Shao hurriedly bowed. Master Qingye smiled and waved his hand. You don't have to be so formal with me. Come, I'll take you to see the temple master. Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. He thought it was Master Qingye who was looking for him. He didn't expect it to be the temple master. Did the temple master summon him because of the sacred relic? Other than that, there shouldn't be anything else. Last time, the Almighty from Mount Changshan also said that the temple master would give the sacred relic to Qin Shao. Following Master Qingye, Qin Shao quickly met the temple master. After coming here so many times, Qin Shao had become more familiar with the place. Even when he saw the temple master again, he wasn't as nervous as he was at the beginning. Instead, he was more relaxed and natural. Greetings, temple master. Qin Shao bowed respectfully. The temple master of the desolate land's starry eyes fell on Qin Shao. He nodded slightly and said, "It seems that you've mastered the sword technique of the desolate land and the seal of heaven and earth. Not bad. If you want to improve your strength, staying in the temple of the desolate land won't do you any good. You can go to the dangerous places in the universe or the endless dark sea. However, you've been targeted by the 3 realms and you. You'd better be careful. Fortunately, your master's divine might is there. The forces of the other universe won't dare to touch you easily. At least, they won't do anything to you before the war breaks out. Otherwise, they won't have a good time if they provoke your master. There may be some small troubles, but it'll be a test for you." Qin Shao nodded. He had the same idea. Qin Shao wasn't afraid of danger. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter a sovereign, he should be able to protect himself. If he really did provoke a ruler, he'd have no choice but to ask his master for help. At his level of strength, if he wanted to improve, he couldn't cultivate behind closed doors like this. He had to go out and explore. He had to use life and death to temper himself. The desolate land palace lord suddenly moved his hand, and suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura gushed out from his palm. Qin Zhao's body involuntarily tightened as he felt a sense of danger approaching. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the desolate land palace master's palm. There was a strange object floating there. It was shaped like a turtle shell and was dark black in color. Moreover, there were extremely complicated and strange patterns on it. These patterns exuded an extremely frightening aura. Qin Xiao felt as if her soul was being frightened at a glance. What is this? What a powerful aura. Is this a relic? Qin Xiao thought to himself. The turtle shell-like object was still in the hands of the desolate land palace lord. Its aura was suppressed, but Qin Xiao still felt that it was terrifying. The desolate land palace lord said, "This relic is called the sacred armor. It can be used for both attack and defense. It's good for defense. Try it and see if it can recognize you as its master." Relics usually have a scary spirituality. They will resist the person who recognizes them as their master, so it's not that easy for them to recognize you as their master. But it doesn't matter if the relic doesn't recognize you as its master. As long as you can use the relic's power, it'll be fine. Once it recognizes you as its master, it won't be easily taken away by others. Other than that, there's not much difference. Qin Xiao nodded and moved his soul closer to the sacred armor. Before his soul could even get close, he could already feel an extremely terrifying power surging towards his soul and attacking it. What a terrifying power! It was enough to make Qin Zhao's soul tremble. If an ordinary almighty wanted to recognize him as its master, the power of this relic would be enough to destroy his soul. The power of a relic was not something ordinary people could imagine. This was also the first time Qin Xiao had seen a relic. The relic exuded a dominator-level power. Qin Xiao moved forward and slammed his soul power on the relic. He penetrated the relic and forced it to recognize him as its master. But what surprised Qin Xiao was that as soon as his soul entered the relic calmed down. It did not resist at all, and Qin Xiao was able to recognize him as its master easily. As soon as the relic recognized him as its master, a large amount of information flooded into Qin Zhao's mind. It recognized him as its master so easily. The desolate land palace master and Master Qingye were slightly surprised. They were worried that Qin Xiao would not be able to successfully recognize him as its master. After all, this was a relic, and Qin Xiao was only a fourth-step divine god. Even if he could succeed, the process would be extremely difficult. However, the final result made both of them feel like their jaws had dropped. They actually succeeded in recognizing him as their master so easily. In fact, Qin Xiao did not expect this result and was quite surprised. Qin Xiao, it seems that you are fated to be with this relic. Relic has spirituality and will choose its master. It has a holy spirit, but the holy spirit of this relic has yet to awaken, Master Qingye said. Holy spirit? Qin Xiao frowned and looked at Master Qingye in confusion. What was a holy spirit? Master Qingye waved his hand and said, "That's all you will know in the future." Since Master Qingye did not want to say more, Qin Xiao did not ask any more questions and put the relic away. With this relic in hand, Qin Xiao was confident that he could fight even the number one on the heaven leaderboard. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party did not have a relic. The holy artifact could be said to be Qin Zhao's greatest trump card now. It was his greatest reliance. It would be of great help to him when he ventured into the ominous lands of the universe and the endless dark sea. By the way, Qin Xiao, is there some trouble in your hometown? The desolate land palace master suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao could not help but be startled. He looked at Master Qingye, but Master Qingye shook his head, indicating that he had not told the palace master about this. Master Qingye knew about this. When the palace master suddenly mentioned it, Qin Xiao naturally thought that Master Qingye had said something to the palace master. However, that was not the case. How did the palace master know? Why did he mention it all of a sudden? However, Qin Shao understood. The palace master was very resourceful, so it was not surprising that he knew about it. Originally, Qin Shao would not ask the palace master for help unless he had no other choice. He would only ask for help when he had no other choice. However, now that the palace master had brought it up, Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, palace master. My hometown is surrounded by a strange black vortex. No one can enter from the outside." The desolate land palace master nodded slightly and said, "Well, I've learned about the situation in your hometown. It is indeed a troublesome matter. I'm afraid I'll have to do it myself." Upon hearing the desolate land palace master's words, Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. He was quite surprised. Since the palace master had said so, it was obvious that he was going to help him. Qin Shao did not expect the palace master to bring this up. For a moment, Qin Shao did not know how to answer. The desolate land palace master seemed to have seen through Qin Shao's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Based on your contribution to the mother planet, it's not too much to ask for more, let alone this matter. To me, this is just a matter of helping out. It's not a big deal." This matter was indeed not a big deal to the desolate land palace master. It was just a matter of helping out. However, to ask for the help of a universe master, even Master Qingye did not dare to casually ask for help. Originally, Qin Shao did not dare to ask for help, but today, the palace master took the initiative to bring it up. "Thank you, palace master." Qin Shao nodded. Since the palace master had said so, there was no need to be polite. Indeed, the origin world had always been Qin Zhao's sore point. Qin Shao had always been concerned about it. His parents were still in his hometown. Gu Lingwei was still in his hometown.